Good morning from a remote broadcast facility.
It's kind of surreal.
Yeah, dude, we don't do this.
It's very surreal. PGL Astana, 2025. We're not in Astana. We could be anywhere in the world for all it matters.
Do we want to pretend we're somewhere else?
Yeah, let's pretend we're somewhere else.
We are live from
anywhere your imagination.
Mongolia. That's all I could think of.
Okay, is that because you were watching the stream and
Blair said? I was just watching the stream. Yeah.
Well, there is a main stream, as you should know. There's an A stream and a B stream, and we're going to represent the letter B.
Yes.
His middle name is Brandon.
Yes, it is.
My last name is Birchall, and those are the two closest points of B that I could find right now. Later in the day, we're at PGL_CS2.
Yes, that's
Later
right.
in the day, you'll be having Jason Moses O'Toole and his little sidekick, as we like to call him, Dinko, who is very, well, nicely provided us with this.
I'm using Dinko's headset right now.
Yeah, so shout out to Dinko.
Much love to Dinko, best sidekick in the business.
But we're here for Counter-Strike, aren't we?
We are. And we've got 16 teams. I was going to say the world's best, but the top 3 are missing. You're not going to be seeing the likes of your Vitalities, but you are going to be seeing a team Spirit and Mongols with high expectations affixed to them. Less expectations surrounding some of the other names. G2 with a stand-in fielding Taz as a
hold
replacement.
on a second, mate. How does this sound? Let me try this one on for size for you.
Okay.
So I've done some bucket creation.
Oh, buckets.
I like doing bucket creation. Now, some buckets are bigger and some buckets are smaller.
Okay.
The smallest bucket, but the most important bucket, is Spirit. And what I've labeled them with is King of the Hill.
They're in their own bucket.
This is their event to lose.
Yes.
So Spirit, I would say, are the ones who, you know, the heavy favorite here, and they should be winning this event. There's not many teams, if we start to bring in the context, who I think can really rival them. After that, you've got teams looking to stake their claim for the major. So Austin's just around the corner. You've got your Mongols, your Auroras, who are bedwetters as far as stage matches go.
Fair.
And Astana will be stage matches. And then you have Na'Vi, who's in free fall of form since late last year.
Yeah.
Then you've got the freak shows.
The freak shows?
The freak shows.
GamerLegion?
No, they're not a freak show. FURIA. With Molodoi.
Oh, that is a freak show.
And Yakinda, alongside the 3 Brazilians. That's one of the freak shows.
That's fair.
G2, who have Hades. And now they have Taz, who will be standing in for Hunter.
Oh, Hades.
And then the third and final freak show is Pain, because Rix is standing in.
Oh, gosh.
So those are the 3 freak shows.
Okay, nice.
Then we've got the Super Bowl teams. These are the teams who did not qualify for the major, who this event means a lot as far as the VRS is concerned for invitations next season. So those teams are GamerLegion, Astralis, who have HOTU debuting with the team today, and this is the first match they will have played since they didn't qualify for the major.
Yeah, okay.
So a lot riding on that, and their team is apparently going down the Gurgler organization. Big, who are just runners-up in Mongolia, also not at the major. They have to have a good performance here. And finally, NIP. When was the last time you saw NI play at a big boy event?
Oakland, 2017.
There you go. And Rez is on GamerLegion. And then you have temperature check teams.
Temperature check teams, which is the rest.
No, this is MIBR, M80, and Virtus.pro. Do we expect them to win the major? No. But what type of form are they going into the major with? Let's find out together.
Right.
And finally, Cinderella stories. If it happens, it'd be one for the history books. The likes of HOTU, who's coached by Mo. You would remember Mo.
I remember Mo.
From major winning Gambit. And ODDIK.
ODDIK, which I will say, I like their logo. I said it. I did. Is the D hard to find?
Well, there's 2 Ds.
Yeah, but they're backwards. That's the only problem I have.
It requires creativity.
Exactly. And you have to think creatively if you think that this first or second game's going 3 maps. I see you in the chat. Astralis Hate Watchers have already started to gather, expecting this one to be a rather intense 3-map affair show match. At least that's how you guys are framing it.
I don't know how it's a show match.
It's, in fact, actually a very important match for Astralis. If you put yourself into the shoes of especially HOTU, but never mind the roster of 4 that have been struggling to get anything going, everything is burning around you. You just have to beat the teams you're supposed to.
When was HOTU's last official on G2?
Good question. It would have been.
Which is forever ago now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's good to get Hooksy back in the server. Hopefully we do get an Astralis versus G2 head-to-head at some point in the event, just for the organizational factor.
Oh, the drama, the goss. It would be good.
Otherwise, it would just be Hooksy versus Hunter, because everybody else is different.
Yeah, fair.
And Taz, I guess. But here they are right
What
here.
a bunch of good-looking lads.
There he is, smiling on the end there. He's wearing his watch. And it's surprising that they are still smiling because Astralis, as we know, are in trouble. They missed, 5 consecutive majors. They're not performing anywhere near the results they should be looking for. They have just replaced Cadian, who was AWPing in-game leader of Heroic alongside of the likes of Stan and Yabby. They brought him in to be in-game leader, but rifling. Obviously, Device is going to be taking the AWP mantle, and it didn't work. So by bringing Hooksy in, I think, we're no longer going to have that weirdness, I would say, with the Cadian leaning into the secondary AWP a whole lot more. But Hooksy's biggest issue that he fell into when he was in G2 was being criticized about his fragging output. Yeah.
I mean, but that seems to be such a fickle storyline as well. How often, some IGLs get more flack for having the same output as others. I think it's a lot to do with the eye test, whether or not they're winning that one round where they have that opportunity
impact,
to have impact. Yeah, I mean, right now I can't help but sing the praises of Kixon, who has been calling shots for Falcons and simultaneously having an output that is more than we've grown to expect from in-game leaders.
Yeah, and Apex is pretty big right now as well, right? But that's because they're winning everything under the sun. Oh, there's the team, and here they are, live on your screen from Astana. Ryger behind them as the coach still. And I think that if you are the team, you need to be having good results as either the squad, if Astralis is going to be sold or bought. That's a conversation for another day. Or if the team is going to disintegrate completely, you as individuals in the server want to be putting yourself in the shop window coming into the tournament break. Because I think there's pieces of this team that could end up on other rosters. Now, that's a conversation for another day. The conversation for today is who are they going up against?
Who the hell are these guys?
Well, these guys are Brazilians. They're probably about the 7th or 8th best Brazilian team, so that doesn't really help you too much. But they did beat Imperial to be able to qualify for Astana. Imperial is the team that has Vinny in-game leading, with Try, the Argentinian on the AWP. But maybe one of the more familiar names of this roster that people would know is Woody. He played for MIBR back in 2021.
Yeah,
I was going to say
rings
2001, but that wouldn't be the case. The two younger boys on this team are K-Slox and Matios. They're 20 and 23 respectively. And then you've got Pank, and I'm not sure how we say the last gentleman's name. I'm going to go with Nate.
I think Nate is the one I'd like to say.
Okay.
I think saying anything else, Nate.
Well, see, I know...
That probably is how he's supposed to say it, but I just don't think that's realistic.
Who's got better tats, Matios or Pank?
Right now, I'm leaning towards Pank because he's kind of got this intimidating pharaoh.
I was going to say, yeah, it's got some Yu-Gi-Oh type.
It has got Yu-Gi-Oh energy. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, or solo leveling a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Well, what do you do on Pank? We'll find out on the server, won't we? So the ODDIK as labelled are one of the Cinderella run type teams. So if they have a good performance here, get a couple of upset victories under their belt, that's going to be great for them. They're coming here to try and rumble things, but we've got the video coming in on your screens. Mirage out, Anubis out. So we removed 2 of the 3 orange maps. Oh, and there's the 3rd. So ODDIK are going to be picking into Dust 2, Ancient, as map number 2 for Astralis. And then the 3rd and Decider, where are we going to find ourselves?
Drum roll, please.
Oh, wait, do I have a drum roll?
Kind of.
It's drums.
It's drums. There are drums involved.
We have Inferno. Everyone loves that.
Yes. So if we get to the 3rd, looking forward to that one. That's right. Chad, more than just an analyst, he's got soundboards. He's got it all.
I apologize to everybody because they might come into play a little bit, but we'll see what happens. So we found the laughing. We found the what is it? The snare, the drum, and is it a snare? Is it a kick? Is it a?
It was a snare.
Yep.
And a cymbal. Da-dum. Tom on the tom.
Okay.
The tom cymbal. The tom cymbal.
Great. What does this one do?
Oh, so if I conspiracy theories.
We're not looking for
if
that
I start saying, so if you take a look at this ODDIK logo,
okay,
2 Ds, backwards Ds, what does it mean?
Yeah, okay. Well, look, what does this veto mean to you?
I'll tell you what it means. It means we're playing 3 maps maximum, Chad.
No. Oh, well, yeah.
Maximum.
Yes,
you can't argue with that.
Fair enough, fair enough. 3 maps maximum.
Interesting to see that ODDIK elected to go for CT start on Ancient, I guess. Just for some, it might be nice to get your boots on the ground.
This is one of the things, right? Because there's always been some maps that have flirted T-side. In CS2, I think it's the most it's ever probably been across Counter-Strike. But even on maps, I remember there was a period of time in 1.6 where Train became T-sided, but it always felt strange to start T-side. Right? You'd always want to start on the CT side.
Yeah.
I think on LAN, T-side starts can be strong because, you know, you're kind of, I don't want to say ironing out the kinks, but you're dusting off the shelves, or you're clearing the cobwebs away. And it's a bit easier because you're dictating the tone a lot. On the CT side, right, you watch a lot of these games, and we, from a casting perspective, we can be criminal with this type of stuff. But the scoreline reads 5-0, and you're like, man, they're getting owned. But what are we talking about? We're talking about 2 gun rounds and a 5-round spread. Yeah. It's a pistol into a force, into an eco, into a gun round, into a partial. Actually, no, in 5 rounds, you've had 1 gun round. Right? Or you go, you know, a pistol into a save, into a gun round, into a partial, into a gun round. So, yeah, this one's you.
That's me.
And this one's me.
So if I press this, I'm muted?
You should be muted right now, and no one can hear you. So, look, we've got all the technology in the world. But, look, people said Vine Boom. What's Vine Boom?
I'll give that 5 big booms.
Okay.
Whatever that is.
Boom, boom, boom. I don't even know how to program the soundboard, so you guys are going to get what you're going to get.
Okay, do you know any jokes? Do you know any?
No.
A single joke?
Not one on the top of my head at 7 a.m. in the morning. Games
so I've got one for you.
Yep.
Man walks into a doctor's office, says, Sir, I feel like a pair of curtains. He says, pull yourself together, man.
Oh, beautiful. That's the start we were looking for.
Ouch! Not the one Yabby was looking for. Owie. And Nate has gotten himself a nice opening.
Okay. That's an aggressive stance from the CTs, I will say. So that's them trying to dust off the shelves, get rid of the cobwebs. It's been a long time since the officials, and the last one was heartbreaking for Astralis.
And I don't envy Hooksy in this scenario. This pistol round now hinges off him getting output or getting away. Ideally gets, nope, not even going to get one. Has to turn tail, immediately gets flashed out. At least concedes the space as opposed to losing his life. But that, ooh, didn't throw his smoke. What do we have to disrupt this? I do see a flashbang on Stout. Oh dear. Throws it out, swings in, mistimed. One team flash and another just bodies drop. Nate combines with his teammate to take another double kill. And we're not even going to get the bomb down before device falls. And we will see ODDIK with 5 alive on the pistol. This is a perfect way to get the juices flowing on that T side.
I wonder if they're loud Brazilians.
Are there any other?
Are they like Snow?
Or give me a quiet Brazilian.
There has to be one.
Yeah?
MIBR's loud, and Sani loves it. He loves it.
Godsend.
Yeah, with like Dumao and Lado.
Dumao maybe
that's
a bit.
Not a bad shout. They're not. They do sometimes get loud. Oh, okay. That's tidy, isn't it? That's a perfect pistol start. It doesn't get better than that. So, kicking things off with a big W, ODDIK. It's going to be a force buy from Astralis without any kills. So, a scout for device, pistol upgrades for the rest, a couple of smokes to work with. Nate's out long.
Feeling it.
Down. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Look at the confidence.
Yeah, I like that. It's good to see. I mean, confidence is key in counter, and Nate seems to have oodles of it to start. Just don't die to a deagle spam. Ooh. Let's start to go a little early. Down now reveals his position. Does have an additional HE should he choose to break, but instead elects to throw it out a little prematurely. Nate still on that warpath, a resmoke, and they're across. Dust 2 with the simplest of the most of maps, would you say, in Counter-Strike? Or is that an oversimplification?
No, I think it is. Like, obviously, it's got its nuances like every map, but in terms
Yabby, put it away, mate. I know it's your weapon of choice.
Oh, dear. Well,
gets himself $1,500 dues.
He's allowed to use it again now that Cadian's out of the team. So, yeah. Knives back on the table.
It does. You know, it adds something.
Yeah.
It's like we got abandoned. Nice and early. Got them all mic'd up. I can't believe. Isn't it annoying? I feel like as soon as someone says, do you know any jokes? Every single joke you've ever heard in your life just evaporates out of your brain.
Jokes are hard.
No, I know, but like I swear as a kid, I'd have like 3 in my pocket just in case. Like I had a joke book.
What are you doing with the joke book?
It's the kind of thing you get for Christmas. You just kind of perusing it.
Very good in the joke.
No, I know, that's true.
What would you do? You get the knife kill. Now you could potentially buy an M4, or do you just
Don't
save
say that
it?
word, yeah.
And then next round you can drop device and all.
I think if I'm on the team with device, I'm trying to give him an AWP as much as I can. I think that would make sense.
Okay. Well,
yeah, definitely.
This we need to see some resistance, Astralis. You know what I'm looking for? More than one kill that's not a knife. Like shooting bullets in good direction.
Well, if we could just stop them getting long for free every time they start, they want it.
they don't have it right
Would be a
now.
start. Okay, there you go. A little bit of a presence towards short from the CT, so we're going to see Case Locks perhaps ask questions of it in sync with the top mid.
Obviously a Case Serrato fan.
Yep. Case, Locks, tagged on through the doors.
Okay, so pep it up early. Device would have to flick down into this. Let's work on the short control. Molly up the Xbox.
Yep.
Yabby.
Oh.
Another opening kill. Is he 3 from 3 in
He's
the
owning
department?
it. Yeah, I think you're right. And he is going to meet his fate at the hand of the 5-7. Pressuring mid. Stare feeling scrutiny, getting swung upon. Smoke applying pressure. No one on that B-bomb side. This gets awkward for Astralis. They'll try and push through. One dropped out the doors, a double boost. Held by Case Locks. It's not happening. It's not looking good.
Hello.
The scout gives it a go. Yeah, just one from that Case Locks nade. Finishes off HOOXY. And it will be that 3-0 start ODDIK was so desperately seeking.
Okay, well, Stan needs to try and save this AK-47 off of Nate's body. He has backed off towards long for now. They will have the cash money regardless to buy, but an AK-47, good weapon in the hands, is Woody. He's part of the View Model Club, that's for sure.
Have you even experimented, Chad? Just a brief venture into the View Model ways?
Oh, no.
Not even once?
No, I don't care.
You just don't care?
Nah.
Yeah.
When people were spreading fake news that it was to do with like smoke puff stuff, I was like, oh, well, maybe there's a reason.
Actually.
And then someone debunked it the next day and they're like, no, actually. It doesn't make any difference. So it's just a personal preference. Okay, guys, everybody calm down. I know everyone's got their hate boners at, full mast right now. It's a Saturday morning. It is the first gun round about to start.
Here we go.
HOOXY in the team. In the Astralis jersey, this is the round.
You can't pass judgment until you've seen this round.
Or you can, but it wouldn't be advised.
Yeah, okay. Inadvisable.
Sharp shots from Stown.
But you were bang on.
Here we go.
Let's see if
Nate doesn't have a gun. Nate now has a gun. Okay, that's good.
That is a good start. They're going to get out long. Very late on the blue bin molly. Are they going to fight this? Yeah, he's pushing through. Good spam. Actually connects long range onto device of all the characters to catch. Removes him before he gets his round started.
All right, well, 4 from 4 in the opening duel department, but this one...
Oh. Ooh. Yeah, Woody, your scope looks weird with the View Model, I'll be honest.
Which is the bad Woody?
Which is the bad Woody?
One of the Woodies got cancelled, didn't he? He did some bad stuff. We can't talk about the bad stuff he did, but...
Andy's mate?
No, that's the one from Toy Story.
Oh.
Well, to mid to B and beyond right now. Will be Bed Bath and Beyond for ODDIK.
Okay.
Get your haberdashery.
Just saying words now.
It's haberdashery.
What is a haberdashery? What do you buy at a haberdashery?
I think it's...
cloth?
I'm not sure.
Feels like cloth. Like a fabric dispensary.
Well, this round's over, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Haberdashery.
Yeah. What am I getting from a haberdash?
I'm not sure, actually.
Fun to say. I want to say it again. Haberdashery. Oh, it is
Small
fun.
items used in sewing, such as buttons, zips, and thread.
Okay.
Men's clothing and accessories.
I think if I lived in a different time, I'd happily be a content haberdashery owner,
Okay.
Like someone comes in.
Wow. You're selling buttons.
They're like a specific button. They're like, oh, I need this one. I'll be like, no worries, mate. I know exactly where to find it.
Yeah.
Got like lots of little drawers.
I just want the record to show, and history will too, the HOOXY era of Astralis have just won their first round of Counter-Strike. Wow. So speaking of world firsts, there's one of them. Whew. And it's a great round from Steven. So people started calling Stown Steven, and it really makes me chuckle.
Oh,
it really makes me chuckle. Steven, yeah. Something smile on Steven's face there.
Yeah, he's going to be happy with that one. Picks up devices all.
This is perfect. So now the rifle round, the first one falls in their favor. That's what this is all about, baby. Well, it's about 13 rounds, but it's a good start. So Stare and Yabby over towards B. On the rotation of the rifle is going to be Device. It's the AWP now over towards mid doors. Long doors to be held by HOOXY. It's down the A rotating rifler currently over towards A. ODDIK working on the default mid control. Same little protocol. It's interesting how he jumps up before the flame. It's like he's trying to catch a player out as that molly's gone out. He's done that twice now.
It's a lot of early pressure for Stown or Steven to be under. Still has his util, and they don't have Case Locks. Device will catch him through the doors. It's a nice opening. from the CT Orb. Tech9 down. Oh, and HOOXi doubles up as well. Woody unable to provide the trade immediately. And now a little too late. Device will catch him on the repeat. That's a convincing one. Back-to-back rounds with only one casualty for Astralis into the guns.
And smiles on the faces as well, which is a really good sign. There's a lot to not be happy about in the Astralis camp. It should be content with forcing ODDIK down to the eco. The high end right now is 2.2k. So really your investment should be nil, maybe a flash. But be investing too much. Stunning Device's Orb, knowing he's not up against an AWP, he can try and be cheeky, look for a pick early. So in through the lower tunnels. Stare early. And these are the type of rounds you'd love to just get in there and farm them up. But you know you can't give kills over to a Deagle. You've got to be somewhat restrained.
But you also have this like air of confidence and superiority. The fact that you can just stick around on that short line. Oh, that too. Yeah, yeah, just kind of born with it. I'd be more taxed than you.
That Viking blood.
Boom. Solid work on the unarmored opponents.
What's the temperature like in here? Do you a bit hot?
I'm rocking a very comfortable body temp.
All right, well, let me know. We can turn the aircon on.
Let's see, what is it? It's a lovely fair 18 degrees here in Malta.
Or anywhere else in the world that we may be.
Wherever we may be.
Yeah, wherever you want us to be, really. We could be your next door neighbor right now.
Hello, can you hear us? Well, yes.
Yeah, put your head to the door.
Yeah.
Go up to your next door neighbor's door and put your ear to it.
Yeah, see if you can hear any commentary.
Hear any commentary.
You never know.
Yeah, it could be possible. As this eco bash blending down now, 40 seconds.
It's exciting how long they've taken to do this eco, isn't it?
Oh, look at it. The clock looks so bad, doesn't it? Just in the middle of the screen like that. Alex, come on.
I think it's an acquired taste.
It's jarring to the viewer.
It is.
I don't mind if you're using it personally. I think just for a viewer perspective, to go from a normal gun model to one that's weirdly placed in the center of the screen, obscured by the camera.
I'm a hipster, and no one has noticed how cool my config is yet.
Okay.
But I've got it so that when I pull out my knife, it's on the right, and when I pull out my gun, it's on the left.
Oh,
that's right. No, not a single person has noticed it, but I know it.
Well, now you've just told everybody.
I know.
That's fine.
I waited a long time. No one acknowledged. No one said, "Wow, yo, did you just put your knife in your other hand?" And I was gonna go, "Yeah, I set up a config." Copied something off Reddit, but
wow. You know you're cool.
I know I'm cool.
Look at this aggressive.
He's cool. Does he really get away? Yeah, he realizes he has to turn tail. Gets another. Device can't get the third, but damage is inflicted. And the shockwave of the AWPer having the audacity to push up middle. HOOXi's one out on the long doors.
I love this.
Aggressive CT side.
I love it a lot. I think one of the keys is, especially against an underdog team, if you can unravel their default and show disrespect like that, the rounds are just going to be in turmoil for them. So the fact that they've been able to open up that account, Device getting 2, it's beautiful. You put so much pressure on Woody, have to make the calls, and now they just have to walk in one by one.
What's brutal here for Kazakhstan is the fact that there's a second on B as well. Like, he's having to try and find a gap. There isn't, obviously, any. And Kazakhstan gets a comfortable side of the head shot. Device's double does secure this round convincingly. Charging up mid, though, is not something you see an AWPer often attempt. HOOXi might even leave with a double kill of his own. Yes, sir.
Let's go, HOOXi.
Yes, sir.
The Giga Chad, the savior of Danish Counter-Strike.
That's right.
That's what we've been calling him for years.
That's right.
And I hope that he's been more positive in life than that time we sat down in the Istanbul airport and we spoke with him.
Yeah, he wasn't very
He wasn't very positive at all.
No.
He was positively negative.
Like, I think it is important to remain realistic.
You got to be self-aware.
And self-aware, critical of oneself at times, but...
Well, he's a young man, isn't he?
Yeah.
What is he, 27?
Yeah. No young buck.
I don't know. Well, look...
I know from your perspective, 27 is sprightly, but, as far as Counter-Strike IGLs go, it's like...
29.
29.
I retract my statement.
Thank you.
I'd like to be redacted from the record and expunged, please.
Expunged? Mm. That's like your evil twin.
Yeah, I beat him in the womb.
Oi! Gabby gets a bit of flack and losing out on Woody. Device another opening. He's definitely starting to provide now. Feeling good.
He just has a little Woody there, didn't he? Not the big Woody like Device has.
Yeah, can't touch him.
Ow! Oh, they're singing. Look, you lose the pistol, you lose the Porsche, you lose an eco. Who cares? When the guns come out, it's all working. This is what it's about. Astralis are trouncing them now. 5 consecutive rounds. AK-47s to boot. Plenty of cash money. Take a look, left-hand side of your screen right now. Residuals. We're getting paid.
Boom, Cowabunga.
Okay, stay with a bunch in the round, and that's what we like to see. It's also interesting, HOOXi and Yabby reunited for the Copenhagen Flames days. It's tough for Woody, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's been open for a while.
Didn't always
up against the No, he did. He was opening game leader for MIBR, yeah.
I don't even remember him open.
Still more harassment to this default. Look at this, okay. Just even slowing or forcing them into wider lines. HE to soften them up. And yeah, if they're not getting the long spawns, so if I'm Astralis in these next rifle rounds, I just play heavy long, right? I make sure if we have the best spawns that we're able to really be disruptive on long. And then if they don't do long rush, be really jarring on the default.
What really concerns me is that they only have 2 smokes for their finish, and Device still has a smoke. If they do try and finish short, all he has to do is throw a smoke. They're going to go through this. They're accelerating. Device has got it all to do. Hits his first, backs away. Cakelock put in a grave. Covered by Woody on the repeat. That should enable a plant for the 4-on-4. HOOXi comes in from long side. They're down catching that late arrival of Pank. So they don't have that long prong. It's just sight. 3 versus 4 on the retake. Woody, just chip in to equalize. There's another. Ready for the swing. Woody's off is the perfect weapon for the 4th as well. Quad kill out of Woody. And ODDIK pick themselves up a gun round. Their first in some time. From 4-0 to 5-4.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, that setup there wasn't the
3-0. Thank you. Sorry, just numbers. I should stop trying to use numbers. Do you think I could do my job without ever mentioning a number?
I think you'd have to mention numbers sometimes.
Oh, it's tough.
I think you'd have to mention the numbers sometimes.
All right.
Maybe not all the time.
1 minute,
sometimes.
54, 53.
Well, there you go, but that's just reading.
You can do that.
Oh, tagged him again. Oh, actually, no, it's Caselock this time. Okay. Sounds like a Pokemon, doesn't it?
Does. I choose you, Caselogs.
And he evolves into a case. He evolves into a Caserado.
No, I was thinking it's like kind of a zombie, like a Plants and Zombies zombie.
Okay, I know the ones.
I've been watching a lot of zombie stuff. I watched The Last of Us. The zombie.
28 years later coming out soon.
Yes. I only just watched the first one.
The nade damage is going to be through the bloody roof at the moment. They are just smashing them with nades. Well, Astralis, you've got the residual cash.
Hey, yo, Woody, impact. Impact.
Okay, so more opening kills starting to fall in the favor of ODDIK now. He's straight back into things. Problem with this setup, 3 players towards B right now, so they have to get one across, and Steven will.
So you got Bobby, you got Steven. Giving them all laddie names. How would you get yourselves back into this round if you're Astralis? You push like this. Oh, God, HOOXi. Quick shot. Equalizing frag. 45. You don't have short. You don't. Oh, you've got long. You have got long. Bomb's going that way too. Pank, you've got to cook here.
Kind of need an upper tunnels push right now as well from Yabby, it feels.
Yeah, it's coming. The mantle upstairs. Yeah, he profits off the shadow, but does go down on the trade. Important trade. This is the kill, though. HOOXi. Oh, he's had a mare. Oh, dear. A messy spray after a really nice sharp shot to short now. Should be the end for Stout.
Come on, Steven. Give it a go.
Steven's always going to give it a look.
You've got cash. Even Stevens. Don't let him tie things up.
Even Stevens. I'm just thinking about Shia LaBeouf.
Well, he'd say, just do it.
Just do it. Steven. Woody should catch the timing here. It looks like he's accepted. Woody. He's not keeping his orb. He's winning the round, but he's not keeping his orb.
Woody.
And ooh, a little shot, a leg shot. There we go. Woody leaves with another impactful round. And his AWP.
Beautiful from the big Wood.
Let's go, Wood. Wouldn't you know?
Bit of morning Wood on this Saturday.
Morning Wood from Woody. And attack pause. HOOXi's seen enough. Needs a break. Needs to talk it out.
He's in full Woody Harrelson mode right now. And this is like late Woody. This isn't like Woody Harrelson.
True Detective
Cheers.
Woody.
This is like Woody Harrelson in Hunger Games.
Yo, okay.
Like when he's, you know, playing some massive roles. An alcoholic who was once in the, what was it called?
He was in the games?
He was in the games. It's like Zombieland.
Zombieland, obviously.
Now You See Me.
Now You See Me, great movie. Watched that on the plane. Not a great movie. Why am I saying that?
Cheers is great though, isn't it?
Cheers?
Cheers was a TV show. It was in a bar.
That.
Yeah, you were probably a bit young.
Bit young for that. Dorps, though. Dorps on Dust 2.
So that means, where's Steven starting? Is Steven starting A or B?
It depends on the spawn.
Well, they're both A players.
And we're off. Yeah, flowing with aggression. He's dead. He is dead. How many did he get? One. Asking a lot for the second. Pank does provide the trade, but there's Steven revealing the double orb. Pushing mid. A pressure from Pank that, nearly paid off. Stan was tested, but passes. Gets an important second kill. And a very early disadvantage for ODDIK to overcome here. K-Slugs.
Still a pretty good half from ODDIK, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know what to expect from ODDIK, to be completely honest with you.
I think I'm ready to dismiss it as they won the pistol and got a couple of early rounds. But it is a competitive scoreline, there's no doubt about it. If they have something to show for their second half, then yeah, we've got a game. We've got a game.
Beautiful. 6-5 in favor of the Danes. Should be at least 3 guns in this final round of the first half for ODDIK, right? Do they want to prioritize the AWP for Woody? And if they do, that would really leave Nate in a bit of a tougher spot. So could drop AWP. I don't know exactly how much cash Woody had, but we'll see what they decide to operate going forward with. It's nice to see a smile on Stown's face. They will get the AWP for Woody. So 2 AKs, a Galil, a Deagle, and an AWP. And it looks like finally they're going to try a B pop. They haven't really done much B. Oh.
That's a bit of a bother.
Oh dear.
Deep. Is that T-smoke?
That's got a CT smoke, I think, isn't it?
Just the colour.
Yeah, it must have been picked up though. You're right.
Can't be a failed lurk smoke.
You really hate final round. The buy's already brittle, and you lose the opening kill within the first 15 seconds.
Yeah.
You completely reroute. Oh, they got a gun.
That's nice. Do you have a flash? You go.
All right, well, they just wanted the weapon. Okay, so an upgrade. Now everyone's working.
Okay. Minute to cook.
Device's AWP will be in the right spot. He can just play from car mid-long. He doesn't actually need to challenge. And this time he'll have support of Stown towards CT. Stown, 12-3. Very good first half from him.
Device holds the cross. Nade damage imminent. Yeah, solid placement as well. They've still got some additional chip utility. Stown picks up another HE from the CT.
Look at the time as well.
Could nail it. Look at that. Straight onto the lineup that Nate was trying to use. Stown will finish off the job, soften him up by the nades. Now trying to pivot into this mid to B. It's going to be an acceleration with only 20 seconds left. It needed that. But Stair still stands and Stown chips away further. Stown with a quad kill. Job done. Astralis 7 to just 5 of ODDIK.
Beautiful.
Not bad.
Yeah, okay. So, look, I think it's interesting that this team picked up Cadian in the first place. I think that Hooksy would have always been my
go-to.
Yeah, I think so. Because like just the fact that Cadian AWPing in-game leader, and you have Device, you don't need another AWPer, right? So it's a pretty competitive first half. Obviously, the pistol, that really gives a bit of a buffer to ODDIK in the early stages of this. Other than that, they only managed to get 2 rifle rounds. And they weren't in a position to be able to break Astralis without getting 3, maybe 4. So at this point, I think ODDIK should be relatively content with how things unfolded. Now they get to show what they've got on the defense. And it'll be Astralis on the T side. So what tone, what spawns will be offered up for their pistol? Well, Rugger in the halftime break going over what comes next. The marching orders, and now comes the fist bumps. Device first, all right.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
Seniority.
Yeah. But you're right. I mean, I can't imagine that it's easy to overcome like role overlap in the way that they were presented with Cadian on the AWP.
Yeah, he had some shocker performances.
Of course he did, mate. It's like, ask judging a fish for its ability to climb a tree.
Yeah, that's true. Oh. Device has been gooshed.
He has.
So people and the Xbox might miss.
Blech.
This is going to be a tough pistol round to win now, I'd say. They have two P250s in the mix. They had a smoke thrown, so that means 2 players have bought utility.
I played against a Finnish 5-stack last night that went 4 long with a 30-second lower ton lurk. Just sitting there, still sitting there. How dare you?
I think they have more than... Alex, only 2 players have armor on Astralis.
Who needs it?
Well,
it's overrated, man. You need nades. Nades are good. Nades are strong.
Well, if you can't land the Xbox one, it's not good. Look at this. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. He's going to whiff.
Yeah, no,
he's going to whiff.
He's
going to whiff. He's going to whiff. He didn't see the guy green box. He didn't see the guy green box.
Oh, okay. Gets his, gets out. Awkward now. 4-on-4. Device still holding that door cross. Stays active. CT smoke and go. Dropping down as well. Goose Flash will do nothing. And Nate handles business. Wrapping ramp. Need another from Yabi to make it interesting. And he can get through. Oh, can't get the gun out in time. Solid attempt from Yabi. Needed Device a little healthier and a little more present.
Winnable though. Oh.
Not at all. Not at the hands of Woody. Gets it done with the USP.
Okay. That's both pistols for ODDIK on Dust 2. Nate's probably been my standout player.
Yeah, for sure.
But it was early, and he only had 7 kills.
Interesting, because it felt like he had 5-0.
Yeah, so he's obviously cooled off a little bit. Yeah, Pank immediately traded there. It's just tough.
Oh, good shot.
Yeah. Okay, he's sharp. He can shoot. We're back underway. This time, it won't be the force bite from Astralis. It will just be a scout. And this can work on an eco, especially if you can get some tags. He's been able to pick up one early on to Madios. Might be able to find another, but Woody happy to joust. So the 2 of them locking horns with the scopes in middle. Hooksy falls.
Oh, he's hit that one nicely too. Body shots.
He's hit 3 players this round, Alex.
Yeah, you're right. 3 scout bullets have connected, which does soften him up for those pistols. Just a Glock though for Yabi.
But if you're grouped up with these Glocks and you get a timing, there's a real chance to get some kills. You just can't continue to limp into this one at a time. You need to group up.
Oh, this is a nice flank from Pank. Goes for a quick finish. Moves down.
Okay, well, he's annoying. In the first 2 rounds, if the long player has pushed long both occasions, you're going to try and punish that in the future as, there you go. The threat will be removed. And really unfortunate for Device. The only thing I'm going to say, there's 2 kills. Okay, and it's just Nate as well, who's low on HP.
He could plant if he was quick about it.
I think they just run him down,
yeah,
wouldn't they?
No, it's too late now. They're already pushing on tons. Oh,
look at all the damage.
Yeah, 2 of them softened up for 1 bullet. They can't finish off the job, Pank. Impact from long.
Okay. Tied up 7 apiece. Pank, is he going to drop an AWP? I think he could. Would facilitate this into Woody's hands.
Ooh, yeah, a good start from Woody. And you're right about trying to punish Pank. I don't think he'll be getting the same liberties when we get into the next round.
Be careful, long though!
Oh.
Be careful, long.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it. Yeah, well, that's good.
Again.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, he's a bit of a beast. His Device definitely looking like he's in form.
He's at 5 shots last round and a bit. But yeah, that's one of the limitations, right? Going into first gun round, 3rd round, T-side, you're unlikely to have an AWP unless something crazy happens. So Device hedging and going scout and scout again. At least he can fulfill his role in the team of being that long-range overseer. And if he can continue to find tags like this, then he's definitely delivering. So Pank again, just full long harass.
He's forcing them to like stay there. It keeps a man busy. Steven just has to stare at the doors. And the second you start knifing out and running away, you're going to be concerned that Pank could be right there.
Okay, well, he's even jump spotting, which is, you know, there's a cool thing you can do as well. You get a player to like make that jump spot noise, and then you have an AWP posted on the line.
Yeah, you go looking.
And then you get absolutely slapped. Well, this one has the pace taken out of it, doesn't it? Astralis have short control. Long is the worry. If they go into an A split with the bomb coming out late long, and Pank gets a multi-kill, round over.
Ooh, he's trying to apply pressure. Hooksy really trying to turn up the heat.
Long.
And who is responsible is Mr. Pank. A hanky-panky. One clean, second traded. Stown gets his. Woody with an AWP. Should be good for one here. Pulls the trigger with a white screen, gets his. Device will trade. Wrapping into the site. 15 seconds. A lot of pressure onto K-Slots. Crouching to the back of the side. Gets found over the top of the barrel stair. Does enough. Good. Eagle eyes. 8 seconds. And they will get it done just in time. Device pulls it across the finish line.
Oh, very stressful there. Good trade work. You can see it in both occasions. So the initial long player goes down, traded. Woody gets a kill, traded. It's very important. So they do run the clock down. But right now, they also run down ODDIK's finances. Those couple of kills that they were able to pick up have actually made quite the difference. There's some good shooting from Device there. Really well done from him. And this is the first official for Astralis, if you are just joining us, since they didn't qualify for the Austin Major. And since they replaced Cadian with Hooksy.
I mean, that was a compulsory major for Astralis, wasn't it?
They have been quite consistently. Heads did roll, like Casper no longer there, so there have been changes off the back of Astralis not qualifying.
I mean, yeah, that's the baseline. That is the baseline. You're pumping, you know, God knows how much into a team. You're expecting stickers. That's what you're banking on.
Well, it's going to be ODDIK banking on this force buy. They lose this. Astralis could quickly accelerate to 10 rounds and look to close things up swiftly and take us over to Ancient. Just want to remind everybody that we do have the main stream going on as well, so you can go and check that out. As it's Stown giving Nate a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, straight out. Out
long, opening kill, block smoke. I think Stown wants to play ahead of this, and right now, it'd be better if he doesn't. They have the man advantage. He should just... Oh. Mid-push Biff. Hooksy just holds on to that. It wasn't Pank at long, it was Pank up mid. Mr. Pank.
Yeah, but hang on. Matios, he's got a lovely little timing on this flank into B. Upper tons. Oh, and he's actually going to be spotted by... Ooh, great shot, but immediately traded. Device was ready for that. Nice to see the MP9 utilized at range, but he's in trouble now. Oh, and even a nice flashbang to ensure it. Team play from Astralis at an all-time high.
Yeah, so right now it's Aurora versus Big. That's going down. I'm not sure which casting pairs on it. It's either Harry and Hugo or Anders and DDK. And the 3 matches that are going on there are Mirage, Inferno, and then Dust 2, and the third and Decider if they need it. After we finish with this first game on the secondary stream, we will be then taking into what is... it's a bit of a mess. It's G2 versus MIBR. And the second game of the mainstream will be the MongolZ versus FURIA. So 2 freak shows taking to the server.
I'm excited for our second game. MIBR G2, yes.
Taz in the server again, yeah. Taz snacks.
When was the last time we saw Taz in the server?
Did he do some stand-in stuff already? I think he has.
Essentially, yeah.
Look at this. Hooksy horny for the East.
Actually, I remember him playing like a Dust 2.
Against Donk, I think it was. Yeah.
He won a 1v1, I think. A very important 1v1. USP on B.
The Taz man.
He's the Talaz man.
Oh, I see. You want the L in there.
I wanted it, yeah.
The Tasman he would just...
The Tasman?
He'd just be from Australia.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, to be fair, he is named after the Tasmanian...
Yeah. Does he make that sound?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Is it a tiger or a Tasmanian? I think it's a devil.
Tasmanian devil?
Because Tasmanian tigers are extinct.
Yeah, there was a long time where I thought a Tasmanian devil was a made-up thing. But they exist, they're real.
Yeah, they are real.
They rodents?
No, they're marsupials.
Marsupials. Because we all know what a marsupial is.
They have pouches, right?
Yes, that's
kangaroos and wombats and quokkas and
all the Australian goodies.
All of them. All right, 10-7. Eco Bash done. Rifle's about to come out, and I see a bit of a problem. There'll be no AVP available for the Woodman. It's going to be a hard wood round.
Yeah, you can't afford to be soft at 10-7.
These little streaks that we've had, 5 consecutive for Astralis in that first half, and then 2 to get us into the second. Both pistols for ODDIK. Away we go.
Big round for CT side. Can they avoid any flak from Device on the doors? Looks like they'll get through it, but long. Woody! Oh, he sticks around, he gets his frag and gets away. That's important from him.
Well, I'm not sure if that was going to spread, but Stair taking some damage there under pressure. does extinguish. So key piece of utility, they garner this full long control. Now, Stound's actually rotated all the way back to Suicide. I think he's going to jump spot and try and play for info during all of this. And staying active are ODDIK. So they play through. I think they'll have to cancel that. So mid-door smoke as well. This is a good reaction from ODDIK. All right, we've lost long. We feel boxed. We need room. They go to take space and they get blocked. So right now the plan has to change. And that's fine. That's Counter-Strike. But the comms need to keep flowing. What's our next best decision? What's our next best option? Right now, Device, the man with the plan, looking to make this mission possible.
Woody's anti-flash. This is a fight for Device. He takes it so comfortably in stride. Wow. K-Slox puts him down long range. Nice headshot from the M4. Tucked on Gandalf. Stound goes looking. Should be good for a plant here from Stare. K-Slox hoping to be overlooked with that short bait. Hank trying to draw there a fire. As that bomb does go down. Man advantage as well. That's the fight force. Goose now tugged. Starting to push up. K-Slox just 5 bullets left in the mag. Losing teammates. Nice one back from Pank. Hasn't cleared his Goose. Good shot. K-Slox up to 1v1. Down. And we see a round for ODDIK. Okay, their CT side does have some legs.
Okay, well, yeah, losing the opening kill and then the trades just being favorable for ODDIK there. So very well done. K-Slox importantly doesn't overswing in that situation, and they do retain, sorry, they do pick up an AWP and retain an AK-47. So something Woody didn't start the round with, but wasn't necessary for him to find that kill onto Hooksy. Very good job from him. So the fact that K-Slox gets that immediate trade on Device puts the AWP in the dirt and makes things a little bit easier. So very good round for K-Slox. Maybe his best so far. That's going to get him up to 6 kills. Has been having a tougher time. He's one of the younger boys in this team alongside of Nate.
Bang.
Oh, okay. Tag. Matios.
You might have to start burning HE at least.
Actually, alongside of Matios. It's Matios and K-Slox, the younger lads.
Ooh, significant damage dealt, and he will finish off the job. Not playing scared. K-Slox gets a second on the way out. A little drive-by. He's walking through that, isn't he?
They're going on a quicker tempo.
Yabi's moving, man. Yabi's moving.
They have to know it's possible that they've crossed, right? So this is the thing. They're dropping back full retake. They're not expecting them to take a later timing. Trying to find something on the clears, but the bomb's already across. Now, the key for me in this moment is Stare's residual utility. He can smoke off short and molly CT. Right now, he's really constrained the retake possibilities for ODDIK. We're going to have 2 up cat, 2 up CT. Short smoke's really going to delay this.
Could be a well-placed nade if he gets it right. Doesn't use it for the break instead. Trying to draw attention as they try and pincer in. Pressuring from 2 fronts at the same time. Yabi ready to deliver. There's good delivering from Nate. Okay, job done. ODDIK with another, making it just a 1-round game. Retake A.
Okay, well, and I thought there was more than enough utility there to make that quite favorable for Astralis, but they felt more boxed in than they were. That's a close-ish defuse. And now the money, well, it's not a problem just yet for Astralis. They're also having the loss bonus starting to build up with the rounds 1, and Rugger's going to call a tactical timeout the second for Astralis. So starting to feel the pressure. I think they traded pretty well. Just the shots that were hit right there were quick, very immediate. ODDIK did a great job of pulling that one back together. And K-Slox again with some impact.
Yeah, I love that. They're just sticking around. Like, he kind of knew he'd done some chip damage. Getting to finish it off as well. That's an important double as well. Stare and Yabi dime in such quick succession. Yeah, going to be a little happy with himself.
Yeah, retakes always feel a little bit more dicey, but it's commonplace. Oh, it's going to be double AWP set up for the CT side.
Yeah, they picked him up. They saved 2.
Okay, well, look, one of the maps where I think double AWPs are very, very strong. Now, Astralis will be able to get everything they desire. 4 AKs and AWP, plenty of util to work with. K-Slox has a good long spawn. Is Woody heading... The current facing of Woody is towards mid doors.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, like, you could start double AWP mid and try and just go 1-for-1 on Device.
I mean, that probably would be a favorable trade if you were from ODDIK's perspective.
So like 1 close doors, 1 far, double peek.
I don't hate it.
The thing is as well, I think if you don't smoke it, Device has been actually hitting quite a few shots on the tags. Device is number 3. He has a B spawn.
Yeah, he may not be relevant, but
think
both ops are going.
He's just going to go for a B pick. Like, he's just going to have to go left side upper tunnels and look for the fight of the player jumping up platform. And it is both ops starting middle. So they're not going to find anything in mid whatsoever. Nadios jumping up back plat, smokes tunnels. Okay, so Device won't get anything now. You can see here on the cam of Stead, Device kind of just taking his hands off because he knows that he has time. He had 20 seconds to wait as a minimum. But now it's about what did the call in the last 30-second timeout for Astralis alongside of Rugger and Hooksy's conversation get them.
Well, now we're going to be lined up for a potential, mid-split. Whoa, that's brave. Crosses the sight line to throw out a bit of early pressure.
You know what's interesting? No one's starting long for ODDIK, and with Pank being so annoying in the early stages of this game, neither team acknowledging it. Crisscross smokes to be thrown out.
Yeah, Nate sticking around. Yeah, he's very aggressive. Fortunately, Stown does go down. A trade from K-Slots. And now Woody's a dead man, booked by the combination of the push through mid. Yeah, Device does catch one on sight, and it is all up to K-Slogs and Pank.
Careful now, Hooksy.
Doesn't need to overextend.
That smoke, that plume of that smoke is going to be awkward.
It's sus, isn't it? It could be walked through. It doesn't look like Pank will, because there is a second.
K-Slogs will be the first one to take contact to an AWP.
Okay, how do you bait that shot? How do you get that info? You go faffing around, and Hoaxy takes the opportunity.
Do you save?
Probably. An AK-47 into the next is a very hard side to retake on your own from tons.
Yeah, he's out of there. Yeah, the cash isn't great for the CTs either. The fact that Hoaxy catches that one, very well done from Hoaxy. 12 kills for him now. I would say it's been a pretty good team effort from Astralis so far, but then you look at the scoreboard and Stown is 22-9.
Yeah.
So you wonder really how that's...
This is where Stown does his best work. Farming when he's...
farming in the opening stage game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was a backhanded compliment.
Yeah, no,
I acknowledge that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I acknowledge
fair
it.
enough, fair enough. Yeah, I think the idea was to be a little bit more crunchy on middle for ODDIK, and that meant that Nate overplayed his hand into the crisscross. It's tough. There's not a lot he can do in that situation. Getting caught in the open like that was the worst case. Still, AWP back, AK there, M4, 2 MP9s. Winnable possibilities for ODDIK. AWP starting B.
Oh, good start from Nate. Yeah, catches down his default.
Well, upper tunnels is about to be called clear.
Oh, he's alive somehow. Slips into that smoke, gets away with it.
They have full info.
Oh, they've lost a player. Pang just goes down to
he did a long
pushed
push.
long again. Oh. Maybe they're not ready for another long.
No, they are now.
They know where he is now. Pressure onto the short player. Oh, he's not ready for that at all. It just collapses. Nate K-Slogs down. Matios one down to a Glock headshot. Not what you would be hoping to see. It gets worse. Woody gone.
That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one.
We've got canned laughter as well.
We wanted the applause. Nope. No. Where's the applause?
Do we have an applause?
Yeah, we do. No.
Oh, that's like the end of... There you go. That's what we're going.
It took me 5 buttons. I know that.
Now we know
where it is now. I know where it is.
Now we know.
All right, we can do it. Okay, well. Yikes. 5 MP.
Is it this easy? Is it going to end this clearly?
Yeah, it is. It's 5 MP9s. You can't be losing to this.
Oh, but you might if you go long and lose an AK.
No.
And you don't.
Look at that. Steven right now is on the top of his game. Plays for info, not the kill. Ancient up next, everybody.
Ancient. I can't wait for Ancient.
We do like Ancient. And then
Best map in the
Inferno
pool.
is the third and decider if we do need to get there. Now, we run an accelerated schedule here at PGL. Sharp here. Stare on the clear. First frag for him. Trade from Matios, rotating back towards B. Know where one player resides. Another as they step into Hooksy's crosshair. Another 1-for-1.
Okay, they're making these MP9s work, trying to extend play. A competitive game that could fizzle out with just 5 MP9s up against a full buy. Rifle dropped. Vice on the warpath. Yeah, perfect read of the situation. Catches Woody and picks up that bomb.
Woody, how could he?
Oh, could he? He coulda, woulda, shoulda. Probably not pushed. A is unoccupied, unguarded. They've just doubled up towards the door side, and now Steven's asking questions of A.
Get him, Steven.
Big Steve. Walking on in. Now, the bomb is on the other side of the map. This is all just a bit of an info-gathering mission, which will inform his teammates that it's a little too quiet. He's going to try and draw attention back to him. And more than that, he'll do some damage. That's it. He's dead. But the bomb
Surely
will
that's
head
the
into
round,
B.
though.
Yeah, I mean, retaking B.
Map point. Bomb's about to get planted. Oh, is Device going to fight off of this? With a quick little window plant? Come on down, Dev. Flash no good, but Device is.
Oh, he still gets his kill, and he spotted up the walk-up. He's feeling it. He's going for it. Go on. Loses his head. Oh. Matios, maybe he can save him. Maybe he can save him. Held by Yavi. Ladies and gentlemen, first map of the series. It's an Astralis win.
Astralis on debut with HOTU replacing Cadian. This is the last series we saw them play, not qualifying for the Austin Major, and they're kicking off their Astana run. Their Super Bowl for Astralis. The VRS points are going to be very important for this team, putting themselves in the shop window as well as a 5-man squad, or make it 6 if you want to include the coach or the individuals, but that's a win. That is a map under their belt. The smiles are on their faces, the vibes are looking high. And all in all, a hard-fought battle. If you're having any map where you don't win either pistol, it's always going to be a closer scoreline, unless you win both force buys in the second, which is pretty damn rare. So ODDIK, I think for me, I would say that they played some serviceable Counter-Strike. They were defaulting. There were some good moments from individuals. I think Nate was good early on the T-half with some opening kills. Woody had this nice AWP round. I think it was a 4K in total. Then you saw everybody kind of chipping in with a little bit. And this is also a team who is like 7th or 8th best in Brazil. So coming into this level of Counter-Strike, we're not expecting them to be world beaters, but you're looking for positive signs. And I think we saw plenty of those. So, you know, decent effort for ODDIK on Dust 2. It's a shame because you can't, you're not weighting this as like, oh, you know, ODDIK are good, they should get past. It's like, no, we don't know what to expect from Astralis. And ODDIK are in fresh water.
I mean, like you framed it already, but sure, the expectation wasn't there. But with the unknowns of Astralis, I think the main takeaways that can be, yeah, some individuals did just show some nice flashy moments from ODDIK. I think we definitely saw glimmers of brilliance in the individual department, but also simultaneously for Astralis, first time do we get to see the HOTU in the ranks. Yeah, you know, no pistols and still a map win. That's certainly a good sign of life.
I think the T-sides is probably what we're going to look for, because when, you know, you sit back and you reflect on the Astralis with Cadian and what didn't work, it just looked really disjointed at all times. So you're looking for some more cohesion.
Yeah.
And you're looking for maybe modern meta Counter-Strike. I think HOTU as an in-game leader is a strong in-game leader, what he can bring to the table. And at the time that he's been with the team, it's going to be interesting to see how much work. Now, here's the scores on the doors for you. Steven at the top of the scoreboard. 4-1 in opening duels, and he had 6 multi-kills to help get him the 24 kills, 10 deaths, and 128 ADR. Device also some good moments. Plenty of tags on the scout, probably contributing to that ADR department, not always converted upon. But he did a very good job. And yeah, even HOTU, I think, anchoring long, had some really important kills. It felt like a lot of his frags were actually headshots. So that's good too.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny is that I can't help but feel the two names that actually stand out to me from the first glimpse at ODDIK was K-Slox and Nate, neither of which are at the top of the scoreboard, and neither had a particularly good haul.
No, that's true.
But impact-wise, you know, I think it was those where we saw some kind of nice shots on the USP. We saw Nate with a couple of nice entries at the start.
Yeah, I think like Pank was annoying on the CT side with those long pushes early, which I think he was hoping to do more conditioning. But after like the first rifle round, I think it was against the bonus, where they walked out like they did an A-split, 2 short, 3 late long, and they traded. At that point, it felt like they weren't scared of long anymore, and we didn't see Pank return to it until later in the piece as well. But it definitely got away from ODDIK. So a 13-9 that, to be honest, that feels close.
It feels close.
Doesn't it?
I don't think it was.
No, it's hard to tell. But Ancient up next, and Inferno is the third and decider if we need to get there. Now we're going into the territory of Astralis. So if you were going to take the fact that they just took their opponent's map pick, we would say we're online for a 2-0, but we also still don't know anything about this new Astralis. So wait and see, I think, is probably the best way to frame it.
Yeah, in fact, that's usually what we do between maps, is you're going to wait and see. We're going to come back. We'll bring you the second map in just a moment. Grab yourself a water, grab yourself a coffee. We'll BRB.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
PGL Astana, baby. We continue. We're live from an anonymous location that I've already said.
It is my house,
It's
so I
Chad's
can
house.
put my feet on the couch.
He's allowed. He is
It's
allowed.
my couch.
He calls the shots. It is his abode that he's kindly housing and hosting our remote broadcast from. We are into the second map, first game of the day, first day of play for PGL Astana 2025. $1.2 million.
1.25.
I know, but it's such a mouthful. 1.25 million doesn't sound as good.
Yeah, but with money, more
Yeah,
is always better.
that's true.
At no point in human history has less money been better than more.
1,250,000. Let me try again. $1,250,000.
Yes, split between 16 of Counter-Strike's world's best teams.
World.
Now, you are getting a world first. It is Astralis in the server with HOTU, and for some, HOTU is, how does it go? HOTU is
it
water for the
thirsty,
or
food for the hungry.
chef for the, I don't know. But HOTU is the Giga Chad,
Yes.
as we all know. And we haven't seen him in the server since like June 2024 or something along those lines. And it's great to get him back. And it's great to get him at the head of the best Danish organization of all time. However, that organization is in trouble. But that's not, we're not, like Alex, you and I are bookkeepers.
Nah.
So that's not our problem.
No, I'm not here to pocket watch.
We're here to see if they can win a match of Counter-Strike against ODDIK. And ODDIK are a Brazilian team. They would say they're a second-string Brazilian team, but we like their logo.
I do like their logo. And what else did I like? I liked K-Slox and Nate's individual impact rounds. They both had
That's
some.
why K-Slox is sounding to me like it's a Pokemon or something. Because, you know, Slark from Dota,
Yeah.
it's a hard character to play.
Yeah.
He has the net and stuff.
Yeah,
and
he
there's
is
like a bunch of
complex.
him. Isn't there like lots of Slarks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the Meepos, but like.
Yeah,
the
but Slark also, there's, and you got to micro all of those.
It's too much work.
Yeah, so K-Slox is kind of like Slark, in a way.
Yeah. Like, I see, and that's somehow related to Pokemon as well.
In a
way.
Because anything that's not Counter-Strike.
Is Pokemon to Chad. That's actually real.
All right, we're gonna rush B.
Is he doing the donk? Smoke short, molly long.
I think he's doing the.
He's doing the donk.
They're rushing cave. Into
Yeah,
Berets.
it's the donk. It's the Magma Jez. This is my pistol. Then you die to Jewel Berets. Yeah, I've done this before as well. I literally have called that same pistol with the same result. I always just, when I make that call, I always just go, and if they have Julies, kill him. That's all I can say.
Well, they didn't kill him.
No, you have to kill him. That's the one flaw in the strat. You have to kill him.
3 for 3. And Slark just lit him up there.
Slark!
Right, because there was 3 of him and he was throwing nets and stuff.
No, yeah, he had his blades. He was like a fish.
Oh, man. If they had just doomed Slark here, right, then he wouldn't have been able to ulti. And at that point, he's just going to be auto-attacking.
Yeah. I mean, he did defend the Ancient very well.
Yeah, of course.
Oh my God, the Ancient.
There it is.
Oh, is this what you've been doing this whole time? It's been a meta analysis of the map itself.
You know, yeah.
Technically, every CT side on Ancient is Dota.
Yeah. True.
Whoa, that's deep. That's too deep, man.
I can't believe they forced swap without a plan. I don't know how I feel about that.
No, actually, that's kind of going against the rules.
I don't feel strongly about it.
But I thought you said you didn't know.
Well,
You don't know how you feel, but you know it's not strong feeling.
I'm results orientated
Right.
as a commentator, so we'll wait and see. Now, look, it's not advisable because your buy is going to be quite limp, but what I like that they're doing here is waiting out and not sustaining any early damage, right? Because now as the clock ticks down and the CTs have rifled through a lot of their utility, they're going to be quite susceptible to pops. So wait out this smoke, only leaves one more on Woody. Now, Woody at the moment is over towards A. So that's going to mean that, man, if my eyes are that good, I can read the 0 from... Yeah, this is perfect. So they will be able to get lane control. Alex, this can go so wrong for the CTs unless someone's anti-flash.
Oh.
Who's anti-flash?
good
Someone
flash.
be anti.
Be a good flash.
Someone needs to be
device.
anti.
Be a good flash.
No
Has
one's
to be a
anti.
good flash.
No one's anti.
Oh, swings ahead of the smoke. Gets one. They're pushing up ramp, though. Really panked. Dead! They're into the site now. Bomb can go down. This is awkward now for the CTs. A round they thought was a guarantee, a gimme. No plant in the first, still going for a force in the second, and it has resulted in a seized B bomb site.
Save.
Save, save, save.
You can't go through that. You should save.
Oh, you don't want to give it up, but you are going to have to. You might even lose your M4. Oh, no!
Oh, dear.
They've left it
2v4.
down to the two of them staying. It's overwhelmed. A late retake, and they've pulled it off. 10-second defuse. Get on it.
No, they got a kit. Madios has a kit.
Okay.
Oh, mate, if they ended up losing... They've been really good on the retakes, haven't they?
Fair play. I thought they were completely saving there, especially when I saw them not clearing the deep dig. That's going to be... Was it Stown?
The whiff of the dig in the back. I think Stown was the last guy staying alive there, wasn't he? He was towards long.
Yeah.
So whoever whiffed in the back there with the dig, one kill changes the outcome of that round completely.
Yeah.
So that's pretty miserable, actually, from Astralis. I think, you know, that situation that Astralis have gone for there, the late B lane pop, it's like that you even learn playing pugs. You like if you run out of util, it's so difficult to stay around on the CT side posturing there because you can be exploited by a little bit of utility and some fast-moving pistols. So they're fortunate to get away with that one. But it will be ODDIK likely to start with 3-0 at this point as just a few pistol upgrades off the back of the plant. Loss bonus will be in their favor into the next round, Astralis, so they will be able to get themselves out the full bar without any dramas whatsoever. Right now, a kill or two, a bomb plant, that would be an amazing round. The bomb plant's not even really essential. I would say just a kill or two just to limit the economy. Plant, yeah, it's a bonus, but not necessary. Can't believe there's a Prince Stream AWP now.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about it.
I would love a Prince Stream AK. I would just like...
You want a full Prince Stream.
You're just matching guns. But I guess there's a reason they don't do that. It'd be very Valorant-esque, wouldn't it?
You wouldn't want that.
Nah. All right, they're going to push into main. Could get sandwiched here. 45 seconds on the clock. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah, very clean.
All right, well, I'm going to take down Device. Now they've got them pinned. A main and Donut. This one's going one way and one way fast. They're actually just... I was going to say punishing them here.
He's got one. That's about it. I think from Stare and his Desert Eagle. So we'll get into the guns, into the next.
Okay, so two huge questions going into rifle round number one. Do you come out swinging if you're Astralis and really set up your intent? Do you go for like a classic mid crunch? You do the harass mid util, you get the B lane control and you clamp down on middle from heaven as well as lower mid on like a second timing? Or do you go for something a little bit more passive? And a lot of that will come into play because you're going to question what are the CTs going to do. Well, right now, it's not a bonus round for them. We can currently see in the heads-up display here with the finances that there isn't an SMG in the mix. It's rifles across the board. So do the CTs want to go for an all-in press to fight? Do they want to start 3B, 2 mid, 3 mid, 2B, right? Leave A open, really? So this right now sets the tone. And you're banking on what type of call you're expecting from your opponent on either side, right? So this is such a hugely important moment as looks like we do have a tech issue down the end there. Headsets are off, conversations being had with an admin. So don't you worry, we'll get things back underway ASAP. And that's a great time for me to sit up and take a look at what's going on in Twitch chat because we got the Breakfast Club going on this morning on Saturday. First at PGL Astana. It is 8:08 a.m. CEST. Astana is 3 hours ahead.
It's lunchtime.
So they're well and truly into their day at the moment. But 4 best of 3s a day throughout the group stages. If you are unfamiliar with the PGL format, they've used it at all of their events so far. The year started with Cluj. We were there. Maus ended up winning that one. Then there was a Bucharest studio event, which Falcons won, where Dexter was MVP and then was replaced by Monacy, understandably so. And now we find ourselves at the Astana event. So PGL pumping them out this year. Next season, you're going to get Belgrade.
Yeah.
That should be an exciting one. Astana is a really curious one. Do you remember the Astana Dragons?
I remember
They're
the
a team
Astana
in the
Dragons.
very early Counter-Strike,
Yeah.
right? And I believe they were the team that actually beat NIP to stop their 87-0 streak.
Legends.
So, yeah, Astana and especially Kazakhstan. K23 was a team that I always remembered from different iterations of Counter-Strike over the years, whether it was 1.6, whether it was Source. Adren played in a lot of those different rosters. That's the Kazakhstani Adren, not the American one. And people in chat are saying hello.
They are saying hello. They also want to correct you about your Dota knowledge. I think you were referencing the character Meepo.
Not Slark.
Well, just as far as duplicating yourself and having lots to micro.
I thought Slark could be multiplied.
Slark's just like a fishy assassin.
Okay.
That's the best of my Dota knowledge.
Sorry.
That's okay. So they just wanted you to know. And you do now.
Oh, here it is.
Fight! Good night. Trade double. Okay. Very important to find two there.
Both teams went all in, essentially. Nobody from Heaven's
Wait,
side.
they're going fast B and there is no one on site. That cave player needs to be quick about this. Spam from... Oh, yeah, Yabby, Yabby, Yabby. Important fight here. Back turned. Not considering the angle from Pank.
Take a plant now. Lost managed to get your buy in the next round. Smoke lands. You're not going to get a chance. Pank spams down Steven. And it's just Device for the minute and 13 seconds save.
Jobs are good. And okay, first gun round goes your way. That's certainly going to even more embolden your chances of a competitive engine here, especially if you take this away from Device. It's not easy. And he's missed his shot, so now it might be.
Oh dear. Okay. Not what you're looking for whatsoever. And that was both teams. I would say Astralis' approach was actually not great because they opted for more flashes middle, right? So they had two people flashing and two people coming through mid, no heaven pressure. But that's the thing, you kind of have to pick your poison with your resources. You only have 5 players that you can work with, so...
Well, especially if you're trying to fight early mid, you can't have heaven help. And you're going to take a little bit longer to be coming from that higher elevation.
Okay, well, looks like Astralis is just going to hedge a little bit with this investment. 1 hero AK, some upgraded pistols, some armor, some util. Stair edging is going to be able to get the mid control. So this time, ODDIK, I like it. It's simple, right? If you think about your decisions that you're going to make as he taps away. All right, guys, they're going to be on a... Oh, no, Case Locks. You've overcooked the pooch there, even though that you did know that he had an AK. He had already tapped away, so you stepped into it. But he needs this one on the AWP. And Hooksy just noisily...
Looks a bit silly. He just wanted a gun.
Yeah, but didn't have to give away his life, did he?
No.
Okay, well, yeah, and I was just praising ODDIK for their approach, and we can continue to do so, as they've played like an anti-eco setup. And, you know, you don't want to be close to Tech 9, so they've played this one very well.
You know, it might still result in a plant just by virtue of the positioning. If he kills this guy on Cave, his teammate could and should be able to get the plant down. Plant safe from the wallbang of Cave. On planted. Stair and Yabby is 2 versus 4. Now becomes a 2 versus 3 with the bomb in their favor. Moving long with Stair, an opportunity to take down Woody, who needs a clean one, gets it to make it an even fight. Oh, and Yabby extends it further, falling through the fingers of ODDIK as this round is stolen away. It's Stair and Yabby with a bit of a heist. 5 kills between the two of them.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's the first unforced error. That's the round you're going to be sitting there going, probably should have won that. Probably should have won that. I mean, admittedly, Stair gets this opening. It was that 5v4. They fumble it into a 4v3. And then a 2v4 that then falls by the wayside. This one overlook of the forward position caught off guard by the progression up contact ramp. Okay, energy side for Astralis. Can they string them together?
Oh, not this again.
Yep, Case Locks has done it again.
They just don't have any heaven presence during this.
It's a deep smoke on lane.
Yeah, I think that you need... Oh.
Bad to worse.
I was just doing a history check. It was Virtus.pro who were the first team to stop the NIP streak.
Okay.
But the Astana Dragons did beat them at a Star Ladder event.
So their first loss.
So that where Astana Dragons won a tournament, this was like Edward and whatnot in the roster. So I want to make sure we're getting the history bang on.
Like the history of the Dota patch notes with Slark.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you used to be able to duplicate.
Yeah, but you use the fish, the blade.
The blade, yeah.
Is it
fish blade.
No, it's like
Fish knife.
there is one. There's a blade that you can.
Of the Ruin King.
Come on now.
Sorry. Bang. Woody closes out the round.
Like Astralis had no business winning the last round.
No. No, of course not. But the fact that you immediately return to winning ways, it's like, it's not slate-wide play. Pretty much.
Yep. Beautiful. 11-1.
Let's go,
Let's go,
Case
K-Slocks. This is a fantastic start. Really out the gates hot. This is much hotter than what we saw in Dust 2, right? Dust 2 was obviously the pistol with the conversions, and then it was 5 straight from Astralis. This is something that's a little bit tastier. Oh, Fifi's here.
The real Fifi.
The real Fifi's here. Well, Fifi can tell you who beat them first.
Yeah, perfect.
Fifi, who beat you first?
The Fiflaren. The real ninja.
Yeah, he's here. It's surprising. He's in the States, isn't he?
I guess is
So
that
what's
a good
the time?
It's late,
no, it's
isn't it?
terrible time.
It's like bedtime.
Isn't he like he's in the West Coast as well?
Yeah, it's like 3 a.m., 4 a.m.
It's not the time that I would want to be awake.
Always have admiration for cave players that know them, find the right time to be throwing bullets down range, down lane. Yeah, I like the way that word sounds.
This is an interesting buy. An AWP, device is yet to get a kill.
It's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, and it's tough to find openings.
Okay.
The boost to try and clear out all the close corners, sure. It's going to be... Okay, so on the site is Matios. They've gone full mid-press right now. They've just cleared B lane. It's perfect time to block.
Yeah,
Great
nice.
counter-strike. So B lane gets cleared. Nothing found. There's no resistance. A main block comes in.
And they're forced back. Full reset. Now we get to see this kind of doors hold again. You're going to re-smoke it straight away?
Oh,
Do you
it's
want to
only
hold on to
11
it?
p.m. in California.
Oh. I don't understand time zones.
I don't understand time zones either. Why did I think it'd be in the AM?
I thought it would be morning. Okay. I mean, so he is going to play it. He is going to play it behind his smoke, and he's alone. So should we just call this one
He gets an ace.
Astralis?
He's getting an ace. Here we go. A 1 magazine, A1S ace. Highlight of the tournament right here, right now.
Oh, okay, that's info. Yeah, he knows what's up. And he's going to fight. Oh, I like the setup. Sets himself up for one. They are going to flood into the B bomb site, though. It is underguarded, underutilized. A chance to push that smoke, perhaps. Starts to spam. And the bomb gets across. Okay, Astralis, you will be getting a plant.
Oh, no. Steven's found another.
Steven gets another. Dips back through the smoke. There's a chance here on the edge of it.
Bomb didn't get planted. He spammed him.
Oh my god, they need to plant in 10 seconds. They've got no time for this. The flash is going to catch him. Nice find to isolate the duel. Bomb being planted. Oh, he's exposed! And ODDIK will steal the round back. Oh, Astralis.
They're going to get him after time.
Oh,
They're going to get him after time.
Oh, and he put all his money into this orb. They don't even realize how
cancelled.
close.
They were pushing him. They cancelled. They're at the top of the ramp right there. K-Slocks is going Super Saiyan right now.
Yep.
He is 14-1.
It's always nice when one of your players is just feeling like it's easy mode. He is demonstrating his prowess here. And I love the way in which it was, I think it was Nate. Yeah, he gets the info safely, still gets one. It's more than he was worth in that current scenario. And yeah, Yambi a little exposed. K-Slocks just having a day.
Jesus, they are getting ragdolled right now. Well, loss bonus is there at least. Oh, that nade damage.
Yeah, awkward. Two of them is ringing. Another one, Hooksy swallows. 150 damage dealt to Astralis before a bullet is fired. That's awkward.
And then they finally got some heaven presence, but at what cost? Oh, that boost ain't going to pay off. The smoke plumed very high. Okay, well, Astralis are getting their bell rung right now.
For now, most definitely.
I don't love their chances here.
See what they can pull together.
And look, here's the problem. The score's already 7-1, but how many chances have Astralis had? The only round they won, they shouldn't have won. On the rifle rounds, they've been getting owned just like this. Woody, forced forward into the fight. Takes down device trader by Stown. Pank, annoying as ever, has teammates in support. Nate alongside of now K-Slox. Everybody here to shut this down.
Oh, good util. Yabi gets his isolated onto Pank, forces back on long. Damage inflicted. HOOXi gets the double spray. And now the bomb can be planted. Smokes will facilitate that. 2 versus 1. Matios forced into the clutch. Starts to progress short side, or rather long. Smoke fades first. It's held by the AWP, though. Not going to be easy to get past Down's line if you don't jiggle it. He doesn't. Astralis will pull it off, and another heist. The rounds they've gotten so far, both of which have favored their opponent.
Yeah, crazy. The rounds they've been able to snatch away. It really feels like they should have had absolutely no say in those type of rounds. But regardless, they're able to stick the landing. This is how it starts. Well, it didn't even really start there. It started with all that nade damage.
Yep.
And then they break
Let's
in.
see the second one from HOOXi. He just spammed long.
He got fortunate there, didn't he?
You're 2.
Well, if they win this one, they can break the money. Will the floodgates open?
Okay,
is this a gear change into a B rush?
It is, or at least it's going to be lane-centric.
Back to the cave.
Flash. Pop. Go. Looking good.
It is. Oh. Man.
Oh, and you lose another.
HOOXi, man.
Delivers, forward position, does find Pank. Stare another, now up to K-Slox. They're not ready for him. 2 is demanded of him, and he provides. K-Slox looking impeccable. He might find the bomb here. Hasn't pushed doors, okay, but he'll hear him. Stare, trying to break across, firing a 1v2. Does have the smoke, now has the bomb. But he is a dead man. Presents his bottom. Woody the one to spank, and it will be a 7-2-2 scoreline. Seems like, yeah, Astralis, the very few rounds they've managed to muster have been ones where they have overcome a discrepancy. This flash push towards the cave position, it felt like it was a guarantee for HOOXi, but just enough vision for Nate in time. And K-Slox getting 2 here, you know, where most may struggle to find the second. He comfortably dispatches of Yabi to make a 7th round a reality. Happy boys.
Okay. Well, touch and go. Feels like a complete gear shift for Astralis. Waiting for any A main aggression as Yabi went over just to throw some light utility over towards B to announce a presence. Another mid-smoke lands, so rifling through those quickly. There's going to be 2 remaining on the CT side to block. Woody's AWP posted for this, Alex. This is perfect. They're going to have to flash him off the line.
They do throw the anti-AWP flash. He still gets his.
Very well done.
HOOXi down. Throw out the incendiary. Will limit them. They don't actually disrespect that whatsoever, so he keeps them at bay. Gets spotted out. Will duck back. Being active. I like this from Woody. Playing around that smoke. Jumping up is a bit of a ballsy move, but gets away with it. Woody being cheeky on the A defense. Double kill! Can't find the third, but his teammates are here. K-Slox sweeps another under the rug. Jobs are good, and Device claws one back. First frag from
Is this where they decide to play the rounds, when they're down?
Yeah, I guess. They're gonna, if they win this one, I mean, I don't know what to say anymore. What's going on? Wide swing? Oh my god! 2v2 now. How is this happening? How is this the round where it's... No. Let's not be serious. Let's be serious for a second. Thank you, Pank. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Dumpstering him right now. 8-2 current score. Likely to be 9-3. K-Slox is having a map and a half right now. He is beast mode. What is he? 17-3. So he's stepping up massively. I think opening kills has been something very hard for Astralis to come by so far. Nate is 4-0 in that department. Everybody else from ODDIK has been able to get at least 1. And then in terms of opening kills going in favor of Astralis, they only have 2 at this point. And those 2 are both coming from Stare. So HOOXi's given up 4 opening deaths.
Oh, that used to be a thing, didn't it? Yeah.
So, yeah, but like that one where he entered into cave, it felt like he should have had that kill. The guy was flashed and he just unable to convert. So, yeah, look, it's obviously not over yet. It's only the first half, but the scoreline seems very condemning at the moment. Woody, I will agree with you. I love the bravery to stick around and be jarring, and the confidence as well to look for those fights. It doesn't feel like he's letting the game come to him. So really well done from Woody. Happy with that. Here we go. Hail Mary.
Straight out mid, testing that CT. Case locks down after 1. Still gets his. Heavy 4 bullets in the hand for an audible reload going to be demanded of him. And oh, he actually makes it work on the 4 bullets. Response from Matios. Catches Hoopsy on the cross and another required. Does deliver. Takes the head off a stair. Forces him back with that bomber on his back. And Yabi walking through the smoke. Woody ready to track him. Nothing here for Stown. Last seen leaving A main.
Okay, well, add another one to the tally. 9-2. And, well, they will be able to buy into the final round with the loss bonus, of course. So at least you've got that going for you. But Stown will be walking to his demise.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't want to say it's over already.
I don't want to say that either. Device is 1 and 10, however.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. It's T-side ancient. And that AWPers shouldn't be performing well there. And they bought an AWP in a round that I think also made no sense. So, actually, no, he saved it, didn't he? So, but even still, I think just having the AWP, it's tough on the T side. You could operate an entire T half of Ancient, in my opinion, without an AWP.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right, final round. Astralis needs something to work with before the halftime break, but they're just going to breath.
4 smokes burned.
Oh,
5 smokes.
For that. Jeez.
Very early. CT's throw out 2. T's the same, and a double from Case Locks. He's just unstoppable right now. Every time they go ask questions of middle, he did lose his gun in the process.
Yeah, but he doesn't need that, does he?
You would have liked it. We would have, I think so.
Well, how badly would that cost him?
I mean, they've...
Oh, he's heard that.
Yeah.
Hello, Pang. Come on in, the water's warm.
Oh, losing the device, though. Now you're at a disadvantage. Down, important frag. Woody sweeps through. This is all onto movements of Yabi. Get cleared from heaven eventually. Has to take that fight. Woody's ready.
Look where the bomb is now.
See you later, Down. What a half for Counter-Strike. 10 for ODDIK. Just 2 for Astralis on their map pick. They should be able to just put this one in. We can talk about map 3.
Especially considering all the pistol rounds so far have gone in the favor of ODDIK. That's 3 from 3. If they go 4 from 4, you convert the map. It's done. It's dusted. The crowd will be on their feet. Wrong one.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah.
The crowd will be on their feet. Wrong one. The crowd will be on their feet.
Chad.
Yeah.
Just a fun question for you. If you were building a team and you were like returning to former, you know, like you used to be described as like kind of the rock stars, the most entertaining team in Australian Counter-Strike, right? Let's just like,
okay.
You're an older IGL.
Yeah.
You know, you've got like an older boy with you, like you kind of, you know, your Australian turret.
Okay.
And you've had to remove your AWP player. You know, Yam wasn't cutting it anymore.
Okay.
And so now you've had to bring in, you know, do you like the Australian device or Australian simple? If you had a choice.
Oh, even if I was doing a phase.
Well, you could say that, yeah, I guess.
I'd bring in the simple because
Australian simple.
Yeah, because things are screwed. So it's like, you know, we need this.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work. It's still screwed.
And dude, the amount, like, you want to talk about Aura? The fact that every Face-It game he has played since he put on the jersey is, I've been watching it. People are uploading it.
Well, yeah, it's simple.
Exactly. Just his aura is unbelievable.
Here we go. BXecute. Pistol round. ODDIK. 4 from 4. Can it happen?
No, it can't, Chad. Maybe it can. Let's find out together. Oh, Stairs dead.
Another opening kill.
Nate's too good. Nate's too good.
We weren't joking on that.
No.
Oh,
okay. Nate, 3. Half of them he can't even see.
Where's that happened?
I have no idea.
Well, look at the X's. That might help.
Spams away on the speedway.
Well, let's go to Inferno, shall we?
Yeah, okay, Inferno. It's a quick trip on Ancient.
At least it's quick. Can't quite believe it.
Stan wants his exits, make the stats look good. Nice. Get another one.
Yeah, kid.
NT. Oh, someone put that at the start of a song.
With a big drop in.
Yeah, I can hear it now. Some kind of Brazilian techno funk.
I can't believe they're getting this ragdolled. Let's check it from Nate's POV. So first was great. Second just spam. What?
And then another one.
Yeah, so he just spammed through long and got the third kill there. All right,
Sure.
well, yeah, what can you do about that? Nothing, really. So Steven gets 3 kills, drops Yabby and M4. And M4 is better than nothing.
It's true. And it has to do something because Astralis kind of running out of chances. Boost him up, and he gets one.
Yeah, you needed that, didn't you? This would be such a long climb. Okay, so you get the opening kill. You know that there's an M4. They quickly try and reacting towards this B site. Pank, leading the charge, has the space, knows there's players in cave. Bomb to be ushered in.
Pank, long-range duel with Galil favoured. M4 has come to take that fight. Matios doesn't clear his corners, and he pays the price. Hooksy brings him down. Still, though, that man advantage lies with the CTs, despite the bomb going down on B.
All right, now Astralis are shooting their Panks.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, repositioning cave side makes sense. You got just a refresh of that block smoke from Pank.
You either win this
or lose the game, or lose the match.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
And if you save, then you have to win 10 in a row. So you have to.
And they will try. Pushing out cave now. Pank still holding for the smoke push. Oh, loses out to Yabby. Someone has to get on it. Now.
I don't think it's time. There's no time.
No.
It's over.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you know what's crazy?
Tell me.
In the last map, we mentioned moments from K-Slots and Nate, but they weren't at the top of the scoreboard. Now they are. So I think we manifested their greatness.
We saw how good they could be, even when Dusty didn't go to plan.
Oh, this is not good.
The opposite of it.
This is not good at all. Isn't that insane? Like, they're retaking B through cave, and the guy's sitting there spamming late as the bomb's planted and gets a kill. And they're hitting him with an A go, and they've gone heavy mid and B lane.
Yeah!
Pack it up. It's over.
Oh, he's going to try. Get that bomb down. Woody already removed Steven.
It's over.
Job's done.
It
Job
is all
is done. ODDIK, they got hands. They got hands, and they are going to deliver themselves to a third deciding map in this opening.
Yeah, respectable. And more than respectable. You've limited Astralis to a total of 4 opening kills over the course of the entire map. You've shredded them across the board. You've completely owned them. They couldn't get any mid control. I'm already doing the post game.
Yeah.
I'm already doing the post game. But it's Device. It's there. They're in a 2v5 situation. They need this to keep the hopes and dreams of Astralis alive. 2, make it 3 kills. Come in quickly. The M4 finds one more, but it's Pank doing the hanky-panky on the A side. Flashes forward. There's just no time. Stare. He can't get it done. And Astralis will fall 13-2. This is sensational.
Thank you.
Okay, we got there. But yeah, I was already doing the post.
Yeah, so you've wrapped it up as well.
But I didn't put a bow on it.
Wait, so see if I can remember all the points you made. They kept Astralis to just 4 opening kills.
4 from 4 pistols over 2 maps. Every time Astralis went for mid control or lane control, they either took heaps of nade damage or they just got mowed down in middle by K-Slox, who had an absolute monstrous performance. It started with this. It was a triple kill on the pistol round with dual Berettas off of a cave rush. From here, right, you can see like there was 4 spies from Astralis into the second round. I think that comes from a place of disrespect because they didn't get the plant. But K-Slox in middle was an absolute force to be reckoned with. And the rounds that Astralis won were rounds they never should have won. They were 2v4 type situations. They were rounds that they were pulling out of their ass. So I just think that Astralis have been absolutely schooled on this map. And when you look at map number 1, it was 13-9. And I said, oh, the scoreline looks, you know, it felt closer than that, or it looks like a close scoreline. I think there was moments, right, where ODDIK showed that they could compete. And now in this map, they've backed it up in a big way. You're checking out again, K-Slox again. They were going those extinguishers. They were playing on the edge of the Molotovs. Woody's being more than serviceable on the AWP. Nate's been hitting bloody 3 kills through smokes on the T-side pistol round. What can you do about it? Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. I mean, basically nothing for them here to show for it. Like you said, the rounds they actually did win were the ones they probably shouldn't have either. So very convincing from ODDIK. I don't know whether or not this fills me with confidence for like a competitive third map. I'd still favor Astralis for some reason.
I don't see it being a landslide, right? Like this, I don't expect this type of a scoreline on map number 3. I understand what you're saying, right? But we're only favoring Astralis off of namesake, if anything, right? Because we don't know what this, like HOTU and Device, 7 kills combined.
Yeah.
Right? Device it was 1 for 11 or something in the first half of play. Those two had really no impact whatsoever. I think Stair was the one kicking up a bit of a fuss. Yabby and Stan with some exits. HOTU did have a multi-kill on one of the rounds that they did win, so I suppose that's, you know, a positive when you're talking about round conversions, but otherwise you've got nothing to write home about for Astralis in that map of play.
I mean, nothing went right. Nothing went right, and that was abundantly clear from the get-go. Even just your pistol. When your pistol starts like that, you just, you know, it's an uphill struggle.
I'm having a look right now, Alex, just with the mainstream that's going on. So an update, if people don't want to hear how the first map of that concluded, just mute your headset right now or turn your speakers off. I'll give you a couple more seconds as we whack some stats up on screen. But Aurora versus Big, which is the opening game of the A stream, that was Mirage, first map picked by Big, going in the favor of Aurora, 13-11. An interesting fact with that one, we haven't seen Astralis play in a while, but we haven't seen Aurora play in a while. And the reason that I bring this up is Aurora are a conversation point for the Austin Major. They're a team who are in the same bucket as the MongolZ of, you know, they're competitive, they play good Counter-Strike, but they can't do it on the stages. So people should be monitoring Aurora and the MongolZ at this tournament as two of the other teams alongside a Spirit and Na'Vi.
Right.
Whereas Astralis, debut with HOTU, season is not over because you're trying to earn points now for the following season for invites.
Yeah.
And we also don't know where Astralis is going as an organization. So for Astralis, we're learning a lot right now, and they've learned that their Ancient is maybe not as good as they thought it was.
Yeah, it used to be quite a valuable map in their map pool, but not today versus ODDIK, that's for sure. We're going to find out if Inferno's any better, you know, an oldie but a goldie, for our third map decider to kick off this B stream for Astana 2025.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. See Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
One singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Does anyone know what Chad's referencing when he thinks that kind of reminds him?
It's like a
of
meme template song.
A meme template where it's like quick cuts. It's like, is it the Chad edit?
I think it is.
It's like the Giga Chad edit.
Yeah, and it's like it's the guy from the serial killer movie.
Ryan Gosling, Nightcrawler, Jake Gyllenhaal,
Gyllenhaal, American Psycho. He's doing
Batman. Christian Bale.
Yeah, he's doing the that one.
Okay.
Can I just say something? Austin CS is in the chat.
Oh, I love Austin.
Yeah, have you seen what he's doing with Anubis?
Yeah, and Austinibus, I think he's calling it.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is.
Yeah, but he's trying to fiddle with the map, which is cool. And I watched the videos that he put out about it, and I think that people should give it a look. I tried to do something similar with Vertigo when it first came out. I worked with a mapper to come up with some ideas, but I'm not a streamer. I didn't have the same following. I think Austin's doing a great job. It's bringing awareness to some of the problems with the map, and he's also trying to troubleshoot them.
Even the designer of the map has taken to Twitter with ideas as to how to fix it. Thinks that removing rugs could be part of the solution. But yeah, we're not going to Anubis just yet. We are heading to Inferno. If you've just joined us, we've got Astralis, ODDIK.
I've got some props, Alex. I don't know the people at home won't be able to see the props, but so
that's Vegeta.
So no, that's Krillin. So
that's Vegeta.
This is Goku.
Who the fuck is Vegeta then?
So Krillin and Goku, we all know them very well. So this is Astralis. Krillin and Goku, they're together and they're just protecting Earth, right?
I thought Krillin was
Actually, no, wait, hold up. These guys are not. These guys are actually ODDIK. So they're ODDIK and they're protecting Earth. And then Frieza comes, and then Frieza kills Krillin, which is Goku's friend from when he was a child.
Oh, not his childhood friend.
And then Frieza has killed Krillin, and then Goku gets really, really mad. He goes Super Saiyan, and then he kills Frieza.
And where's Vegeta in all this?
Well, Vegeta, he was in like the first part. So that's
he's the OG. So he was like Glaive.
It's like Dragon Ball Z. There's Dragon Ball. There's Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, there was a Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z is not the first Dragon Ball. When people say Dragon Ball, they're talking about Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. So Dragon Ball is when Goku was a boy.
Right. When he was friends with Krillin.
Well, he's always been friends with Krillin.
Respect to Krillin.
But the time that so Krillin is the strongest human.
Krillin is?
Yeah, you wouldn't think he is.
No, I wouldn't. He's quite small in stature.
But he's the strong. But he's just with Saiyans, and Saiyans are the strongest beings. They can level up ultimately.
Well, who would win between Krillin and One Punch Man?
Probably Krillin.
Well, One Punch Man's never lost a fight.
But he's only fighting against like people and aliens.
Not like gods.
Yeah, like Goku's like god level.
Okay. Well, glad we cleared all that up.
Someone said, why are they casting from a random couch?
Random?
This is not a random couch. This is my couch.
This is Morning Counter-Strike at Chad's place. Welcome to Morning Counter-Strike at Chad's place. We're hanging out on Chad's sofa. He's made me a coffee. And we're ready to sit back and enjoy some Morning Counter. Let's see what we got.
All right, well, we need, and when I say we, I'm doing like the owner pixel we.
Yeah.
Being Astralis, need a pistol round. They haven't got one yet. That's a great name. Yeah. Bosh. 34 points of damage onto K-Slox, who just had his career best map.
Yeah.
Against Astralis.
See if we can do it again. Oh, you might be tempted to go off that sound cue, but Block Smoke's thrown out by HOTU.
People saying that TN is stronger than Krillin. Is TN a human? He has a third eye. Is he human? Well, you're going to have to watch the show to find out.
All right, fine. Okay. What about Naruto? Is he better than? Is he stronger than the Dragon Ballers?
I'm giving it all to Krillin. No one's stronger than
the Dragon Ballers.
Anyway.
Oh, yes, indeed.
That's an opening kill, and it's on a pistol round, and it's a Block Smoke.
Okay, things are happening.
But if you channel them to B, you need a rotation. Device is on his way. He has a flash bang. He needs to set up HOTU because they're coming in.
Help me! HOTU's begging, spamming his device. Does do some damage, but they will lose the sight. Let's see, one kill onto the plant would be huge. Won't be able to get anything on his taps through the smoke.
There's a molly for the post.
Look at their health. I just don't see a world where ODDIK win this. You'd have to hit some really clean shots. Yes, sure, Mr. Birchall, but numbers advantage in a flash. It's got to go well. Look at the damage. A couple of body shots would finish the job. There goes the molly. Flash.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait. Device is down. Coming back in. Pool, overlook, gets his. Woody down. It's up to 1. Pank can't do it. And so retake converted. Astralis win a pistol. They're first.
Damn, okay. Well, 1 is better than none. That's what I've always said. And it's going to give them a nice, steady start to Inferno's CT side that will have to deal with the force by now. But that's going to feel good to get that one under their belt. So instead of being from behind on map beginnings, they're going to be kicking things off in a sprightly manner.
HT Freeze says Chad has a very nice couch.
Thank you, HT.
Mine is similar, but in a velvet red.
Oh.
Velvet red. Man's fun. Man's
balling.
Balling.
Yeah.
That's the word I wanted to say.
Okay, they're actually interesting. Alex, check this out.
Go on.
You pissed around, you get the bomb down. You don't force. They're going to go for just Eagles.
Logic being you wanted full nades for your first gun.
You could have gone a couple of Galils and stuff, right?
Yeah,
or just take 9s with util. So the biggest concern I have with this investment is if Astralis get a clean round and all 5 stay alive, they're going to have 3 rifles, 2 SMGs into the next round with full util, which is going to be more than enough to take on AKs.
I see. Unless this Deagle,
They need kills, and I just don't know about this. I feel like, considering the fight they've put up, you're giving Astralis a chance to establish the economy early. So this is potentially a little bit problematic. And if Device and Hooksy get off to better starts than they did on Ancient, where they were both extremely quiet, this is going to be a tough game. And this is Device's map.
It's true.
I don't think there is a player, I don't think there is an AWPer that manages the... Oh.
Nice.
Are you going to get one more? Because I want to make a point about Device. So if you're going to get one more, do it now or forever hold your peace, please. Thank you. I don't think there is another AWPer who manages the A-box angles with the AWP
Agreed.
better than Device.
I agreed.
The amount of highlights he gets from that, and still to this day, is wild.
I think it just makes perfect sense because we've always kind of praised Device's style of AWPing as being very kind of, you know, procedural, systematic.
Yes, yes.
And there is no map that is more procedural and systematic than Inferno. It kind of...
Without a nuke, I would say, I would agree with you, yeah. Yeah, and those angles really favor an AWPer who's willing to, you know, be more passive. All right, well, you've taken the save, gentlemen.
Let's see how it works out.
To get underway with the rifles. 3 starting towards B. Hooksy, looks like he's going to charge down Banana as that point man. So a flash for now.
Oh,
through
Boomich would be proud.
Oh, look at he's through. You need this, Hooksy.
Oh, he gets his. An opening kill from the new captain of Astralis. Gets a kill. Will he get away? The nade's trying to chip him away and testing middle perhaps with a little flash and smoke.
They need a response, but another block smoke towards middle.
Gets his. Good patience from Stair.
Stair's good.
Yeah, he didn't panic.
Been saying this about Stair since the beginning. He played some really off-role type of positions in this team because there was a lot of... Oh, they are just mopping him up now, aren't they? I really like Stair. Really nice piece. Azza of Renegades or 100 Thieves fame, he had a short stint in Sprout. It didn't go very well, but he did have a short stint. Nice shot from Pank. I don't think he got a second. And Stair was in the roster when he had that short stint. And Aaron said that the comms that Stair had are like in-game leader level comms in terms of the type of information that you should be, and from map control type positions that he was playing too, you know. Yeah. So Aaron was very impressed with his communication for sure.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. He just seems like, you know, he plays his role well. I like the way you described it as just a nice piece. You can put him into a team and you know you're going to get output. And he'll do his responsibilities well.
There's going to be, this is the thing, so we don't know what the future of Astralis is going to look like.
No idea.
But we know that G2 are due a rebuild, and FaZe are probably due a rebuild as well. So if there's a couple of pieces on this Astralis team that you like the look of,
yeah,
right, that's where you could be looking to bolster if you want experience and you know you can get more out of them.
G2 Hooksy.
I think, well, yeah, I don't think he's ever going back there, but G2 Stair, like I was thinking about... This is an idea, right? If you got, you have to keep Heavy God, you have to keep Malbs.
Yeah.
You get Hunter to in-game lead.
I don't like it already.
Well, you have to.
Yeah, okay.
You have to keep 3. You want to keep Snacks?
Oh, yeah, I see.
You could keep Snacks.
Yeah, but I prefer
Then you have to get rid of Hunter.
I don't want to get rid of Hunter.
Okay, well, there you go.
All right, I get it.
All right, pop, flash, fight, go.
Pop, flash, fight, go. That's how the comms go. Flowing up. Gonna be wrapping around. Let's see if this smoke round is going to be effective. You have to get a kill onto one of the two of them. Stare and Device. Mate. Yeah, he's got one down. Device gets 2. The third would be asking a lot of him. Still gets it.
Still a lot of casualties considering the round.
No, Device has done very well there. He's made it a very manageable retake.
And there's another gun to get. This is a winnable 2v3.
It is. Who's going to be active? It looks like Woody is kind of tasked with that, with the pit player as his teammate. K-Slock's already had a fantastic map on Ancient. Will he be able to match the output and close out an important round for their first?
Up to Util for the retake.
Okay.
Snade.
Yeah, K-Slock's under a lot of scrutiny here, but he's still got Woody side by side, removing HOTU. Time-sensitive mission. Charging his Yabby. Still K-Slock gets his. And ODDIK take their first round on the T side of Inferno.
Damn, that's just Tech9, some armor, and flashes through a mid-smoke into an A-wrap. Device gets 3 kills, and they're unable to pull that off. That is no good.
Quite the opposite of good.
Anyway, Sampaius has been rumored to be joining G2 alongside of Saw as the coach.
Which I like.
So, like, just hear me out. Malves, Heavy Hunter in-game leader, Sampaius AWPing, Saw coach, and then Stare.
Ooh. It's not terrible.
It's not blowing you away.
No, but it's not bad.
Well, this buy is a little bit sketchy. So there's an AWP, but there's a 5-7. So you've got both sides of the spectrum. As again, they're turning their attention up mid into the Device AWP. Flash, he's off the line. They know. No, they push.
Oh, he's in trouble now. Should be dead. And down now to K-Slock.
Another wrap.
Just like that. Into A.
Save. Yikes. Bro, what?
Fine.
Was he trying to get the AWP?
He's done it.
No, I mean, was the T trying to get the AWP?
Oh.
That was kind of crazy, like jumping in that smoke.
Just wanted to get some more. Kills felt good.
All right, let's see what else the soundboard does.
What does it do?
Okay, so
We know we've got drum.
I believe this is crickets.
That's drum.
I believe this is crickets.
That's aliens.
There's definitely crickets, yes.
Okay, so what's a way in which you could use the aliens?
Hold up. I get, well.
So it'd be like, you know.
Okay, so this is applause. Okay, we know that one.
Yeah.
This is badumts. Okay.
What else you got?
This is laughter. So one of these two is crickets.
Okay, I think it's purple. Like, nice, atmospheric.
Okay, so purple crickets.
Yeah. Blue drum.
Or is that like more of an aqua?
That's a cyan, yeah.
Cyan drum. Orange laugh.
Yeah.
Yellow applause.
Okay. So, I guess as far as implementation goes, next eco, we can whip out the crickets.
Yeah.
Woody, aggressive on banana. Going to throw out his util. He's not actually taken any damage, which is a luxury for anyone starting early banana.
Again, it's just quite direct towards A from ODDIK, where there's just one player throwing utility up banana, but they just channel up mid immediately. And this is the third time they've been able to get this type of space.
Yeah, they love it. They're punishing the gaps in the setup.
He's going to go through this, though.
Yeah, he's going to get caught out by the 5-7 and miss shots from Stout. Doesn't get many more of those. Gets forced into Moto tugged. From Natios, there's Alex completely overlooking. Oh my god, a double on the 5-7, down to Woody.
They're still in A. The bomb needs to rotate the long way. Can't come through apartments. Woody can cut them off at the pass here.
Woody gets him, takes down HOTU on the rotation arch side. Smoke, but for now, Device will be there. Flank from Yabby, good work onto Woody.
That's such an in-game leader bot death there from HOTU.
Yeah.
Like, why has he done that for?
Didn't need to do that.
Like, he could have waited. They know that Yabby's on the flank. It's just so desperate.
He just wanted to, he wanted to be able to say, mid's clear, you know? And
but they knew a player was there because it killed Steven.
Yeah, he even stepped. Okay, 2v2. Yabby kind of, it's in his interest to wait for Device. Device will throw some util, a flash perhaps for Yabby to swing. Okay, can you flash me? You're not going to. Okay, I'll just dodge again. Can't hit the shot, and that should be the round. Device isn't going for this. 1v2, no thank you.
Okay, so all tied up 3 apiece. So really good coverage from ODDIK, considering this started with Tech9s. Now it's been 2 rifle rounds. It's been saves in the mix, I guess. Loss bonus is building for Astralis during all of this. I don't know. Like, it's an in-game leader death. You know, that's the type of death you'd see like a Karrigan do, or so, you're just like overplaying your hand.
I mean, you could see, we saw it just before we cut away, like he was strafing, like he wasn't even gun on and ready.
Yeah, sometimes it just looks silly.
Yeah.
Okay, so they can get the guns out, because it's been like saves and whatnot. So should be full rifles behind the retained AWP.
How do you feel about my calf resting on your couch like this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, sweet. I'm going for some horizontal commentary. I always get my horizontal and my vertical. I always panic about getting that right.
If you're standing up, you're vertical.
Well, yeah. I think I just use the word horizon. That's how I work it out.
Yeah, okay.
Horizons are not vertical. They're horizontal.
True.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
So this is weird because they knew that he was close and then they still pressed the precipice of the smoke, which was a curious decision. But regardless, they still win the round. Okay, I don't feel like we're going to see them channel up mid in the same way. They've exploited it essentially 3 out of 3 times in different variations. This might go back to regular programming, which will be banana control. So Hooksy's cleared out logs. Broom is his and announces the presence with the spam of the howl. There was 3 players starting B to get the banana control and starting on A in a very passive stance because they've been exploited by this. So they started 1 player over towards Moto watching long and stare immediately in the pit so they don't get caught out of position, which means ODDIK have been able to get Boiler and Hall's control for free. They haven't been harassed, and I think you really have to be harassing second mid. You really need to be harassing second mid in this just to really unravel defaults on the CT side. Otherwise, you're going to be in a bit of a black box. They've actually been able to smoke off mid from the Moto side, but ahead of it are ODDIK. So if Astralis want to continue to play forward for information, they will be playing into a potential crossfire. 1 player banana, 4 towards A, and on the cusp of the smoke, Nate can't get the kill. Device will find an opener on the AWP.
Yeah, it's a good start from Device, and he's not going to stop. He goes back in for more. Okay, triple kills from Device on A. That's the second time that's happened.
Yeah, this time with the AWP. Woody selling the fake on B with the AWP. Curious. 30 seconds and likely into a save. Yeah, okay. Well, snuffed out by Device. Good work from him. Astralis will now go 4-3.
And the crowd's going to love that one. Absolutely gassed. Guys, it's early doors. It's map 3. Relax.
They actually did get all of the Danish Astralis fans to record that.
Yeah, no, it was nice of all 7 of them to show up on an early morning in Copenhagen. It just sounds like a squeaky, like a bike. Like
it's definitely cricket.
It sounds like a bike that needs oil.
Maybe that's how they did it. You could do the Foley for it, right?
I'd love to do Foley. That would be a fun job. You're just like, oh, I've got to make some boot steps today. I don't know what other sounds exist. A few more, I guess. Like a squeaky wheel.
It gets the grease.
Yeah. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. Yo, why is that actually a pretty good one?
I think that's how the saying goes.
Is there? Oh, is it a saying? I thought you made that one up.
Goes the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
I like that. Aggression on banana results in destruction. HOTU just owns them. 3 gone, job done, round 1.
I'm just checking it out. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, yeah. As is saying.
The squeaky wheel gets the grease.
It's an American metaphor, a testing that matters to which draw attention to themselves are more likely to be addressed. Oh, okay. Than those which do not. Oh, okay. Well, that does make sense. I just thought if there was a problem, it needs to be fixed. This is a shutdown. There's Case Locks and Matios. Obviously, not to be confused with Slark, but more like a Meepo type of character, I would say. As 40 seconds and saving. So
I'm looking for rare idioms. You ever heard all hat and no cattle?
Is it like a cowboy who's like posturing, like pretending to be?
If they talk like they know what they're doing, but they don't.
Yep.
Not bad.
Well, that's what we do.
Yep. All hat, no cattle on us, mate.
Oh, dear.
Busier than a cow on roller skates.
What's that one mean? Busier than a cow on roller.
I guess he would be pretty busy. Let's classify him.
Well, imagine you need first. We need four
Four pairs.
Need
two pairs, not four pairs.
Four.
Roller skates.
I think the cow on roller skate blades.
Hotter than a three-peckered billy goat.
Someone said closed mouths don't get fed is a similar one. It is.
It is.
As opposed to squeaky wheel gets fed.
How in commentary?
Well,
It works differently.
Uh-oh.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa.
Did everyone see that?
No, just you. I didn't see anything.
Did we just go in the mainframe?
You did.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, dude. You've got that USB in the back of your ear. I've seen it.
USB in the back of my ear.
Yeah, you're on that Neuralink kind of vibe. Sorry about that, guys. I know I sound like I've just woken up. It's because I have, and I'm doing my best
No, you haven't.
to not stretch
You haven't slept.
yet.
No, I don't want to perpetuate that. He did sleep.
I did.
I just don't know how many hours.
Probably about 6, which is more than 5. We'll get ourselves some Tech 9s and a Force Buy. I just want to keep abusing mid until they've actually proved they can hold it.
But I think that the setup that they did start with was a good. So they've done the mid lurk smoke again, which I think is very powerful. But you don't want to run the same thing, because look at Astralis. They're playing anti for it. Like, they're playing behind the mid smoke right now. You can see that on the radar, and they're actually dropping out. I want to say crowd control utility behind it to make sure they can't do that same type of pop. So Astralis have made an adjustment. Stare doing some really good jiggles. He's just using the keyboard right now. No hand on the mouse. As the round can settle in. Now for the finish, ODDIK do still have to make it 3 smokes, handful of flashes, a couple of Molotovs as well. I think a B execute would be a good call here. Now, the problem that they might have is if block utility comes in towards B. Yabi still has the likes of a Molotov, sorry, an incendiary and a smoke, and Hooksy has a flash.
Oh, it feels like it's destined
early. The molly feels early, doesn't it?
We should see a plant. We should see a plant here if they execute correctly.
Rotation is going to be miles away.
Block smoke, decent.
You have to go through.
You will. Here we go. Testing Hooksy. Has a partner in crime behind the smoke. It's going to be easy to get the bomb down, but get away from the spray. Yeah, okay. K-Slogs. He lives on.
Look at the radar. Device is only just making his way over now, so he'll be late to join the party. Bomb will already be down for about 10 seconds by the time these smokes start to fade and the retake begins. This would be a miserable round for Astralis to lose.
A couple of Molotovs available as well. K-Slogs and Nate. The opportunity to delay if they throw them out. Now would be the time. Flash is coming. Molotov arrives. Decent to delay. Need to live. Woody's down. K-Slogs does chip in. Removes down. Do you keep going for this? Do you really feel like you've got any chance to retake this? It looks like Yabi did. Goes a bit further forward than his teammates would have liked, and now backing away. And he does have his both hands on the keyboard and mouse there. Yeah, gets away, as does Device.
Okay, so that's 2 really bad type of buy rounds that Astralis have lost. It was the Tech 9s into the A-Rap and now the B-Pop. And you know what's even crazy about that? You were talking about those Molotovs. One of those Molotovs got thrown and actually burnt Woody out of his position, front side of Emo, which forced him into the open and still died. But they did hold on to those very well, right? Because you could have gone for a full B execute where, you know, you molly Emo, you molly New Box, and then you go. But they saved those key pieces of utility and it came in clutch. So really well done then from ODDIK just to make it a 1-round game. Okay, FURIA smoke drops. White and Banana found. Hooksy and Yabi survive for the opener.
They return fire, but he gets away. Sticks around. Device catches an early Apps presence. Moves Matties. Matios?
I think, yeah, you're thinking of the Fnatic player.
I was thinking of the other one, Mattis.
We don't see too much of them at the moment either.
No.
They had a Jambo on the ult.
Yeah, expensive Jambo.
So they have Blame F, Fear, Jambo, Tis, and Crims, of course.
Crims.
They just benched or released Castle as their coach, who was once upon a time a coach of Astralis. So I don't know in the coaching department. I wonder what Keita's up to. He was the coach before I think Castle took over.
Yeah, UK boy. This is where T-Side Inferno falls flat on its face. So basically...
Well, I guess we don't have to say safe. We'll just do the crickets and do nothing.
Okay.
Let's see what the other things do, okay? So let's go through this one more time. So orange, laugh. Yellow, clap. Cyan, drums.
Drum.
Purple, cricket.
Okay.
Blue was...
Aliens.
Pink is... Don't even press pink yet. Wow.
Oh, I didn't realize the power pink was. Pink
Okay,
had.
pink does have power.
Oh, wow. Pink's got power.
Green?
Yeah, okay.
Green is womp womp, and I
Womp
think red
womp.
is intro music.
Ladies and gent...
That's good, though. Save that energy.
Okay.
Great, okay.
It's like the end of a series as well, it could be. Or the intro to like a late night show.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, we can bring it in. Let's start our next series.
Can you layer them? Like, could I have an audience applause over my...
I think that maybe.
I don't know. We'll come back to that.
We will try it. Okay, so the thing is, ODDIK know they can get away with these lighter rounds. Maybe an apps pop?
Abs pop. Ouch. Yeah, Nate pays a heavy price for early banana. Down just 50 points of health. Quick progression into abs. Question to bedroom, but it's HOTU again. Just claims banana for himself. This is my territory. You are not having it. Nate gone, Pank dead. Two of them gone already. Everyone's down on the fade. Oh, it's too easy for Astralis. 5 alive as they shut it down.
Okay, so 2 of the 4 rounds that Astralis have lost in this map have been on those lighter buy situations, and now Astralis are looking prepared for the gimmicks that have gotten them to this point, right? So they sat there on the fade of the smoke, ready for it. There was no flash pop through. That's the danger. That smoke, if there's a flash pop and you team out of it, and you're playing a crossfire on top mid, you can get wrecked. But it's great when HOTU does this to open up the account.
Satisfying round for Astralis.
Final round, first half, map 3.
Not so satisfying for ODDIK, because it feels like an 8 is imminent.
I think if they can get the 7-5, I feel like 7-5 either way par for the course. Like pistol usually is a telling factor, and Astralis finally won their first pistol. So ODDIK, you win this round. I know it's a crappy looking buy, but you're still in this.
They could do it.
They could. It's just no smokes, or 1 smoke, 2 smokes. Okay? No, there's smokes.
2, yeah.
Oh, they're ahead. They're ahead. HOTU.
God, yeah, HOTU's lay on that. CT Smoke arrives. He's trying to bail out on Yabby. Yabby gets his first. Oh, and he goes down. That opens up the avenue for a bit of a spam here from HOTU. Providing cover is 1. Bomb down. 2v4. Up close, Matios needed that kill. Needed that kill. Steph seals the deal. It's an 8-4 half. Astralis in it to win it.
Who is HOTU? For the blind, he is the vision. For the hungry, he is the chef. For the thirsty, he is the water. If HOTU thinks, I agree. If HOTU speaks, I'm listening. If HOTU has 1 fan, it is me. If HOTU has no fans, I don't exist. I've been saying that for years.
Big fan of HOTU. Copenhagen Flames.
2G2.
Yeah.
Winning a Katowice and a Cologne.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Missing a Rio Major.
Yeah. Not so good.
Wasn't a memorable one anyway.
No, that's true. Didn't miss out much.
Outsiders did win it.
What else we got?
Against Heroic in the final, though.
Nikodos.
Nikodos is now in OG.
Nikodos. Roy's retired. He's an agent.
Roy's working with Vorborg now.
Yeah.
Yep. Zyphon.
Zyphon. Where's he
Is he
at?
playing? He's probably playing in one of those Danish teams, like
Sprout?
Sashi or something. He was in Sprout. He was in
Somewhere else
Sprout.
now?
Yeah. He could be in like a, I think like a Sashi or something for Zyphon is possible. I would say. But
At least you didn't call X-Floud Jota.
At least we didn't call Tessus Rene Borg.
No. Gosh. Imagine doing that.
Who called X-Flood Jota?
I did.
What, in person?
Yeah. It's like, yo, Jota.
X-Flood wears glasses.
I know. But, you know, he's from the same country.
Yeah, okay.
And he's a rifler.
Fair.
That's
yeah,
all,
definitely fair.
Yeah. We patched it up, though. Didn't take it to heart.
Well, that's nice of him.
Yeah. Jota, good to see you, mate. It's like, you joking? Yeah, it was all a joke. All a joke. And so is that. Pank gets HOTU down, keeps it level. Important.
Okay, well, they have 2 HEs and a smoke. So if they were hoping to get banana control for free and then they had a plan on where they were going to use these HEs, it has to change now. Actually, the fact they're still getting up on the half wall, are they going to go for CTHEs or Coffins HEs? That's the real question.
CTHE is the answer.
They just okay, so what are we doing? Did you not know the lineup? Maybe you didn't know the lineup? Okay, here we go.
CT. On your head, Matios. Adios.
Oh, I didn't even need the nades.
Tank, okay.
They didn't even need the nades.
Bye.
This is 2 from 2 pistols on map number 3. When they haven't won a pistol to this point. Woody's heard. Oh, Device almost made a mare of that.
Fine, fixes it. Okay, well, Astralis are back, locked and loaded. A very comfortable pistol to start.
I wonder if they pick Ancient in the next series.
I suspect they may not.
I think it all went wrong when they forced bought in the second round, when they didn't have the plan. So, but that's all right. You know, it's their first officials together.
It happens.
Okay, well, ODDIK, I think, should force buy, even though in the first half they got the plan and didn't force buy. But on the CT side, they need to fight for this economy control. So no SMGs. It's very pistol heavy. That's to help facilitate a little bit of extra utility. Only $500 for that 5.7. And I would say pound for pound, best gun in the game right now. Lots of banana pressure applied. It's actually drawn the likes of Case Locks to leave arch side and hedge over towards the stack. This puts all the pressure right now on Matios. And, well, they're coming his way. So unless he gets 3 kills, Alex, I think this round is over.
Okay, well, I'm just going to watch as he gets at least
anything.
Oh, he hasn't done that. Okay.
Safe.
S-A-V-E. You ain't got economy, you save it. Hey, hey. Squeaky unicycle. Gets the green.
Oh, let's test if we can layer them.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so what would work?
So could you do aliens and applause? That doesn't work. Doesn't really work.
I could do.
Right. Aliens. You can. Oh, aliens is very short.
It is.
It is. It's just for a gag.
Longer than that.
Okay.
Hunting. How many guns will they give over? 3. Oh, okay. Just see the sparks fly. Nice shot from Case Locks. We'll smoke them off to retain. Oh, hold on to it, boys. You don't need an edge on that. Oh. Woody.
Not quite. Not quite.
I think I meant this one. No, I meant this one.
That's what you needed. Okay.
That's what I meant.
Green
we'll
for
get
the
there,
wall.
guys. By the end of the 4 days,
Day 1.
We'll get there.
Okay, we're working it out.
We'll get there by the end of the 4 days. Woody.
There we go. What would you do, Chad, if you had a close encounter with an alien?
It depends on the type of alien.
Let's assume it kind of looks like an amalgamation of all Hollywood renditions of aliens.
So we just go with the grey?
So kind of like a grey light bulb head.
Yeah, we just go with the grey.
But with like a xenomorph.
If it's a grey, then I would have fair reason to believe that greys are just humans from the future.
Right. They invented space travel, morphed a bit, came back to say hello.
Do we have no audio?
Yeah.
We have audio.
We have audio.
Those nades did what I would consider a truckload of damage.
Yes, truck.
Yeah, so if it was the greys, I would assume that they're humans from the future, so I would be friendly. Oh!
Woody can't catch a break. Stan's just hitting every
Stun
shot. Ooh, we needed both. Dead now is Device. Another headshot from that Deagle. He gets them more than he was worth. Case Locks certainly got good aim on him. But it is just a Desert Eagle. That was all they had to really boast.
They're still low though, Alex. I don't know about this.
Yeah, with the HEs combined with the USPs, you could do something with this.
Yeah, that re-smoke over towards Coffins. I think they're going to have to be channeled through CT.
Yeah.
The thing is, they don't know. It's unconfirmed damage. They have no idea that they're so low. If they knew, they would definitely give this one a crack. But I think the HE damage is like, okay, did we land it? We don't know.
So he's giving him the smoke, so that might cause a bit of like chaos.
There's not enough time anymore.
Just get on the defuse and start shooting people. Let's Can't get on the waffle.
Okay, well, little did they know it would have been a good crack if they'd gone through CT, given themselves some equal duels, but coming through a smoke, just getting spammed like that, oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, this one has gotten out of control quickly, and I said that I thought it would be more competitive than the Ancient Affair, which...
It is, technically.
Like, scoreline-wise it is, but I also felt that in the first half there were more moments where it could have been competitive as well. Like the type of rounds ODDIK were winning, they could have broken the Danes, but they didn't. Now some aggression.
Oh my god, Woody can get a whole feast here. Gets 2 immediately through the smoke. Spam away! Gets another as well. Okay, all right. So ODDIK have got Woody with an aggressive venture to immediately catapult them up to another round. Woody leaves with 4. Quad kill shutdown of Astralis. Just as hope was starting to wane, Woody steps up to give them something.
Wonderful. Wonderful work from Woody. I think when you're making this play and the T's are running through the smoke, that couldn't be a better recipe for success. Right? Like that's not the move, right? How many times, Alex, do you see T's just run through that? Especially so many of them.
You just don't.
So this is a direct call from Astralis from spawn that is going to be based on, all right, we're going to brave through the smoke, maybe we flash through, maybe we just push through, and they get mowed down. 3 AKs picked up. Device with the AWP. Stare just with a pistol. Steven with another map top frag.
Yeah, let's go, Steve.
Steve. Spam through. Damage done. Nate will have to back off now that he's only on 26 points of health. This is the moment of the game where ODDIK get to decide if they can start to turn things into a competitive map. They win this, Astralis will have to eco. And likely to see the scoreline at 11-7. Then at that point, they win the next rifle round. There's going to be another partial. We could be talking 11-8, 11-9. So here we go. Defensive setup from ODDIK. No information. No brackets control. No banana control. That does mean Astralis could be 5-manning either site ready to explode. This defense needs to be strong.
And there's the info. K-Slog's going to try and flash himself to maintain long control. Incendiary could be well suited to the task as well. Swings out with it. HOOXi low. Backs away. Device finds Woody. That's one down on A.
No rotation from B because they have no info.
Yeah, K-Slog.
Bomb was spotted, I think.
He draws one back, spots the bomb. They know it's going to be a commitment. They are wrapping up short side. Nice headshot from K-Slogs. He is K-Slogged in. Gets himself an important second. Now falls to the spam of HOOXi. Need his teammates to finish off the job.
Nope.
Matios says 2. Jobs are good and nothing here for Device. One bullet. Quick scope between the wickets. Doesn't hit it.
We got a game.
Yeah, we have a game.
Okay, so now they just need to hold on against this eco. And we should be able to start winding this one up as far as the score is concerned. And that was a round that they've won with passive stances across the map. So this can be tough, but K-Slogs for me has had quite a few big moments. I think Woody's had some crazy like multi-kill impacts.
Yeah.
But I think K-Slogs has had really important, 1-2 type punches.
Like, not only did he defend long, he did the job, then he went further and actually re-aggressed to catch one in the back, and then catch one rotating up short. Like, there's a lot of impact there.
Isn't it crazy how quickly one bad call can cost you as Astralis?
Oh, yeah.
You have like 5 AKs, you push through a mid-smoke with all 5 of you, and you end up just getting absolutely flatlined. Now, then you go into like a full buy, but it's not perfect, so you have to take some risks because there's emissions in the buy. That ends up petering out as well, even after the opening pick. Now you find yourself on an eco completely suffocated, and all you brought into the round is 5 Glocks and a flashbang.
And you're sitting there smoked off at your spawn stairs, like, well, let's just go, shall we?
Yeah, tough.
The side flash is still working.
You have to throw the flash before you jump out.
You do have to throw, they have to be blind before you start moving. And Stout is going to do his best to try and do some damage. Doesn't manage to convert. But yeah, that one round against Woody and his M4 has resulted in a much more competitive scoreline than was initially promised. Second time out called Rugger on the microphone, going to be looking to ensure his boys get across the finish line.
And they won't have a Device AWP for this one. So, look, Device has just sold back his weapon. I guess it's going to be utility dependent right now. So are we going for firepower? Do we need all the nades to get this map control? It looks like, yeah, he's gone into a Galil. So it looks like they are prioritizing the utility. So 2 Galils, Stare and Device wielding those for now. Uxie, Stown, and Yabi all with AKs. There's enough util to work. They're probably the thing I would say they're lacking the most is flashes to take back angles. And the reason I harp on economy and utility so much is because on a map like this, it just limits, or on all maps, but it limits your options, right? It limits the amount of moves that you're able to make, the amount of responses you're able to throw based off of what the CTs start with. And right now, the CTs are starting 3B with the AWP on point.
Yeah, going to take that AWP half wall. Not going to be too scared of the smoke early. Heavy damage inflicted to Uxie, and it's going to be a nice start.
Beautiful.
Nate gets 2. And Extinguish to survive and stand his ground and stand strong.
They don't look out of water, do they?
No, certainly not. In fact, he's going to get another one here. Been overlooked. Oh, little hectic on the spray there.
Overstayed his welcome. Looked like he was good, but it looked like he was good for the third.
It did.
You know, it's one of those where it wasn't a bad choice.
Yeah, I could see where Stare dying and going, I can't believe he's still there.
Yeah.
He stayed. The expectation was a retreat.
Nate, the man who stayed.
Oh, find the dot.
Oh, come on now.
Find the dot. Top of the bops. That's how you say it. That's how you do it.
Bops it.
Top of the bops.
Everyone bops it. Okay, well, Orp could get bowled over. Oh, he's been bopsed it. He's bopsed it.
Yeah, he's been bopsed.
Well, this was a 5v3, now 3v3. Gentlemen, don't lose this one.
Oh, he did so much work as well, did Nate?
And now he's going to be kicking himself that he overstayed.
Yeah, right, especially when this goes like that. Oh!
And the pancreas is so important.
It is for something.
What does the pancreas do?
I think it produces gelatin.
I'm Googling it.
Gelatin.
What does the pancreas do?
What about, can I guess?
You can guess.
Is diabetes got anything to do with the pancreas?
I'm not sure. I actually am so frazzled. I just typed, what does the pancreas?
What does the pancreas?
And the answer is the pancreas has 2 main functions.
Go on. Blood sugar.
Exocrine.
Oh, that sounds important.
It produces digestive enzymes
Okay.
that help break down carbohydrates, fats, and proteins in the small intestine. Endocrine function. It releases hormones, primarily insulin and...
Insulin, that sounds like a diabetes thing.
Glucogen into the bloodstream to regulate blood sugar levels.
Blood sugar? Yo, I'm a fucking scientist, man.
It's a dual-purpose organ, quietly keeping digestion and blood sugar in check.
It does sound important, though. Like, that sounds like a lot. You're asking a lot. It's not like just a stick of RAM, you know? It's like the motherboard or something. Well, no.
Well, it's all important. Everything's important in its own way.
Bro.
Other than both your kidneys, you only need one.
Yeah, why is that? Design
you
flaw?
You can have your gallbladder out as well.
Yeah, and appendix.
And your tonsils.
And your appendix. You can take loads of bits out. Like, it's like shaving down a race car, you know? You just take out all the extra weight.
I think the problem if you get your gallbladder taken out is you have an issue digesting fatty foods.
Yes.
So it felt like it should have been over here. Nate's going to be kicking himself about that one. Even though I wouldn't say it's his fault, I think the rotate to leave the AWP solo B was not the best decision. And then everybody going in one at a time gets peeled apart. 12-7, round number 20. Could be the final round underway right here, right now. ODDIK have been able to get it a full buy on the CT side yet again to defend their honor. Woody has his AWP, so does Device. But under control, being vied for now. Stown forward of the... into the fight.
An opportunity did present itself. Had good defensive flashes to lay in. Sticks around for the fight, does Nate, and he's just overstayed his welcome. Stown gets the opening. Another fantastic performance from Stown. Look at his output, 19-9. He had a strong performance in the first map as well.
Yeah, he was owning them. And it was Device too. That's the duo, right? You need a third rifler, and you would say it's Yabi, but I think like Stare is also up there. It's going to come down to positions and roles on maps. This is something that we used to talk about a lot more. For example, if a team is going to the A bomb site a whole lot and you're having to retake every time, you're going to have a harder time getting kills, right, than them coming and playing direct heads-up Counter-Strike with you. So a delay smoke over towards half wall. That came in from Pank, who's over towards Sandbag. There's a rotation on the way. K-Slox is going to join his defense over towards... Oh, I think.
Sir, I'm low HP.
Ogden's Law says, sir.
Bogdan told me it's okay.
That's the map.
That is the game.
Okay, two of them are low. Woody might get a free... No, he's been heard. Stown's heard this.
Oh, yeah.
Stown knows exactly where
He's
you
going to
are.
clear. He is going to clear. He's not going to clear.
He's not going to clear.
He's not going to clear.
Knife him.
Oh, and it finishes with a stab from Stown. As some things began, other things end. 13-7, a 2-1 scoreline. Astralis weather the storm in their opening battle here at PGL Astana 2025. Magical.
And on debut with HOTU, they wipe away the misery that was not qualifying for the major, the short stint with Cadian in the team, the reunion of Stown, Yabby and Cadian was not the one, but Yabby and HOTU, that's the marriage made in heaven. And the two players getting knife kills in the series, of course, Stown and Yabby, both showing how good they are with the blade in hand.
Beautiful.
Especially with a back turned. You know?
Yeah, no, that's when they do their best work.
When they're not looking, they're coming out of the shadows, the knife just slips right in there and removes the opponent. As so here comes the fist bumps. This is a nice start for Astralis. Now, I will recap again. Where did I put my little list? Let me see if I can find it, because I did have a bunch of buckets, Alex, and I want to see how this lines up with the opening results and how you feel about, well, the categorization.
Yeah, well, I liked the categories initially.
So let's just take a quick look and see if we have finished action. No, we haven't. So on the mainstream, the second map is just... Oh, they're on the third map, actually. Okay, so you can go and check that one out. They're finishing up on Dust 2. Mirage was won by Aurora 13-11. Inferno was won by Big 13-11, and now they're on Dust 2. So you can go and check that one out. But Astralis, for the conversation's sake of the buckets that I came up with for this event, was under Super Bowl. This tournament is extremely important to them, the organization, the players, and the server, based off of the uncertainty around the org, what could happen to these players getting picked up during the tournament break, as well as the future of this 5-man team, or at least the core of 3, and their VRS ranking, and what that would mean for invites going into the second season. With, you know, we got PGL Belgrade in the second season, you've obviously got Cologne in there, there's a bunch of Blast events, EWC, we've got a whole lot going on in the second half of the year. And for the other side of things, it was a Cinderella run for ODDIK. But their story starts in a difficult fashion. With a highlight, though. They did win a map. They didn't just win a map. They owned them. No, they absolutely owned them on map number 2.
I think key takeaway for me is going to be K-Slox. Seemingly, you know, one to keep our eyes on as its tournament progresses. If he can match this kind of level of output, maybe even do better than that, start taking a surprise win up against, you know, other teams that have perhaps more of a Super Bowl tag next to them, that would be impressive, you know. Take down a big clan, you know, really just twist the knife in a team that's already down.
Well, he had his career best map in this series, right, which is crazy. Yeah, just taking a look, he's only 20 years of age as well.
Young gun.
Yeah, so I think it's him and Matios who are the two younger individuals on this team. I'll just double check that. Matios is 23 and K-Slox is 20. Obviously, the spoils go the victors, which was Astralis in this one. And it's good to see the likes of Stown and Device having a couple of good maps. Device obviously had a stinker of a map on map number 2, but they got blown out. So this is one of those where people post the screenshot after and they go, guess who won the series, like based off the stats. Like stats require context, guys, all right? So let's stop being so reductive, shall we? Numbers don't tell the whole picture, but these ones do. 13-9 on Dust 2, 13-2 on Ancient and Inferno, third and Decider 13-7. So all relatively concise victories. And that's going to be Astralis moving into the 1-0 bucket in Swiss. That's going to be the likes of ODDIK dropping down to 0-1. And we have to wait until the entire round is over. If you're new to this format, everybody, you need to wait until an entire round of games is over before you know what possible team, your favorite team, or maybe it's Astralis, if you're a hate watcher, is going up against next. But hate watchers won't be happy today, I'll tell you that much.
No, I'll tell you something. In fact, the opposite of hate watch. Absolutely.
Love watching.
We are going to be love watching.
Let's love watch
our next series. Do you know why?
Because Taz is in the server.
Yeah, wait, can I do it again? Which one is it? This one?
Which one?
Taz is in the server. Isn't that nice?
That's lovely.
That feels nice. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, guys. No, please, no pictures. Thank you. And yeah, we should probably...
But this is PGL Astana. We're here for day 1 in the group stage, and we're going to a break. We'll be back with G2 Taz in the server, going up against MIBR. Don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. See dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
G2 have loaned in Hades and brought him back into action once again. You get to see what can be done on G2 for you. And I guess I first want to ask you, mate, just who reached out to you? At what point did you know this could be an option? How did it all go down?
I mean, it was kind of funny because I went like to my brother's place and then Taz wrote to me on Steam, but I wasn't at home, so I didn't know he was writing to me.
Oh no!
Yeah, but then someone contacted like my agent and then
yeah.
Like he woke me up in the morning, yo, oh, like there is like a sick thing, you know? I'm like, what? And then G2 wants you for a loan. I'm like, cool, all right. I was like fully confused, but then I kind of expected like something like to happen with MongolZ, you know? Because, you know, the results went there. So, yeah, it's interesting.
What was it like for you to be the one that gets the call up? Like what went through your mind?
I mean, to be honest, nothing, you know? I was a bit shocked, but then I kind of know that I have like good relationships with like all the players, like they know me, they know how I play, so I think I was like a safe choice instead of like taking a gamble on like some new talent or whatever.
Yeah.
You know?
And how do you approach this situation, right? Because obviously MongolZ is obviously what he is and then done what he did, second best player of the year last year, and now you're like filling in for him. Are you gonna try and play the way G2 want? Are you going to play the way you like to play? Like, what's being asked of you here?
I mean, I'm chilling, you know. I want to just like do my best, but I'm trying to like make sure everyone like gets like their freedom, you know, because I'm a guy which like likes to do his own thing, but then I also like to support. So I think we found a good balance in practice, where like sometimes I do my own thing, sometimes I'm just helping others out. I think so far it's going pretty good, you know. I'm not like trying to be MongolZ, you know. I'm just trying to be myself and make sure that everything clicks, you know.
I think that's the best way to be, right? Don't try and change yourself for this. Just be the best version of yourself you can be and try to dominate on that server. How much practice did you have? Like, did you guys boot camp anywhere?
Yeah, we had boot camp in Serbia for
nice.
So we had like over a week of like pure practice. We had like some team bonding activities, paintball and stuff, you know, so it was fun, like all the guys are great, and yeah, I think I fit into the team pretty well so far, you know.
Okay, so it was quite a smooth start so far?
I would say so, yeah.
And was there any like, I don't know, doubts on your mind that it wouldn't be a smooth start? Was there any thoughts about like how you would try and come into the team?
I mean, you always have something at the back of the head, like what if like the vibes are bad or something, but Like the second I came in, like everyone was joking around, so I felt like really welcome and it was really nice.
And how's practice been going? Like, was it an easy system to try and fit into?
I mean, it's a little bit different to what I'm like used to.
Yeah.
But in general, like I like the way things work here, so I would say it was a pretty smooth transition.
And what do you hope out of this? Like, I know it's a loan for now, but like, what's your personal goal?
I mean, we've got like 3 tournaments, so hopefully we can go far, maybe even win one of those, you know. But yeah, I just want to like show everyone that I can play on tier 1, you know, and if like things don't work out in G2, that I can get like a good offer maybe like after the major, you know.
Yeah. Do you feel like this is like the best opportunity to showcase yourself and show the world what you can do?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's like the best one I could have gotten probably. So I'm really happy.
Well, I wish you the best of luck at it. Thank you very much for giving me all the insight on it as well. We'll see what happens when you get in the server.
Thank you.
We're back in action.
Taz's first game on Wikipedia as a player.
Your 1.6 days?
2006.
Yeah, he would have been playing before that.
That's just the World Cyber Games 2006.
Yeah, I think one of the things with Taz and Neo is their history with Lord, Cuban, and they also used to play with their original all-player of that team was Luck, L-U-Q, and then he got replaced. Apparently there was some like interpersonal issues. He got replaced by Pasha, and then Pasha went on to be like the most legendary and famous out of all of them, especially in Poland. But yeah, Taz, there's a reason we're talking about him. That is because he will be standing in for G2 Esports. He's the coach of the team. Hunter, apparently with some issues getting into the country, Kazakhstan. Astana, that's where the event's going down. We're playing alongside of former teammate Snacks, who they went to win a major with back in Katowice 2014, I believe it is. It's quite a juxtaposition when you look at these two grown-ass men on one end of the street.
Full adults.
And then you've got a couple little cherubs to round this out. But they do have a Polish flag because stand in Hades, replacing the Void that MongolZ left, getting picked up and over to Falcons.
To be fair, Polish CS does need a new name. G2 are currently...
What about Paloma?
Well, obviously, there's Paloma.
What about Permitter?
There's Permitter, and then there's G2. Hades, good to see him back in the ranks as well. Always seen him as, you know, someone of a talented AWPer who disappears in the big games. That was how he was kind of categorized.
Wow, I wonder how he thinks about you.
Probably a talented AWPer who disappears
in the big games.
Yeah.
It could be. But yeah, it's fun to see Snaz.
Ooh,
Snacks and Taz. Snaz.
That's their celebrity duo.
Snaz reunited.
Yeah.
It's great to see them. Who's going to coach?
Let's go, Taz.
No one's going to coach?
You don't need him. He can talk all the time now.
I guess. I don't know. I'd like to have someone behind me. MIBR.
Okay, well, with that aside, Chad, we have got MIBR, Exit, Insali, Lekowzi, Breno, because we're not ready to say all those syllables.
They bought Breno back. Drop was in-game leading. Drop's now gone. I think he's over there on Fluxo with Art. Insani and Lekowzi, they're the fun ones in this team. Safe he's an older gentleman, but he's pretty good on the AWP. Exit's taken over the in-game leadership again. And yeah, that's MIBR. You know him, you love him. Another Brazilian team.
I love Brazil. Oh, the sound. I only just heard it.
Yeah, me too.
It's good.
Yeah, look, it's so people put in the chat what it was from. I think it was like a Giga Chad something.
It is. Okay, good.
So it's a great event to have Hooksy returning. Lekowzi always interested with the way that he sits. Never really gotten to the bottom of it, but it's a curious little seating position. It always looks like he's favoring one eye.
Yeah, well, your first theory about him just kind of having a corner desk, I think that also, like Tessus does it to a lesser extent, where he's always sitting at a slight diagonal as opposed to straight on.
Yeah, I think Zentaras also sits on a bit of an angle too. There was Bondik who used to sit on like the edge of the table. Look, can we have a bit of a poll, everybody? So, there is actually a poll. There's actually a poll. I'm going to look.
What,
I'm not logged in.
Who will win map 1?
Twitch, yeah, but
G2 winning with 64% right now.
Where can you see that?
On my Twitch chat.
Oh, on your phone. Oh, you're logged in. I'm not logged in. I formatted this PC. Okay. The people who think that, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. Thanks for playing, though.
Wait, it's changing. Keep talking. See if you can convince them. It's moving all the time.
Right now, G2, they are just a name. They are a shell of the team that you know and love. The only remnants that are remaining from the point of the team being remotely successful in recent history is Taz as the coach, Snacks as the in-game leader, and Malbs as the star player who is yet to manifest as that. He was anchoring when Nico was in the star roles. They had Monacy, the kid. They now have Hades. MIBR are the team who are going to win this series, and they are going to win it 2-0. And that is not just because Taz is standing in. That is because MIBR are here to play. They are here to make a mark before the major gets underway in Austin in a couple of weeks' time. And this is the proving ground. This is the type of team they need to get past. And this is where the confidence can build.
Oh, and my confidence is building not only in my co-caster, but yeah, you owned it, actually. It just completely flip-flopped. We went for now it's 60 or 59, 62% MIBR. Wow. Chad, you have swayed the votes. I should be calling you Cambridge Analytica.
Yeah. Cambridge, yeah, okay, I'm with you.
Anubis MIBR, Ancient G2. Okay, I like the map pool at least, even if I am starting to become a bit of an Anubis hater. I held on.
Yeah,
I held on for as long as I could.
Working on changes for you, Alex.
Yeah,
so,
he is. He's cooking.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, it's very unlikely G2 are going to win this.
Do you know what it would take? It would take Monacy to probably win this game. No, I was going to say it would take Malbs or Heavy God to step up with a Monacy-like superstar output. I think Malbs has got it in him. He hasn't done it in a while.
Yet.
He hasn't done it in a while.
He's
what's he got to do?
Well, he's right now. He's like a caterpillar.
Okay.
And when they get a full roster rebuild after the tournament break, after the major in the tournament break, he will then be in a cocoon.
Okay.
And then he will come out of that and become a butterfly. But right now, he's just a caterpillar.
Okay.
Malbs the caterpillar.
Malbs the caterpillar. It's a less popular spin-off.
Yeah, but it's still sold a couple of copies in Guatemala.
Did you have the caterpillar book?
Yeah. What was his name?
Did he have a name?
It had a name.
Wasn't he just called The Very Hungry Caterpillar?
It was called The Very Hungry Caterpillar.
What was his name?
I don't know if he had a name. He was probably Caterpillar.
Yeah, he was The Very Hungry Caterpillar. Dude, that book is giving me some mad nostalgia. Oh my God.
Animated by someone tripping out on something, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It is kind of crazy that G2 are 5th in the VRS.
That is crazy.
Because they're not the 5th best team in the world.
No.
They're not even close.
Are they top 10?
No.
No. Jeez. Well, I mean, this is why this is why this tournament means an awful lot to an awful lot of teams.
Well, we haven't seen G2 play, and that's why they're in my freak show category, obviously because of the Hades interim stand-in situation, but also having Hunter not able to make it to Kazakhstan, at least for now, does put a whole lot more pressure on them. So this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough.
So the last time we saw Taz stand in, we were recapping it during our first game.
Donk, right?
It was versus Donk. It was Dust 2, and it was because I'm going to do it.
Yep. Was when Monacy was on the way
couldn't
to
go.
the Blast event, and he rocked up like...
London.
Yeah, he rocked up like a day or two later.
Yes. Yep. Yes, and I remember I was like, he's here, he's coming. Yes, and Taz played like the first couple of days, or the first day.
Yeah, something along those
Or they
lines.
I think they got to playoffs maybe with Taz, and then Monacy showed up. I don't know, mate. I don't know.
Well, we're telling some good stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, whether they're real or not, that doesn't matter, does it?
No, I mean, our primary objective, if you were kind of making a list, is Yap. Preferably with an entertainment, like a lean towards entertainment. Hey, are you not entertained?
Oh, dear.
Oh, look, Malbs is a bit diagonal too. Lacowsy and Malbs.
Born that way? I don't know.
Diagonal gamers. Hello.
Oh, Alex, the red phone's ringing.
Oh. Hello. Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, I understand. Okay, so sorry, that was just G2's shadow CEO.
Oh, Carlos.
no, you
What's Carlos doing on the phone?
you wouldn't know him.
Yeah, but that was a Dubai number.
It was, yeah, no. It was weird. He just started saying like disrespect women, weird things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, something about being like masculine. He said like cigars are really important.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically nothing about providing or caring for others.
Wait, so what does he call him for?
So it was a long. We had a long conversation actually, but he was basically saying, "Stop talk, start game."
Oh, okay.
He was saying, "Please stop the yapping. I'm sick of this. I could get you fired." Yeah, because he's an alpha wolf in the jungle.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just losers.
Okay, that's tough. All right. Well, look, we'll get the game underway as soon as we can, guys. I promise you that much. We will do our best. Alex and myself especially will do our best to get it sorted. Now, look, I do have a direct line to Kazakhstan.
You do?
Now, I wouldn't believe it.
How have you got
but
that?
I've just been told we're just restarting a PC, so we shouldn't be too long. Alex, have you ever seen one of these before? Do you know what this is?
That is a anthropomorphic shark.
That's a street shark.
It's a street shark.
It's a street shark.
I think it is very cool.
Thanks.
I would have wanted one.
Yep.
I
had a
probably
couple
still
of
do.
them. I've got one on rollerblades.
It's a shark with knuckle dusters and giant biceps.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you do this. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
But anyway, it's kind of like they existed at the same time as the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, so they had tough competition.
Yeah, but I'd say they were cooler.
Turtles were definitely less cool than sharks, but did they have like kind of witty banter?
It wasn't as good as the Ninja Turtles. No.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's sometimes the way she goes. Yeah. Sometimes the way she goes. All right, everybody. If you would like to use the hotline, that's what we would call X. Oh, no, we're fist bumps. Never mind. But you can tweet at us. Let us know how you're going.
Yeah, please let us know. How is your day getting started? I'm always curious when you've got those early morning games. You know, it's a 9 a.m., 10 a.m. for some of us Europeans. Us Europeans, you see, that's just me clinging on as much as I can. But yeah, for you guys, what are you doing with your morning? You know, you just started off with a cheeky.
What did you have for breakfast?
cheeky
And
coffee.
why was it Wheat Bix?
Oh, shout out to Weetabix.
Sorry, we don't have the
Yeah,
in
we just added an for some
And
reason.
ours are rectangular.
Yeah.
Yours are rounded.
We've got rounded corners.
All right. So in the last series, we had 4 out of the 6 pistols going in favor of the team that lost the series. Is that a trend? Let's find out. As the CT side start for MIBR on their map choice. On the jiggles, exit. In connector, 3, prowling up water. And he's got a boatload of information. Their bomb not spotted. B split destined.
Interesting to see the dual Beretta's going to be testing anti-flash and ready to receive them. That needed to be his. Exit gets 1. We need something out of Lacowsy. Just the one. Taz got a double entry.
Let's go, Taz.
G2 in it to win it. Taz with a double entry into the B-bomb site. Breno smoke kit is a retake package. It'd be very G2 coded to lose a 1v3 pistol.
Can he get past the Polish powerhouse? Hades, Snacks, and Taz.
Oh, you're right. 3 poles versus 1 Breno. May not be expecting the kit, but I mean, it's going to be an easy spam, one would assume.
Still going to go.
Yeah, he's going to go
They
for
think
it.
he's saving. They think he's saving. They think he's saving. Oh, just sit it, Chief. You can't win it if you're shooting him.
Shoot him, man.
If you're going to go for it, go for it.
Yo,
Taz is the man.
Let's see a beautiful double kill from Taz's Glock into the B-bomb site, shredding them. And MIBR feeling a bit foolish, bit silly after that one.
Taz got 2 kills coming in B main.
Yep. Mikowski gets nothing until a little later.
And even then, it's laboured. Taz gets 2 on the... Yeah, just Taz, just peeling them apart and plants the bomb. So great job for Taz. That's what we want to see. Oh, the TV's going to turn off.
Don't do that.
There we go, it's fixed.
You...
Oh. I think this is... Oh! Double
Whoa!
Circus tricks. Hades with the ace? No.
Taz, you did not. You stole it. That's what they're saying right now. Disrespect. That was his ace.
Dziękuję.
Proszę widza. Пожалуйста. Dziękuję, proszę bardzo. They say something like that.
Do they?
That's what they say when you say dziękuję. Oh, look how fast those 2 people flew across this screen. Million miles an hour. Пожалуйста. I think it's that. I think I'm close. Any polls in the chat, please confirm or deny.
And not the north or the south.
Yes. No. Otherwise, there'd be little elves in the chat.
Oh,
did he block it?
I think he did.
Oh, major. This is a major. Can't do that. He got 1 smoke on his block, Dan.
What's on his... Oh, it's a knife. I've been playing
That's
too
not
much,
a knife.
I've been playing too much DayZ. I thought it was a glow stick.
Oh, yeah.
So...
And of course, the glow sticks are good against the zombies.
Oh, well, there is nighttime in DayZ.
Yeah, that's true.
Some light source. Okay, 3 players walking across mid-bridge. Right now, quite telegraphed into what should be an A split. Now, telegraphed for us, the viewer, not necessarily telegraphed for them, the players. Heavy God, going to line up some A main control utility. Basket volley. We're going to clear the smoke, and Breno lights them up with a double.
Just like that. Jobs are good, and I just got a lot of people deleted. Sorry for asking you to speak a different language. That's my fault. Malb's into the A site, though. And A main still occupied. It's going to be a real delicate balance to strike. You want to maintain.
They block him out.
Okay, so he can seize the space. They have full A site now, including A main. Bomb can be planted if they can retrieve it. He'll continue to spam. Ooh, okay, so the bomb is still there. Did you get confirmation of that as well? Yeah, Breno is going to be stubborn. It's in the Galil as well. Continues to spam away. He's making it as difficult as possible.
Oh,
do the damage. Forced on the reload. So they get it and get out.
And a defensive molly. They can definitely plant. They can't swarm the site connected right now.
Very uncomfortable for the CTs. That opens up a huge amount of pressure, though, relieving them of their duties. Taz down. And job done.
Awkward round, right?
Very
with the bombs
weird,
still
yeah.
in there, and they're trying to hold on to site. You don't want to give up too much territory. You want to make sure you can come back and plant. Takes a little bit longer. They need a few extra resources. And really, I want to say great round for Breno. The double that he's able to get there while under pressure, really good job from him. It was Molly, Smoke, HE to clear, and he picks up 2. So first round on the board for the Brazilians.
Proszę bardzo.
Here it is again. Oh, so the first he gets before the clear.
Yeah, he didn't even
just a thing of beauty. Does make the second kill onto Snacks a whole lot easier. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The first round for MIBR. So can they break set here? It will be a full buy for G2. Looking to block it again, and they will. And this is just going to make their life on the B site so much easier. It's being thrown from Taz, and there's no follow-through conviction. He doesn't even know that the smoke's missing at this point. He just knows he's throwing it.
Forward. One of them is isolated.
Oh, they missed the flash.
They missed the flash. Oh, no. Snacks are sitting duck. Exit profits. Replenishes that smoke on Con and gets away with that opening kill.
Now, B main push would be nice, right? So you want to take back some room. You can allow them to get Con. Taz needs double.
It's the first and quickly traded.
So you know that there's 2 more because there was a flash? Yeah, but nothing he can do there, really.
Yeah, of
right?
course not.
So they know that there's 2 players because Taz killed 1.
Yeah.
2 people pushed and there was a flash. So that makes 3 in total.
That's what they're worried about.
Long rotation back for the... well.
Round?
Should be, unless Hades can show us what the Prince Stream Orb's all about.
Just like that.
It's Heavy God and Hades.
You could definitely do something here.
It's hard hitters.
Oh, clean tap. 2v2, suddenly the pressure's on. It's a banger onto Lekowski. And it puts it all onto Insani to try and convert what was a gimme round. 15 seconds. Gonna pick up that bomb. I'll take the duel. A headshot would be fine. Jump shots being attempted. Insani pulls it off. The audacity to jump twice. He saves them from what would have been a real disaster 4v2, but...
That's crazy to be jumping in that situation.
I don't know about that. Oh. Was he trying to hit it, or was he just failing the mantle? I don't know.
Considering how easy the start of the round looked, this is a 2v4 situation. Heavy got with some nice shots there to draw this one back, but... and they've really got to stop releasing these Taz comp POVs, don't they? Like...
He just speaks of mechanical whirring now. Oh, dear.
Right, well, it's Glocks.
Glocks. Worst nightmare for an A anchor would be dying to Glocks and conceding a bomb plant where there really should be nothing available. They'll respect the smoke. They'll ask questions of safe.
I think, you know, one of the positive signs is that MIBR are in a position where everyone can have head armor. So,
oh my god.
It's Taz.
Oh my god.
It's Taz.
Oh my god. Oh, Taz's Glocks have gotten him into the sight, and M4 falls into their hands, and they get him down. Up to Insani to save him. 2v2. Hold on. Awkward now.
Boys.
Oh my god.
You cannot lose this.
Taz double Glock entry
You
just kept
cannot lose this. Oh
fucked. And Insani jumps past. Knows there's a kit. Picks up a HE. Will try and reveal them. Clear temple. No, he doesn't. Held by the orb. And down he goes. That's Impact. Top of the tables alongside Hades. It's Taz. Been in the server since 2001.
What a joke.
Still got it. Unk still got it.
Out of Taz's 6 kills so far, I think 4 of them have been Glock kills.
Yeah. And round winning kills.
I'm sorry, but this, like... yeah, that's pathetic.
Oh.
That's pathetic.
Oh. Yeah, that's one word for it.
Yeah, of course. How can that happen? That's so bad. I'm sorry. That's so bad.
Understandable. Completely understandable.
That one hurts my insides.
That hurts everyone's insides. I think just knowing what you lost to, what was invested, what you had, and oh, wow.
Like, it's great because Taz got the kills. That's the thing that makes it cool.
Sure.
But otherwise, that's just...
Yeah. Depressing.
Oh, Insani gonna get caught off. They're ahead of his timing. Insani, he's already passed.
Yeah, I guess it's Samky though. Oh god, he's banging.
Flash.
Gets his. They've set him up. They know he's close. Yeah, it's Taz again.
It's the Tasman.
Let's go. The Tasmanian Devil whirlwinds through mid. Gets himself
It's not even a joke. He's top fragging alongside Hades.
Yep.
The two of them have the most kills on the server right now.
In the absence
Let's
of
go,
Monacy,
Taz.
they called upon Taz.
I bet this is less stressful than coaching. Actually, I guarantee it.
Oh, that's a...
Watch Taz bail him out.
That's a very important kill.
Let's go, Tasman.
Hades going for a bit of a hero play here. Oh, but you're up against 5-7, so, I mean, any further than this, you're asking for trouble. You're going to give him an orb. Oof.
But Taz is still alive.
It's okay, because Taz is
Taz.
Well, you know, one way to not feel so bad about losing a full eco?
Winning a force of your own.
Winning a force of your own and leaving with 2 AK-47s, an AWP, and an M4.
Safe can even get something too, can't he?
Yeah.
There should be something.
Thank you very much. You shouldn't have.
Eggs are going to sit in the smoke.
Yeah. That's yours, mate.
All right.
I'll go find something.
Well, what a patch of rounds we've had.
Oh, certainly. Certainly some rounds.
Well, we knew this was going to be one of the Counter-Strike games of all time.
we did. We knew coming into this that we were signing up for something unusual.
As far as the temperature check for MIBR going in the first 6 rounds of play, like major stakes, not great. Like stock, not at an all-time low, but no one's buying right now. But there's still plenty of time for them to turn this around this map. It's early. It's early. The trade's just open for the day.
Yeah. What do you
Taz
make
have
of...
a Glock?
Oh, he has a PT-50, so...
Damn it, Taz. Where's the Glock? A-Rush.
He's got his util.
So Con Smoke and A-Rush. Everybody threw rugs. Nobody threw water. Okay. Let's see. Can the Boomers silently go down? Nope, they're just dropping noisily.
So instead of playing ahead of that main smoke they threw, they will play behind it.
Taz knows all the nades.
He certainly does. Been watching them dry run it for a pretty good time now.
Brenner will have support. They need to multi-kill between the two of them. The AWP, if it gets flashed, could get overrun. Nice nade. Only a little damage.
Yeah, expect.
How's this going to get freaky?
Yeah, especially when you miss an AWP shot. Oh, you've lost Breno. This is going to start getting very stressful for Safe. Trying to fall back, trying to find a pocket away from the util, turns the flashes, holds the line, hits his shot, gets it done. Good combination with Insani. A double kill in defense. Make it a triple. Insani does what Breno couldn't.
Yeah, that got dicey, didn't it?
Scary for a second, definitely.
I like the setup when it was more heads up and they were playing ready to receive, but as soon as Breno tucks away, the AWP has to hit that shot, and just the timing of it felt funky, especially against something that they knew was going to be a cobbled together investment. It can be more explosive, there can be more pistols. So they make good on it, and then Sani able to mop things up with a triple kill of his own. So beautiful work from him, as we just will be on Hades' cam as he looks to retain an AK-47 over towards T-Spawn. There you have it.
Job done.
All right, well, if people do want to get involved on the text line, the breakfast radio of PGL Astana at B-Stream 2025, you could tweet at Alex or myself. That is going to be at MachineGG or at Sponge SPUNJ. We'll be having our best people on the hotlines, reading all of your text messages, or you can contribute in the Twitch chat.
Oh, we've got a message here. We've got Ted. Been listening to him cast a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Ted. He says that listening to Unhinged, Machine, and Sponge is peak entertainment alongside the morning coffee. Shout out to Ted one time.
Well, as we know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
That's right.
And that's why we're unhinged, because we had to use the grease on the wheel.
And the early worm gets eaten by the bird. So don't get out of bed early.
No worms earlier than us.
That's right. See if they can worm their way into
They're
some
pushing
early B main.
This is bad again.
Run boosting. Oh! It works. Wow. Oh, you see that run boost run away as well? Not bad.
Well, Exit's had his bell rung.
Pub busters.
Yeah, back in the day, you could in 1.6 you could literally stack as many players as you had high.
Yeah, just have a totem pole of 5.
So it's been trash in like Source and CS:GO and CS2 where you can only go, you can go 3, but the third guy starts to swivel off. I hate that. I don't know why they did that.
Why can't we just stack? Let towers be strong again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bring back stacks. Bring back snacks. Oh!
Well,
that's put pressure on Breno on A again.
It has. I mean, that incendiary will delay them for 5, 6 seconds. Yeah, gets a free one to Hades. And getting away with murder for a second onto Taz. Okay, Heavy God. What have you got? Gets a quick one.
Remember, Exit's low. They should get the plant here. Molly towards heaven. Not a great molly, but definitely concludes with nobody home.
This is the fight. This is the fight. Tech 9 on Snacks versus Safe's AK in heaven.
You want Exit to play first so you can trade him. They're going to slip in a camera. They're both in camera. They're going to waste so much time clearing the site. You don't even have any A main presence. You're not going to assume that they've both slipped in a camera,
Where's it planted? You're going to think A main right now.
You're thinking A main. Sure, you're not thinking camera.
Swings in. Snacks will
Sitting it,
trade.
sitting it,
On it,
sitting
on it, on it, on it, on it, on it, on it. No, too late, too late. The defuse comes through. Exit gets away with it. Low HP. He had 18 from the start of that retake, and he still gets away with the defuse.
Okay, now the fact that only one player stays alive puts you in a position right now if you're G2. I think you had about 3K. You had the saved AK. There was 3.7K left over on that as snacks, so you could go for another buy. If anything, I'd take the time out to have the conversation. You can see the nerves getting to old Tazzy boy there. Can't keep the legs still. But yeah, Taz towards the tail end of his, so they're not going to force. They're just going to partial with the saved AK and they'll full buy next round. Taz towards the tail end of his career, you remember, Alex, because we would have been doing some of their games in EPL seasons in like Leicester and whatnot, when it was like Aristocrats or Aristocracy.
Aristocracy.
And he had a couple of other, and he shortened it to Arcy, and we had to explain to him like why that's probably not the name we'd go for. This is what on earth are you doing?
Safi.
What are MIBR doing, man?
They are trying to make the game entertaining.
Well, it's working.
Yeah. Jesus.
Hey, Zeus to you.
Hey, Zeus.
Like, mid was full open at that point. It was just utility. They didn't have eyes on it, and they all pushed out to a point where it could get picked from above. I don't quite understand that.
No, they're going to lose this round.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, they lost.
Taz has a Glock again. Of course they're going to lose the round.
Yeah, Glock's too good. The Taz Glock. Unless he gets 3.
Rock out with your Glock out.
Oh,
I thought it was the Glock.
2 is not enough. Is it?
That smoke changes things.
Oh, big shot from Hades. All right, Breno, Insani, what have you got? On that retake, does isolate the duel. Breno wins his as well versus Taz. It's only Heavy Garden. Yeah, he likely knows what's up now. Definitely knows what's up now. Pushing smokes, ready for the swing. Can't find Breno. And MIBR are so safe. Oh, I wasn't stressed at all. Why would it be dangerous? Why would it be close?
Jesus, these aren't easy rounds.
Just exciting Counter-Strike. That's what they're looking for.
Well, it's definitely turning on for people on their Saturday morning. So
yeah.
That's what, 7 rounds now for MIBR. This is CT side of Anubis, so they're doing 6 rounds now for MIBR. They're having a pretty damn good haul. 70 more they can slather on top as now G2 will get into a full buy. Hades Orb, AKs across the board, utility there. CTs, it just still feels a bit touch and go. Residual cash, not really a lot to write home about. Safe will have the most at 3.6. Exit is going to have to buy in himself. Oh, it could be a tactical timeout that's just been called here because, yeah, yet to see the exit investment. He is just now getting in with an M4. Important time to have a conversation, I'd say, because your half MIBR could be up to as many as, I would say, 8 or 9 CT rounds potentially if you win this one. And this is your map choice. Ancient up next. Was that Ancient up next?
Yes, it was. Anubis Ancient to start.
Brenner, hey mate, he's done well.
Yeah, but he's played forward.
I don't know if they'll be ready. I know they may have heard the sync. No, they know.
Oh, they definitely know. Flash push! He gets him as well. Snacks down.
Beautiful, Breno.
Yeah, that's a huge round from him. He
He's
gets
even away.
Oh, yo. Not another. Flanks the Rugs player?
The Rugs went not away.
You're going to be so mad. I can't believe he's got another one.
What a round from Breno.
Yo, that is admirable.
The first kill was on the AWPer.
Yeah, was he just kind of swing stairs?
I think he pushed the smoke.
Yeah, respect.
Hopefully we catch that in the replay because that's such impact.
Damn.
Breno's had some really good moments. 10 and 6 now.
Yeah, happy to be back in the jersey, I guess.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like they did bench him. Just wasn't finding the output they were looking for. Now he's come back, now that drops out. But they do have more firepower, I think, than the likes of Breno, Insani, and Lakowski in the team. Well, Taz, last man standing. This would be, I would say it right now, the greatest 1v5 ever.
It would. Lakowski denies.
Okay, well, running away with things now, aren't they? couple of slip-ups. Maybe it's just like it's early in the morning. Well, it's not. It's midday. It's later than midday.
Yeah. It's a game of
I was just trying to think, you know, what excuses could we make for MIBR? We can't really.
I can think of a couple.
The travel?
Travel's great.
Don't even know where they flew in from. They could have been in Europe.
What else is tough about it? You don't know. You know, it's a black box. You see?
Exactly.
You don't know
yes,
what to
of course,
expect.
of course. No Hunter. What could possibly?
Everything's different now.
What have they been cooking? We haven't seen him with Hades.
Exactly. You don't know what to expect.
Oh, the unknown is scary.
Yeah, it is.
People afraid of the ocean. You've nailed it there.
I've got it.
Absolutely nailed it.
We got a nice excuse in the bag.
And that's for the 3 rounds that they lost.
Yeah. And it might be the only 3 rounds they lose in this half.
In this series, I might say.
Breno keeps it up.
Breno,
Solid.
he's our man. If he can't do it, Insani probably can.
Probably can. Oh, and they're just gonna, yeah. A little bit of early map control, a little bit of early info, a little fast flankaroo. He's calling it a door lock. Unless they pivot.
Still locked in, aren't you?
Yep, definitely are now. Exit combines with Insani from CT. The crossfire does collect.
8-3.
Hee. So, yeah, G2 haven't been able to win a round without Taz's entries.
Well, we did know that Taz was the driving force behind any of G2's successes, so...
Yeah.
Nah, it's such a miserable spot, right? You're not able to start with your 5, so it's not the easiest thing in the world.
You've even good, you know, you're in disarray already. You've had to replace a star AWPer last minute. And then you simultaneously can't even field your other 4. I mean, that's rough. It is rough. It's probably one of those events where, you know, there's just so much stacked against you, you'll probably kind of quite comfortably dismiss it, you know, just a wave of the wrist as to what happened if it doesn't go well.
Oof. The A-Stream game concluded. If people don't want to hear the result of that, you should mute now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Big beat Aurora in the opening game. Aurora have ring rust because they haven't been in the server for a while. But they did choose to pull out of Melbourne. I think that was like Zentaris was having some issues with his back. But the fact that they lose to Big on the opening, Big should be riding like a bit of confidence because they made it into the final in Mongolia against Heroic. Still 5 final going in the favor of LNZ, Youngstar, X-Cloud, also known as Jota, of course.
Yeah, formerly.
Some Pius, and of course, Tania. Tania he's a talent.
He is, isn't he?
He's a very good player. All right, well, round number 12. B-main block smoke lands. 50 seconds remaining on the clock. You've still got smoke, boatload of... Okay, well...
Exit. Got another one.
Lakowski's still going to kill.
Yep. Taz tried to jump on his face. That's not bad. That's really good from Heavy God. Gets 2 body shot deagles to get them into a 2v2. And he even seems aware of the conwalk. Ooh, say from the util enough. It's just going to be Heavy God. He got enough to get the bomb down.
Weight of the world on his shoulders.
He certainly does. Can he carry? Last round of the half, they're going to be coming from 2 different angles. Good angle for this. Oh, and they jiggle just a little bit of shoulder. Nice. Isolates the jewel. Safe. Couldn't clear him. Hey. Couldn't track. Trying to get away. Knows if he gets away, he's reset and won the round, but Safe hits his.
Yeah, it was the deagle into the ooh box there. Because you see that? They had the anime eyes on the chatter box.
Yeah, it was a nice touch.
So that's why it's the ooh box.
Ooh box.
Yeah.
You've got one of that. That's where all your Vegetas and your Gokus came from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my Street Sharks and my... I got some tchotchkes
You have got plenty of tchotchkes.
I did like some set dressing with some plants, and there's some pictures. There's a picture frame of 1.6. There's
nice.
Olaf's diffuse. There's a shoe we got from like an Epicenter land once upon a time.
I remember the shoes. I remember that's when I really felt like I'd made it. I got a customized Converse.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this is just because I'm here?
Yeah.
That was cool.
There's the Counter-Strike bag we got from Valve.
That's cool. I have that too.
Yep.
Don't know where the clothes have gone though.
You lost the clothes?
I don't know where they are. I must have them.
Must be somewhere.
They gave us cool clothes. So there is this thing that happens when you're not broadcasting from the country that the event is in.
Don't talk about it. You should just ignore it.
You just move on?
No, there's no point.
But I wanted to educate them.
We're not in control of it.
Well, I know. I wanted to like let everyone know why this happens. It's not like it's like some sort of easy.
Well, they think everything is easy.
Okay, so it's not even worth talking about.
No, because they will dismiss it and say, "Why don't you just do this?"
Do something else.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. I won't bother then.
It's fine.
I was just trying to help people understand.
No, we're doing our best, and we can't. We're not a PSA.
All right.
We're just a bunch of guys
up to no good, starting making trouble in the mid neighborhood. Sonny.
Well, Malb's got in one little fight, and the CT's got scared because they're bearing down on B.
Oh, and the bomb will likely go down uncontested. They've got the full sight under there. Control flying that MIBR flag. Safe with a nice little drive-by headshot traded out. Taz again on the pistol. Watch out. Top of the scoreboard alongside Hades for that G2 camp. So let's see what you got. You're pushing in. You got Breno first contact. Look how he can close. It's just looking pretty bleak for G2. The smoke might get things a little interesting. Oh, no kill immediately. Yeah, Breno wants to tap. No time for this. No players either.
All right, well, that's the map. Great map from Breno.
Yeah.
15 kills. He's loving it. So they worked it out anyway. You didn't even have to say anything.
Just trying to have a good time. Well, they worked it out because we said something, maybe.
Yeah, well, you know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
That's right, yeah, when you think about it. Yeah. Squeaky wheel does get the grease.
Oh, dear.
Why doesn't WD-40 do advertising?
I guess you don't need to if everybody
knows what it is.
Like, if you're talking about grease and you say WD-40, it's like when you're saying a Hoover instead of a vacuum cleaner.
Or sellotape.
Exactly.
It's a brand.
Post-its. See, these ones are called memo tips.
Memo tips, but that's still a post-it.
It's not. You're not selling as many memo tips as you're selling as post-its.
No, you're right. That's true.
Yeah.
So when you're just so ubiquitous to the
You don't
brand,
need it in much.
You don't need it.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. It's a luxury.
Right now, we're investigating a technical doohickey with Malbs' PC. As you can see, the flashlight technique is being employed right now. And the flashlight, what that tends to do is it will illuminate different areas as you try and isolate any technical dramas that you may be searching out upon.
Okay.
Now, if you have questions about flashlights, we can talk about them. They didn't always used to be on your phone, which is crazy, I know.
What do you mean?
Well, once upon a time, you used to actually have a device that was like standalone. It could be like a cylindrical type tube, and at the end it flared out. And you know, it's not the thing that is on your bedside. You'd push a button on it, and it would turn the flashlight on. You'd have different colors with flashlights as well in terms of the type of light that it would emit. Normally, a yellowy would be the case with a torch.
Did you know that early flashlights were used to send Morse code signals before radios became common in World War I?
Okay, so is that kind of like the way that we would use a lighthouse?
No, but in a Morse code way.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean as in a lighthouse that lots of people can see?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I thought you were like communicating with boats or something.
Well, that lighthouses do communicate with boats.
Yeah, but like not in that way.
They're saying, don't come here, land here.
Land here, but
Please
they do it with
stay
light.
away from the land.
What else? I've got more flashlight facts for you.
Okay.
Did you know that you can have weaponized flashlights? There are tactical models that double as self-defense tools.
Blind people.
Yeah, they've got a word I've never used before. Crenellated bezel, sharp enough to break glass or deter attackers.
Damn.
Yeah, and they're ready for a zombie apocalypse. They have some have built-in fire starters.
Can they burn flesh?
The flashlight itself, no, but the fire starter could start a fire. That probably could.
That would make sense.
Probably could. I don't know if I'd want to live in a zombie apocalypse. Like, I think I might I'd just sign off. I'd just go for a walk.
You wouldn't want it?
Dude, I wouldn't. I'm not about the struggle.
Now, if
I'm not like, oh yeah, let's go and like suffer for like a couple of years before we die. Like, why delay the inevitable?
I see what you're saying. If I was in Australia and the zombie apocalypse started, I'm all for it.
Yeah, because you go live in the outback.
Yeah, and you'd be like, it's so flat.
Yeah.
You can see things coming from miles away.
You'd get on top of Uluru. Whatever it's called.
Yeah, it's Uluru.
I got it right.
It used to be known as Ayers Rock, but now we call it Uluru.
Uluru? Sounds fun. It's fun to say. Barys.
Okay. G2 Esports. G3 rounds.
Soon to be.
In my G6.
In my G6.
Like a G6.
Yeah. What a reference, Chad. You freak. Name the artist. I don't even know the song.
I don't
like
know
a G6.
either.
Was it Kesha?
Like a G6. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not sure the artist. I don't even know we can call them that.
Oh, because a G6 is a plane.
Yeah.
Feeling fly like a G6. Okay. Feeling fly.
Far East movement.
Ah.
Well, we're pretty far east right now in Astana.
Whoa.
That's a segue.
Yeah, well done. I think you get a round of applause for that one.
Thanks.
Yeah. Can you tell the story with just the sound?
Yeah.
Okay.
Long lull there. I didn't really have anywhere to go with things.
You
I
did
needed
well.
like a ramp up type of sound, but the laugh is because they lost to a force bar. Yeah.
Yeah. Taz actually the go.
He is. And we've been saying it for years.
He's doing very well. Very well. The third is just a thing of
Dancing around the pillar.
some gator. He's dancing. Just me then. Okay.
All right, well, they're temporarily back in it. Can they convert? There's extinguish, and there is a train of pistols charging through the guts of mid, straight into an A-split.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick test. Pace change. There's lots of bodies here, though. And, Heavy God, despite the flash, is going to be able to weather the storm comfortably. Hades gets 3 in defense of A. Just Brano to 4, and then the job is done. The round is won. 5 for G2.
Absolutely blended. Okay, well, now it'll be an eco. Chance to go 10-6 without too many issues to make it a 4-round game before the rifles come back out. Let's take a look if the second game of the series has begun. Where to put my mouse? There it is. That's the hard part. I'm just on my couch, so you know everyone knows your couch is like a void.
Yeah. As soon as you put anything on the couch, it's gone forever.
FURIA versus MongolZ has started. Map pool over there for those interested. Mirage, Anubis, and Inferno starting on MongolZ pick of Mirage. Now, if you do want to go check that one out, look, keep us on for sure. But I would say go check that game out because it is FURIA with MongolZ and Yakinda in the roster now complementing the likes of Fallen, who's moved to rifling in-game leader, Kaserado, and Yuri, the Fang to FURIA. So go and check that one out against MongolZ. But yeah, this should be an easy as you like type of rounds here. These ones are what we like to say, you just putting it in. And we'll take a little bit of a look into the rifle approach. I think for MIBR, it's really quite easy, especially after that pistol conversion, to get ahead of yourself and think, okay, we can close this quite easily. You had a really strong first half of the play. And then maybe that's why they had the slip up on their anti-force, and then they force their own, and it's just flat because they think they can run over their opponents. They think that they're better, and then now they've had to just swallow a couple of off rounds. But should be able to get things back underway. I think we'll see them go into more of a default approach.
Yeah, probably. I mean, even just trying to get something out of this round as well. They're not going to just throw it away, even if it is just clocks. And they've already bolstered the mid-turn. Cleared out B. They run over to middle, and Hades is ready, beating them to the punch. Gets 2 of the 3.
Yeah, good patch of rounds for Hades in the second half so far. 20 kills now for him, so he is putting on a show. Obviously, having to step in and fill the void of a kid like m0NESY is not going to be easy.
But if Hades can have these pop-off performances in matches like this, they're able to be competitive, it seems. So now that the rifles come back out, we have to see what MIBR's choice is. Do they want to take a timeout to have a conversation? Do they want to allow Exit just to call them through this round before they confer with the coach? Like I said, I would expect just a default spread. So you're getting a deep connector smoke that's just been thrown out there. A T-stairs smoke from the CTs. This is telling of some form of an aggression. So let's see, are they going to push pedal to the metal here?
Malbs respects the deep con smoke.
Deep con and lurk smoke. That sucks so much. It feels so stifling on B to have those two.
I mean, you could in a single flash, they could be pushing through both of those smokes. It's going to be brutal.
Well, right now it's kept G2 in a 3-1-1 setup on the CT side.
Okay, so this is the gap. You have one.
Oh, they would have.
You have one.
Would the connector players heard the steps in middle that were just made? They're hedging on B heavily. That's put so much pressure on poor Heavy God on A right now. About to be a minute 10 seconds on the clock, and this split is ready and ready to go.
It's a full misread, Chad. It is a full categorical misread. That's a terrible smoke, but at least gets them into camera unscathed.
Heavy God needs a double.
Yeah, what can he do? Malbs catches the lurk. The pivoting CT.
No.
Interesting.
There is a gap.
Oh my god, and they've all just crossed towards heaven.
Oh, they're running. They're running.
Taz is ready. Gets his. Malbs needs his. Gets it. Job done. G2. This is their round now. Bomb can go down perhaps if he can retrieve it in time. 35.
I don't think there's any way.
Yeah, I don't know now. Malbs has Molotov'd it to stop the retrieval.
You have to fight.
And fight's coming. Or peeks in. Destroys Hades, but there's a good cover. Malbs punishes Exit for trying to accelerate things.
Wow.
Malbs will close. G2, maybe there's more to be said about this map after all. Big smile on Taz's face. You can see, I mean, don't forget, you're always a player, right?
Yeah.
When you've been a player, you will always have that in your DNA. And so for Taz, make no mistake, this is not only feeling good, this is simultaneously something you've always done. This is not like unfamiliar or uncomfortable.
For sure. I think the thing is, yeah, you say a player always a player. I think he's a competitor is always a competitor. So getting in the server at the level of locked in and wanting to win these rounds, it's going to be at an all-time high. And he was also playing some Face It games after they had understood the Hunter wasn't going to be there. For me, the question is how long? Because if he had 3 to 4 days, if he had 3 to 4 days to play deathmatch and play some pugs, then I'm not going to say you're going to be the best player in the world by any stretch, but you're going to be serviceable in some of these fights, and he has been. Like right there, it felt like he should have been caught off guard. The other coming in from CT Spawn had to jump on him, and he still gets that kill. So very good job there from Taz. Time to put some respect on the name of G2 Esports. The scoreline is currently 10-7 into another partial bye for MIBR with the loss bonus building. Next round, the guns will come back out. Can they find anything threatening now? That round looked like it was all theirs. They'd outmaneuvered G2 completely, but still fumbled the bag. Setting up early with a lot of A presence. Over towards Ruggs, the U2 at the ready. Big nade on the safe. Chips him down to 42 points of health. Outside of B for now is just going to be out of Lukowski. Lukowski from this position could throw utility as part of a fake to keep boots planted. They do have an awful lot of util. We're talking about 4 smokes, 3 mollies, and into baskets they go. B main push, so just took a little bit of a leer out of B main. Didn't quite catch anything. Is having Hades now hedge back to middle. Snacks play forward on middle. Does he bolster the defense with heavy? You take position right now. Here comes the util. Oh,
what is that from Breno? Oh my god, he gets into the...
What was that?
Spams the heaven smoke, perfectly connects every single bullet. Like, I can't even fault Heavy God. Like, you've been in a smoke, not visible.
Was he spamming? Like, what was happening there?
I think he had been.
Bullets, but still, the fact he tracks all that down, it is going to have to be the save for G2. And just as we start to get on the wagon, they get tipped right off.
Oh, mate. Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those rounds, isn't it? As well. Like, work. It definitely worked.
I think you're going to be more skid as well because you don't have as much faith. Be honest, if you're G2, it's not meant to be disrespectful to Taz. He's feeling under pressure. You're likely to go and help him early in these type of rounds. Now, obviously, he wasn't involved in that, but that's why the fake, right? Okay, well, we can't leave, right?
Yeah.
So, like, we're unable to leave. That's wild.
The Breno frags are crazy. He's having a great first map. Like CT, he was catching these aggressive timings they made as well. This one, bang, Heavy got down. Oh, unbelievable. You know, trying to be risk averse as well, not going for any sort of crazy retake does mean that only a couple of guns fall into enemy hands.
Yeah, I think the bigger problem is just the lack of rounds. So you need to fight for this one now. They're going to pop into B. So same smokes that were from before, but this time they're going to play behind it. Is that an AUG? That's an AUG on Taz.
Is.
The Tasman.
And gets his, and he's still alive. He could do more. He's chasing down the CD player. Can't finish him off before the bullets find him. It's exit with the double, and that bomb site is lost.
And as I was saying, you're going to have to go for it because there's a lack of rounds. Does Lakowski have oversight above his head? No, there's a smoke. So I'm not sure what... I guess he was hoping to go overlooked. Now he's actually given them a way back in. But you go for this and you lose everything due to, then you have really very limited weaponry into the final round.
Everyone can buy if you have one gun dropped.
Yeah, because right now Taz has got 2K. Hades has got 2.8.
Like 2-gun save.
Malbs will be able to drop an AWP.
Ideal.
Yeah, they're going to get away with this. Okay. 12-7.
He's going to go a little further. I wonder if he's going to accelerate after the bomb explodes. Just going to walk it. I think he's going to be just a little late. Okay. Is there more to be said about Anubis after all?
This is the thing. I feel like there should never have really been anything to be said. Because when you look at the type of rounds that G2 won to get them into some scenario, think about Taz getting 2 Glock kills on a full eco in the first half, right? And then they win a force by their own in the second. So, yeah, I think when you piece it all together, the scoreline currently reads 12-7, but I feel like it should be more like a 12-4 type scoreline. They've won some rounds that MIBR shouldn't have let go. We'll see if they're able to give us anything more to get excited about. Never a fun or enviable position to find yourself in if you are a Counter-Strike team, having to play with your coach. Okay, well, a little bit of a snafu there, but realistically going to be all good considering the setup that we can see. Renault's been very impactful throughout this series. Well, this map. See how it continues in the series.
Look at that incendiary, just not quite spreading enough as well.
Well, they're not pushing. If they were pushing, it might actually come into help here. But there is going to be snacks over towards Fountain.
Double swing, both down to Breno. Challenge him if you dare. So much impact from one player. Insani with a disgusting sequence as well. The multi-kill demonstration. Breno and Insani pull it across the line, and map 1 is theirs. Sure, a couple more, hitches on their path to glory, but it was kept relatively clean considering.
Good job, I think, overall. Red, again, with MIBR, the bigger picture here is if they can have a good tournament, if they can make it to the playoffs, get in a lot of reps, play a lot of maps, get themselves essentially high pressure ready, right? You want to be match ready for the big games because Major is just around the corner, and you want to make sure that you're having a good output. But yeah, the highlights was Taz with a double Glock kill.
Yes, definitely.
But it was never going to be easy for G2. I think that Hades put in a really good shift. He had some good moments. That's something you have to look for as well for G2. You need to see what's coming up for them, because they're also going to be in that position where, they are at the major. I believe they're even in stage 3 of the major, right? Because the G2 is so high up in the VRS. They lost Nico at the start of the year, but they still had some results that were keeping the points flowing. Losing Monacy, that's a massive blow. You've just lost the engine, right? You've lost the engine that's going to get you up those difficult hills. And your Malbs haven't been performing the best. You've heard from him. He's coming out in tweets. Heavy God's still getting better within towards this team. And Snacks has always been under a lot of fire, which is, well, it's tough. In-game leaders are copying it left, right, and center no matter where. So it's just the way of the business, I suppose. But that is going to be map 1 going in the favor of MIBR. I think we will get a Brazilian team getting a victory today because, like, ODDIK lost. I think FURIA should lose.
Should? I mean, until proven otherwise, their project seems crazy.
Yeah, because coming into this, right, with Monacy in this team and Hunter here, that like G2 would be the favorites in this game for me without a doubt. But MIBR with their full roster against G2 with Hades, who, as we mentioned, top of the scoreboard, 21 kills, 13 deaths, 91.9 ADR. But it was Breno for me. The story of this map was Breno.
Sorry.
He had some real...
I was trying to hold in a yawn. I don't know if I made it. I made a nasty sound with my mouth.
Oh, that's all right. I thought you just went, you were agreeing. It sounded like an agreeing noise.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're all right. You don't have to fret. We, got 1 or 2 more maps of Counter-Strike. As you can see at the top of your screen, Ancient up next, and Nuke as the third and decider if we need to get there. But there's plenty more Counter-Strike coming everybody's way today. There's a whole lot of CS. On both streams, for 4 days, you will have 4 games a day per stream. And so when you wake up, so probably not when you go to bed, but maybe when you're getting ready to make dinner, CS will be on, especially if you're in Central Europe.
Yeah.
So, there's lots of Counter-Strike for you guys to keep in mind for Astana.
One I'm looking forward to that we won't be covering is the Na'Vi M80 game. You know, I'm a sucker for M80.
Yeah.
I like the energy Lakers brought to previous games, and Na'Vi are on wavering form. What happens when you mash them together? Entertainment. I think you're going to get an entertaining series. Could be good. Slacks versus Wonderful.
That head-to-head. It's a classic.
Head-to-head.
It's a classic.
What else have we got for it? Spirit GamerLegion.
Actually could be a good game.
Yeah,
like GamerLegion are one of the better teams in this tournament, and they also fall into the Super Bowl conversation because they unfortunately didn't qualify for the major,
which is a rare omission. As of late, GamerLegion have been quite historically good at getting.
I think the only majors. 2 teams that we're missing who we feel like we should have had, and this is more maybe rankings based, was Astralis, which they definitely didn't deserve it, and GamerLegion. So GamerLegion is actually merit based, whereas Astralis is more like legacy based. So it's not the end of the world to be missing them, but we need to go to an ad break because we need to come back. We need you to go get hydrated, go to the bathroom, get some food, get ready for another map of Counter-Strike. Going to be coming your way any moment. PGL Astana 2025. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
In one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
MIBR are ready to take on the challenge that Astana has to offer them. X is joining me for the interview here. how are you doing, man? You're back to being the leader again of the team. You've had a bit of time now to get into the role again. How has it been to kind of, you left it, dropped, took it over, now you're back to it again. What's that whole experience been like for you?
I'm feeling great, to be honest. I think when I stopped being the IGL, I was missing it in the start when I was not calling anymore. I was like playing local positions, so I was not calling anything almost all the time. And I was missing it. But when we started to play, I didn't think about it. We were playing good in the end of the last year. And now I'm back. Drop left the team, and they asked me to do it, and I wanted to do it, so it was okay for me, and I'm feeling great.
Did it take some change for you though, as a leader, as a player, to like leave it, now come back to it? Was there some like relearning you had to do, some changes?
Yes, I learned something, especially with Drop, the way he was like calling, the way his leadership was. I got something from him because he was a good IGL. He had great ideas of the game.
Now, I look at the MIBR roster. How far away do you feel you are from being able to have the success when you've got these players coming out of Brazil and being able to have success? Because it still feels like MIBR's underperforming, if I'm being honest.
We are trying to figure out why we are not performing, because in my opinion, we are one of the best Brazilian teams. We have the best talent. Insani for me is the best Brazilian player right now. So we just need to figure out how to work things. And we need to show in tournaments, because we were practicing and we are doing good. We are like evolving, improving. And we just need to come to this tournament, and we say to each other that we need to come to Astana to play good, to be at least in the playoffs. I think it's the minimum goal for us.
What do you think is missing? Do you understand like what the small details might be?
I think we just need to play more tournaments. We just need to play more calm.
Do you feel like at the moment MIBR also has not just the players, but like the staff that you guys want around you in order to have success? Because I know like you made coaching staff changes as well. There has been a lot of change going through it. So do you feel like you have everything you need to get to where you want to be?
To be honest, I think we have a good staff. We have good people behind us. We have a new coach now, JNT. He's bringing new ideas to the team. He's not a coach for a long time, but I think he's bringing new blood. He's doing a good job. And yes, I think we have a good staff behind us.
Now, you mentioned that you want to be aiming for playoffs as like the minimum for you guys right now. Looking at the teams you have here, how realistic do you feel that is based on the preparation you had and how the team feels before coming into the event?
I think it's easier to us to be in the playoffs. I think that it's more realistic to bring this goal to us. We were practicing in Portugal now. We had some days to play against European teams.
Ooh, how many days did you get?
It was like 10 days of practice.
So I guess you went Melbourne straight to Europe?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we are going there after the here, because we are going to practice for the major. I always say that being in Europe is the best way to get better in CS, because you play against the best teams. We didn't practice in only one day because there was a blackout in Portugal. I don't know if you know that.
Yes, I saw that on the news.
Yes. We didn't have lights for the whole day, so we couldn't practice.
What did you do on that day instead?
Man, nothing.
No,
we were like playing soccer, but
that's good. Yes, some exercise.
And then we were talking in the house. We were like trying to
Fury.
So it was, I think, the only one day that we didn't practice, and I think it was good practice. I think I had more time to be better as an IGL, and I think we were prepared.
Well, hopefully that preparation pays off for you, even with the one blackout day. You survived it all, and it's good to know that you're being able to practice from Europe, man. So thank you for all the insight, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you very much, man.
Everybody, welcome back. It's time for your second, but is it the last map of this series? That's a question we'll be finding out very shortly. Ancient up next, Anubis. It was a pretty quick trip. We saw Taz with a Glock. That's pretty much the highlight. Chatty B at his house. I'm live with him. We're live from Malta. It's in Astana. That's in Kazakhstan. And that is not near Malta.
Not at all, Alex, and nor is Ancient. That's our second map of the series, and that is where MongolZ is going to need to do his absolute best work if G2 want to push this one the distance and take it to Nuke. Hades has shown up, Taz has even delivered, but right now it's MongolZ's time, and I can't wait to get this second map underway.
Give it up for MongolZ, guys. Yeah, he is going to have to step up. Taz certainly did in that first, but this one should be a spectacle.
How long does that go for?
Dude, it's infinite. That's so cool.
We should see how long that goes
so
for.
much power with that button.
Yeah, and I don't know because it's Dinko's, so I don't know.
Like, has he customized it?
I don't know.
I don't think this. This doesn't strike me as Dinko choices. Like, does he go for conspiracy aliens? Does he go for? Probably does.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
he does.
We'll buy one of these though.
I want one.
We got to get one.
Oh yeah.
So we'll get one of these. But,
too much power.
Look, and the power's in the buttons, everybody, because right now we do have a bit of a tough time out there. It's been unfortunate. Hunter, he hasn't made it to Astana just yet. Couple of visa issues. But Taz, he's the man, and we're so happy to see him back in the server, doing his best, a Polish legend of Counter-Strike. And really just turning G2 from what was once a French team into an international superpower into a Polish squad.
Yeah, I don't know. This Hades, he's top of the scoreboard on Anubis. Is he Hades or is he MongolZ in disguise?
Well, MongolZ not at the event, so very well could be, Alex. We know they're getting pretty damn good with the CGI in 2025. Now, losing to that Glock Eco for MIBR, that one was a bit of a laugh.
I know. No, please, thank you. Wow, so much power in the canned laughter.
Yeah.
You know, how funny was Friends before the canned laughter?
Smelly Cat had legs.
Smelly Cow had legs.
That had legs.
There was definitely elements.
4 of them at least.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Man, the energy.
To get his troops. I mean, to be fair, isn't this like a nothing to lose, everything to gain?
Exactly.
Like situation for G2. You probably do throw the rule book out of the window a little bit. You know, someone's feeling himself, do something a bit more, probably ostentatious, a little more aggressive than you wouldn't normally.
No, I agree. I definitely agree.
I think that has to be your game plan. I would love to see a competitive second map, maybe even a third, but it will all be up to G2 and their superstars. Let's get this one going. T-start for G2, and it looks like it's going to be a rather direct approach towards the B side of the map. We're just going to run it up the ramp.
Well, they're in.
Oh, Mr. Flash.
But they're in. They're in deep. Exit?
I think Snacks gooshed him.
I'd hope so. Imagine burning down from 100 to 0.
It happened too quick. It happened way too quick. This is the fight, though. If they can get past Hades.
I don't think they're going to clear him.
Oh, he gets his. Immediate trade, though. Maybe there's something. Never mind. Snacks has put down ramp.
There was for a moment something. Lukowski trapped in cave, and that's going to be Safe, who's already backed off towards CT spawn. So they're going to be losing this one. Great little pistol round from G2 to pick things up on their map pick with a strong start.
Why is it so simple? Just rush B? I guess they didn't stack B.
Just rush B.
Just rush B, guys.
It's had a few
How
years.
do you win it?
For years. And no need for Taz's Glock. So that's, someone else is going to get some Glock kills this time.
Nice.
Yeah, but I was talking about MongolZ. This is the map where he looks very comfortable, or looked very comfortable since his introduction to G2. And it's where he made a name for himself also when he was a part of M80. I think for him in middle, he's that type of player profile. He has Nico-esque aim, but can thrive around the smokes and mollies in middle, which is something that Nico's had a tougher time adjusting to. But MIBR will be taking to a full eco.
It's a unicorn round, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, they're robotic crickets, man.
We do the best we can.
Yeah.
Just like G2.
That's all you can do. I mean, I always thought this was one of the ways you can play eco, isn't it? It's one of them.
Oh, he didn't see any of it. Not even a little bit.
It's okay, because they're going to end up like planning A, and then they'll come through CT, and then Snacks will get 3.
People are asking, where's Hunter? We've said it a bunch of times, but maybe you are just joining the stream. Hunter had some visa issues when going to Kazakhstan. I believe that they're trying to rectify said issues, and he will be playing as soon as he can get there, but currently not in the country, so they've had to use Taz as a stand-in. There'll also be Payne, who will be using their coach Rix as a stand-in as well.
Rough.
So there's a couple of omissions there. And then also the field. That's why the framing of this event for me is it's Spirit King of the Hill. Essentially for me, every team they take on, they should be batting away, or at least, taking care of quite handedly. I think Aurora starting the tournament with a loss already is quite condemning for them, especially one to big, but we'll see if they can turn their fate around. They could have some ring rust. MongolZ is the other team I really want to keep my eyes on, as well as Na'Vi. Those are going to be the bigger names who are looking to perform before the major, and giving away a little bit too much. G2, they lost an AK, they lost 3 players, and, well, the MAC-10 didn't get scavenged. So it will just be the AK for exit, but it is going to be a buy round now. It means that they can actually, I was going to say they could get out the safe AWP, but it looks like they want to go rifle heavy, because the exit had so much money and the AK could have dropped the AWP, but not going to go for it. So first gun round now.
Let's get into it. See how they'll be approaching their first gunny. Red Smoke and MongolZ is heading to his typical start. Throws himself out an early flash. HE to break, maintain vision.
Elbow Smoke didn't land perfectly, did it?
Yeah, I think that was one of the reasons he wasn't willing to go any further. It was a little off.
Yeah, and in a way, helps the CTs a bit, right? Obviously, the deeper elbow smoke is very constricting, but with the way that players are able to edge around that, and if there's a bit more chaos from heaven as well, it might actually be better for the smoke to plume deeper. But in the second wave, they will start taking the mid control. Molly over towards the cubby. I want to call that cutout as the red smoke lands 2, and then they'll start on the prowl. 3 players through mid, one watching B push very passively, one watching A push very passively. Now G2 will tackle cave from the alternate side. So slow, but getting what they're looking for right now. 2 make it 3 players now reside on B for MIBR since the rotation point is safe back over with a flash at the ready. Jiggle for cave. County tucked inside has that unknown piece. Molly in and exchange. Delaying for now. B execute. Almost feels like a guarantee.
Nice util from Heavy God. Yeah, he does chip away at Lacounty with a HE. Oh, Snags hits a banger. Alves tried to connect the bullets and nearly finished off safe, forced away. Cubby to be cleared. Not spotted. No, I thought he knew. I thought he knew! Look how he gets 3! Sprays them all down. Job done, round 1.
It looked like Heavy God was looking at that position like he knew exactly where he was. Thought he spotted the elbow poking out right there, but no. X-ray extremely misleading. Lacounty, the unknown piece, lights him up, knocks him down, and puts the first round on the board for MIBR.
Oh, that's a nasty one for Snacks there. Just sorry, we're not Snacks. What am I saying? It was Heavy God. No one was looking. No one was looking. Just as they fall into that false sense of security, he pops out of his corner.
Let's see if it's different from the previous map. G2 had a couple of rounds that were cobbled together, excuse me. They're going for 2 AKs and some pistols and a contact into B. 3 players here again.
Okay, a lot of responsibility onto MongolZ and Hades' shoulders. They're testing them, and I think safe being this unknown third piece. Oh, no, now. Oh, destroys them. Okay, nothing. Absolutely nothing for G2 in that one. Not a point of damage dealt to their adversary as they invested a bit too much.
Okay, now it has to be the eco.
Yeah.
So the force is justifiable with the lost bonus situation. What they got out was pretty good, but the fact that they walk in, no contact, go for the plant, line up, get mowed down, that is way too easy for the Brazilians. And now they get another chance. Now, I want to say we should be on high alert. Keep our eyes on Taz and his Glock.
Good point, well made.
Someone's been doing their lineups. Beautiful. Elbow and doors. Crowd control utility. Aggression against the Glocks. They've also smoked themselves out of cave so they can push out heaven and fight for middle. But we can see it's just a bit of a milkmaid round from G2. Still running with it. Siphon round.
Milkmaid. Better than milkman. A milkmaid does... Yeah, it makes sense. Milk. My Weetabix this morning.
It's a good breakfast.
It is. I honestly, I felt rejuvenated.
I have some white bread that I was going to make into some toast.
You're a toaster, yeah.
Which I don't usually do. So then I went and looked at my Vegemite, and my Vegemite's out of date. But I feel like
it's just
Vegemite never really going to go out of date.
It's strong enough. You know?
I think it is. So
Yeah.
I will be trying the Vegemite.
Brave it.
And if I end up sick, we know why.
Yeah. And that would be the most Australian thing you could say for a sick note.
Other than I got gout from doing a shoey or something.
Yeah,
I don't think you can get gout from doing a shoey.
But you probably might. You might.
At this point, you may as well. 30 seconds into the blender.
Okie dokie.
Setting number 3.
Unless.
And you got the suction cup.
Oh, wait. Taz is dead. Taz is dead. So.
Yeah. The Taz lost.
Job done.
2 rounds, no kills for G2 in back-to-back fashion. So that will have to change now that the guns come back out. Who's your favorite Polish player and why is it Taz?
So my favorite Polish player is Taz, and reasons being is that he has the most cultural impact. Like you could make an argument for Pasha, but Taz did talk to the Cologne crowd after being Fnatic.
True.
After losing to Fnatic.
And he is the Mercedes man.
And he's the Mercedes man. He was the VP CEO.
That is a beautiful entry there from Malbs. That's exactly what you need to play.
Oh. Ooh, I was about to say that's what you want the A anchor to do if he got 2, but now A underscreeds me. Trying to get down the corner in time.
Drop it, get it in there. Yep.
Bam.
Not going to spread though.
Yeah. Defensive spray was good too.
I like this late now lurk, little piece. So it might just have to be the save from MIBR. I understand that they do have a lot of residual cash, but it'd be silly to... Wait,
wow.
maybe now go for it. Maybe
yeah.
go for it now. No, you're still backing off. I think you should go for it,
Kazi
boys.
does too. No, he wants the AK.
I thought after that kill, it could have been worth a shot, but not the case. They are just going to look to do damage on the exits. So the Kazi, Breno, and Exit all going to hold on to AK-47s, and G2 are going to get a gun round. So that really just comes off of the Malbs opener and safe in a position just to be one and done. So really well done there from G2. Exit will do some damage on the way out the door. So, look, that considering where the economy's at right now, that's okay too. They can drop 2 AKs, and then a third will probably have to operate with a Galil. So there'll be 4 AKs, a Galil, or maybe a Mac 10 or something if they want to play a little bit faster, so we can keep in mind what Snacks wants to call going into the next round.
Bang. Exactly what you want.
Beautiful.
Exactly what you want.
And it's a cool head-to-head. I think Malbs versus Insani, like both good aimers, both like to play like similar, quite, in your face. So you're having to swallow the bitter pill of the Galil is Hades, unfortunately. But now it's an A go. So the U2's in the sky. This is an A rush. Safe's here again with the AWP.
Okay, how does Safe handle this? Gets his first. Oh, what? More than one. Just a single bullet required to dispatch of the double. Oh, misses the sequence. Does make it an interesting round after all.
Could have been a beautiful little sequence there.
Oh, a little bit of patience as well to ensure he had his head in the sights. As
this is a Heavy God 1v3. No. Well, it was Heavy God in a 1v3.
You weren't wrong.
But it wasn't his 1v3.
It wasn't his.
No, that's probably the difference within the framing there necessary. All right, well, MIBR.
They lose a rifle round. They respond immediately. The safe AWP. Beautiful work from him. You obviously need some fortune to go your way here, but
Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
Still need to be in the right place. Still need to pull the trigger. And Insani, I love the mid push. He hears all the steps. He's close mid anyway, trying to lock it down. Plays a fast flank. And bang. The round is gone. Again, same call, repeat call.
Yeah, it's Snack special.
No one's home.
Dum-dum.
Retake simulator now. You just have a lot of UTO as the CTs though. Right now the conversation needs to be, all right, let's get in CT. Let's establish some tempo control. Let's smoke off towards main. Obviously not donut. Where are we going to molly? Do we want to molly side? Do we want to molly big box? Let's flash forward. Right now you're talking about this retake and its possibilities. You have so many smoke sites. You get one on the bomb, you get one towards A main. You should still be able to win this. Everyone has a kit.
You need to start throwing those smokes. There we go. Smoke goes onto the bomb. Spam, panic, sets in, more smokes. Diffuse, 2 frags. Still need to get on the bomb though. Now Breno's holding. It's just Malbs. And he can't get him off. He hit 2. Needed more.
I want to see those if we can, please.
Dum-dum.
That looked like it could have been spectacular from Malbsy boy.
Yeah, not a bad attempt. Not a bad attempt at all. I mean, getting into the site's one thing. You just didn't have the resources to fight off the retake.
You run it again.
Did you dare? Good work from Breno. Here's those Malbs. Oh.
All right, important retake, that's for sure. All right, 5-3, 2-round gap, partial buy again. And this time it looks like we'll go B.
Just go B.
All 5. Nobody mid. Extinguish. Have to worry about the jump up. So I think you just have to set up a B execute and go up the ramp.
Yeah, Exit heard that extinguish and is just saying no one's coming. Heaven is clear.
Risky to play forward as well against the partial, but at the same time, you don't know what G2 are going to be thinking in the buy every round.
Oh, wait. Also damage. McCown's got no bullets. Exit does. Uses his wall. Look overlooks. Forced to the USP. Getting flanked. He's a dead man. And now they've got access to the site. G2 can actually win this round.
Another retake. Long flank coming in.
Half-hearted util there from Safe. Didn't really achieve anything he was aiming for. Hades has found...
Oh, that was the flank.
Big frag onto the flank.
Yeah, well, that's round over.
You'd think so. Safe doesn't seem to think so. He's on the go. 1. 2 more required, both on ramp, 1 low. Hades has the molly, though. If he knows the lineup, he can just molly default.
If he had a smoke, it'd be over. Oh, he's got time!
Oh, my God, he's done it. Safe actually clutches up. That's a misplay from G2's part.
Oh, no.
Oh, boys.
They've given him that one on a silver platter, haven't they?
Ay, caramba.
That B defense was mid at best. At smile on the face at Exit, they get away with bloody murder right there.
How have they gotten away with that?
Oh, dear.
That's
After this kill, I think it's over.
He picks up the molly. I guess he didn't know the lineup.
Yeah, and also you think we should just kill him? Like, Hades goes wide to get traded, but Malbs doesn't swing. Or he does, but it's late. It's... okay, gun round.
Tough. Very tough.
Elbow smoke missed. It's way too deep.
He's going to be looking to fight out of that Malbs. 50 HP. Exit's going to get frisky. Snacks cuts him down. Big fight in mid. Hades wins out on Insani. Keeps him humble. An advantage for G2.
We need a response, right? So
from where?
Well, Safe can't really do anything. He just needs to lock down the line, which he can do. Oh, Safe, bro.
Mum.
Yeah, okay, Snacks. We see ya. That's something. I would accelerate B now, though.
You could try. Look, Howsy's there.
They're going to go up the ramp.
It's a race. He knows what's up. He knows what that means.
Now we can buy time for the 2v2. Oh my God, it's Taz and Heavy God.
Taz and Heavy God, the duo you didn't know you needed.
Don't save. Look at all your nades. Give it a go.
Have a look. Got that. Opportunity presenting itself. Taz is going to be
free
exposed.
kill.
Yeah.
Taz is literally a free kill.
Not if long peeks in. Perfect timing. Perfect. Just as Taz was about to go down, Heavy God strikes. And it will be a closeout. That's the Taz Heavy God duo. That's
Well,
what that is.
should have been. That was, what, a 4v2 there until it got drawn back. Lekowski grabbed one. Brenner grabbed one. So, yeah, look, safe. I think what's happened is Snacks and Taz are in the server, so he was trying to bring Pasha's movement.
Right, right.
So, you know,
complete the set.
Yeah, and that right there is like kind of a bit like your Exodia. I should have been quicker on that one. That one would be better for the canned laughter, wouldn't it?
Yeah, true.
All right, we'll lose another one of those, MIBR, and your economy broken out mid.
Donut smoked, walking 2 players across the red room. And that gap's being held by that Speedway player as well. Insani, cognizant that it could be a potential slip. Oh, and a nice combination from Malbs. Gets the bullet down range. Hang on. Progressing ramp. Oh, Taz can't find them both. Damage inflicted onto the second.
Exit screwed, though. He's surrounded.
Yeah, he is. He's actually got players coming in from both fronts. He's trapped on the ramp. Throws out a smoke, but has the bomb. Oh, weird. Weird. Now Snacks is pushed through. Finds Breno. How does this go wrong for G2?
I guess they don't know where safe is.
Yeah.
They know where exit.
And they know that the bomb is in there. Ooh, you've lost.
They still don't know where. They still don't know where safe is.
Still unknown. You'll start to assume he's by the doors.
What is this?
Get out of my way. Get out of my way.
Okay.
25. Bomb is not retrievable. You just have to fight your way out. You're pushing into an orb. Oh, the wide swing. It still didn't work out. They're going to take this round. G2. Need a hero. Snacks, can you be that hero? 10 seconds left. He needs to pick up that bomb right now. Oh, he gets the tap. 7, 6, 4. Oh, I'm not sure.
It's going to be close.
So. I don't think so.
Oh,
oh, mate. Damn. Right down to the wire there.
Tough for Snacks, isn't it? Okay, well, 7-4. Final round of the half about to go underway. A lot of casualties, and this is going to make the buy for MIBR going into the final round of first half quite tough here. Malbs has been doing good with his entries. He's been dominating, I would say, with the space taking, especially when the rifles have been out. But yeah, Exit just really kicking up a fuss. Great round from him. Caused massive issues. And Snacks just not with enough time. Needed 1 second more to make that one possible. Right, well. Can they get away with it again? Malbs, one more time. Liberated to work out middle. Red smoke about to fade in a moment. So on this timing, we'll have to worry about everything. Creeps in, has support. Hades and Malbs. So they are aware that they're giving up this gap. It's just something that Lekowski's going to have to worry about at range. The bomb now starting to transition elbow, 3 middle. Are we going for an A-split? Taz is going to have to get across this donut line. So I feel like they have to A-split. Insani has a smoke to block, though, right now for Donut. As soon as he takes contact, he can drop that. They're both playing smoke jiggle defense.
Okay, there's another block. 50 seconds when you get blocked, but Malbs cracks open Lekowski's skull. Now wrapping CT. Oh, you're under so much pressure, Insani. You can feel it. He knows it. Smoke won't last forever. He's electing to try and push a main. The bomb's going through red. It could still go B.
It's time for it.
Oh, what's the plan? Heavy tested. Yeah, he's going to get something there.
It's all unsafe.
Oh, dear. They're bringing the bomb in. And he's missed his shot, missed his chance. Looks like it's going to be 5 for G2. Taz farms up an extra 1 with the MAC-10. And Breno, the last man standing on the wrong side of the map. Brutal.
I think well maneuvered from G2 there, right? They're having to piece that together throughout with the kills coming in. But Breno Tries he might, give it a swing and a miss, and it is going to be just a 2-round gap. So it feels a whole lot more competitive in the first half than what we managed on Anubis. Now it's just about the G2 able to lock things down. I think it's going to be harder for them on the CT side, right? So what is the division of labor going to be? Because if Taz is going to pick up what Hunter would be doing, it tends to be something a little bit more mid-centric. So if he's... Yeah, I think he's going to... If they do use him in middle, that's a tough spot. You have to deliver as a rifler there.
Yeah. I'd be tempted to put him on A. Just put him there.
But then, like, I see what you're saying.
Like,
so it feels like a lot of, if you are trying to hide that as a problem, I understand. But then you're removing, like, you want your AWP on A if it's going to be an A rush.
Sure,
I mean, mid.
He'd just be the loose piece, you know, like as in sometimes he's part of the 3B, sometimes he's part of the 3 mid, but. I mean, even just putting him on A as just a... Even if they did say, go, oh, he's playing A, let's target him, they changed their whole game plan just to try and, like, exploit a weakness on the easiest to retake on site. I just don't think that would be, like, in their best interest either.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I guess the thing is, it's not like MIBR are going to call with Taz in mind and try and exploit his position, right?
But they might just get more.
Yeah, they might get away with more in these areas than they traditionally wouldn't. Let's see what... We won't be able to tell from the pistol round. We have to wait until the anti-ecos and the rifle rounds are coming through with.
Double smoke. Early questions asked of heaven.
Important block. They're going to have a big fight in mid.
Yeah, already. Orbs connects. Hades does too.
One more.
Yeah, nice response from Insani. Heavy God responds in kind. Mid shut down. Pistol round concludes. Exit finds himself detached from the pack.
I think that was just for space purposes.
Yeah.
Right? I think they were just trying to fight so that it was like, let's just make sure they don't have mid and then we can finish B.
Instead.
But, yeah, drawn into that duel.
Perfect. Absolutely pinpoint perfect.
Yeah, okay. That's beautiful work right there. Is that's both pistols?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're off to a flyer right now. G2 in a really good position to pick this up and push us to the third and deciding map and nuke, and that's where things are going to get very, very technical. The theory side should be down in terms of the
one stand-in, one coach. On nuke.
Yeah, right. I guess that's the thing. They know that the stand-in factor of Hades is for like a short spurt, so they'll have been practicing with him throughout, but still, it's tough. It is a bit more like a pug, I
just want to observe that the confidence Hades has got in his teammates, he's chosen not to invest.
Okay, let's bring out that AWP, and he's up against the eco, gets one and done. Snack now activates, but he'll be found as well. So 2 kills, here's the mop and bucket, Mr. Head. What?
That was like a crazy headshot.
Okay, well, Malvs actually comes over. He'll farm up a bit of extra cash on the SMG. And we're all tied up, 7 apiece. B lane littered with the MIBR bodies. But right now, it is G2's turn to defend the Ancients. Okay, let's see. CT setup. We'll get a real good look at it right now. I believe it's probably going to be Snacks Cave, Heavy God B long, and then it'll be the likes of Malbs and Taz mid as the riflers. But you could just go Malbs and Hades mid with what you were mentioning of Taz starting over towards A.
Let's see what they do.
Oh, a 4-1 start. Oh, very heavy B. I like this. You're going to have to play like this if you want to win.
Early mid space taken by the T's. Flashing and asking questions of Ramp. Lakowski's already been brought low. And Snags pushes forward to try and bring him low. And a quick jump on his teammate's head. Heavy God leaps and vaults over. And MIBR resuscitate Hope with a double of their own. Nice catch as well on the aggressive Snacks. Forced away is Heavy God. They're aggressing, contact walking, Cave. This is going to come as a surprise. It's going to come as a bit of a jump scare. Yep, Taz goes down. Heavy God does very well. So much pressure applied. He will eventually go down. The mission is MIBR's.
Look, I think that the only bit I would critique about that, because I love the 4-man gamble, and if they're going aggressive, you get those early kills, and it's the B defenders as well. You might just run into the site not expecting so many more people to already fortify it. The only thing I will say in that situation, I love the little jump mantle up on the box for the kill, but the smoke was already fading doors, and Snacks had run past the smoke line, so then he was just open as it faded. So just a moment to sit there and re-smoke it could have made a really big difference. Maybe he didn't have one. I wasn't cognizant of that, but you would think with 4 players on B, 1 for elbow, 1 for B doors initially, someone should have had a smoke and you could have dropped it across. And it could get a whole lot worse because the hunting party is out. They know that Hades is still alive and they need to rip this AWP away. And I think they will.
It's not looking good for Hades to save the AWP. I think Renault's got him booked, especially now. Oh, he's coming for you.
Oh, he's really bad.
He did too much noise, but it's fine. Renault gets the job done, brings home the AWP for his teammates safe.
And the bacon.
Brings it home.
Okay, well, at this point for G2, that is curious. Do you think we will see a theme of that where they just do a lot more Hail Mary grouped up maneuver? This is it what I was talking about. Stacks like back completely turned to that. So just the awkward. I don't know if maybe they just can't play any standard rounds.
I mean, that might be it. That could very well be their conclusion they've reached. Like, we're always going to do something a bit avant-garde.
This is a little bit more standard, I guess.
Yeah, 3-2.
They're all in. 1 M4, 1 FAMAS. They're in B.
And they were about to get across safely, but Heavy God's FAMAS does disrupt that plan. And the wallbang from KD chipping away at them as the bomb does go down B.
Oh, Brenner, you are very low.
Ooh, okay, interesting post plant.
Yeah, this is tough to hold on to.
Next kill makes a big difference here. Heavy God tries to get aggressive, gets naded. AD's holding for long.
Flash. Oh, he turned it.
And catches them both slipping. Beautiful from Hades. Great movement and paired up with Malbs' push should seal the deal. Molly on the bomb.
They got a smoke.
That's the rock, paper, scissors.
That is beautiful. That is all 5 staying alive. Everybody will get themselves something a little bit tidier. They've taken everything. They've completely jacked them.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that is a huge round to win.
Oh, dear.
And this all starts with Heavy God playing such a passive line. Yeah, he gets the dink on Lekowski. It's such a difference that he actually makes the kill. And then Breno and Sunny both chipped down by harassment. And then that Deagle, just easy body shots. You can see Hades not even worried about the head at all. Just puts him in the body, ties things up. And now the pressure back on MIBR. Going to take their first tactical timeout, and understandably so. It's the finances that need to be discussed right now. Safe's just bought in with an AK. I think you could go Hero AK and everybody else with something a little bit lighter. Safe's having a good map, 17 kills for him, 12 for Lekowski, 9 apiece for the likes of Breno and Exit, and then at the bottom of the scoreboard, Insani. And we got Taz on screen. Obviously, if you've missed the stories, he is the stand-in. Well, he's the coach who's temporarily taking over for Hunter, who's not there due to some visa issues, and Hades, who is replacing Monacy until the major concludes. We'll see what happens in the tournament break. So G2 looked like they could indeed take the lead at the start of this second half of play. Full lane control, full mid control. MIBR are going to allow this utility to be expended, but I think one of the keys is because the AWP's out, in Hades' position, he won't even have to use any of his nades, right? He can give them to someone else, sure, but he'll just be able to hold on to those. And the fact that there's no friction, oh, this would be a nice nade. Bang, great damage. That's the AK, brought down to about half. See you later, Alligator. Safe will take down Malb, so even with the nade, gets the opening kill. Snacks up to bat.
Should have a clean one, gets himself the equalizer and gets away. He's going to start to profit from that distraction and removes Insani. Sticking around, he's back in his aim on this one and on the covering fire. Yeah, just going to completely dispose of the threat.
Well handled. You lose the opening kill, but you're still able to keep all 4 alive, so really well addressed there. As G2 into the lead before the guns come out again. Now, Safe, because of the Hero AK with the loss bonus situation, is only going to have about 3K. So for him, it might have to be Galil territory right now. But you're working yourself into a bit of a hole, MIBR.
Yeah, it's getting a little uncomfortable now.
Now, this is obviously G2's map choice, but look, you don't want to sit here and be like super... this isn't meant to be super harsh on Taz. This is just to be like realistic with the state of the nation right now. You shouldn't be losing if you're a top team in Counter-Strike. Hold there. Hold up.
Oh, very good start for Insani's mid-fights. The flashes were so perfect.
They started... the the AWP on B there. So Taz is on Donut. He's the only real bastion of hope over towards A right now. Hades walks in. Profits with a frag. Backs off. Takes up a new angle. But Lakowski quickly hoovering up all this space.
Guess his info. Staying active with AWP gets run down. Wow, he's done very well. Desert Eagle onto Lakowski.
Not ready for long. Not ready for long.
At all for long.
Gonna get blinds. Ooh.
Oh, he's just. I mean, it's going to come down to the time. Yeah, that's second one. Asking too much, apparently.
Sunny needs this 1v1 against Taz.
Yeah, this is a big one. Up against the coach. An opportunity for G2 to seize double digits first.
Oh no.
He's got a good idea. He's got a very good idea of what's coming around that corner. Starts to back away, concedes the space.
Did he see him?
Spotted?
I don't think so. I don't think he saw him.
He's staying active.
Taz is rerouting. So he's worried that Insani's picked up the bomb and gone back towards heaven, but he hasn't. So Taz throws a telegraph nade, backs off. He's going to offer the... Wait, is Taz banking on being A? He's backing off towards Donut. Taz, you've... it would have been such a long rotation. And Insani can't believe it. Everything's clear. He knows where the nade came from. He thinks that he lost him on a timing towards short. Now he's just going to punch in the digits. Taz mantles up heaven. Insani, half HP.
Look at Cave. What's he thinking about? Yeah, okay. Focused on Cave.
Oh.
Taz! He's done it for G2! A battle of wits between the experienced and Insani. Oh, man. He had such a great round as well. Double entry out mid, gets a third. Still not enough. Still can't beat Taz.
It's the Taz man in the building. That is a massive clutch for him to win. I love the way he addressed it initially. Like he threw the nade and then he dropped back. But then I thought he got lost in the sauce. Just backs off all the way towards Donut. And that's an emergency timeout. And the point where I started within this was the fact that you were playing against a team with their coach right now, right? Any team with their coach, if we're talking this level, I don't think MIBR are one of the absolute best Counter-Strike teams in the world, but they're definitely within the top 30. And right, we're talking about a G2 that's in turmoil right now. They lost both of their stars within the last 6 months. Lost Nico, lost MongoZ. You've got Heavy God, you've got MOUZ, but they're players who are on the rise only recently on towards the tippy top of the screen. You've got the experience and the in-game leader in Snacks. And then you have Hades, who's an AWPer who can be streaky, who can have moments, who can go massive, but not known for it on a consistent form like anybody, like MongoZ. And then it's Taz, right? He's, what's Taz, 38? He's been out of the server for a while.
What a big kill.
And he delivers a massive clutch, and that's going to really get the juices flowing.
Name's Victor.
And it was nice. And they're rushing A. MIBR, emergency button hit.
Yeah, hitting him with the G2 strap. Run straight in as fast as you can to the A site. Early donut. Bomb will be planted.
They've still got 2 smokes left over. So they can
No, it won't, actually. It won't.
Going to have to use those smokes now. Try again. They're pushing.
Oh,
Snacks.
Snacks from Temple. Times it to perfection. Just as they were getting off the bomb, he gets 2. One cowering behind the site.
This is looking done like a dog dinner.
It is certainly looking too clean, too easy.
Absolutely wrecked.
Shattered.
All right. Well, beautiful stuff from G2. I love every moment of that. They deny the plant. Then they know at that moment that they have the number advantage so they can be more jarring.
Snacks just accelerates.
Yeah, is able to push out, find the gap that's now found itself open. They had those 2 extra smokes for Donut and CT. They used them, but they were worth nothing.
What's funny is because you can push through Donut, because you can push through that CT smoke, they smoked Donut and CT and weren't looking at Temple. The only other real main threat. But as a product of just that pressure, knowing there's players behind all those smokes, yeah, it's understandable.
All right, well, G2, you are in the driver's seat to get this done now. That was a partial just into an A rush. The rifles are out again, but MIBR, they are left lacking on Ancient so far.
Big fight. Starting to be tested. Hades with a little pre-extinguish to keep himself safe on Cubby.
I'm outside B. Oh, Lakowski's in deep.
He's just heard them both arriving. Kind of knows he's got the sight now.
How far does he go? Too far, apparently.
Too far. Yeah, Heavy God's got 9 HP. Gets away with that.
They're still in. The bomb can get planted. The rotation's on the way. You've got a lurk piece in middle. Everybody from G2 responding to this now. Exit doesn't feel safe to get planted. He doesn't feel like he has the cover right now. So waiting for his teammates to group up, now planning.
Bangable. They're engaged. Taz, another one. Taz, the Org, racks him up. Double kill from him.
And look at the lurk.
Chips in.
Look at the lurk. It's miles away.
No chance. Absolutely no chance. Get on the defuse. It's your round. Have you got down? Taz on
Can't
the
knock
defuse.
him off this unless you spam him.
Safe.
Wow, 12 rounds, G2.
Taz with a double on the Org retake?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, look, if you want to look, maybe your second bullet's not great, but your first is. It's like, Org, okay, now it's close range. Now it's an even fight against those AKs. All right, looks like we are going to nuke. MIBR, this is a bad taste. If this is a temperature check for what we can expect at the major, expect nothing. Because you can't be losing to a team with a coach standing in. Taz performing, winning clutches, getting multi-kills, getting his team up to 12. And here he is with some aggression, early info play. Come on, Breno.
You scared?
You know who it is.
You scared of Taz?
He's locked you in. Where you going?
Oh, he got away.
He's had enough.
He's got away.
All right, well.
You'll take that. Bit of damage. Red spoke Cubby Molly. Comfortable. Gallup's got his lineups. Clears out Malbs. Opening kill through the board.
Okay, well, that's a heavy hitter to take down. Heavy got Hades and Malbs. That's where the firepower is going to come from. But you say that, Snacks has 22 kills. He's been a constant thorn in the side. And only need a couple more to get his boys across the line. So the Polish powerhouse plowing through as they're going to clamp down on middle as a unit.
Hades got the angle. Oh, had the angle. Flashed off. Has again. Good for one. And then Hades can build a round around it, just like that. Snacks is untouchable. 24 and counting. And yeah, nuke is a guarantee.
Yeah, bomb down in the middle of nowhere. Breno, low HP, he's on the wrong side. 29 seconds. See you later, Alligator. This one is done. Get him out of here.
Going to be interesting to see if they can replicate anything close to this on that third map. Nuke a different kettle of fish, but Ancient is theirs. Their territory converted to take us the distance.
You see the yells getting let out from Taz, right? This for MIBR, this is... That's bad.
Yeah.
Like, that's bad. I feel like it's not to take anything away. Like, Taz had a massive performance. Again, this is a team. We're talking high-level Counter-Strike, everybody. This is the top of the pops. This is a player, right? Taz is not meant to be in the server grinding every day, right? He's there. He should understand what is necessary from the player in those roles. But then delivering that is a different thing. Winning clutches is a different thing. And you also have the Hades situation. There's so much that goes into this. And MIBR fumbled this one massively. And I think this is a real slap in the face.
It feels that way. Yeah, oh, absolutely. I think for them as well, you are going to be left reeling. If you're MIBR, you can't believe you're going through. You can't believe that this conversation is being had about that third map. This was supposed to be done in two. Sit there and say, yeah, well, we play who's in front of us, right? And you kind of hold your head up high and get on with the tournament. But right now, it's you're already being asked questions that you weren't prepared for.
And I think that, you could go, oh, well, is it deficiencies in a map pool? Is this a map that, but even then, that shouldn't be the conversation because weak points should arise, right? And you lose both pistols. I think that's definitely a great sign for G2 to getting across the line in this one. But, Snacks having such massive impact, so many kills across this map. And then you had some nice little moments that did fall in G2's favor. That's the map. That's us going to the third. That's us going to nuke. I'm trying to think, where are we going to find Taz playing on the CT side? It's going to be over towards the top side, right?
Yeah.
So I believe we're going to likely get... Again, they don't have to play by the script. They can do whatever they want. And I love the way that they approached that first gun round with 4B and the AWP solo just towards Donut to deal with anything mid or A. And they didn't win the round, but I like the idea. And I think you have to be gimmicky. You have to be cheesy in this situation because it doesn't matter how you get to the victory. You're just looking for the victory. Look at that, 107 ADR from Taz.
107, yeah, top of the table.
Taz
Very
is
nice.
powering him. They're back together.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's it. Taz is the battery and Snacks just is the battering ram. Very, very strong. Very strong.
And then just solid contributions from Heavy God, Malbs, and Hades here, 16, 15, and 14.
Solid winning formula. I mean, you're not going to expect that same kind of output out of Snacks, but someone else can definitely match it. Look at the way he ended his CT halves, just back to back to back to back double kills. Even a triple to start off that run from round 17.
Okay, so maybe get a little bit ahead of myself saying a Brazilian team was going to get a win today.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps counting your chickens a bit prematurely. We'll see what happens on Nuke. It is going to be a map that I have lower expectations from.
I think it should be
G2.
harder. It's more technical,
Dude,
right?
That's what I would like. Working out rotates. You've all played Nuke with randoms. You know how difficult that can be. Either you're all going or no one's going. It's just the balance they're going to have to strike. Obviously, not randoms, but
yeah, this is going to be tough.
You're new to one another.
I think now, I count G2 into this, obviously because of the insufficiencies that MIBR had just shown, but also because, right, why not? Like, Snacks just got 24 kills. Like I said, I agree with you. I don't think he's going to get 24 kills again, but he did, so he could.
He could, absolutely.
So this one's open. This is anyone's map coming up on Nuke. We'll go to a break. We'll come back. Nuke's just around the corner. Stick with us.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I'm dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
One singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
So yeah, you can plant the bomb, you can defuse the bomb, or you can kill everyone. That's how you win Counter-Strike.
Yep.
Those are the options.
Yeah, or you could just hide on the T side and then you definitely lose the round as long as the CTs survive.
Yeah.
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 But that is a key part of it. Someone needs to live on the CT side.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah, we encourage the Ts to try and get the job done in 1:55 seconds.
Yes.
Because they're the ones who have the initiative to take the fights.
Yes, which is why, you know, starting on the T side of Nuke can be difficult. A very tactical map for our third and deciding map between G2 and MIBR. We didn't think we'd get here, Chad. We thought 2 would do for MIBR, and after 13-7 on Anubis, it felt like it was tracking that way, but turns out G2, they got hands.
They do indeed. And this is all about the power of friendship. Taz and Snacks reunited in the server to replicate some of the Virtus plow once upon a time. The very best Counter-Strike team in the world, major champions together side by side, and side by side right now have pushed us the distance. You can see there, it's a Polish
trio.
Sandwich? Oh, no, they're the filling. It's a Guatemalan Israeli sandwich with a Polish filling.
We're very global. Like, I like that.
So, yeah, they're really stacked. When you go, actually, if you guys are going to a local deli and you want to order that sandwich, just you want triple pole. That's what they've gone for there, triple pole.
Triple pole.
Some people might think it's a bit much, but so far so good as the Brazilian barbecue out of business on map number 2. Let's see if they can turn things around and if they can wipe away the embarrassment from losing that map.
And if you're ever in New York, head to Cat's Delicatessen for the pastrami sandwich. Get the hot and spicy pickle.
Is that Cats with a K?
K.
K.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see if the power of friendship can power them through another map.
Oh, I can see it now. It feels like it's like mid-episode of like a cartoon.
Yeah.
You know, like a kind of My Little Pony wipe.
My Little... All right, well, here we go. Here we go.
Chad is a Brody.
We got graphics, and these graphics, for those of you who might not visually be watching, because we do have audio-only listeners.
They exist, yeah.
Right now on the screen, on one side of the screen, it has all the maps, Ancient, Anubis, Dust 2, Inferno, Mirage, Nuke, and then Train. And then it has the win-loss record for these teams from the last 3
What was your
months.
clever way of remembering the map, Paul? Does it change now?
You have to change it every time a new map comes out, and I haven't redone one.
What was your old one? You remember?
There was one that was like Mint VOD. That's when Vertigo was in the pool. Like Mirage, Inferno, Nuke, Train,
that was like
Vertigo, Overpass, Dust 2.
Yeah.
Right? There was something like, there's I'm Nova was one, like Inferno, Mirage, Nuke, Overpass, Vertigo, Ancient.
Yeah, nice.
Right? So there's a couple of them, but we need a new one. So what do we have? We have A, so Ancient Anubis, we've got an M, we've got an N, we've got a T, we've got an I, and... there's one more.
Amnit.
One more in there.
Amnit.
Dust 2. There's a D. So if people can use the first letters of every map in the pool to come up with... Is it an acronym? It's not an acronym. Is it an anagram? Is it an anagram? Is anagrams backwards and forwards?
It's not an anagram.
It's a parallelogram as Nuke is about to get underway.
Abbreviation.
That's the one. Well, it's not that either. G2 on the...
Oh, I thought we were actually just not live, but no, they just messed up the movement.
They just blocked each other up.
Okay.
Starting 3 ramp, 1A, 1 yard.
The dual Berettas on the hut.
It's a classic.
It's a lot of responsibility, though.
I wouldn't say it's an oldie, but a goldie. You're about to be mollied.
And then what do? You
the molly missed.
You push hard, get one.
The molly missed.
And you get away. Yes, indeed. Snacks in play. Clears out lobby as well. Takes down safe. They need a plant. 100% priority number one is get that bomb planted. You'd love the money. You can't even have that. G2, 5 alive. Triple kill from Snacks on the pistol.
I think I'm going to start a petition, and I don't think we can do this. We might need the people at home to really help us with this, but people at home can vote. People at home, if MIBR lose this series, do we just eliminate them from the tournament?
Yeah.
Like we don't give them 2 more lives?
I think I speak for everyone when I say that should be a yellow card, at least.
I think a yellow, yeah. Verging on a red.
Verging on a red, yeah, certainly. Like, we might have to see it on the VAR.
Okay, so you could smell...
You could smell? You could.
You couldn't smell. You could spell main, so M-A-I-N, so Mirage, Ancient, Inferno, Nuke.
Main, and then it leaves you with what, ADD?
Well, no, you could do TAD, main TAD.
Main TAD.
Main DAT.
Main DAT. Dat main.
Dat main. I think there's a lot that could be done here.
Yeah.
What else could we do?
Can we see it? Okay.
M-A-I-T-A.
You could be maid.
Yeah.
A maid. A tan maid. Hey, I saw this maid. She was tan.
Yeah, I see what you yeah, that one worked. There's so many we could do. The letters are great for this one.
Yeah, this is good. Daintum, maid.
I'm sure there's like... Let me ask the internet as the Eco Bash concludes. G2 2-0, hot start.
Dude, they haven't got a single kill on Nuke yet. I'm sure it changes now. It's about to change right now, so it's fine. Shouldn't be too much to be concerned about, although Exit does look like he's petrified.
I can't spell petrified with those letters. Sorry, Alex. No.
Would have been a good one.
A-A-I-T-N-M-B. Okay. We'll see what Google has to say.
Hey, cooking.
All right, now this is what you wanted to highlight, Alex. Rotations. What are they going to do? Now, we can also take a look at Taz's position on the map. Number 2, he's going to be the A-site anchor. So Hades makes sense to be outside. That makes sense for the AWPer. Taz locked in the site with Snacks. And then that means that Malbs is going to be outside rifler, Heavy God ramp. So yeah, I feel like they have just kind of plugged 1-for-1-ish. That will just put more stress if they're doing these type of yard smokes and pivoting into A splits.
How many does Malbs get here? If he just tucks in the corner, I'd be concerned about him getting anything. He's just tucked, or is he just active?
Oh,
oh, okay, interesting. He elects to go for the fight. Still gets his at least. At least he gets a bare minimum. And Snacks has already rotated down in time to provide that block smoke. MIBR got some mysteries to solve now. Like, they're worried about our rotation back. Is it being held from hell? Is it being held from main? Will they finish back towards Snacks? Looks like they will.
Okay, well, can Hades get the loose piece late? It is going to be Breno.
Wow.
God damn it. Yeah, the hands off the keyboard, hands in the air. Can't believe that death.
Came out of nowhere. Now, with that frag, you're actually more enticing to go back up.
All right, well, they're pivoted into not an empty site. Heavy God in heaven.
Heavy God heaven, but not fighting.
To rain down hell, can he do it?
Oh, he's biding his time, hoping to be uncovered.
Oh,
just lets him know that he's there.
Okay, well, now I guess save.
Yep, best bet.
I don't think you can go for this number disadvantage retake, gentlemen, not with 2 players down towards B. Taz could come up with the vent with the MP9. Snacks could regroup heaven, but he's not moving from ramp. All right, back to the conversation with the letters. What about damnation, but without the O in the end of damnation?
Damnation. Damnaton. Wait, no O. Damnatin.
Yeah, but we could just say damnation, but we know we take out the O.
Damnation without the O. D-A-M-N-A-T-I-N.
Well, no, it needs 2 N's, so God damn it. I wasn't explicit enough.
It needs 2 N's?
No, this is...
Oh,
yeah,
right, damnation.
Is it an anagram?
What you're trying to do is an anagram, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was anagram.
Yeah.
Or bananagrams. That's another fun one.
That's a good game. I got that.
Bananagrams, yeah.
Yeah.
Good one for your holidays. All right, boys. Back into the mix. Let's go. Map 3, guns out. Hades responsible for Yard once more, but this time he's got his zoom bang and won't get banged out by Breno in the same capacity. Waits for his smoke wall. Starts to progress.
I think that's it, right? If you just put a lot of stress elsewhere on the map and you're forcing them, and you can like,
oh my god, it's so low.
Think about how many times the top anchor gets left isolated.
Yeah.
So second wall. There's a late HE for this. Oh, they even beat him out. So they've actually had all 3 star players of the team outside to deal with that.
No one's lower. And even ramp players trying to get there, but Brennan's keeping him busy. Oh, good shot.
Nice shot from Heavy. Got 2 good ones.
Yeah, okay. Safe is quick, but Lakowski gets the first into the tap, so looks like MIBR should be set to plant B.
Less snacks.
Just open the door and, yeah, win the duel. Okay, so that'll do nicely.
Safe's very low. Hades 2. 2v2. The orb activates. Lakowski in a 1-on-2.
In that dark corner on the ramp, Hades got to be playing his live. Did you get the info?
I don't think he was spotted. Oh,
no. They know exactly what's up. Oh, burning flashes. Hades pushing. Snack swinging. It's a G2 retake. How has that taken shape? Almost accidentally retaking B.
Damn, beautiful work there. Right, Snack's just coming in undetected. Nobody really too concerned about the doors, even though they knew it was a possibility. Swings it open, isolates a 1v1. Player over towards Darker Lakowski. He tries to activate, knowing he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Fortunately, he did move. The molly would have done it for him. He just finds himself in a position where he doesn't want to take the fight, but really... Oh, my God!
Disgusting. What? He was counter-strafed for just a fraction of a second.
That was beautiful. And Snacks continuing this God mode form. He used to be one of the star players of Virtus.pro, right? It was Bialy and Snacks, the 2 players just unleashing fury alongside the vets of Taz, Neo, and Pasha, of course. As a tactical timeout call from MIBR. Might need to go take a shower after that one.
Yeah, very cheeky individuals on display from G2. Snack step. I mean, he just had a top fragging performance on map 2.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. 24 kills.
Yeah, so
he was mauling them.
Do it again. Shut the haters up. One Brazilian scalp at a time.
Yeah, look, if you can take on MIBR, FURIA, and ODDIK, I think there's a good chance you can make it through.
Yep.
All right. Well, they do have money for the buy. Do they go for the same outside setup? Let's find out. I like the layering of the smoke wall. They do the diagonal into the standard to get the safe passage across, and they even got multiple kills. It's just poor form on the retake. Top go.
Should be dead, yeah. Okay, Snacks. Repels the first. Not hot into Taz, and then the distraction for the destruction. Malbs gets them. Brenner, you're not going to get a plant, I reckon. You get a smoke and plant. That's basically his best bet. Doesn't smoke. Gets it down. New time was of the essence. And dead.
Damn, let's go, G2.
Yeah, okay. Solid looking CT side right now. In fact, look at the kills. Look at MIBR.
Yeah.
Like 3 players with 1, the Cowsy a double, and nothing for Insani.
Nothing for Insani is concerning. A 4-1 start. Hot out the gates for G2. Residual cash being built now as well. Everybody's going to have at least 1 more buy. And this was good too, so they're ready for it. So Snacks, yeah, he deals with the squeaky leak, but then Malbs is already in heaven. Yeah, don't worry about Taz. He's got support, right? The backup's there to help him anchor down that site. And now it's going to have to be just light. Ooh, that's an AK.
That's not light.
No, I guess the loss bonus, you know, is going to facilitate a buy into the next shore. They've gone Hero, AK, and Lakowski with a decent amount of utility, some upgrades, and some individuals operating with a little bit of Kevlar. So smokes towards outside to make this seem threatening out the gates. I don't love I was going to say, if he's on the roof throwing the nades with the AK, what's the point? What's the point of the AK?
I kind of want to learn these flashes. They must be good. Okay, thanks. Same lineup. Ollie on top. A shot through, and Taz
the timing of the flashes off. He was full blind out.
Yeah, he had vision as well. Taz had vision.
It's like they mistimed the U2 or they mistimed the scaling.
One of the two is true.
Because why would the CTs be flashing there? Like they wouldn't be. So that's a team flash fully.
That's nasty.
So don't throw those flashes. Or if you do,
throw them at the right time.
Make sure they're timed a bit better than that. Taz is my goat, man. 5-1. Look at him.
Do you want a newbie Counter-Strike kind of epiphany I had recently?
Here we go.
About timing flashes.
Hit me with it.
So, if you don't have your minimap zoomed out to ridiculous levels, you actually can, for the most part, just watch the dot and look when you've got about 2 seconds away from them taking a fight and then throw the flash.
Yeah.
You're just looking at the map when you throw the flash instead of just like half looking at the X-ray through the wall and like figuring it out. I'm just looking at the dot. In my head, I think about 1.5 seconds he'll be out. Flash pops. I'm getting a lot more flash assists since I started looking at the minimap.
Yeah, nice. Oh no, it's all real. Part and parcel.
Yeah. Look at the minimap, guys. It's useful sometimes. And so is getting kills, which is currently not what MIBR are doing.
No, but that was a hero A cancel upgraded pistol. Now this would be a full buy. Look how blind the Kowsy was.
Yeah, team flash.
What a great start for G2. You can't ask for anything better.
I could ask for them to keep this up, but
the Org's back out.
It's not looking like it's going to be an easy day in the office for a member.
Whose Org is this?
Oh! Look away, children. Look away.
Not like this, Insani. 0-7.
Messy one.
You just enrolled for the agency, my friend.
Yeah, got a license to do anything but kill. License to die. Maybe they can resuscitate hope with a little lower take, you know? We're taking doors, we molly, we swing through, we smoke single, we're doing things.
Yeah, maybe.
Give me the soundtrack and I'll make it sound like it's amazing. That's right, they threw in the util and they took the site. Heavygod didn't stand a chance, they had no vision. And with Snags, sure, yeah, you had an angle around the flames. Yeah, sure, you thought you could defend it. But eventually they committed in. Snags wasn't prepared for them, wrapping around behind him. Sure, they had bodies on long, they didn't clear dark, and that was a bit of a problem. Like, they were a bit concerned about the possibility, but oh well, he missed it anyway, completely fucked it. 3v3.
What was he looking at?
I don't know what he's looking at. We heard the bomb, right?
He saw 3 people on his screen.
We're not playing music for them, are we?
I don't know who we're playing music for.
Oh, Taz! Oh, instant headshot as well. Let's go. 2v2 on the retake. Never mind, he's lost his friend. It's just Hades, but he has a smoke. Put the smoke on the bomb. You cook him. Especially when you soften him up, pick up the AK, use that smoke to push up from a different elevation. Get this kill quick. Oh, you'd have loved it there. That had to be it. And so the round is MIBR's.
Snacks assumed it was the Astralis plant.
Yeah, he did. Just
but,
like,
but there was
there was 3 people on his screen. Well, you know what, Insani? It's actually fine.
It's all fine.
Everything's fine, mate.
Snacks, not Taz.
Snacks. Yeah, what are you doing? A little Freudian slip on.
Sorry.
Leave him alone.
Oh, no.
Oof.
It was going so well.
Yeah, it had to go wrong, didn't it?
Oh, Sunny having the step and an opening kill. There we go. He's on the board. Immediately traded by the Snacks man.
He's the Snacks man. That's a different song.
Is it?
I was going skibbity.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, is that Scat Man?
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing like I'm blue.
No. Exarino. It's all the way up heaven.
It's really weird for this poor bomb carrier. Safe is actually
not
having
safe.
it. No, the opposite. What the flip?
Jeez.
Flipping it.
The bomb's down. Lobby.
Oh, blow. Yeah, this blows. This does blow. Oh, and they know where you are. And you've got 20 HP. And you've got a frag. Ugh.
Someone in chat just said Taz won more tournaments than MIBR matches. And that is probably true.
That's fair.
That could be the truest statement all day.
Actually, true. Actually, true.
6-2, they course correct. Even with Insani getting on the ball with an opening kill, was immediately traded and... Who's Holyland?
I didn't want to ask.
Alex, tell me now. Who's Holyland?
Well, it's where...
And why are you linking?
When Counter-Strike players leave this plane, they go to the Holy Land. Oh, dear.
Minus 72.
Yo, bro, that sounds like... He's just like me for real. He's just like me for real.
Oh, dear. MIBR, you're not going to be out. You can't go to the player hotel after this. You're not going to be able to look at your peers.
Yo, what's good, boys? Yeah, you all good, yeah?
Yeah, I saw you lost to a coach.
A manager.
I put some respect on his name. He's a major
Snacks, bro. Snacks still rocking and rolling from Ancient.
I'm telling you.
He's the Taz buff.
He's supercharged with the power of friendship.
I'm starting to believe it. There is power in friendship right here because MIBR have got a single rifle on Insani. Maybe you can do something.
Another hero situation.
Yeah.
Well, they need a hero.
A hero in the night.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, he's going to be strong. He's going to be fast. He's going to take down every god. Oh. 80's on the big test on ramp. Can he continue to rack him up? Every shot is connected so far. One has slipped the net, but it doesn't seem to matter if he takes every single one. He takes 3. They have ramp, they have the bomb, and they have a chance to slow things down with Breno as an unknown entity.
And Safe does get the AWP. That's his weapon of choice. They've had the AWP, but obviously Snacks is the GOAT and kills him in the interim, and then Breno falls too.
Okay.
That is the round.
Glad we worked that out. Yep. G2's tweeted us. See that?
Yeah. They said we can stand in next.
Yeah.
Is that them being mean?
No, not so much mean as they are probably like they're enjoying the show, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hope so.
These two can stand in because we're enjoying the broadcast.
Nice, that's nice.
That was after they won a map, so surely they can't be upset at us. Could be.
I don't know. You did take that phone call from Carlos.
Oh,
so
I did do that.
Yeah, that could be the problem.
That's all right. I'm learning how to be a real man. One step at a time. And Hades has full yard control for now. They haven't thrown the full consecutive wall, but that's because they're trying to hope and pray that they
The second one's very late, isn't it? The second one just landed now, Alex.
Yeah.
It's very late.
Not supposed to do anything with that, I guess.
Yeah, but it's like your time to cross.
Yeah.
Just
less suspicious.
Yeah, Nav just killed you anyway because he was pushed forward.
3 of them.
Yeah, what is this? I told you it doesn't have to be standard.
Yeah, it's
it can
far
be out
from
of the
standard.
box.
Look at this.
What the hell
is going on?
You never expect this.
Oh.
Keep on going, Snacks, man.
Well, this is really cheeky. Oh, yeah, you don't fancy your chances going back through lobby with that up. They sent the AWP secret as well. I like it. I like what they're doing. This is impressive from G2. You've got the AWP set up, so your late main cross is even being checked on.
MIBR look rattled, bro.
They do, don't
like, they look absolutely rattled.
Fuck.
And he's away.
Too easy. Too easy. Yep. Yep.
You're all dead. Got save, I guess.
Yeah, well, let's
look at the lobby push. It's the Snacks, man!
He's got it again.
Get him, Snacks.
Oh, yeah, on the ladder. Oh, he's not Neo. If it was Neo, he'd have been good on the ladder. There we go. Jobs are good. And 8-2. 8-2.
I think I'm going to go get my G2 jersey out. We'll put it on.
Yeah.
You know, I'll give him a call. I'll go, guys, we've always been mates for so long. Like, I can't believe it.
Dude, should we do that? Should we do
man.
G Jersey Day tomorrow? I've got a G2 jersey.
I don't have a G2 jersey.
Oh.
No.
Oh. I just opened it.
Oh.
They sent it to me in 2022. I was like, well.
Yeah. At least you held on to it.
I still had the box,
That's
yeah.
kind of you.
Yeah, but I've just cracked into it.
I think the only one I have is 100 Thieves one.
Box fresh.
All right, MIBR. I guess when in doubt, rush A.
All right, let's see how Taz handles this.
Solid. Hey! Keep them coming.
And the bomb didn't get down.
They spotted the cavalry. Yep.
Right.
999.
Das ist nicht so gut. Aber. Safe. Hast ein Deagle.
1, 2, 3 ist nicht enough. I don't know what enough.
Genug.
Genug.
Ist nicht genug. Das stimmt.
Halt the rounds.
Ooh. One. Not even. Not even. Can't even find the head. One into the shoulder of Malbs.
This isn't even a joke. Taz is 7 and 3.
Taz and Snacks combined.
I keep blending them together, bro.
Yeah. Snaz is good. He's a cool celebrity nickname.
It's like Gogeta and
Brangelina.
I don't know what the other one's called. But anyway, like in Dragon Ball, I think it's probably in GT, they have these like earrings and they can like merge together.
I've seen them do that.
And Vegeta,
Power of friendship.
Yeah, that's the one. That's what
they do.
What Snacks and Taz are doing now.
Snaz.
Or Tax.
Tax. That's a dangerous name. Let's see what we got. Okay, Malbs out yard aggressive. Here's them flashing towards red. He knows he's on high alert. Insani had a bit of a mare last time he was fighting the red player. This time, last round, he could clean himself. A quick clean kill onto Malbs would be lovely, but safe as taking out Snacks. The big man on campus. Malbs 1, Malbs 2. Malbs still alive, supported by that Hades Orb to keep him safe. Finally goes down to exit.
Well, Alex, there's a few things in this world that are inevitable. Death and tax.
In the server.
As they're going to get 10 rounds on the CT side to just put this one in Hades.
Yo!
With the AWP, and G2 are storming to a victory over MIBR. And this is a massive buffer, because think about this. If Hunter does arrive, which I believe they're trying to get him there, and you've already got a win in the column, you're only going to power up from that point.
True.
And the vibes are going to be high. You've just won with the coach. Everything's sailing smoothly.
Last time G2 had a stand-in, they won the tournament.
Yes. G-Taz this time round.
G-Taz this time.
Not G-Stu, G-Taz or...
G-Taz. Ooh.
Actually, yeah, there's...
G-Tazoo.
G-Tazoo?
It's not good.
You know, yeah.
We'll let social media work it out.
Yeah, they'll probably work it out.
Yeah.
But,
G-Taz.
yeah, MIBR...
What do you want to say about that? What can you say?
Nothing really.
Guys, just... All right, so it says here, guys...
No, you guys are right. Historically, nukes, ET side easier. That was just, they just got off to a bit of a flyer there, boys. All right?
Yeah.
All right, boys, let's get underway with this one, shall we?
All right, so rough ramp or... Do you think people do too many direct pistols in a pug, or because it's a pug, you can always do a direct pistol? It's not a bad call.
I think a pug, you can always do a direct pistol, but
cool.
like
obviously the
faking
pros
in a
don't
pug
do
is if you're a 5-stack, then you can be fake and doing all that stuff.
Playing against slow pistols recently, it's very much harder than just
rushing. Yeah, for sure. No, I agree. Especially if you've got good aimers, and the Glock's very strong. All right, if they win this pistol, I think they've won the last 4 consecutive. They won 2 on Ancient.
Yeah, you're right. They lost the first 2.
Yeah.
Little taparoo. Okay, Snacks gets it interesting for a second. Safe can really put the whole round to bed with another.
Bring us the Taz Glock.
Okay, Heavy God and Taz. I mean, for now, we are going to be in a moment of standstill. Heavy God's going to hope for an overextension. If Safe overplays his hand, he might get one. Same could be said for his teammate Taz, just holding for that HOTU grass. Still spotted presence and now reboosting. Oh, should be a certainty now.
Oh, stripped his head. Heavy God. I won't worry about the boost here, I don't think. Unless he just spotted him on the radar and the teammates are common at 40 seconds. Worried about the flank. And should be a dead man walking. It felt like he should have been dead several times. And that he needs to be the first of many. Some songs say, not another brick in the wall. Well, they need plenty of more bricks in this wall to MIBR. It's the blue wall. CT side having to shut things down. And Sunny had a really rough start to this map. So if
where's he at right now?
Well, that's a great question.
Couple.
4. It was, yeah, and that it's low for everybody. The high end is 6.
G2, go for it.
Yeah, okay, so they've dropped Galil's.
Yeah. Whoa. They've done the MIBR to their MIBR.
I understand it a little bit more for G2. And the reason I understand it more for G2 is because they're going to need Heavy God and Malbs getting them kills to win these rounds.
Yeah.
So by taking that risk, I understand that one more than MIBR's choice, to be honest.
Okay, that's fair.
But just the way it goes down makes it look a little bit... Blah.
It doesn't feel good, no.
So now it will have to be an eco. Fortunately, the likes of Heavy God and I think Hades, as well as Malbs, have all gone into... Has Taz even got a deal too? Okay, give us something here.
Sorry about that. What we got?
I want to see if Taz gets a deagle kill.
Okay. Let me just select Taz for you. 1 second. Boop. Oh, sorry, wrong button. There we go.
He's just trying to bait in anything he can there. Snacks by making some noise, hoping somebody peeks from behind main. Rapid fire on the deagle from Taz. Come on, Taz.
Just some hard shots you've been tasked with, to be honest with you. Here we go. There we go.
Oh, unlucky for Taz.
TNT.
Have you got a chance?
How many chances do you get? 2.
All right, so 2 rounds back-to-back for MIBR with all 5 staying alive means a lot of residual cash. So they've actually got themselves a nice little nest egg going forward, and you can bank on that. That money's guaranteed. It ain't going anywhere. What's the first rifle round going to look like for G2? No immediate smoke wall. There you go. They're lining it up now. So, yeah, I think it's key. Like, Taz, if he actually nails all the utility... Where did that go down? Ramp. So, Heavy God's just swung into the AWP. That's at least early info where the AWP... Oh, did the smoke miss? And the first is not great either.
Still works. Still gets away with his kill.
Yeah, the second is, yeah, look, if they're not able to guarantee those smokes, this is going to be a really rough second half of play.
Yeah, really not easy. I mean, you only need 3, but you are going to need a wall of smokes.
The best way it comes is if you break the bank to get to those 3. Just posted up in lobby is safe, so the bomb's down. The round is almost guaranteed at the moment. It's almost impossible to see them breaking back into this. Nade's going to do it. And that is safe. Looking on for the ace right now.
Taz has got him.
You think?
Taz has got him.
This is going to be a massive comeback for him. We're probably going to overtime.
Nah, man. Malbs and Taz. 2v4. Passive nature on that A defense. Unguarded is hot. Taz, good choice. Go CT vent. Clean headshot to remove 1.
Flanks, yeah, now he's just mollied off. So even if he gets the bomb, which he won't, 4 in the round for safe. And that's going to be a 4-round gap now for MIBR. No bomb going down means we will just have to see a partial investment. And it is a worrying side that those smokes miss. So we'll have to keep track of that going forward. But that is, that's a tough reality. Now, Taz will get a second go at it most likely. But after that, it might fall to somebody else to start throwing that util. Now just getting caught there with a lengthy lurk. Okay, we're back in it now, are the Brazilians.
Half by Tech9 top. Simple, but is it effective? Flash and go.
Can't go now, mollied off. Need to wait a second. Never mind, they're in.
Oh, covered nicely. Yes, Exit gets 2 on the top of the hut. They reacted immediately. Questions being asked, did they get down the vent?
Oh, they've gone ramp, so there's a gap present.
Look at Breno. Brave is Breno. Not playing scared whatsoever, just brings the fight to them and secures the 7th.
I feel you're never really pulling off that top play unless you molly top hut, right? Because if there's a player top hut and you're coming out of Squeaky and hut at the same time, he can lock down one of the two positions. He's going to be able to really put a dent. And right there was no molly, just felt a little bit flat, and then they forced themselves into ramp. So another round where that was no kills again, right? So, what, 3 of the last 4 rounds of play, not a single kill for G2.
Definitely a bit of a changing tide.
Yeah, so fortunately for them, they already have the scoreboard from the first half, but I imagine it would look pretty similar to the one that we were talking about for MIBR. And there he is again, safe. What a nuisance.
Yeah, he's making life difficult for them. You try to go ramp, you try to go yard. There's an AWP there in your face, hitting shots. Drawing first blood. Malbs wants to make good use of this smoke.
Kind of has to be Malbs, doesn't it? Malbs and Hades combined to get them space. Oh, he's across.
That's something.
And the bomb, the tail of the pack, the smokes are fading. It needs to get over. And it does. So 3 across with the bomb. Util available. Options. You can go window side. You can throw the smoke and molly combination up towards ramp. You can go single door side. You can limp the smoke forward. You can use that as your pathing in. Head Astralis side under the railing. Head back side and really try and get yourself into things. Looks like they're going the single door option.
It's not worked out for the first. Taz will trade. Oh, decent util to at least like isolate the first side. They can only peek right side and he gets out single. Yeah, nice forward momentum from Safe. He's going to deny the Astralis corner. Has good info that they're both single door exit.
I think they played it more open, or was it backside?
It was leaning open, but
so they might be able to play it from window here. That's the rotation. Bomb tickled.
Oh, Taz gets spotted out. Has the Molotov to throw that to Gets his duel, wins out on exit. Hang on a second. Time-sensitive mission now for MIBR. It's up to Taz. Has he got it in him? Can he spray the bomb? Covered by Safe. Just enough time for that defuse to come through.
Damn, down to the wire. That would have been epic. Imagine Taz won that round.
I know.
Safe's really come alive in this second half. Yeah, all round over towards ramp. Lots of multi-kills here. Finding the opener, being able to get back in that one. Some beautiful shooting from him yet again. This was the opener that we caught, and that's where it felt simmering out. Breno only gets 1, but then Safe on the retake. Beautiful work from him, and yeah, bodyguard. Make sure Taz doesn't get the chance of feeling fired up now. MIBR, you dug this hole. You're going to have to get your way out of it, and it's only 2 rounds until you're there. This time bomb goes down. Lost bonus is in play. G2 can buy again.
HE stuck with the cross from Insani, trying to break yard smoke. Nothing spotted.
Taz going to throw the wall this time.
Oh, Breno gets both. Oh, and even a leg shot onto Heavy God. Finished with the deagle for style points. Every time they've gone ramp, they've just been slapped away. And Snacks is going to get a rude shock if he walks through this smoke. 2 points there at the fade.
Oh, and they even lined up. Here's the thing. It's just, we always knew it was going to be difficult T-sided nuke for G2 to operate.
Of course.
I thought CT would have had some emissions as well, just based on, but they just shut them down everywhere they went. For G2 right now, the problem is like they're not even running standard rounds of Counter-Strike. When they have tried, the smokes have missed. So they're just in really hot water right now. This is not looking good whatsoever. It's such a run. Not a round dropped so far since MIBR have flicked over. So we're talking for them 7 in a row.
Presumably, other players other than Taz can throw the wall of smokes, right? Like it's
but it's not a bad... Like, even if you throw the wall of smokes, right, and you're going to try and play behind it, you have Malbs out there, and then who do you have with him?
Yeah, okay.
Right, let's say Snacks throws it, that's fine. Okay, then you can have Heavy God do lobby stuff, but let's say we're playing out of position. It's not going to come easy.
No, you're right.
So there's the streak of 7. With the pistol, the conversions, everything's looking beautiful for MIBR, and the cash is flowing, stacked right now as everybody can all get a couple of buys.
So they are going to try to, but if it's just so pack heavy, that means the MIBR also don't have to worry about lurks and stuff.
Just quick rotations.
Yeah, and you're playing a bit more heads up, and that's great on you to get to play heads up. But this brings us back to our reality, right? Which they removed us from living in the reality with the performance they put in within the first half of play.
Smoke wall for the cross. Here we go. Safe passage secured for the AK-47. Malbs wielding the only rifle up against a fully bought up MIBR.
No HOTU, only bullet.
What do you get here? Oh, great shot from Malbs. No, he did get dinked in the process. Oh, Snacks! If he can get his hands on that, yes, that will fall into enemy hands, and now he's going to be trying to pass it off to someone else, or can he ply his trade with it? Post up on the single door now. No time for those faffing around with weaponry. Taz has hit a banger! Taz hits it just as you think it was a figment of your imagination. Reality slaps you in the face. 2v4, MIBR can't count on him. Another from Breno. Snacks hits it with the
Look
AWP.
at where exit is on the radar. Country mile away.
Bro. I mean, sure, Malbs has hit a good shot there, but without Snacks' second,
Yeah, 100%.
without that kill.
They're still contained to the site without that kill. That buys them so much room to work with there. That Snacks second frag is massive. And look, how's he's going to be kicking himself. He gets the dink on the only rifle, and then he just stops, plants his feet, and goes, bop.
Yeah.
Okay.
He earned it.
Well, we're just talking about the streak of 7. It has been broken. Now just do that 2 more times, and you can get across the line, I guess, G2. Here it is.
Crazy double headshot as well. And then Taz even threw that one into the mix. Okay, boys, do that again somehow.
Malb's having a good time down the end there. Bit of a laugh for him.
He has to like turn his back to like give someone a high five. All right.
Well, there was the cash there. MIBR, if they lose, even if they lose 2 more of these,
yeah.
The thing that they also, if they lose 2 more of these, it's game over. So don't.
You're okay. They're okay. They're actually okay.
My point is they can buy even if they lose this round.
Yeah.
Do you try and replicate something similar to that? You got to cross unharassed. Realistically so.
They did a second wave, didn't they? They did diags into a default war. I think that would be required again because the HEs are going to be present. 5 HEs equipped.
Glaive smoke, decent sentry. This time they're playing for yard control. Orb crosses to secret. This is going to be... yeah, look, the stopping power of that is immediately there. So you can see Hades going through his protocols. Top warehouse. Back blue.
I like Safe's position. It feels like it's a pretty safe one to be playing.
The only problem is he's out of position if they hit either site.
Yeah, right.
So he won't be able to contribute. Right now, though, G2 aren't doing anything. They're Here they go.
Volley to the back of the site. Sani forced away, flashed off. Incendiary does delay the push, but double flash and go. CT Vent, big fight. Nice work already from exit. Taz takes down a teammate. That's suboptimal. 5v3 with everyone still holding these elevated positions. It's just a
bombs down the vent.
Grinder. Yeah, sure. Bombs down the vent, but that's about all you have to celebrate. Hades can maybe catch this ramp rotation. They're coming his way. Oh no, now the information goes both ways. So keeping the healthiest member of the T side exit. Never mind. He's lost his life and Snacks is dead. Okay, 1v2. Off you got. Hades down. An MIBR round. Close, but no problems.
All right. We march on.
As will MIBR. I thought that first half had sealed the deal, man.
Yeah, but it's just so tough.
I mean, yeah, sure. T-side with what they're dealing with, it's not going to be easy.
And it's never going to look. It's always going to look disjointed, right? It's not the natural complexion of the team. That's the idea. That's the rough idea.
It is in the vicinity.
Yeah.
The vicinity.
They're all missed. All the smokes missed, I'm pretty sure.
They won the last round. They missed the smoke.
Not like
There
this.
we go. Insani hates a missed smoke. It freaks him out.
He doesn't know how to play.
4v4. That's an important frag back from Breno.
Oh, that nade. Just 1 damage done to Snacks there.
He's walking.
Yeah, and he does have a decent timing. As long as he doesn't make any sound.
He's losing his timing by pausing.
Yeah, well, everyone's pausing right now. Who moves next? Breno's starting to take some space ramp as his teammates crunch in lobby. So they're aware they're boxed in. So MIBR should be playing for this now.
Heavy God's high alert for this. And does deliver his. Makes it a man advantage for G2. Living is important, but not going to be likely for Heavy God. Ticket stamped. Exit. Oh my God, put your nade away. Pulls it out.
Did the nade hit him in the head and make the dink noise?
I think it bounced behind him, but I did hear the same sound.
Here we go, Hades 1v3.
Not happening.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
All tied up, 11-11. This one has overtime written all over it.
HOTU is certainly one of the two options.
Right now, you can get your coach involved because he can talk non-stop.
Okay, guys, I'm thinking we should just try and win 2 more rounds. That's what I'm thinking. If we could do that. You even got an opening kill there as well.
Yeah, because of the missed smokes.
Yep.
So you take him where you can get him.
Tough. Well played by Exit to ensure you had that guaranteed.
I swear the nade hit him in the head.
It did look like it.
Oh. Yeah, but you should never have been in this position.
No,
Here we go. Here we go.
Solid. Looked like it landed. That's my read of the situation.
The waterfall. The waterfall, though, Alex.
2 out of 3.
The waterfall, though.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Zax is dead.
Taz has got 1. Gets away with a little bit more. Never mind.
Lukowski was 3 for 14 before those kills. He's now 5 for 14. He's been absent.
He has, but fortunately Insani making it, and you see the coach just trying to calm everyone down.
I'd keep my celebrations to a minimum if I'm MIBR.
What, when you win? If you win?
If I win. If I was MIBR, I'd keep my celebrations to...
It would be like a kind of...
I would still celebrate.
You dap each other up?
Yeah, like we took care of the business that we always should have taken care to.
Yeah, right.
Care of.
Care to.
Care for. I believe it's a brand.
Care 5. Could be
I don't know if I give that many cares.
Got a jar of cares.
Yeah, unlucky Snacks. And then backs turned. A couple of easy kills for Lukowski. From 10-2 on the first half, a dominant CT side where they absolutely smothered MIBR to MIBR up to 12.
If they respond with an 11-1, oh my God. Let's get into it then, folks. Round 24. Wall of smokes, perfectly executed. Now we're talking.
They even did a waterfall.
He waits, he crosses. Safe doesn't have a HE to break. And so 2 players. Malves gets across.
With the bomb.
With the bomb.
Okay. These were the two that punched their way into the lower side before, but Malbs had an AK last time round.
Who's down there?
Is it Lakowski again on the jump spot? Insani.
Oh, what is that?
Deleted.
3 players swinging him. He just takes 3 bullets. Handles it, and with poise, they get across the line. In response to a 10-2, they bring back the 11-1.
MIBR. Look, that was hard fought. You had a miserable first half of play on the first map, on the third map, and you're able to pull it back. So respect for that.
Yeah.
I think Anubis looks good. That's why you can see it. Their pick. Ancient was a curious affair.
Yeah.
It was strange to see them fall off so rapidly, but on Nuke to be able to bring it back, that's a nice little mental win. I think for G2, the problem here is you probably go into this game thinking you weren't going to win anyway, but because you were so close, because it's going to hurt a bit more, whereas the mood I don't think would have been soured otherwise, but now it's like, man, like we should have won that game. And the competitor in you, like Taz is going to know, okay, I don't play full time. My job is to be watching the demos, not to be playing deathmatch every day. So, yeah, like I'm saying, I feel like it's going to sour the mood a little bit, but the GGs come in. So, well, they're not handshakes, are they? Come on, guys, just bring back handshakes. I want to start a petition, 2026, to bring back handshakes. Like, what's wrong? If we're touching that much, like, that's not a fist bump, right? That's what the kids call the dapping each other up. But they're not even doing that. They're not getting the in
you don't
there.
get the pop.
So can we just go back to shaking hands? Because like when you shake hands, you're looking at someone in the eye. You know, you're not looking. It's firm. You want a good firm handshake.
Yeah, sure. I see.
I think there's art to a good handshake. So if I want one thing for 2026, it's that we bring back the handshakes. But congratulations to MIBR again for winning their first match, finding themselves in a 1-0 bucket, and taking care of business today against a hamstrung G2.
You got what you asked for, though, Chad, in the sense that when MIBR did win, they almost looked like the losing team. You know, like they did like that was haunting. That was going to be obviously a lot worse if they didn't convert it and come back from a 10-2 third map half.
Yes.
No doubt about it. But the way in which they got across the line, that's not going to fill you with confidence. You're going to be coming into tomorrow like, oh God, what do we have in store for us now?
I think if you wanted to try and take away positives, what you could do is say, okay, well, we're in the environment now, we're warmed in, and we have a victory. So we have a buffer. So like our 3 lives, they still exist.
Sure.
Right? And we're actually one step closer to the goal, which is qualifying for those playoffs. Then if we think about moments that we saw throughout from players, I think we had some good moments for some individuals. I think Safe had some really impactful moments on the AWP. But for me, it's going to be Breno. We didn't catch this, but it's great to get it in the highlight, and that is beautiful. Him coming back into the team, right? I don't think there's as much pressure on him to be such a fragging output that it was when it was him and Insani. I think with Lakowski in there, between the 3 of them, they can kind of share those responsibilities a little bit more. And for me, in the series, I don't know the overall statistics, but Breno would be my player who I think had, especially with the impact he had on Anubis the first map too.
Yeah.
So yeah, really well done from MIBR to get it finished, because these games aren't easy either. You actually you explained what could be one reason that makes this tougher. You don't really know what to expect, right? Also because of the Hades situation, not just the lack of Hunter. So it does make things a little bit tougher to navigate. But yeah, they get across the line, 13-11, the closest of the 3 maps done and dusted.
Heavy got only 9 frags in that third map, which is a surprise.
Yeah, but this is the other thing. The type of positions and roles that he plays are not necessarily active.
True.
So by losing Hunter, who would be the next most, well, Snacks is you kind of run and be traded type of player.
Yeah.
Malbs is one of your main space takers. And then it'd be Hunter who'd be making, smart lurks or good timings. And that entire piece of the puzzle feels like it has been removed until we do see Hunter in the server. So yeah, we have to wait and see if he can arrive in Kazakhstan.
Well, yeah, exactly. In time, right?
Yes.
They're running out of chances now. 0-1. G2 will have 2 more games, 2 more best of 3s, where they'll have the chance to kind of defend their honor. And so, yeah, fingers crossed Hunter's visa gets resolved. Obviously, I think Taz was having fun in the server, even if it wasn't converted into the win. Coming up later on this broadcast, though, we've got Jason and Dinkelson going to be bringing you Virtus.pro versus NIP and Payne versus Chad Birchall.
I was HOTU.
It's because you are hot.
Thank you. Virtus.pro versus NIP might have some Amcal NIP vibes. Now,
Do you think so?
Well, because Icy's in Virtus.pro.
Oh, it's a drama.
So that's all the link I could get. It's not a strong link.
No, it's not.
And Jason loved that series. One of his favorite casts of all time, Amcal versus NIP. But really good to get see Snappy. He's got Shush alongside it for the Danish representation. Obviously, Aras Dos, Sweet Sweet Rice, as well as U-Jerks are going to be in the server for NIP. And Wrinkle, Ukrainian Orpa, so that's fun.
Did they kill Saw for a good reason? Let's find out.
Oh, that is a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely. Like, that whole
But
team...
Saw now is international.
I know, but like they're never going to be as cool as they were when they were like full Portuguese roster.
Yeah.
So like
kind of saying that happened with Movistar Riders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like when emerging regions pop off, immediately they just get gutted of all of their main pieces and they have to start again.
Sad.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed some of the soundboard for today.
We're gonna keep cooking.
Yeah, and we'll be back again tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that. So the next 3 mornings, you can expect Alex and I to be joining you for breakfast, 7 a.m. every day, 2 best of 3s on this secondary stream. Thank you for tuning in, and stay tuned for the more matches coming today. Even flick over to that A stream; they got some lovely faces over there too. Goodbye.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to PGL Astana. I say good morning, but we're all kind of all over the world right now, Jason. But the Counter-Strike's going down in Kazakhstan, and I'm super excited to get into the second half of the day today. We're relieving Alex and Chad of their casting duties this morning.
Their breakfasts,
Yeah.
their morning wake-up broadcast that they did. We're more of the afternoon. We've got a little bit more of a chill vibe to us, which is why we have this beautiful fountain that you would normally see in a massage parlor.
Yes.
We just thought it'd be fun to bring in a very chill vibe. We've got the first game is going to be Virtus.pro taking on NIP, the champions of
A very chill
Philadelphia,
vibe.
Las Vegas, coming in hot, wearing their crown up against the 13th to 16th best team at IEM Melbourne.
Yeah, that's not exactly... I'd say they're maybe on the same level, maybe?
I'm trying to hit the headlines, really.
Yeah, that is the headlines.
Can you remember the last time you cast a NIP game?
No.
No, I know. It's been a minute, hasn't it?
Definitely not. Yeah, I think I've probably casted Ars Dawson Saul more recently than I have this NIP. So here's the B-Stream schedule. We can take a look at how things went down. Astralis kicked things off with a win over ODDIK at 2-1. G2 nearly getting it done versus MIBR despite the Taz stand tape, but MIBR clinching it just at the end, avoiding overtime. And we've got VP, NIP, as you mentioned, and a little bit later on we'll have Pain. HOTU. So that'll be the games for later on. But VP, NIP, two teams that have kind of been middling.
Do it, Dinko. Yeah,
a lot of big name. It's two big name orgs.
Give it to me, baby. Yeah,
they haven't necessarily been the best Counter-Strike teams.
Yeah, that's a very nice way of putting it. I mean, this Virtus.pro project got derailed at some point when Electronic joined, like right around that time, obviously, and just hasn't been able to get back on track. And despite the positive signs and the positive steps, because I think a lot of people have looked at them in some of their early games and been like, this VP team's actually headed in a cool direction, but nothing ever follows that up, right? There's nothing that ever backs that up that makes us feel like they've got it clicked in and they've got it switched in, and everyone in the team is going to be playing consistently strong. And for NIP, it's just like these pieces, I guess we just have to see in tier 1 if they've had enough time to really come together and meld the way they need to.
Well, considering the players on this NIP team, I expect this to be a good roster, but they really struggle because they obviously have the VRS ranking that they have to try and climb up, and so there was a big issue for the start of this roster where they couldn't actually go to events, right? And then they had some weird situation where they had Jax playing with them as like a stand-in. They could allow them to try and qualify for some tournaments. They failed to do so.
Tried to game the system.
Exactly,
right? Like,
but the system gamed them.
Yeah, the system gave them right back.
So right now, we're glad to see this NIP team on LAN, and you know, you look at the squad, it's got some great players. You've got Snappy as the in-game leader coming out of the Falcons. We've got Shush here, who has been heroic for pretty much all of his career. Exists at the back, and it's a squad that makes got me a little excited, actually.
I mean, it's got cool names and cool roles. I think a lot of why we haven't seen them, obviously, is that grind through the VRS system of trying to get enough points to get a direct invite. And actually, on that note, to get here, they had to qualify through the European closed qualifier. So not even getting invited off the VRS, having to do it the hard way. And obviously, such a big thing for them, a team that's not going to be at the major, to gain those points now to get a head start on what's going to be the next major cycle run with this VRS system. So yeah, I think not only in terms of the event and wanting to do well, but in terms of setting yourself up for the future after a disappointing first season of the year, this is a big match for NIP, looking forward to the rest of 2025.
Yeah, I mean, this could fix everything. This event, a good performance here, and you could automatically fix all the problems that you've had over the last few months. So really important to get a good job here, and a win versus Virtus.pro that's relatively high up the ranking would certainly catapult them forward up to closer to the position they want to be in. So here's the veto. We've got Train up first, Dust 2, and Ancient. So we're kicking things off with the Train.
Yeah, I like that. It's spicy. And I mean, it makes sense, I think, for NIP in their regard to pick into this here, because Virtus.pro has only played this once in the last 3 months. So looking to target a map that Virtus.pro might be a little bit rusty on, that they haven't had a whole lot of reps on. And you have to imagine NIP team, with Threat involved in that, with Exists at the helm. This is a team that's going to come in with some details, Snappy as well as the IGL. And, it's kind of, I really want Snappy to have some success in CS2, because I feel like the breakup of that Ent squad that he led, I know it's like ancient history at this point, but like I feel like that team would have been really good at CS2.
Yeah.
I feel like that team, with the way the game is being played right now, was kind of built to be strong in this game, and it obviously imploded at the wrong point. But I feel like Snappy, that style that he had with that team, bringing it and keeping it in CS2 with the new roster of strong players, can still be effective. So I think there's some cool things for Snappy, and you can see Virtus.pro fixing some last minute issues, getting called over to take a look at the PC. So we're still just kind of waiting to get set up and get things underway.
Yeah, well, we shouldn't be too far away from that. But yeah, I mean, touching back on that, you looked at the Ents team and where they went. So half of them went to Falcons, half of them went to Heroic. The half that went to Heroic was obviously Saw and Nerds, and then the other players were inside of the Falcons team. It didn't work out for Falcons, but it definitely was not bad at all from Heroic. They were good enough for Falcons to buy the core of the team again, and take them away. So I felt bad for Snappy. I think Pijamas as well, who's a player who didn't necessarily have the greatest start to Falcons, but I think he was getting into form towards the end when that kick came in. So, but he might hit the ground running now.
And well, I think he showed enough to say okay, let's give you some time to acclimate to CS2. We all know the Oppers got hit really hard at the start of it, especially, and Pijamas is one of the few Oppers that feel like who hasn't truly ever recovered, right? So I mean, we'll see if that's changed.
The rumors around him are obviously going to G2.
Yep.
So that'll be interesting to see if that goes down with Saw. That would be pretty cool. I think the move makes a lot of sense on paper, so I'm excited to see how that goes down. But speaking of Alpers, Wrinkle was a player that everybody was really excited about when he first joined this NIP team.
His breakout at Pro League was awesome. Like his breakout at one of the Pro League seasons that we've had was incredible. So yeah, Wrinkle's been a name that's been on. I mean, I feel like would be on. I was going to say on everyone's lips, but we haven't seen NIP play. I feel like in 6 months. But that's the only reason why is that we just haven't seen him. He's a super exciting player, so I'm pumped to see what he's got today.
Yeah, still posting great ratings over the last 3 months, averaging a 1.23 rating over 3 months of play.
And he's going against the hometown hero, his counterpart on the other side, Icy, fresh from Kazakhstan, in front of his home crowd, his home audience. Probably never in a million years thought he'd get to play a tournament in his home country.
No, it's kind of crazy that we're here in Kazakhstan. Well, the PGL event. I mean,
it's kind of crazy that we're here in West Michigan casting the event out of Kazakhstan.
Yeah, that's true.
We're a Dutch Catholic country casting Kazakhstan.
I flew over Kazakhstan actually on the way here. So yeah, it was quite beautiful looking down there.
Perfect. I think, you know what, on the treadmill they have a Kazakhstan running thing, and I've done it, and it's beautiful. It looks like a beautiful city. We're live right now into the game. So Virtus.pro NIP pistol round is hot. Dualies on Flit. And you've got some utility picked up for this T side, and I'm already here and typing, so I think we're going to get a not live.
Warm.
Yeah, we're going to start this
not
one
quite
right back
hot,
over.
But it's getting there. It's warming up as we get into the start of train. So obviously that tech issue still being had at the moment. Another Kazakhstani Alper.
Yes.
MongolZ. He's here, and so I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes down. MongolZ, not anybody was really expecting him to even show up. I've never heard of him, so I'm glad that he's got an opportunity.
Well, they lost to the Mongols earlier today. MongolZ, just as you brought his name up, because I'm looking at the statistics, 42 and 39, 83 ADR on the series, a 1.0 rating. So not bad, not great, but it's a tough team to go up against as your welcome party into a new roster into Tier 1 Counter-Strike. So I don't know, pretty admirable performance, and obviously haven't seen it quite yet. So we'll check that one out a little bit later.
Got to see the Mongols recently. I was in their home country, and I hung out with the Mongols for about 10 minutes.
Oh, cool.
They were in full swing. They had a show match. It was old Mongols versus new Mongols.
Okay,
and the new Mongols had zero mercy, Jason.
Sure.
They absolutely destroyed them.
Yeah.
So they're locked in.
They're just like, look at how much further we've taken this.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at how much further we've brought
Exactly.
Mongolian Counter-Strike.
And I think that's a cool story around the Mongols at the moment is like they had a great end to last year, a great performance at the major. They won a tournament just before that. I think the start of this year has been slowly crumbling away.
It's the stall out this year that's really disappointing, especially because they've had a number of events where it's like, bro, the top teams aren't here, and you guys have been on a hot streak. Like this is an event essentially for you guys to win. So yeah, some really disappointing results for them to start the year. Was it Bucharest? I think where like none of the PGL Bucharest, where none of the top teams were in Mongols in Eternal Fire, then Aurora were expected to be the kind of teams fighting for it, and both of them get grouped. So that was a disappointing event. So for them, for Mongols, this event is kind of about recovery and leading into the major, getting some good vibes and good feelings go in your gameplay so you can head into the major with confidence.
Yeah, and Mongols are going to have a lot of support as well in Kazakhstan, being a representation of Asian Counter-Strike. They're just next door in Mongolia. So definitely a really important event for them to step up and start delivering. A lot of chit-chat going on. Don't have the information as to what the problem is at the moment.
Maybe they're playing Hangman in the chat.
Maybe that is what they're doing.
Yeah.
Or, how would you do that? Chat.
You'd have to put a lot of faith in the person running the operation.
Okay.
But it'd be easy to just put them some letters in the chat.
I think I could trust Snappy with running the operation.
Snappy is a trustworthy person. You take one look at that face, and you can just tell that that's an honest man.
Is indeed. We have got the returning Portuguese players, Varys, Dawson, Ujurks, and damn, their old team is suffering without them.
Yeah, it really is. But you can understand why. That they seem to be the most potential filled young talent that we've seen come out of that region, and that team's obviously made the decision. Without those two in the team, the conversation very much kind of fell into the whole we can't really rebuild within Portugal, so time to go international. So another org has kind of taken that leap into being willing to open up their recruiting ranks to other countries and kind of mix things up away from their mother tongue and their mother language. But, those two guys specifically, just to focus on them now at NIP, are now under the helm of Snappy, who you'd hope can foster some development and take these guys to the next level. Because I think that's really, when you look at this roster of NIP, there's a lot of gambling from the organization. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad gamble, but on Ujurks, on Erzdos, on Wrinkle, kind of rising to the potential that they see in these players. And that's what NIP is counting on for this roster. The strength of this roster is those three players making an increase. And then you have the experience calling of Snappy. And then you have the experience calm presence of Shush to kind of round that out. But really, it's those three guys who are going to be the engine.
Yeah, and you can see here that the VRS forecast, as we were just waiting for everything to be resolved, you can see that it will be a significant jump up here for NIP to get a win here. Only 2 places up if VP get a win, but we're talking 9 places right now for NIP.
And that's just one map, which is why this event is so important for NIP, right? If they win this is just one series that they would jump up nine ranking places. Or that's actually 12. Dinko.
What's 12?
I didn't want to throw you under the bus on that one.
I just read from 45 to 36. Yeah, okay. It's early in the morning.
Yeah, it's all right.
Here.
But yeah, that one series win is 12 ranking points.
It's even better.
Yeah, I know.
What a surprise.
You add in a great run to that, and all of a sudden it's not 12. It's we just gained 20 ranking points. So yeah, a huge event for NIP to see if they can climb some of this as the major's right around the corner and get a jump on the next VRS.
Next time I mess math up, just run the bus over me, Jason, all right?
Yeah, I got you.
You can hit me with that bus.
I'll stop you in your tracks.
Yeah, exactly.
Electronic just had a smile on his face, though, so that's a good thing to see.
Dude, it was cool in Bucharest, hearing him scream at his teammates. I enjoyed it.
It gave you a glimpse into what the in-game leaders sometimes are like. And
he's I'll remember it vividly about just they didn't plan properly. They lost around on the lack of plan.
It's one of those things where it's really easy to look at that Electronic from the outside and be like, that's a horrible thing to have happened. Like, what a crazy presence to have in the team. But also, it's just like, you know, it might not have been the best point, but that conversation probably did need to have. Someone did need to say that at some point.
Yeah.
It wasn't maybe the greatest thing during the live match, but it had to happen.
Yeah, well, here we go. All the issues resolved. Ready to get into the action. And we got Shush for the Molotov. 2 flashes for Snappy. There was Dawson, a smoke, and a flash for Wrinkle. So a lot of utility here for NIP into the pistol. And we've got a kit on Electronic, so keep eyes on that in the minimap. Number 1.
Yeah, just, I mean, it should be a pretty clear cut looking at the minimap. This is going to be an inside execute with the utility. With a Molotov, with the smoke, we'll see where they place him exactly. But going to be an inner hit, and you have a very passive setup. Fame is going to be on the upper ground, hiding in the corner. You have Flamus way back at that first train, just peering towards the lower ramp. And there's no sound on the map. Just now, Virtus.pro have pushed Ivy. They've got the information. A third player is rotating over. He's going to miss the timing, but they're playing passive anyway, so it really doesn't matter.
Well, they have a lot of great utility down for Kaon, so that allows Udrix to move forward. He's going to take Electronic out of the equation, and Shush was so deeply pushed into the B-bomb site that Fame was just confused. So ends up being Flit and Icy. 2v4 in this situation. Bomb planted in the middle of the site. Udrix on the flank around the back lines. Wrinkle's going to start taking the straight up duels against Icy, leaving the flank to take the final kill. So NIP, they lose 1 player, but a really cool executed pistol round into the B-bomb site has paid off.
Yeah, I wonder if that's like an idea of protocols for Virtus.pro. I don't know whose necessarily the responsibility was, but the upper player kind of tucked behind that building in the corner sort of drops down and doesn't have information on the scaling up sidewalk, you know, crossing towards Z and kind of fighting towards CT spawn. That information never got over to the VP defense. So just a lot of real estate given up at the inner bomb site for NIP to kind of take advantage of, and boy do they. Boy do they. Some
really do.
Shooting. It's 1-0.
I seen the headset come off for Shush. He was talking to the admin, so might not be fully done. But it gives us some time to talk about the new coach on the block here for VP. Finn just got added to the team.
This is what, the 3rd or 4th coach, I believe, in recent memory?
Yeah, they've had Dastan into Zoma, into Pashnoi, now into Finn. Now, Finn, you may remember his name from a list of naughty coaches.
Naughty coaches.
But before the naughty coaches, he was a part of the Gambit youngsters team, which was the Shiro Exile that turned into Cloud9, turned into Gambit first. But yeah, he was the coach of that squad. And that's his kind of biggest moment in his career, I would say.
Yeah.
Hasn't necessarily been able to follow up on that, but I think, yeah, he's got experience. He's been behind some solid players before. Interested to see how that's going to go inside of VP, but that coaching gig seems more like a summer internship right now at VP rather than an actual job.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a revolving door as they try and find the right person for the job, and it's not always an easy thing. I think you can have an extremely qualified coach who doesn't connect the way he needs to with the players, and you can have an extremely unqualified coach who connects perfectly with the players and actually can maybe provide some more value. And obviously, as we just kind of alluded to with that reference to Bucharest, Electronic is going to take a coach that sees the game very, you know, along the same lines as him. So I think, you know, if you're going to make this move of Electronic as your IGL, yeah, get him, you know, search around for whatever coach he feels comfortable working with and standing behind him to try and make this project move in the right direction. Still have that tech issue. You can see everyone looking intently over at Shush's PC as we wait. 1-0 start for NIP after the pistol here on train, and that's all we've got so far. Over on the mainstream, or the A stream, I should say, is going to be Na'Vi taking on M80. So
wow.
That game's happening over on the other PGL broadcast.
I'm sure Na'Vi are going to be another team that has a lot of fans out there. They have fans wherever they go, but I think Kazakhstan in particular will probably enjoy their presence. I mean, we look at the M80 squad. That's another team that we haven't seen very much of recently, despite having some upswings last year.
Yeah, despite their kind of positive stuff that we saw, that yeah, you're right. They've sort of fallen away from it as well, which is kind of sad to see. So we'll see if they can rediscover some magic. But I think really the focus should be on Na'Vi in that matchup. As much as I love M80 and want to see them do well and want to see those players and North American players do well, I think the conversation there has to be about Na'Vi, considering the state of them this year that has been extremely disappointing. And yeah, most of their losses are to the best teams in the world, to your Vitalities, to your Spirits. But certainly after the year they had last year, the best team of 2024, this has been a disappointing start to 2025.
Oh, absolutely. The teams around them are getting better, getting stronger. Now he's slowing down. Into round 2. And it's a full eco here for VP, so it should be a comfortable 2-0 start here for the Ninjas. Don't think I've called them Ninjas in Pyjamas in years.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I usually just go with Nip.
Yeah.
And obviously Ninjas is nice and easy, as you just showed off.
But Ninjas in Pyjamas. What a classic esports name.
Yeah, I still remember like one of the first like esports marketing things done by a team was by NIP, and it was for headsets. I forget which ones, but all the NIP players obviously showed up in pajamas for a shoot of a gaming headset. It was lovely.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
It was like Spawn, who else was in it? Heaton, Potty, obviously at that time. I think Fisker and all were in the team. Yeah, it was a cool little thing to see them do. But yeah, now we're here. Now we're here 20 years later. Snappy's going to mow them all down with the MAC-10, make some money. Beautiful quad kill, nice and easy, and 2-0 for NIP.
All right, finally we're going to get that buy-in for Virtus.pro. And we're good to go. No one's got the headset off here.
I know, we made it through the whole round and everyone looks clean.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen the VP cam yet.
Cause for celebration, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, we're looking good. We're looking good as we get into round 3. Virtus.pro going to have their first bye. One kid, so keep eyes on that. It's on Icy. He's only got a scout in this round, so he wants to get the sniper out, but he doesn't have enough of the big green gun, and it's a quick team main play here from Wrinkle. He's already out red. His teammate's getting tagged up by that CT scout, softened up Wrinkle into the attack. His teammates following up. They might just go through or around the left side of that sandwich smoke. Flamus is aware of that possibility. Drops Jerks. Shoots the respawn 1-for-1 inside of the site. Smokes are up, keeping eyes busy as Foot tries to flee, but Shush and Wrinkle coming in with a double kill. Scout gets 1 kill for the back of the site, and now there's a chance. As Shush gets up on top, he's only got 7 bullets left. He needs to be quick, and he gets that kill on Fame, and it's all on the Scout that gets caught inside of Hell, and Wrinkle eventually taking the 3rd round win here for NIP.
Really admirable effort for VP, especially towards the end with those 2 players. You could see in that 2v2, they just by nature of how the round plays out, they work themselves into an impossible scenario. Both of them boxed in towards Heaven, both of them sitting inside of a smoke, and the ability for NIP to wrap all around and surround them. Good job from Shush being quiet in his reposition, and Icy can't get it done with that scout. So 3-0 for NIP. Remember, this is a bit of a punish pick. Virtus.pro only played Train once in the past 3 months, so NIP certainly feeling like they got the edge here, and they've got the hot start on top of it all.
Oh, well, 5-7 to the dome. Udrik's going down initially. Snappy to trade it. He's going to continue to move out, but Foot, blinded. Still alive.
What?
How has he come away with that? How has he got another one? How do they win that? Virtus.pro on pistols suddenly in the chaos of the smokes come out on top and get their 1st round win.
Yeah, what a scrappy round. That's just gaming for Virtus.pro. That is just everyone kind of push towards the choke point, get behind the smoke, do your best not to let him out, and those 5-7s work. That first kill is perfect. Slows down the attack, takes away the real tip of the attack, and then everyone from NIP gets blocked behind that smoke in main.
That's crazy. 5-7 is so good, man.
5-7 is a spicy pistol. It certainly is.
Well, money's good now for VP all of a sudden. Got AKs picked up off the ground. AWP out for Icy, but it's all about Wrinkle Sniper as he just charges into the B-bomb side as the front man of the attack. Fame was the only B player, and he's gone.
I don't even think you can go for this. I mean, you take that calculated risk as Wrinkle as well off that pick. You can see the way he's spotting. You know he's just got a piece of utility to drop, and there's no one else at the bomb site. So good push from Wrinkle. And now, if you're a Virtus.pro, you're feeling very stuck. Galil is going to hold that AWP pinned down over an Ivy, and the AK-47s are going to find the rifles at the end. Hugh Jerks with another. And now Icy's got a battle for his life, and he can't do it. Hard swing. And the off is recovered, and NIP in complete control.
Dude, they just kind of slightly trip, but they immediately jump back up and sprint again, because that is crazy from Wrinkle. The response is to go down into B, take that straight up fight with the AWP of all weapons. Look at this. He gets the peek. Fame just walks and hangs out in the open a little bit too long there.
It's one of those rounds, right? Like an Opper will get a few of those rounds and a half, and obviously every Opper has a different level of freedom. But I would imagine if you're Snappy and NIP, you're probably sat there and you're like, you know what? Let's give him like 2 to 3 rounds per half, where he just gets to call a play where we let him go for an aggressive pick. That's one of them. A little bit of a risk with that peek from Upper, but this time he nails the opening kill and gets a free round off the back of it, including the complete wipeout. So Virtus.pro with peanuts in the bank after this investment.
And throwing everything they've got at this. Could be a chance to respond here for VP. It's Icy to kick things off. Fame with a second kill. So VP up 5v3. No trades. In fact, it only gets better for Virtus.pro. Another kill from Icy Sniper, and that investment pays off.
Yeah, that's a great response from Virtus.pro as well, and Icy with the AWP. I don't think NIP expected them to have the AWP. I think that punish is a little bit of a surprise for the NIP offense. I don't think they expected that weapon to be in the field of play. So Icy gets a couple easy ones, and the nice thing about the AWP finding you those opening 2 picks and the M4 getting one on top of it is you get a clean round off the back of it. You can upgrade to some AK-47s, but nobody's gone down for Virtus.pro in a round where their money was on the ropes. So very nice from the CT side, and we reset into round 7.
There's Icy's pick. Great setup. Hangs around, doesn't fall back. Goes for a re-peek a little bit later into the round.
Yeah, that fight's a little bit different when it's an opera waiting for you versus a jiggle peeking player holding a smoke, right?
True, I guess they were just like, try that again, guys.
Yeah,
Try
it was like,
that
I
again.
dare you. Like, you probably feel really good about that fight, getting that kill so quickly. So, yeah, give it one more shot. Double dog dare.
I love that. This is one of my favorite additions to the map on the new train is that little window in T-main.
Sure, for utility to come out.
It's pretty cool. There's a lot of creativity you can do with that. Lineups go through. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, observing team.
Well, there's an Ivy push from Icy who's trying to build upon his success. One more due to that smoke is called out at Ivy. So at the moment, Snappy's got a good indication of what's happening. So he's going to work his... Oh, inside the flames. That catches Flamus off guard. And the call from Snappy's perfect. It's such a good read of the situation. To see 2 push Ivy, you know that out of defense is going to be weak. Snappy immediately calls for the pop dog play.
Oh, God,
and look at what it's rewarded them with.
That was awkward for Flick. Gets caught. Not expecting him to be so deep. So yeah, perfect call working out here for Snappy. Safe call again for VP. No one really getting anything going here. Like consecutive round wins seem few and far between. But I think finally it looks like Nip have broken that barrier. They should be able to get next, but there is some leftover money here for VP.
Yeah,
if they save these 2 weapons,
especially if they can save them, the buy will be very strong. Will essentially be a full buy, and I don't think NIP, without any information of where these players are or have been, are going to be too motivated to go for any kind of a chase. So Fame should be able to keep the AK-47. Same with Electronic and his M4 over in CT spawn. No one even close to him. But a 5th round now for the Ninjas on T-side train, looking real good. What a round from Erasdos. The opening pick on the push, but then the swing into the last few seconds of the Molotov. Flamus never saw it coming.
let's see what kind of buy VP can piece together here. This is
oh my lord!
Shot, 1 bullet.
Yeah, just a nasty 1-tap.
That's a BS round from Erasdos. He just walks into the fire in the second kill as well. He was feeling himself after that 1-tap.
Yeah, it's if you're VP, you're just like, well, what can I do? What am I supposed to do in that situation?
I see right back down to a scout again. He got a moment on the AWP. It's going outside, damage being done.
Just to show off that little window that you just mentioned you liked, that is a beefy double nade to take Flit down very low. Good opening start, good chip damage for NIP. Now it's about mopping it up at the end of the day. Flit's going to take the scout with his low health, so Icy's on the M4. And Rinko's looking for anyone to slide into his vision, but no one's making that mistake in this round.
Been already a pretty good T-side from NIP. Could continue to get better and better as this half goes on, as they are 5-2 up, likely to be leading 6-2 in just a moment. Here comes Snappy to try and help that out, but might go against them now of Electronic and Flamus alongside Icy. We've got 3 kills in for VP in the blink of an eye, and that 6th round just seems like a dream.
Really good sequence there from Icy, even though he smoked off the wide Molotov to prevent the swing, to kind of narrow the angle that NIP has to work with, and the spam through the smoke on top of it all. That's a perfect little piece of defense. Wrinkle does find a pick, brings it to just 4 Virtus.pro players. There's 40 seconds on the clock, but 3 players setting up a 3-man crossfire on this choke point.
Well, there's Flamus following up here for Virtus.pro, leaving just Wrinkle around the corner with 28 seconds left, starting to retreat further and further back. Not going to hang on to the sniper.
Yeah, AWP is the priority. He can drop a weapon, although they won't need it at all with the money that's going to come in for NIP. So Virtus.pro, once again, I mean, the past, 6 rounds have just been back and forth, trading wins for these 2 teams. VP can't win 2 in a row, but NIP not letting them build that momentum. So 5-3
NIP not allowed to win 2 in a row.
Yeah,
So-
it's I mean, it's been a cool stretch of rounds back and forth, all starting with that 5-7 win from Virtus.pro. Good to see them hanging on, but at the moment it feels like they're just kind of hanging on by their fingertips, right? Thankfully for them, I think with the way this half has played out and with this back and forth, this is a back and forth where they have quite a decent losing bonus because they just keep winning one and then losing one, so it's just staying put at like 3 rounds of losing bonus. So they're getting a ton of money repeatedly on this CT side. And their wins have been clean.
Flamus getting the opening pick here for Virtus.pro. Jerks going down. Electronic pushing up into team aim behind that smoke. Strong position to have.
This is a really cool play from Electronic. Yeah, he's got a lot of options here. When this smoke fades, he can choose. He probably won't push immediately, but there's going to be the option at some point in this round for him to get a flank towards Ivy, a flank towards Inner if he wants it. That's going to be available to him. So he'll stand pat for the moment and wait for some information of where NIP is lined up. At the moment, with 2 players, Ivy and 2 in Pop, none of them are showing their positioning. So Virtus.pro just waiting for the next move from NIP, who are down a player. And this looks like it's just going to be a split. 2 Ivy, 2 Pop Dog, and see what you can get out at the A-bomb site. Op over in Ivy on the op of Wrinkle.
Under a minute left. There's Doss. Oh my god, another big kill from him. That's Flamus going down. Electronic destroyed it out. Snappy wasn't ready for that, but oh my god, the timing for Electronic to peek out again, just as Shush was considering the site player. Electronic walks out, catches his head, and now VP should be taking 2 rounds in a row. It's about to be a 5-4 scoreline. They're closing this gap. There's Doss trying to make the most of it. Final 30 seconds, leaping out, and Wrinkle connecting his one shot, but it would be a spectacular, almost impossible clutch. He would have needed to land that millisecond shot, but couldn't connect it, so is retreating now back to safety inside of Ivy, and we are now looking at VP taking 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to give credit over to Electronic. That round is all him. It's just such a well-played round after the opening pick provided by Flamus, sliding in towards team mid, seeing it clear, but not trying to make a play immediately, just biding your time until you have information. And he's in the perfect place to stop that attack from getting dangerous whatsoever. With that opening kill over towards Ivy, that could have been a very tough round to handle for VP, but Electronic, with good positioning, just shuts it down. So finally, VP string 2 together, and now we can see what they can turn this half into. 4-5. Money's still there for both teams, but the last time NIP is going to be able to muster a buy if they're to lose this.
Yeah, I gotta feel pretty good for VP, who have...
Oh, they're out of money now.
It feels like, yeah, they've just been hanging in there, but they see the light at the end of the tunnel. They've got some room to stretch their legs in this half, and a round 1 here, which they should be getting, will tie up the game 5-5. And to think we were in a world just mere moments ago where this could have been a 6-2 scoreline.
Yeah, it felt like NIP on this T side was really looking like they were just going to run away with things. I think really the missed opportunity is, I mean, well, it's going to sound weird, missed opportunity, and I'm about to reference 3 rounds of Virtus.pro winning, but those 3 rounds that were traded back and forth was only 1 player from Virtus.pro died in the 3 rounds of wins they had up to this point. So, I mean, if you're NIP, you feel like you really missed some chances to keep the economy low, really missed some chances to reset them on the CT side of Train when you had a big lead that would have just ballooned things into a crazy, crazy scoreline. That's the missed opportunity right now of this half for NIP. So it turns from an opportunity where they could have just blown up this map to now having a very close affair going into halftime, regardless of who wins these final 2 rounds.
I know, it feels like VP have got the momentum to ride this out and take a lead as well. Could be 7-5 in favor of Virtus.pro's defense. First timeout of the half being used here for NIP. Wrinkle's going to have his AWP, but everybody else all sparse on cash. So once again, NIP not going to be able to play with everything they desire. Coach Exists getting on the mic.
Yeah, having a conversation with the boys. Look how vocal Flamus is being during this timeout as well. So talking down the line, Electronic gives a nod of approval, of affirmation. He likes what he's heard. He's signed up for the Flamus plan.
You can give him a little high five there as well.
Yeah. All right, let's see what we're rocking and rolling with.
It was on this very map. There we go. He looked for the approval after screaming. He's like, is that good?
He's like, is that okay?
Am I allowed to do that?
Well, remember too, when he joined the roster, it was like, you know, there's an energy guy coming in from OG who's like, we know he can bring that, and it seemed at the time like VP really needed a player in that capacity. Fast-paced, out team mid, trying to force themselves around the smoke. They meet the AWP of Icy.
Dude, look at this, kissing this out of the smoke. Shoosh. He gets past. He gets into the smoke. Electronic knows though. He's clocked him. Will Shoosh to be able to do anything with his teammates in fights. He actually gets away. Flips to take Utrox down. It's looking good here for VP for a 6th round victory. Snappy and Shoosh looking for the escape plan as the bomb is making its way to B. I think VP starting to realize they might have been able to get out of there and get to that B bomb site, so they start sending the rotation back. Electronic just looking for that.
It feels now, looking at this score and going into this halftime, where I think that the conversation is about, like, you know, remember, NIP picking this map a little bit of a punish for how little it's been played by Virtus.pro once in the past 3 months. And
we
feel
casted that one. It was back in Bucharest.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
That was the one where Electronic got mad at everyone.
Oh, really? Okay,
yeah, it was on
perfect. Nice. Well, I mean, I think for Virtus.pro, you're like, okay, well, we just saw you shake the rust loose for the first 5 rounds. It was like 5-1 at one point. Like, you know, whatever it might have been. First 5 rounds. Then you trade back and forth. This CT side has built up now, and now they start feeling really comfortable. All that rust has been shaken loose on Train, and now Virtus.pro is just destroying and dismantling this attack.
Well, a chance for the lead to close the half here for Virtus.pro. NIP looking to try and just get one extra out of this T side. Going to be pretty disappointing for the Ninjas at how this half started and finished. Well, not so much started. They're happy with how it started, just the disappointment and how it finished. Could have been a stronger showing here from them. Absolutely could have been. Even a chance there towards the end of the round for Snappy. If he gets that kill in famous 1v1 fight down range. So another one missed by the Ninjas, and we get into the last round of the first half. Not a pretty vibe. We've got a Mac 10, shoots on a Glock. So his role hasn't changed from heroic. He still carries all the utility. But he's got a Khalil now. Okay, he's all good.
He's all good. Snappy jiggles and gets that information on Electronics position. Sees the defense playing close-up situation at Pop Dog, so going to be a little nervous making this run. This walk, I should say. Clearing his corners. Bomb's still lined up looking towards box halls, so they've got some options available to him. This could be a fake and a fallback to Pop Dog to attack with Snappy leading the way. I think you can see Arizdos with utility lined up towards the trash bins. It could be a fake outside into an inner hit. Let's see what Snappy's going to pull the boys into. It's a fake outside as he dedicates himself to the cause, but nothing quite yet. There's the trade inside, and now the bomb site overrun.
Now look at this play. Now Snappy turns into a lurk, and he's got a double. Great work from Snappy going into the connector. Icy trying to get back through that smoke. No way he could have moved forward. So last round of this half, and it looks like it's going to be a tied scoreline.
What a cool call for Snappy to tie things up. What a call to make. To call yourself as the fake. Really, really good positioning as you come back into it. Nicely done. Arizdos cleans up the final kill. 6-6 with a little bit of tactics thrown in the end by Snappy and NIP. He's got a big smile on his face. That's a huge lurk through the Z smoke.
Yeah, earn some exist fist bumps. So one extra round to work with for the Ninjas as we go into the second half.
But, I mean, a great recovery for Virtus.pro. Again, starting slow. And you could see them kind of shake that rust loose and that inexperience and that lack of reps on the map. You could see it kind of hinder them in the early start and the hot start from NIP. But they recovered so nicely. I think you're going to be really happy with 6 rounds considering how that half began for Virtus.pro. You're looking down the line. You're like, boys, great recovery. We've really snapped into this. Started slow, but we're here now and we can handle this NIP team. I don't think you feel like there are any problems or any worries as you switch sides over to the T side. That's how it all began. But there's that lurk from Snappy. The fake turns into cutting off the post plant, the retake.
I don't see anyone, man. I end up inside con killing 2 guys.
Yeah, that fake was never going to work. When you see him turn that corner and there's no one showing themselves from Virtus.pro's defense, you're like, oh, this is an awkward situation. But Snappy still finds a way to have
impact. Yeah, he pieces it together.
Pissed around live in the second half, and it's faster pace from Virtus.pro. Looking like an inner rush, and Snappy's going to have a lot of attention.
Julies, let's go! Unleashes the beasts, but nothing. Absolutely nothing. As Shush has to step up in his stead. Fame and Shush going tit for tat, but it's still a 3v3 at that bomb. Makes his way into the site. Still stuck in heaven. In fact, there's a flank coming in. The Jewel Berettas around the backside, but it's dealt with. And that's the escape plan now. You've opened up the escape avenue, so they run right through, leaving Fame to keep the pressure on the 2B players. And that bomb is going to go down in the A site at a minimum, confirming the force buy for the second round. And Fame, he even makes it away.
Yeah, that's... Oh, it's almost like the defense was too good. They stopped Virtus.pro too cold. And Arizdos never got the information on that flank. He tries to go aggressive with it. They've turned around to look at him. Brutal start. Good one from Wrinkle. And this is pretty much an even 2-on-2. Wrinkle at 11, Electronic at 24.
Yeah, but you want Shush to move forward a little quicker than he currently is right now. He's got a lot of angles to clear, but he needs to get into the site. Oh my god, they line up! And he comes away with both headshots. Great work from Shush to get back into the pistol, and NIP flip it back in their favor.
As if he finds the high HP player first, the one in the back drills him, and Electronic left in the open with no... It wouldn't have mattered. A headshot, a second one for Shush. So what a great pistol round. Quad kill for Shush. Shuts down the inner attack, has to rotate all the way around towards outside, and win a 1v2 in the pistol, essentially.
And now 12-6 for Shush. He's having a great game here to kick things off. And PGL Astana. Here we go again. Yep. Of course, perfectly lines up on Fame. Just needed to shoot.
You know, we said for years that Shush and Tessas were like the unsung heroes of that heroic lineup, but you notice they're like the two having good performances after that heroic lineup. Like the Astralis project isn't really working.
Right. Tessas is the one player that was always spoken about as the player that should kick that heroic team. And now bro's like on the second best team in the world.
Yeah.
Shush not having a similar performance, but you know, maybe eventually this NIP team start to rise up the rankings.
Shush has always been tapped as like one of the underrated players that doesn't get talked about enough for how good of a job he does in the role that he plays. So it's cool seeing him at 12-6 right now and doing good work for NIP. Very slow round for Virtus.pro after losing the initial player. Just going to walk around the map, start preparing themselves for the gun rounds. Looking like NIP's poised to have two very strong starts in each half here on Train.
Ooh, Snap. You're going to enjoy that little gap. Might draw them in. MP9 about to make some money. Nice, he goes first. Split to fall second. The rest of the B push coming in. Shush has got that covered, and it's just Electronic dueling with a deagle at range.
Yeah, no bomb as well. He's going to go down for free from the other side of the bomb site. 8-6, two-round lead for the Ninjas.
Everybody stays alive for NIP as well in that round, so they're building the money quite quickly here on the CT side.
There's a little bit of advantage for Virtus.pro with the AK-47s against the FAMAS. However, the AWP is out for Wrinkle, which is a weapon that Virtus.pro won't have on their opening T-side gun round. And Snappy's got his MP9 still. 8-6 into this first gun round. Third series of the day over here on the B stream for PGL Astana.
Up next is Dust 2 in the series. And we'll see if we go there quickly. Or VP stay in this fight. Taking the time. Fang going to be flashed into the pop peak. March his way down to the end of the corridor. There's Doss is long gone. He'll play towards the E-box.
It's a cool defense, though, with Ujurx pushed in towards T-main, and I think Virtus.pro is going to be calling that out. There's another deep smoke that just got deployed, so I think if you're Flamus, you're saying, hey, one's probably in T-main with the utility they're using. There's Dos, finds a nice timing. Paired up with his countryman to work together on this defense, working in tandem. The two of them will cover both choke points, and with that smoke over and pop, Arizdos falls back to set up Ujurx for a timing push with the MP9. I think they want to wait, obviously, for a footstep, a sound cue, but utility flying over the wall, I think, is the signal they're waiting for.
There's the flash. There goes Ujurx into the peak. It's going to be Flamus to fall. 25 seconds. Here's the swing. Ujurks getting one. Icy to trade it back. 20 seconds on the clock. VP a player down, but they need to move. And that bomb is so far away that it might just be over already. With that flank coming in, at least Fame gets the pick. But yeah, the bomb is just not near the rest of the attack, so it has to be a safe call here for VP.
Yeah, and I feel like every time I watch VP, I get like all like ultra critical on how they're playing, and I don't want to do that this time, but I do want to just. I mean, this is kind of the struggle of. I know I'm just going to fall right into it.
All right, so Jason, you're not going to be critical.
I'm not going to do this, except for this just once. No, but like that round is just rough because it's like Virtus.pro sort of sit around and don't really do anything, and you're about to execute an outer hit with 30 seconds on the clock, and you don't have control of team main. Like, that's a little bit of a dream. Like, during that time, like, you have to do something to try and pressure team main, force that player out, throw utility and throw a Molotov in, break the smoke. You have to clear that position out if you're going to hit that execute late round. And, I mean, you can just see how disjointed it gets. Great rounds with the MP9. Double kill to stall things out. Now round 16. Virtus.pro's out team mid. Flamus gets activated to red train early.
Yeah, Snappy's pushing into Pop Dog as well. He's going real fast on this play. He's used it a couple of times in the half already. Looking to make the most of it again. Let's see, it's a slightly different angle from Snappy where he's not detecting the early information. They have to peek him for it to be effective, and that is exactly what happens. Snappy could get a second offering here. He knows they're coming towards him. The 2 AKs gets a dink. That's going to be good enough. So he gets a kill on pretty much 90% of one.
And information. Information is the other thing, right? He plays the shadow position on the first kill. After that, he gets this dink, and he calls out 2 AK-47s, including the bomb, are here. So you're positioned, if you're NIP, with 2 defenders at this bomb site. As you know, this is the only timing they have available to him for the moment. So if they don't press this, it'll settle down. But NIP likely not going to shift too many players away from the B bomb site for the rest of this round. Set up very safely, very passively to react, to be able to control situations in these 2-man setups at each map, A and B, or at each bomb site. And now Virtus.pro makes their final play, and they don't have a lot of utility to do it.
Smoke is in a connector. Now his Dot's going to play Thomas. Here comes the peek. The FAMAS. Head down. Flash in the sky. And Shush getting blinded by it. Just to take his head down for just a second. But as he peeks it back up, it's damage done to the Heaven players. Grenade going in. Not going to take a kill, but it's damn close to it. And Shush will clean up instead with bullets. So we're looking at double figures for NIP as they're getting to the end of the line here on trade.
Yeah, Virtus.pro not even able to get into the bomb site there and get a bomb plant. They would have loved the extra bonus money. It's just not available to them whatsoever. NIP's defense looking strong to start, and Shush is continuing to have just a monster game. Nice kill from Ujurks. Flamus outside for quite a long time. Not able to find any clean fights or clean kills, but this is just Shush at the end of the day. The play from Snappy gave him all the information. Shush is positioned perfectly to handle it, and once again, we get to call his name out. He's now up to 16 kills and 6 deaths.
Yeah, it's incredible so far from Shush. The second half was 4 rounds played. All 4 have gone NIP's way. And you mentioned that lack of bomb plant for VP. Well, look at what that means for the buy, right? You're down to 1 AK for Flitical, Elon Fame, the rest on pistols. Not a position of power here for VP by any means. NIP with a great opportunity to take 11 rounds and all 5 rounds played in the second half so far.
That's the most awkward run boost I've ever seen. I don't know about you, but that one...
Yeah, it looked like he got stuck in the mud.
Yeah, that one's kind of a record.
Don't let Yanka see you, don't you know?
Footsteps as well, so they know Electronic is wrapping around. Good kill, but he's there to sell the position of Eris Dos. However, Flit finds a kill and now traded off, and once again, NIP, no issues.
There's Ujurks peeking up, and... little BS as well. Yeah, there, nice little extra last bullet headshot.
I don't even think Virtus.pro has seen the bomb train on the outer bomb site quite yet in this game, in this half.
I think Flamus might have caught a glimpse of it, like as he was running out and dying. But yeah, it's been a one-way street so far in this second half. NIP in full domination. And this is only the first timeout for VP. Damn, okay.
Well, I mean, they recovered nicely in that first half, right? Yeah, I mean, a little crazy. Maybe they didn't burn one during some of the rough stretch to start the map, but they recovered nicely. But just this T side is looking so flat. It's looking like there's no life. There's no creativity. There's no initiating. There's no assertiveness to it. And they better find it real quick because NIP's 2 rounds away from a map 1 victory.
Dude, if you want to win it in regulation, you have to be perfect from this point onwards. You got to win every single round left in the half. Haven't seen enough from VP on this T side to imagine that's a possibility.
97, can you dive? Thank you. Good fucking call, Mark.
97.
Snappy just having a conversation with his opponents. He's like, please just die.
Well, they're dying pretty quickly at the moment. It might just be a dead map here as NIP are very close to victory on train. VP losing the opening kill. Wrinkle on the double kill. Flit and Icy picking them both up. And we're looking at a 5v3 map point staring at us in the face.
Yeah, man, Shush is going to get all the flowers with some of the rounds he's had and the amount of times we've called his name. But Wrinkle's AWP has really started to pick up too. It's got some momentum in the second half. Now that we've switched over to the CT side, been really impactful with it. Nice double kill here. And once again, it's another triple kill. Make it. Oh, a chance
make it a quad
kill. Go for 4.
Yeah. There's a 4th right around that corner.
Yeah, be greedy. But I mean, another round too, where you have to say Virtus.pro's T side. I mean, in fairness, it's nothing tactical. They just don't get a chance to play this round.
And this was the round. That was it. This was their half.
This was the map.
Yep. Job done.
So we're going to get an extended save from Flamus and Fame. NIP looking to take this map, as you mentioned earlier. Dust 2 is going to be the second map of this series, so we'll switch over there. Good kill from Fame at the end. It's not going to change a damn thing as Shush shuts him down before anything can begin.
Right, Dust 2, that's VP's way back into the series. Is their map pick. It was a punish pick, as we mentioned, Train here. We haven't seen VP play all that recently at all, just one in the last 3 months, so NIP making sure that they make this in the veto. But Dust 2 should be a different story. VP going to be much more comfortable there. They're not going to have to battle a very slow start. They're actually going to have some level of comfort on the T side, you would imagine.
You would imagine, being the operative words in that sentence. They're doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Well, 3 Galils, 2 AK-47s.
Not exactly the value and the map on.
But who knows? This might just be the one. NIP looking to close the map with a flawless CT side. This was a 6-6 scoreline going into the second half. The pistol looked like it was on the ropes, recovered by Shush, and from that point onwards, it has been nothing but NIP round victories.
Well, NIP have their aggressive defense set up at the start with all their smokes in the choke point, but as they fade and now as they've run out of utility to cycle through, they're going to do a swap. The M4s fall back, go passive. The AWP on Wrinkle steps into Pop Dog. And he'll be able to swivel as well, but it requires those M4s to stem the tide of attacking players out T-mid.
1 for 1. At least VP able to trade back immediately on that opening kill. Not a story that has been had in the previous round, for example.
I mean, you can see the stress on Wrinkle in that position, though. It's an interesting swap of positions. And we'll hold the phone on that because Snappy is getting frisky. Taking a big risk himself, and it's not going to pay off. Great damage. Information that it's only one, that it's only a lurk, so the defense doesn't have to budge, but a kill that he definitely thought he should have had.
Yeah, well, Ujark's able to follow up here and make sure that it doesn't really matter. He's got a double kill towards teammate. Flamus getting 1 pick. But they're so low on health. These last 2 VP players are the walking wounded. And they're going to try and get out into the site. But Utrox is ready. He'll not take any of them. In fact, it's Shush. And we talked about him as the star of the show in this second half. Well, he looks to close it out. And he'll just go into the open and win it with a headshot. A 13-6 map win here for NIP in the opening game of their tournament here in Astana. And it did not look good in that second half by any means for VP. A 6-6 first half, resulting in not a single T round. Did they even get a bomb? They did get a bomb plant in that second half, Jason. They didn't even get close to a bomb plant. So dominant from the CT side of the Ninjas.
It was a critical storyline about Virtus.pro on Train as well, heading into this kind of dry spell of them not playing. It was the T side was a little bit rough, and we see those woes continues there. So Electronics not able to marshal the troops into any kind of effective offense, and NIP's just able to run away and close it out. But I mean, look, they had the great start in the first half. Tactically, Snappy called a couple really nice rounds on their T side. That defense was just so locked down.
Yeah, so locked down. I think they had a shot in the pistol round. That was it, really.
Yeah, and the half can be different if they win that pistol round, if they win that 2v2, but Shush had one of those games, and that's the thing. If you look at like the 2 big players who had the most impact rounds, it was Shush, and obviously I think Wrinkles off would be the next player you'd kind of talk about. He had a nice opening pick in the first half, got him a couple T rounds for free with opening kills, and then in the second half he was just a menace. But him and Shush really made sure Virtus.pro could never even sniff and get close to the idea of winning this map.
Yeah, the energy must have just died in that second half as well. Like, nothing's going your way. It's like, well, we're kind of running into a brick wall right now. I'd imagine VP probably didn't expect Train to be very good in their map pool. But now it does too. That's going to be the conversation, is the bounce back there.
Well, it's where you kind of allude to the comfort's going to come back in Dust 2. If you look at this T side of Train, like if you watch it back, like I don't think any of those Virtus.pro players have any kind of concept of what plays and what decisions they're allowed to make individually on their own when they set up in these defaults on Train. It feels like everyone's just kind of set up in this default and going through the motions until the default comes to a point where it's time for Electronics' next call. It doesn't feel like anyone has any desire to be kind of creative in their own position on the map, and you're not doing anything to get yourself map control to make things easier for so Train just feels like a map for Virtus.pro that is just so really convoluted that they haven't figured out on the T side whatsoever. Dust 2, on the other hand, obviously, I think everyone, especially on this team, is going to feel very comfortable in how they're playing the map. So we'll see if NIP can handle it as we switch over to what should be easier landscape for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, 19-6 here on Shush. Really impressive performance.
That's a good day in the office.
Yeah. But that's too exciting. Exciting stuff coming up for the second map. Ancient as the third and final if we need it. I see a world where which we go to 3.
It's very possible. Going into Dust 2 with Virtus.pro, yeah, you always have to feel like they have a really strong shot and a home map for a while. But I don't know. I have like enough of hope about this snappy NIP lineup, and enough, I think, like heartwarming nostalgia for Snappy's good teams that I think NIP has some cool pieces. And if Snappy's actually created something really unique out of this team, I think they can be dangerous. And I think this can be a cool event for them to break out and start finding themselves gaining some VRS points and getting back to things. So I think for NIP, I think you have the bigger goal to fight for.
Oh, okay, well, Nostalgia's got Jason believing. Nostalgia, one hell of a drug, Jason, it would turn out. But we're going to get into this. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we've got Dust 2 as Virtus.pro look to bounce back.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Astana 2025. We've got ourselves a map 2 coming up between Virtus.pro and NIP. NIP with a flawless second half on train have got themselves into the leading position, but we do feel like VP can bounce back here in the second map of the series.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no one should feel like Virtus.pro doesn't have a chance on Dust 2, but I think still it's kind of like, I don't know, this Virtus.pro, I was looking at it a little bit earlier because we've been so positive on them this year after that start from Katowice. The signs were all looking good, but there's just nothing to like back it up. It's really hard. It's been up and down. It's like some days this looks like a well-oiled machine that's headed in the right direction. Other days we see what we just saw on Train, which was a T side that can't really figure out how to even do the first step on the map. Now Dust 2, that's not going to be a problem. I imagine we'll go back and see that stronger Virtus.pro again. But the question is now, you know, this time away from seeing NIP compete at the top level, what has Snappy been able to do at this time away from Tier 1, away from their eyeballs? How much has he been able to develop? You have a really great talent. Wrinkle, who had a good game. Shush had a good first map. You got Ujurks and Erisdos, who are just fantastic aimers as well. So Snappy himself has tons of pieces to make this a dangerous ninja squad, and we get to see now if they are that squad on Dust 2 quite yet.
And Shush was kind of the standout player, especially in that second half. So interesting to see if he's going to keep that up. I don't think he should be the player you look at in that team, though, when it comes to consistent firepower, especially when we go to a map like Dust 2. You're going to look at some of the heavier hitters inside of the squad. Wrinkles, AWP, Arisdosh, want him to step up alongside Ujurk. So, yeah, a lot of options for firepower on this NIP team if it all coalesces properly. See Finn, the new coach here for VP, sort of reading out the page or trying to figure out where he is on the page. But it's going to be really important that him and Electronic are at least reading from the same page, though, for this squad's future.
And I think they are. I think if you look at their last 3 wins on Dust 2, or the last 3 games on Dust 2, they've won 3 in a row. It's a G2 victory at Bucharest, 13-11, 13-8 over Liquid, 13-6 over FlyQuest, both of those out in Melbourne as well. So, I mean, if you look at them, I think Virtus.pro's got to be coming into this map on a 3-game win streak, feeling really confidently stepping into this server. So I think we're going to get a different Virtus.pro than we saw on map 1. We'll just have to find it all out. Electronic at the helm, looking down at notes, calling the last final tactics, the pistol round to open up Dust 2. Virtus.pro starting on the T side, NIP defending here in this initial round. And not a whole lot of utility. Decent amount for Virtus.pro, not a whole lot for NIP. And we'll see how this goes. Very calm to open things up. I think he missed the jump spot. I don't think Arisdos actually saw either of them. That information isn't going to punish NIP, though, as the smoke comes up at double doors and now the passage to Catwalk.
Yeah, Electronic going to climb up onto the Xbox into short. He's got Flamus in behind him. And with that mid-door smoke up, they can safely cross without being detected.
Look at this defensive setup there. Like, this is solid for a pistol round. If Arisdos hits one shot from the bomb site, takes Flamus out. Oh, excuse me, actually, Virtus.pro falling into a mid to B split. So they're pressuring both. They're showing both ideas and not letting NIP get comfortable that either one of them is coming.
Yeah, well, that is going to drag Arisdos away because he has to consider the fact that he needs to be ready to go through CT spawn. But here goes 50 seconds. Here comes the final play. And it's going to be VP with a long lurk, but a short thrust into the site. It's going to be Flamus and Wrinkle going tip for tap, but Flamus stepping up and putting VP in the better position. Snappy going to check that long side. 39 seconds left. Plant being put down here for Icy.
Yeah, but Snappy made a footstep. So, I mean, they know there's one out at long. And you can see that's exactly why Flit just backs all the way off. He's like, I actually don't need this engagement. So there's nothing NIP can do with that piece of information that Snappy's at long. There's no retake available to them.
Flamus waiting. Shush. Oh, goes down. Flamus is having one hell of a pistol round here. Nice shot from Ujurks. He couldn't get the second. And he's now caught in the open on the reload. So Flamus not stopping. He's got 4 in this pistol round. He's stepping up for the ace. He's coming for it. And Snappy taking body shots from the site, but it's Flamus with all 5.
Yeah, brilliant pistol round. Really well done. Extended across the map, and that's a nice piece of trickery. Eventually, we're going to see a better Virtus.pro. Look at the way Electronic's able to work the map and here on Dust 2. Get catwalk control, fall back, throw the mid to B smoke, force the rotation, and then you've already got the positioning of catwalk. And those are concepts they just don't have on Train yet, is that like getting this piece of map control allows me to activate this a little bit later on, gives me this options. Here on Dust 2, they work it perfect.
They should be high-fiving you. Flamus, that was all
I know, why
five
is he
locked
telling
in?
everyone else they did a great job? You got all 5 kills.
Someone tell him he's doing a great job. Electronic is in the opening kill, so someone else from VP on the score sheet. And this is a force buy for NIP as well. They've thrown everything into this. Not the start they would have hoped for it. Losing one player and so much health here on New Jerks.
Well, I don't know how much of this is confirmed or unconfirmed, but they've done great damage. You know, like, yeah, you're in a 4-5 and you have weaker weapons, but Icy's an easy cleanup, Electronic's an easy cleanup. Those guys can get doubled and mowed down very, very quickly. One smart play, one good positioning, and this round can unravel for VP, despite the fact they have a man advantage. So double door smoke, but you can see on the mini-map, Shush is down in tunnels, and he's going to clear out the B halls, and he's basically going to say, this smoke is all a fake, they're going long this whole time, everyone gets situated. There's one flashbang on Wrinkle. But it's all about the low HP, and if NIP can find Icy and Electronic on the cross.
Another shot for Wrinkle. Oh, Flamus putting his head down, but not aware there was a gap at the start of the smoke. Sarah's Doss now stepping up, but not going to be too sweet for him. As Phaeton comes down to the AK, it's Icy to battle back to the Scout. Another shot from Shush, and this round's still on for the CTs. Very much still on. You mentioned the low health on some of these VP players. Well, Flit is one of them. He's moving up into the site, 20 seconds, and oh, he's gone! Deagle to the head. It's all about Icy. And with 15 seconds left, it's gotta be heroic, and he's got one shot, needs the second, 10 seconds left, and he's got it. Icy saves the day here for VP, but it's so damn close.
Dude, after all the shots that are hit with Deagles, the fact they can't clean up Icy with 9 HP remaining is insane. Shush hits that banger over on the railing, and they just cannot find this final kill. What a time for Icy to step up. Wrinkle's able to clean up Electronic. They get everything they need. They even get an extra bonus, the cherry on top, the massive gap in that smoke from Virtus.pro. And when you saw the angle they had over the gap, you felt like this round was done. Icy bails them out, but another force buy for NIP, understanding how much damage they've done to VP.
So close to being a tied-up scoreline already. Let's see if NIP can do it. And once again, with just the M4 in the hands of Aris Doss, scout for Wrinkle again. He's going through the motions. Flash going through the mid doors. Smoke for the CT cross. They're going to start walking in towards Shush with a minute on the clock. He'll drop the smoke and descend down to safety inside of the site. It's a very heavy A lead. The only way this round goes the way of the Ninjas at the moment is if VP go into the A side. If they go B, it does not look likely that they're going to be able to pull this off.
Well, if you can find Electronic and shut down this presence, that's going to funnel them right back up towards Catwalk. So a lot of this is on you, Jerks, to make sure. Oh, he crossed over. Electronic's going to call everyone back out, though. Footsteps are there, and now this spot gets a little bit more dangerous.
I think there's just too many numbers here. Surely that eventually they trade it out and go into the B bomb site with the heavy numbers advantages here.
I think you have to save now if you're NIP. I think the call should come in basically right now, especially as that kill comes in. If Snappy can't add another one on top, you took a big risk by force buying into this, and you might as well keep these guns and try again in the next one. Well done from Electronic and Virtus.pro leading the way, and Electronic finds the escape route, only losing fame in the process. 3-0 for Virtus.pro.
Well, at least the two weapons worth saving are in their hands. NIP with Shush and Aris Doss looking to hang on to it. They're out long. And we're looking at, 3-0. Great start here from VP on Dust 2.
Actually, I mean, it's not even a great start.
Yeah, well, in terms of scoreline,
but scoreline it is, but they should have lost round 2. Icy bails them out.
That's
so
true.
Give him a ton of credit for them even being in this situation. Going to try and take some guns away right at the end. The MP9 hits the dick. It's a deck, excuse me. It does hit the dick as well.
It's a little bit of both.
It is also very early.
I like it. I think we should just use that as the new term.
Might be from now on.
Well, Great start in terms of hitting the
Great
dick,
start.
Jason. That's going to be 3-0.
That looks like a pro.
And NIP, yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation because obviously you understand why they would force fight. They brought us so close previously. You know, you have their money on the ropes. But you're in a situation now where you could have had your first buy, and it's always a tough pill to swallow. So we're looking at a VP likely to go 4-0 up on Dust 2. Then it's on NIP to have to come back into it, because if you remember back to train, it was VP who had the slow start and had to come back in the first half. That's an opposite story. Good start for Snappy, though. He's got the opening pick here in Electronic.
Yeah, but can you build upon it? You really need this M4 to get activated in a good place, and not a bad spot for it. Boosted up on the box. You've got Deagles as well to be just extra harassment. There's a jiggle. There's another one. I think it's been spotted out. Virtus.pro, they come right back to it with the second player, but the push has already been activated.
Okay, nice couple of headshots here for Flit and Icy.
Look at how, I mean, look at just how much more calm and confident they are in their reactions and their protocols here on Dust 2. There's no panic when you see that like little piece of catwalk aggression. No one tries to do something too early. They back away, they bring more bodies to the problem, and then they handle it perfectly.
I'm hoping that it's going to be a B player because that's where they have their players and the tag. But yeah, B bomb site. Looks like it's actually the option here for VP to go into a smoke on the cross.
Where do you choose to fight if you have this M4? Like, if you fight now and get like a double kill, they just run away. Like, you almost want them
20
to come
seconds,
to the
though.
doors.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you want them to come closer into the site. Limited time. It's going to cost VP here Fame. Oh, he's taking his teammate down. And so there's a real chance to get into it. 10 seconds. Second headshot this time for Fame. It's onto his opponent. And that rifle gets eliminated. So, low on time, but they went on elimination.
Yeah, again, no panic though, right? Like, yeah, there's 10 seconds, but no one's really feeling the sting of that. No one's really feeling the heat of the time running down. Still kind of on top of things, in control of the situation. Everyone chill, throw your Molotovs into position, and this is a nice, easy round. Good cleanup. Good recovery in a 4v5 after losing a kill like that to Snappy for free. Able to come back in a win against the weaker weapons. So NIP gonna buy right back up into round 5, but staring at that 4-round deficit at the moment, and up in the hands of Wrinkle.
Well, this is their first buy, right? They haven't had one yet on Dust 2, and we talked about Wrinkle's success on that CT side. He got the ball rolling with his AWP, but it's fast here from VP. Look at this. Up through short, up through mid. They're not slowing down.
Yeah, they heard long utility from the defense, so they want to take advantage of the lack of presence over on Catwalk.
Snappy's about to have a rude awakening.
Yeah, he is. Oh, they're so happy. That Molotov lets them know they beat the timing.
Oh, oh my God. It's Snappy running back into the site. Grenade going to try and go over the top.
Beefy.
It's going to be very beefy, in fact. Everybody taking damage from it in some way. Spam going down to the smoke. Snappy trying his best to slow this down and delay, but he's lost his teammates. It's all about a Snappy hero play. And he's gone. The grenade searches him out, finds him. VP have the A bomb site, and NIP have a save call.
Yeah, but the long player died in the process of all that. Snappy does everything he could. Lovely damage, not enough kills. I thought he might have... Oh, man, that's a brutal way for this to go down. U-Jerk's going to bail out. Wrinkle wants the AWP, and Virtus.pro rolling on this T-side Dust 2. 5-0.
Yeah, Snappy, he's got to be frustrated that grenade comes in. I think he plays it as well as he could have in that scenario with him losing his teammate out long. You know, he throws the defensive smoke. Molotov comes in a little bit too late. So he makes the most of it with the grenade, slows them down. If Snappy even gets a second kill out of that, maybe you think about a 3v3 retake where there's a lot of nade damage potential.
But, I mean, you have to say, though, there's been 2 rounds now because we just, just pretty critical of the calling and the way that it looked on train. You've talked about some positives for Virtus.pro. 2 rounds now where they've had really good understanding of what to do to win the round. They had the one where they kind of throw the mid to B smoke, they force the rotation, and then kind of go back towards Catwalk where the rotation has just come from. Now, again, you kind of notice the lean, the utility towards long A. You get a lot of space up Catwalk very early on, and you have the whole round to play with where you can pressure the A-bomb site at will. And despite the fact that Snappy does an incredible job on the defense with utility damage, with the smoke to delay, with forcing them to go into awkward fights, NIP still can't win it. Virtus.pro is just playing real strong at the moment. And a timeout taken by NIP as that dwindles and comes to a close. Their final conversations. Wrinkle back on the AWP. They've got another full buy. They've got kits and utility. Everything they could need.
Still in search of the first round victory here on Dust 2 for the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
I think if this round doesn't work out for them, I think maybe in the future you might want to try being more disruptive if you're NIP, if you have that in your playbook. Some of the lower dark pushes, some of the pushes towards upper mid, any of these pieces of aggression that we see popular on Dust 2, even if it's just Wrinkle with the AWP, taking like just going for like an aggressive play to get one quick shot and back away, do something that takes Virtus.pro out of this rhythm that they're in at the moment. Because, I mean, these protocols of doubling up and lower, clearing up catwalk, forcing it back, getting mid control, having mid presence, it's been very effective, and NIP haven't done anything to stop it just yet.
Electronic makes it in behind the Xbox. Wrinkle looking to take him out. Smoke's going to come in and sever his vision. And Wrinkle does not fall for the baiting out of the shot. Does not take it on that flashbang.
No, but how long does he want to stay on this side of the map? They've got a 3-man lean towards the B bomb site. They're really respecting the mid to B split or the B pop, the B explosion. And actually, if you look at the minimap, it feels like they might have the right call to it. Op shifts towards the back of platform, which is going to allow the riflers more mobility to double up on defense outside of mid, which is where most of the forces from Virtus.pro are heading, led by Electronic.
He's marched his way out through the mid doors. We got Ujorks and Shush in a really powerful double setup here. One on the lower angle. Ujork's going to be so successful. He takes a double and he doesn't go down. He doesn't fall. No. Snappy's gone down here for NIP, but that's the only play with 20 seconds left. VP making the acceleration up through short, trying to get into that A bomb site, but look who's waiting for them. Ours Doss flies away, and he's got the double to close out the round here, and Icy left with 3 HP.
Really good shift up, I think, from I mean, obviously for NIP, the AWP in the B bomb site, the 2 rifles getting out towards mid. I mean, even the flashbang from Virtus.pro is perfect. But it's all the fact that Ujorks gets his double kill. Shush is completely blind, has no chance of helping him out. And that might have been a little bit ambitious for VP to hit another mid to B split that's been so successful in just these. I think that's maybe the 3rd or 4th one they've tried in these first 7 rounds. And this time NIP's just like, you know what? Late round, we're setting up for that. We're making sure we don't lose to that again. And it's perfectly played. First round on the board for NIP.
Here's MC, looking through the mid doors, and it's going to work out. So, boosted on his teammate's head, wins that ult battle versus Wrinkle down middle, and an IP have to play with a deficit straight away. Door smoke in, Ujork's going to spot that out. Can't do much about it, has to accept it. And Flamus moving towards the flames.
Virtus.pro looking for those aggressive plays I was alluding to a couple rounds back, waiting for NIP to switch things up to get more aggressive to try and catch him off guard, but still going through the protocols and utility. Snappy alone, not only at long, but at the entire A-bomb site. He's the only one home. NIP feel like they've shown enough weakness defending the mid to B split. One strong victory isn't enough. And once again, they might have the right read of the situation.
Well, 55 seconds. Here goes Ujorks from the window. Not going to be able to take too much down. Flash going out over the top of the door. He'll go for the peek into the open, but Electronic with that headshot cuts open the big bomb site. Now Shush under a lot of pressure, and Icy is the man to make sure that he's gone. So Aristos forced into the open, Flames into the fight. Icy on the second. Fighting fire with ice. Has worked out well here for VP.
And I mean, that one's a gut punch if you're the Ninjas. Once again, you're just like, you know, we're going to call the bluff and we're going to think you do another mid to B split back to back. And we're going to stack this bomb site up again with 3 players, except this time they don't get the same success. 3 players and I think only 1 kill on that defense, and Virtus.pro just decimate them. Running away with Dust 2. 6-1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, starting to see a world in which Ancient is coming up pretty soon. We expected VP to be much better on this map, and that's exactly what we're seeing from them. A team that won 0 T rounds. They didn't get a bomb plant on the T side of Train, has come out and are now leading 6-1 on the T side early. Wrinkle went down early in the previous round. He was the first to go down, and oh my god, he gets away with it. Nice flick back. His teammate's gone, but Wrinkle making sure it's a quick trade. Here comes Aristos around the backside. They're going to run up. They're going to be quick about this on VP side, but they might just barrel back into what would have been an MP9. He tried to get the AK out, but Flick catches him in that quick switch moment. So Shush trying to step up, trying to be the hero, but he gets caught in an awkward position, and it's all Wrinkle. A second shot, a second kill, and they'll run back into the B bomb site, hopping out of the window to the back of the platform, but VP realized they don't need to rush into anything.
Yeah, I think you just go up catwalk and just say, screw the AWP. We don't need to mess with it whatsoever. So they'll leave a lurk, and that even seems seems like a little bit much. Snappy's going to be alone in a 1v2. Gets himself over the corner. Oh, they don't expect it, but the fight's there anyways. Gets a little bit of damage, and now Electronics there to make sure that Wrinkle can't get close. And it's another round win from Virtus.pro, 7-1. And you can start to feel now that NIP realized this map has completely slipped out of their grasp. Now you're starting to see the individuals try and make plays, trying to make a very fast play, hit a timing, get a flank that's going to get you a triple kill. Everyone's looking for the round-winning play.
He's killing everybody. Yeah, he really was trying to get that going on the AWP solo at the start of the round, right? And Wrinkle was sprinting back to B, thinking it's going to be a VP rush into that site. He does so much in the round, some great shots from him. It's just unfortunate it doesn't lead to anything for his squad. 7-1.
I mean, you can also just, I mean, this is going to be the case on probably any map in the pool, but if you look at the Dust 2, the recent matches played by NIP, you can get a sense of...
No way.
He loses the AWP as well. Right at the end. That's a rough find. That one sucks if you're Wrinkle. But if you look at some of the recent competition from NIP, you can just see the kind of like the competition they're going up against. It's been a little bit haggard. Win over NRG back at Fragadelphia, Las Vegas. Same with Game Hunters, a Brazilian squad. TNL, Metasport, Jano, Wild Lotus. These are the teams they're playing against on Dust 2 at the moment. So yeah, they've got some wins and their percentage isn't bad at all. But the quality of the competition and the kind of reps they're getting in official matches isn't quite the same.
2 years ago, Snappy was flying out to Dallas in the U.S. to get a trophy win.
His first trophy.
Yeah, his first Tier 1 trophy.
First career S-tier trophy.
This year he's flying out to Fragadelphia, Vegas to get some VRS points.
North America does good work for him, right?
Yeah, it gets him back in the game. He's saving his career at the moment. We'll see how it goes a little bit down the line. But we got Flint making his way through middle. It's a double kill on the AK-47. Snappy to quickly nip it behind him, but there's no round here. It'll be 8-1 for VP.
We should just get Snappy to move here. He could captain a North American team. We need some in-game leaders here. We need some experience.
Move, actually. Eventually.
We need some teachers. Some people are going to pass the knowledge of Counter-Strike on. So Snappy, load up the kids, load up the family. We've got Disney World.
Yeah,
come on over.
A couple of them actually.
We got a few of them. Yeah, we got Universal Studios as well.
Yeah, there's a new one opening up in Florida too. So if you want to live there,
exactly, it's going to be crazy.
Get all the alligators.
Yeah, alligators are cool.
You get ready. You could experience the real version of GTA 6.
Yeah,
yeah.
Florida people in Florida are nice. Definitely not weird.
You can be weird and nice.
True.
That can be a thing. But I think, yeah, it's kind of like in football or soccer, Jason.
Yeah.
A lot of like the great European players will move to North America when their career is kind of over in Europe.
That's what we should, yeah. We maybe should just start really billing ourselves as the European retirement ground. Come on over, get a couple last contracts.
It would work, They did it with David Beckham, now Messi, and it could happen, Jason. It could be the way. Business model being teed up.
Yeah, it's been proven. That's a good shot from Wrinkle, but not able to build anything on it. I mean, much like T-side nuke on train, or I mean, T-side train, NIP on the CT side feels like they don't even have a chance. Like they're not even getting close.
Oh, here goes there goes Aristos.
And here he okay.
And he's gone. Yeah, he's not had a round there. He's had a bit of a nightmare effect. So we're looking at a great advantage here for VP. Gap. Ooh, Wrinkle didn't see him. We did. Thank you, X-Ray. Fame gets into the pit. Powerful position to have this early into the round, especially with a player advantage. He talked about NIP starting to feel like these individuals need to take risks, need to try and be the hero. One of those is certainly Wrinkle. He's going to play at the cart, and he's going to get away with one here on Pyjamas. He knows the player's in the pit. It's a difficult shot to land on just the head, peering over the top, so couldn't connect it as we go under 1 minute on the clock.
Good defense as well from the bomb side. Just a quick peek from the M4. It's risky, but a couple tags bring the HP down very low for Fame over in pit. Wrinkle's going to shift around the smoke, finds the escape route, and he's out. So now Electronic going to try and open up Plan B.
And Shush is going to make sure that Plan B is ineffective. Could this be a round victory for NIP as Wrinkle able to get a follow-up? Fame to go down, and really should be no world in which NIP let this go in the final 30 seconds of the round. The bomb's all the way back at spawn. So 2 rounds for NIP. They got to make this half 8-4.
But you go for it, right? You go for it if you're icy. Like, I know there's only 17 seconds. It seems insane, but you got all the money in the world.
No, he called it off.
Okay. Oh, well, all right. We'll save.
So I think, yeah, it feels like NIP have to win all of the remaining rounds in this half to make it feel good.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think they need to go on a huge run here just to get this as close as possible. You're exactly, and put them within some kind of situation where the pistol round can bring things closer. But I mean, I think with what we've seen from NIP, it's not even really worth entertaining that just yet. We have to see if they can do it. I think defensively, they haven't shown that they have enough to stop Virtus.pro time and time again. In fact, they're kind of lucky, maybe not lucky to get away with this round, but Virtus.pro once again got what they needed. The entry out towards Long from Fame, you had the Opper pinned down over towards Car, and not able to capitalize on those moments, but Virtus.pro's putting themselves in those situations repeatedly. So a little bit of a sigh from Snappy as he's just thankful to get a second round on the board. We've got a timeout from VP. As they want to talk over, yeah, NIP's looking to win every round to close out this half, but let's keep our foot on the throat and not let them back into Dust 2.
Well, Mac 10 for Fame suggests maybe we're going to get a quicker opening to the round. Because he definitely had enough to get an AK out. And yeah, look at that spawn. It's a heavy B. So Flitter go down mid. The rest of VP charging into the B bomb site. Shush has got to step up here. Good opening kill. Goes to the back of the pillar to peek into the open again. He's under a lot of pressure, but he's handling it well. He's got Udrux to come in, but Udrux getting traded after his one kill of the round. But Shush just staying alive is massive, and his teammates are taking kills, and Shush, he's taking names. He's got himself the final here as well. Electronic put in the body bag, and we've got another round here for NIP.
Yep, there you go. Shush again, just like Train, stepping it up. So gives him a little bit of energy with that kind of a triple kill and that kind of hold on to the bomb site. And finally, 2 rounds strung together for NIP here on Dust 2. So let's see if they can create something from it. But this is what you need when you're getting battered and beat down like this, is one of your players to step up, have a huge performance that can change the nature of the map. I don't know if that was enough, but again, we said their only chance was winning the last remaining rounds of this CT side. They're 1 round away from doing that, and this time, Wrinkle slides in to win the fight.
Yeah, able to get it, and now there's a quick long response from VP trying to chase down that long defender, and it's going to work. Snappy's gone. So the trade's at least there. Wrinkle coming back to try and plug the gap, and he'll detect that no one from VP is following up on that kill yet.
Snappy not able to hustle and get into cover in time. Now we've got one at the car, tucked himself down. Small target, hiding behind the windows. Udrux waiting for his moment to pop up, and it might be now.
Oh, here comes the rifle. Udrux, low HP right in front of him. Can use that smoke to try and delay them, cut them off. Grenade going out as well. He steps back away from the flames. It won't burn him to a crisp. He'll maintain his position at the car as Flit tries to construct a kill out of this AWP, but damage being done to the CTs around that smoke. Electronic with a follow-up kill. Utrecht's waiting, dropping back into a CT, gets caught.
Just had to have that AK-47.
Yeah, he needed it.
He couldn't play the game without that AK. He had to have it. He needed it, and now he's gone down, and it's Erasdos, the last one left, and he tucks himself behind the boxes.
Well, he's still got his teammate Shush. He's still got Shush rotating in through CT spawn, and Erasdos is the only player that can really make the magic happen to kick things off. So he frees up his teammate. Flash going into the sky. Last round of the half as NIP desperately searched for an essential 4th round victory. Oh my god, he actually cleared the smoke. He just spammed the smoke and caught Flamus in it. Defuse being stuck inside of the smoke. It's done. It's cooked. It completely overcooked. And it's a 4th round here for NIP. They do secure it at the end of the half. It was a little touch and go throughout that final round, but in the end, it's the Ninjas.
Yeah, finally a little bit of excitement in one of those rounds. I mean, yeah, that's a wild one to win at the end of the day, but NIP do enough to get the 3 rounds straight to get themselves to 4. So yeah, I mean, that's an ugly half from NIP. I think looking back on that, they're like, we probably have plenty that we can look at and research and kind of change and adapt to actually do better, but a really good recovery at the end of the half to give themselves a fighting chance.
Yeah, an essential recovery, because that felt done. I mean, if they even get 3 rounds, it feels like VP have got it, but it feels like a pistol round here, and we could very easily see NIP close this gap down.
Yeah, you win that, and you're within striking distance out of the gate. So gonna be very interesting. Virtus.pro have probably a relatively intense pistol round because I think for 9 of those 12 rounds in the first half, they felt like they were in complete control. Felt like they had no issues, like there was nothing NIP could do, and that's changed right here at the end. 3 in a row for NIP to close out the half, and all of a sudden it feels like they might have a little bit of life left in them after all.
I did just read something from the chat that maybe internally chuckle.
Yeah.
Sweet Ricers.
Sweet Ricers.
Dude, that'd be kind of cool. Like, Arizdos, he has his community, like his fans, he calls them Sweet Ricers.
His stream, all of his stream
Sweet
viewers.
Ricers, yeah.
Yeah. I'm into it.
Well, I need a sweet pistol round win here to try and close this gap down quickly if NIP have dreams of a 2-0 victory. VP wanted to get back to winning ways after losing the last couple of rounds of the first half.
Smoke is faded as they make their jump up the Xbox over towards Catwalk. Icy with that flashbang takes his time. 5 bullets, but didn't want to stick around for the fight. He's got another one here.
Ooh, Flash is so good, and Icy not able to make the most of it.
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta like the setup. I mean, he's got 2 pop flashes that worked perfectly against NIP to set himself up to grab a kill. Obviously, he just misses the shots. Smoke flash remaining for Snappy for NIP's pistol round, and it feels like they're committed to a catwalk play. Virtus.pro did something very similar, but they fell back and faked the mid to B split. That element's not here for this attack.
Well, flash into the sky. Icy. Can he do anything with this? He can. So it's another headshot. Going away the CT side here. Icy keeping it clean. A second kill, but his teammates not able to do anything. And so Icy eventually goes down, joins the rest of his teammates, and we've got a 3v2. And the retake looks impossible thanks to that kill from Wrinkle through the CT smoke. So it's a quick pistol round victory in the end once Wrinkle steps up with a triple. And NIP absolutely back here in Dust 2. They went missing for so much of this second map.
I know, that's going to be frustrating, but I'll tell you what, if they win it, I guarantee you Snappy mentions it in the post-game interview. Be like, the fact that we recovered from falling asleep throughout the entirety of the first half, he's going to be very proud of that if it's to come to fruition. Got to give some credit over to Shush as well. He showed us that excellent anchoring in the first half, you know, when he had the opportunity at that B bomb site towards the end of things. But now he's got a very good flank. The entire defense on this pistol falls back to the bomb site to handle the catwalk attack, and Shush just comes out on this long flank. After a certain amount of time, he's like, oh, everyone's fighting. I'll come take my opportunity. Finds Flamus, opens up the site, pistol for NIP, and now we just mentioned within striking distance.
And while the scout out for Icy, we know that he can land some critical shots, be followed up by some of the weaker guns. Seen it previously in the series already. NIP realize what they're potentially up against here, so they keep it slow, not rushing into anything with heavy numbers.
You can see, though, too, like, they're Virtus.pro just as susceptible to these postures of the mid to B smoke. They've got 3 players at the B bomb set already, but obviously Catwalk and the A side is going to be weakened and diminished, especially with the scout in play. And all Virtus.pro's hoping at the moment, Icy and Flamus are just like, we have the utility, let's posture and defend enough to force them towards the stack. We don't have to win any fights at the A site. We have to be intimidating enough that they choose to go B, and it's exactly what's happened.
Well, 3-man setup inside the B bomb side, flit through the window, pinned to the wall. Utrix opening up, and here come NIP attacking in. Molotov to the back of the car, Electronic burned into the open. Oh my god, he got a second. Is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough to keep his team alive with a dream in this round? Oh, no way. Why have you done that? Oh, Wrinkle has to save it now. AK-47, his teammates giving it away. And Wrinkle has to save the day. VP have time. They have 1 flash, 1 smoke. They come through the window. Wrinkle not clean on the first kill. In fact, he doesn't pick it up at all. And so they're into the site. Wrinkle on the headshot, and he can't get it. Icy comes in, sweeping him away, runs around and finds the defuse. And that is a blunder and a half on the peak at window that has cost them a crucial round win here on their path to closing this gap.
Yeah, Snappy might just be banging his forehead against the desk right now. That peak is, that's one of those peaks that's like, as anyone who plays the game can understand how that peak happens, but it's unforgivable. It cannot happen in this 2v2. There is no reason for that kind of a peak. This bomb site is so strong in the post plant. You give up that play and put Wrinkle in a 1v2, and you got to immediately feel like you've messed up. What a big win for Virtus.pro. A gift given over in the mistake.
Oh, it's going to be such a frustrating round for NIP.
It's frustrating for me. I'm not even on the team.
Yeah, exactly. I think everybody can sit home and understand that. Well, NIP, not the start to the round that they would have liked either. You know, Wrinkle going down early doors has given VP a great advantage to work with here in round 15.
Yeah, this is an investment from NIP. They feel like that's the opportunity that slipped away, but they can't relinquish it completely at this point. They feel like it's the best hope for them to win this is to respond immediately. Oh, but it's such a desperate situation. AK-47 in the hands of Aras. He's got that supporting up on Catwalk. He's hoping for a mid-peak that's never coming.
Oh!
Damn.
That is one way to pull one of the kills back. He spots out the long flank coming in and bang! Straight away to the head. Shush reads it.
Guys, I've got a good flank. I've turned the corner and long. They're all in middle. I'm going to flank. I'm going to get 2 kills. Just give me a sec. Oh, damn it.
Yeah, it's just banged out at long range. No problem for Shush to get that deagle kill. We'll see if they're able to still win this round, though. As they charge forward into the open, it's Fame going 1-for-1 with Aras in the mid-fight. Flit stepping up inside of the smoke, comes right through it. Aras gone. Ujerks bangs one back in the deagle, but the bomb is down in the open. And with that bomb being down, Snappy has an impossible clutch.
No, he's got a scout. He can do this. All right.
They kind of lined up.
Yeah, they did line up. If he pulled the trigger.
10-5, though. And for NIP, you can forgive the peak at the window if you win the follow-up round. But now you're really staring at him now. You're like,
you know what?
We're here because of you.
You're really scraping the barrel there, Dinko. You cannot forgive that peak. You forgive that peak and it's going to happen again. That one is unforgivable. I'm not going to say it's the reason why they lost this map, but it's the reason I think why this comeback falls flat way earlier than it has to.
You can say it's not the reason that they lost, it's the reason they didn't win, though.
Sure. Well, just a field day now for Icy with this scout. He's got the confidence. He knows what he's going up against, so just kind of warming up.
I see another 2 picks inside of mid. They just walk right into him, so easily collecting them. Flick cleans out top mid, so 11-5. Virtus.pro pretty much at the end of Dust 2 here. One last buy in the NIP squad. And then we go to Ancient, unless they're able to pull back a miraculous comeback.
(19-5) for Icy here on map 2, 15-8 for Flit. Those two guys, the powerhouse of Virtus.pro. 16 kills on Wrinkle in a hard carry effort here on Dust 2. That's not going well, but this time NIP, they line up with something simple. No default, no spreading around the map. All 5 players in upper dark. They're going to hit a contact, a timing into the B bomb site. It's Wrinkle to chuck out utility. And he'll come in late for the clutch. They just have to get past Fame's MP9.
Here they come, charging in. He knows how many numbers are here. Can he do anything about it, though? The answer to that is no. In fact, it is 2 clean entries from NIP.
That was always going to be tough when you just saw how the teams lined up out of spawn. When you saw the MP9 there alone and the idea of Snappy and NIP just to pop into this B bomb site, that was always going to be a very difficult round with just an MP9. So Virtus.pro save. It's a clean win. It's an easy win and an easy call. NIP's up to 6.
Yeah, still a very difficult comeback here from NIP. One that seems almost impossible. But that's at least a step in the right direction.
Going to be a fun event, a very long event. And if you guys are just tuning in, obviously with PGL, it's we've had a lot of different events. We've had Blast event, we've had ESL event. The PGL runs the Swiss system, so
the best system.
It's, yeah, the best of 3 Swiss system. So obviously 3 wins and you're through, 3 losses and you're out. We all know it. We've all seen it a million times. So no crazy consequences for either of these 2 teams in terms of their event just kind of being done with, but obviously taking a rough loss on day 1 is never ideal to start the tournament. 5 rounds separating these 2 teams going into round 18. Virtus.pro at 11, NIP at 6. They've got AK-47s and a couple of Galils, and it's very fast out towards long. Look at all the flames. Ujurks can go nowhere. No safety, and 2 opening kills for VP.
Yeah, that's a huge step into map point. Going to take a miraculous recovery of round 18 for NIP to even get into a competitive position here. And they're going to send 2 players up short, leaving a mid-lurk. And mid-lurk is Shush. And he's caught by Electronic. He'll look down towards CT spawn. So the final thrust of the attack is through short. And there might not be much of a thrust at all.
Yeah, I think this is, it's gotten to the point where I think you can see these last 2 rounds, Snappy's trying to get a little bit creative during this stretch with those calls, change things up from the spread default and catch his opposition off a little bit off guard while their money is rough, while they don't have all the weapons they would want, while they don't have all the utility they want, trying to be creative and getting into these bomb sites. Just not working. So down the stretch, it feels like NIP's run out of steam on Dust 2.
Well, Snappy unable to win the fight at short. And Aristos caught looking in so many different directions, being shot at from multiple different players, and we see VP go to map point on Dust 2.
Yeah, 6 chances to close it out, take us to Ancient as that 3rd and decider. It's looking very, very likely at the moment. So VP flat on Train, but great on Dust 2, and swap that for NIP, who are great on Train, and now flat on Dust 2. Very slow start.
Well, perhaps we'll have a middle ground on Ancient then.
Yeah, it feels like we should. We deserve it, I think.
Yeah, we all do. It's been quite a fast series so far, I think, these first 2 maps. It's been dominant halves.
Yeah, both map picks just really strong for the other team. And I mean, you see that in kind of teams of this caliber that have been kind of gunning to and struggling to break back into the top 10 of Counter-Strike map pools, kind of a question. And obviously both these teams showing some strengths and some weaknesses in this series thus far on the 2 maps we've played. Flamus with the opening, and the Molotov adding on top on a Wrinkle. Double Molly, so anywhere NIP want to run to, the safety of the blue bin is just not available.
No fame. With the utility in hand, ready to deploy into the tunnel. It's going to get itself back around that corner. Starting to drift a couple of players through lower tunnels. Shush joining at the Xbox. And the closest player to them is Electronic, just around the back of his doors. Just try and listen out for some sound cues, some information you can pick up. You can hear the steps just behind the Xbox. Waiting for them to come through the doors, but are they? Are they going to come through? Electronic forced into the open with the flames. Oh, it's awkward, but he gets away. And now he's looking to hunt down Shush, but Shush able to come out on top. And what is that? Second shot as he flicks out, opens up a chance to the B bomb site. Fame looking to close it. Looking to close the map. As Aristos waits, he comes out of the tunnels. Fame is looking right there. Aristos trying to draw his attention. 40 seconds on the clock. The bomb still waits in middle.
Yeah, but Fame this whole time can be getting split. He almost has to be a little bit aggressive towards the tunnels because he realizes Mid's kind of an issue. There's another smoke up. He doesn't have a teammate to slow them down. This is all on Fame. An extended, essentially 1 versus 4, it feels.
Let's see if he can pick it up. And Fame, he shuts them down and then gets traded out eventually by Utrix. And it's not really looking like it's going to be enough. His teammate's so far away. So even with all the effort, even with all that output, it's not enough to put VP in a position to close out the map here and now.
I don't think there are any good decisions for Flamus and Icy to be able to rotate over to actually support and help him in any way. But I think if you're Fame, you're just like kind of looking around when you die and you're like, what the hell? I had to play that whole round alone?
Yeah.
Like,
it felt like so long he was on his own as well.
He's like, I'm getting split and I'm doing it all by myself.
Yeah, the decision was just either you go absolutely huge and we win the map, or we save these 2 weapons on the other side.
And I mean, you got to give credit over to NIP. It's awesome to see them apply pressure in that way to someone like Fame, and eventually just like realizing how strong of a position you're in. You don't have to press the issue, replenish the mid to B smoke, let Fame panic, let him get aggressive, let him make a mistake eventually, and they come out on top. But once again, it's Shush. These 2 kills in middle are incredible.
Yeah, that second one especially is something special. Here's the first kill, it's fine. This, woo! Foot gets caught off by that.
Yeah. Really making sure that sinks in. Really making sure they get the message.
Double up setup here for VP. Is that the key to unlock Ancient? Oh!
Damn. All right.
Okay.
Well, the chains have been taken off. Snappy's just been like, all right, everyone show me the reason why we picked you up. Shush gave him last round. Wrinkles gave him a nice pick here. 5-on-4 for NIP.
Dude, if NIP bring this back, I am gonna lose my mind, Jason.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet, Dinko. Give it some time.
That's what I'm saying it now. Getting in early.
We're getting in early, buying the dip. Oh, baby. That's Icy with the alt posted up has gone down. Electronic has to give up the site, so Flamus is left alone, and now frustration setting in.
Just knocking on the door, but it won't open yet.
All right, well, now that you've said that, now that you've opened up the comeback conversation.
All right, yeah.
There's going to be 4 rounds remaining at 8-12. VP's out of money. We saw in those camera shots as players going down and dying, getting a little bit frustrated. And I think that's what you have to hold off. You've played this map and you've played this so well up until this point. It is not the time for panic if you're VP. So you save this next round. You've got money for an op moving forward.
So you're telling me there's a chance, Jason?
You're telling me that 1 in a million, baby.
Well, so far, taking the right steps. Shush is starting to level up in the second half.
Yeah, but it's weird too, because like we see Shush a lot in like more like lurky late roundy positions, but it feels like, oh, there we go, Icy. He's got it back. Good peek in. Him and Wrinkle have had that battle, what, 3 times? I think twice it's turned in the favor of Icy.
He's not stopping. He's going for the second pick. If he flicks here, it's going to be a special shot. Okay, Icy. That should be it now. He's got 2 kills to open things up. VP, if Icy can do something else around these pistols, maybe they can close the map here and now. He's actually got a chance for a 3rd kill. Oh my god, he's got the 3rd kill. 1 player with the AWP might be enough for VP to close out this map.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd go for the hero up in this round, to be honest with you, because I didn't think you could get even anything worthwhile around it. But the fact that Icy has just busted this out, and why not? He was 19-6 coming into it, but it's not done yet. Into a 2-on-2 we go. Outside of those ops, there's been nothing. Now an AK recovered for Fame. And the tough thing for NIP is getting the bomb to the site with such a long amount of time for Virtus.pro to figure out how to work this.
George is so low. He is so incredibly low in health here.
But he's got this information, right? You're telling Shush, hey bro, and he's got a smoke.
Dude, he crosses. Oh, the missed shot. Icy had a chance, but unable to take it. Now the plant coming in for the short post-plant position, but the long flight coming in. It's quick from Fame.
But it was already heard this whole way. Shush knows.
But will he win the fight? Will he win the fight when he decides to take it? Jerk's waiting. Here comes Icy. Missed shot. Time ticking. Long fight goes the way of NIP, and that's it. Icy can't win it. Despite 3 kills to kick things off, not enough done for the rest of his teammates on those little pistols. It's a valiant attempt, and a safe call is not bad. But we are looking at a 9th round for NIP, barely won.
What a big save. Oh, and they take the AWP out at the end. That's actually the worst thing that could have happened, is even losing the AWP, because next round they could have bought around that AWP in this next round. That peek, not necessary. A couple ill-advised peek from players are going to have big implications in this map. But you know, Icy bailed them out in that round too, in the first half, when they should have lost the second round. And now you've got NIP doing the same thing, where you should have lost this. Icy gets the first 3 kills of this round. You're playing 2 versus 5, and you bring it all the way back. So NIP's still alive, and it's the full buy from Virtus.pro, but without that AWP, it's only a scout on Icy.
Nothing too crazy this round. Nice and slow. Settling into it. Long peek being set up here with flashes for Flamus. Just clear the blue pin with a grenade combo. And in fact, it's all clear at long. It's all chill. As we go 1 minute on the clock, NIP still taking their time, putting themselves in power positions of short. Climbing up on the Xbox, being quiet about this. But 45 seconds. Is this where we see Dust 2 come to a close?
I think now there's almost like that pressure of NIP realizing it's actually possible. We saw the leashes come off. We saw individuals challenge. Well, Snappy's trying to change the style again. He's pulled the leashes right back on. They saw that jump up, but can't stop it. Smoke broken. 2 kills.
Yeah, 2 kills. That might just be enough now. Dust 2 waits in the brink. And no scope from Wrinkle. Shush fighting back. NIP staying in this again.
Nobody peek. Nobody peek. Nobody peek. Get in the bomb site. Don't peek window. Don't even think about peeking the double doors. Just get into a good position. Set up a crossfire.
Play the 2v2. And Shush, he knows. He's not the kind of player to walk through that window. But will he catch the timing on when his opponent decides to walk through? Flamus teeing himself up, ready to go forward. Shush to let them fly. First contact made. Shush underneath. A second. Oh, just around that corner. And Icy's bailing out. He's not going to win this one. And NIP get up to 10 rounds, a closely contested round, down to the final few moments, but it's NIP that come out on top of it, and we are now 2 rounds back from getting into overtime.
Bro, now if you're VP, you're just like, it's happening again. Why can't we just win? Why can't we just close this out? This was 12-6. Now 4 in a row for NIP to bring this back within striking distance, and you have just struggled to win this round. What a good one from NIP with that mid to B split. The exchange, a little bit of a brawl as the smoke is broken open, but NIP come out on top. Even with pressure, 2 players behind the smoke. You have a third coming to join up as well. And NIP still able to come out on top of the trade, so it's the saved AWP from Icy and pistols around it, but we saw what this hero AWP can do. Just a couple rounds back, Icy opened it up with 3 with the only weapon for Virtus.pro. They went on to lose the round, but the impact is there, and he's got 23 kills in the map.
One play to defend. Flamus with a 5-7. Surely you don't let it go on the 5-7. A kill and a dink. Not bad at all from Flamus.
Yeah, but that's a big piece he's taken down. Shush, who's not only got 20 kills and been great for fragging, but his decisions and the way he goes for the frags and the impact he's been able to get with those frags has been huge. You're missing players who have been able to find impact if you're NIP now that Shush has gone down. And you jerks, brought to just 6 health, has to take the AWP and play passively against his nature.
45 seconds is all they've got. And NIP going to be going heavily committed towards long. Flit on top of his teammate's head, not seeing the cross of Snappy, not spotting Wrinkle now getting in the mix. The bomb has made it to the site. Flit not looking the right direction, and Arisdos knows as soon as he sees that boost, there's a second player in the same position. Icy needed a hero moment, and it's only one from the sniper.
Yeah, Wrinkle needed to hit an instant headshot, and he exactly did as he crouches into it. Well done.
1 round left in regulation.
Incredible. And this is a map where Snappy has 4 kills, but I'll tell you what, it's easy to look at that and laugh a little bit, but the calling he's had and the fact that he's bringing his team back from 6 to 12, not many IGLs can do that. This is a great comeback for NIP, this Snappy-led team.
Told you, Jason, buy the dip.
You did. Yeah,
buy the dip.
Yeah, you did. I'd buy it. And you also called the comeback, Dinko. You've had a spectacular afternoon or morning or day, whatever it is.
It's somewhere everywhere in the world, really.
So Fame looking for an exit, just 1 kill at the end of the round, anything he can get. But it all comes down to round 24.
Terrorists win.
I cannot believe we've gotten to this position. 12-6 to 12-11.
All of a sudden, oh my God, no, not like this. NIP all the way to the brink. But it's their savior in Shush, who needs to win this in a 1v2. He talks so much about how good he's been, how impactful he's been. No round more important than this one on Dust 2, and they walk right into him, and it's Fame to come out on top of it. VP stopped the full comeback right at the end, a 13-11 win on Dust 2, and we got Ancient because of that.
As if that's the way it ends. That's got to be heartbreaking and gut-wrenching for NIP, but they don't have time to focus on that. 5 rounds in a row to bring it to 12-11 and failing at the final hurdle. It's got to be just so deflating. However, you can almost see him coming in. Everyone from the NIP organization running in and just being like, boys, that sucks, but let's forget about it because the comeback was great. That's what we need to start Ancient off. And I think on some level during this conversation, NIP's got to come back into that third map feeling good. But for Virtus.pro, you've just outlasted an incredible comeback.
That last round is still going to be pretty frustrating, though. 4v2, yeah, sure, you could be happy about the fact that you pulled the comeback to begin with, but 4v2, and you let it go right at the end, that is a little frustrating, but VP able to get the job done, and map 3 coming up, and I think based on that second half, I really don't know how that final map is going to go.
Yeah, I've got no clue. I mean, like with the way that this almost kind of got let go by Virtus.pro looking so strong and all the way back. Icy with his performance, but then down the stretch missing a couple shots that we'd seen him hitting throughout the half. Yeah, this is Ancient could get intense if it stays close. I gotta say though, I really like. I mean, there's some differences obviously. Like I really like the calling out of Snappy. He had a really rough map individually, but I think calling for the team was actually incredible. Both teams are going to be prone to some boneheaded mistakes. We saw some really ill-advised peaks from players on both teams as well. So yeah, there's no reason why Ancient shouldn't be scrappy, other than the fact that both of these maps have kind of been blowouts for the most part until this comeback from NIP.
Yeah, Snappy having a bit of a quiet game here.
Yeah,
you
4 kills.
Past looking at that. But the rest of his teammates stepping up. Sure, we have Shusho 21 kills. Another great map from him.
And you know, it almost doesn't register in my brain. That last round was what, a 2v4 retake on that A-bomb site?
Yeah. And somehow, I really don't understand, but Flame and Fit just kept getting fights that were somehow favorable to them. And around those smokes, they marched back in. Really should have been overtime. But VP getting the job done just right at the end.
Yeah, just barely. But I mean, I don't know. It's like strange. It's like you can't, on some level, you can't really do this. But like if you do just take away those 5 rounds of the retake, like Virtus.pro looked awesome. In like every other round, they were solid. They were really, really good. They had some really cool things. CT side was locked down for a while up until that comeback began. T side, they were steamrolling. They worked the mid to B split and the catwalk angle really, really well. They confused the defense on NAP a number of times. And yeah, just like those 5 rounds, they just elapsed that they couldn't get back under control, but barely survive. So series decided on Ancient.
Yeah, Ancient is the third and final. Feels like we were destined to go to 3 in this series just from the get-go, and Destiny looked like it was being teased with over there. It looked like NIP were going to be able to pull it back to overtime, but they miss out just about. So we've got map 3, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, the action continues here in Astana.
Virtus.pro make their entry into Astana with a new coach, but the same team that we've been able to see take part in the event since 2025. Let's see what positive changes it can bring. And to talk through some of it with me, I've got Electronic, the leader of the team. So, Electronic, let's look at this. You have a pretty bad result in Melbourne. Instantly, the coach change comes in. We see Finn get added to it as well. Was this something that was potentially happening before Melbourne? Was this something that just happened because of what happened in Melbourne? How did it happen? What was the decision behind it?
Our ambitions is to be a tier S team.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen, and I guess that's why team changed.
What I see is we see like a result where I say, okay, Virtus.pro is looking better, and then it was back down, not a good result, an early exit from a tournament. What is it for you that you put that down to? Because at first, yes, you have two players less experienced, but we see the potential in these players of what they can do. How do you see it? What is the problem here right now?
I don't know. I mean, like we are just trying to make them more confident, you know, in some situations. Like we have to learn a lot of things, learn a lot of strats. They have to, you know, they have to follow it. For example, and I mean, like when they will follow it, when we will have all the strats that we need, you know, for a game, I guess they will pretty confident and they will show their potential because they're really high skill players. I can see it, you know.
I think we can all see
it
definitely.
From practice, at least, you know. And I mean, it's all about their mindset, you know. They have to be more confident in the game, and we are just trying to make them more confident. Probably, you know, I'm trying to be less emotional.
You're thinking about this clip?
Yeah. I mean, everybody just learning something new, you know, just trying, practicing, and hoping that we will be a good team. And I'm just trying my best to be a best leader for them. I hope in nearest future I can be.
I'm really happy to hear that you want to work on this and you want to make these steps forward, right? You want to get back to the top, be an S-tier team, exactly. Be successful. Part of trying to be successful with this is now having Finn as the coach though, so let's talk about him. What is he adding for you already? I know it's a short amount of time, but like what does he bring to the table that helps you?
I think he's focusing more for individuals, you know.
Okay.
He wants people to be in the shape always, you know, so they can shoot unreal shots, for example, you know, they can make highlights and stuff like that. I guess this is the first thing I can see, you know.
Nice. Now, a lot of people might not remember as well, but it's obviously Finn had experience looking after the Gambit youngsters, into Cloud9 as well, on that side of things. Does he have a similar view of the game as you, or do you have like different, because you come from different schools, you know, like he was on one team, then you were with Blade?
No, I mean, for me, my games is like, I've been playing a lot with the elder players, you know. For example, I've been always youngest player of the team before I joined Navi, and then boom, joined us, you know. I always was youngest player, so I understand what they want, the elder players, you know. Which play style they're playing, because CIS play style always was kind of similar, you know, and yeah, it's kind of easy for me and for him to understand each other, because we've been playing kind of with the, I've been playing with the L player, he's been playing with those players also, so it's kind of,
Nice, so that seems like a good fit for each other, at least early on here. Now, just looking at Astana for you guys, obviously a very important event to see what you can show here to bounce back after Melbourne. But where do you feel your expectations are? Do you see playoffs as like, yes, we can make it looking at the teams we have here? Do you feel like you're ready for that again?
I mean, I feel like we did everything that we could for this tournament, you know. We've been practicing a lot. We didn't have any, we had some few days off since Melbourne. But still, we've been practicing a lot, and our ambition here, we want to get the final here, at least, you know. So yeah, our ambitions is high, and we hope we can follow them also.
It's good to have those ambitions. Trying to follow it is a harder thing to do, but I wish you the best of luck in doing so. Thank you very much for your time, Electronic.
Thank you very much.
Good luck, man.
Thank you very much, bro.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Astana 2025. I just want to highlight something for everybody at home. The amount of effort that Jason has put into this fountain behind us, guys. Look at it. There's some water flowing in it. I don't know if you guys can see that, but you know, every now and then you can see a little bit of something in the back.
Yeah, a close little trickle.
Yeah.
That's our Zen fountain.
That's where we stay relaxed.
Yeah.
That's where we mentally reset and get ready for map 3.
In those post plants, we just sit back there. And this is like it's perfect for Ancient because this is like T-spawn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're going to get our feet wet in the spawn. And hopefully not our feet wet here.
And we're going to build a shrine to Counter-Strike over the next few days as this event continues. Ancient, the third and deciding map between NIP and Virtus.pro. You can see there a blowout for the Ninjas on Train. Dust 2 was a blowout until the scoreline was 12-6. NIP make a comeback and fail at the final hurdle. And that set us up for this Ancient decider between these two teams in a map that we hope is going to be a little bit more back and forth, not just like kind of heavy halves for one direction. We want to see a little bit... trading rounds. We want to see some players going back and forth. Obviously, Icy's had a great Dust 2 in terms of his scoreline. Shush has been excellent. Wrinkle's been excellent. So if you look at kind of like the star players of the teams, you're sort of getting the star players stepping up and performing well and giving us big moments.
Yeah, sure. They definitely had those moments throughout the game so far. And I just want to see, we're yet to see like one of those massive clutches. I think Icy in particular, his performance in that round where he takes 3 kills to kick things off, that was super exciting for me. I think if Icy is able to continue that into Ancient, VP have a real shot at taking this series.
Yeah, I think the question you have to ask for VP once again is going to be the T side, and obviously I think that's always going to be a question with Electronic stepping in and having the helm and his ability to kind of lead this team and build them up essentially from nothing as they kind of change away from the Jame philosophy, which is well underway at this point, obviously. But that, you know, when you look back at Train, just the inability to gain like step 1 of map control and build a strategy off that. I think Ancient is another map where if for whatever reason people are a little bit of afraid to like make mistakes over in B lane or coming out middle and you're never able to get control of those maps, I think it can be a very similar T side where it just looks like there's no real plan or no real idea. So I'm really curious to see what VP is going to look like on the offensive half. For Snappy, I don't really have those concerns because I just watched him have a 4-kill game where he called, I think, a beautiful Dust 2, even in a loss.
Well, we get into the final map here of Ancient. NIP versus Virtus.pro underway. Electronic going to have a decent amount of utility here on his back for the pistol round. And NIP was so much for Snappy. He's got the full B execute ready to go. Smokes and flashes raining on it. And the rotation of a 4th player over for VP's defense is arriving. So this is about to be a bloodbath inside of the B bomb site. We've got Arrow's Dots coming in with a double. It's great work. Flatmus and Flip both gone inside of the site. Plant being confirmed.
Plant being confirmed, and Arrow's Dots has given them a 5-on-3. And I mean, it looks like they're already calling for the save. Fame is backed off. Icy and Electronic are going to use that smoke to cross off. Excuse me. Fame's actually coming in for a very long flank through T-spawn. And there's no kits. So, I mean, this, I think more than, I don't even know. You can't win this round. Exits aren't really all that useful. And there's Arrow's with another one. 3 kills in the round for him. Going to force back the 4th player. And that's the pistol for Nip.
Yeah, Fame's just going to wait outside of the B doors. There is no exit to be found. No one's pushing towards him. So, yeah. In the end, quite a comfortable old pistol here for the Ninjas. Getting into the B bomb site. I mean, so far in this series, the first halves have just been kind of a huge one-sided start.
Yeah.
From NIP on Train, then VP on Dust 2. We'll see if that continues here.
And I'd like it to be different in this one, right? I'd like, I mean, obviously we always, the games that are back and forth are a lot more fun, but I'd like to see both these teams kind of challenging each other and bringing out the best in each other instead of just kind of beating up as one team goes flat. I like to see them actually have to dig into the playbook to beat one another so we can see what these teams got. Round 2, no investment from VP, so should be mostly a wash.
Well, it's going to be a heavy plate into the A main area for the USPs. They're going to try and crunch around the back of elbow. Although Shush was in a perfect position to watch for that, and so he gets himself 2 kills. Wrinkle on the follow-up, and Arizdos to close. So NIP, they lose 1 player. And it is a clean start for the T side. We'll get into the gun rounds now for VP.
Little spoiler warning in case you're planning on watching back some of the matches later on. Obviously, we're on our first game on this B stream, Virtus.pro NIP, in the 3rd map. The corresponding game over on the A stream was Na'Vi versus M80. That ended in a 2-0 dominant victory for Na'Vi. M80 never getting close. They've already started on their last series of the day over on the other stream. That's Spirit GamerLegion, which has just begun on the first map, 3 rounds in. So if you'd like to check a look at that one, see how Donk is doing, keep in touch with your fantasy rosters, whatever you're doing.
Yeah, he was the most picked player.
Very expensive. So I saw from Twitter.
$9,000, yeah. But Spirit will certainly be the fan favorites out in Kazakhstan, so I'm hearing on the ground.
VP?
No,
who'd you say?
Spirit. Spirit, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that shouldn't surprise anyone. I know I just questioningly asked if you meant VP, but, Spirit makes
Surprises
sense.
no one apart from Jason. But yes, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing them play.
Well, obviously, the biggest news out of the Spirit camp recently has been Kiyosuke. God, I can never pronounce it. How do you pronounce his name? It's
I say
the
Kiyosuke.
weird inflection.
Yeah. Kiyosuke.
Yeah. Oh, yeah? That's how you went for it? You gave it a little spin, didn't you?
Yeah. A little spice to it. But yeah, going to Falcons are the reports. 40 seconds left on the clock here. Nice and slow. And we still got 5v5 with Udrorix making his way through Red Room. Electronic and Flit just out to the right side. It's going to be a double push in towards the CTs, and Electronic's going to take both.
Yeah, really nice job from him. Just standing tall, steps into the fights, wins both of them. And this hit from Arizdos has been stalled out for quite some time. So as he exits the choke point, no way of knowing where Fame is going to be. And Wrinkle's left all alone, 1v4. He's got another, going to desperately try and get the plant, but here's the swing from Temple. That ain't ever going down. So 2-1.
Yeah, the hunt down comes in, preventing the plant from happening. Wrinkle gives it a good go, but it's Electronic taking 2 kills in red, I think, is the sort of turning point in that round. Is expected to be at least a trade on that first player. But Electronic stepping up.
Nice transfer as well. Shush is going to feel like he missed that trade. And especially after the series he's had and the maps that he's played, you expect him to get that more often than not. So a little bit of an early frustrating engagement that he'll be able to get over quickly. Wrinkle's going to make the run over towards K very quickly through the flames. Mac 10, P250, and actually he steps through the fire. Oh, they're going to hit this B-bomb site real quickly. Here we go. This is shades of old school Ents. And Flamus has got nothing to do. Snappy's brought his signature style back.
And we were talking about this earlier. You were in particular talking about Snappy and his Days events and how Ancient always was a really fun map to watch for them.
Well, if you think of the strengths of that old Ents roster at the end of CS:GO and the start of CS2, like a lot of it was pace changes. A lot of it was getting creative and doing kind of pace changing things with low buys, where you have a Mac 10 and you send him through a Molotov in cave, P250 to back him up. You gain a lot of ground. You let your weaker weapons take that big risk, and if it pays off, then look at that split they have at the B bomb site in the first 15 seconds. No one from VP is expecting that timing whatsoever. And that's the kind of stuff where I'm always like, man, when I'm watching the way CS2 is played right now, I'm like, Snappy, like those ideas that he had and the way he ran that Ents team, it feels like they could work. It feels like there's a lot of things in theory that you could list that should work in the server, and I'm just hoping we actually get to see the results of it inside in the game itself.
Well, pause, looking like a tech issue here. So they get that one resolved as quickly as possible and return to the action here. The save for VP is important. The fact that they got those 3 weapons over, they can still get a good buy coming into this follow-up round. And yeah, confirmation looking like a tech issue on the side. The admin was over having a look. But yeah, we'll see if that save call allows VP to follow up with a round victory.
Very, very vocal on the VP side of things. Flit chiming in just as the timeout comes to a close and we start round 5. Utility exchange in middle. This time Ents play a more standard style. Excuse me, NIP. I've said it so many times that it just stuck in my brain. I just repeated it into a.
You know, the weird thing is, I didn't even raise a flag in my head. I was like, yep, fair enough, Jason.
So
we are
natural.
casting Ents now. No.
I'm so sorry. Here we go. Boost it up. And NIP now lining up an attack through Donut. Icy and Fame defending from the A main choke point. Good smoke to delay this attack. And you can see, I mean, it feels like when I'm watching this, NIP really want to hit Donut. But at this point, they're like trying to find something to do in this period where they're stalled out from Donut, so it's not super obvious. VP's actually done a good job of putting him in an awkward position, an uncomfortable position.
Ujorks, not making any secret about his whereabouts. Stepping loudly as he descends from heaven to middle, and now gets ready for the final play into the A site. 35 seconds. Fame primed and ready, but the flash comes in, severs his vision. Icy off the boost. He's got his teammate, but all the kills for NIP come in at the crucial seconds. Bomb site taken, bomb planted. Electronic getting one from Donut might just reopen the conversation with that kill.
That's not bad. It's given them an opportunity. Do they actually want to go for this? There's no money in the bank. They would lose everything back to a save with just one round underneath their belt. Flamus under some fire, backs away, and there goes his teammate.
Well, Flamus have to do it all alone now. He's got a little bit of time left. He's quite heavily committed, but he can back away. And that is the call for Flamus, is to retreat back into CT spawn. Will he get across? Yes, he will. Nice tap.
Yeah, really nice tap, but the round's going to be won by NIP, so 4-1. And yeah, you save this FAMAS, but that's nothing to be super excited about. I think, you know, VP does a really good job in this round of stalling that attack out for like 45 seconds. Like smokes and Donut, Molotovs and Donut. You can see NIP wanted to go there the whole time. I think if they wanted that, I think that round, if VP can find a way for that two-man B push in lane to be effective, it was only Ujorks there. If they find that kill and actually gain complete control, I think that this round is a huge success for Virtus.pro. They open up the ability to wrap around Donut really quickly, but the fact that away from the action while they stalled it out, they weren't able to get that security, I think that really came back to bite them. So back to pistols. M4 saved by Flamus. And NIP's T-side starting to build some momentum.
Well, charge down into Ujorks. It's not worked out for Icy. And yeah, I mean, we were just talking about at the start of this map the fact that all of the maps in this series so far have had one team get out to a really strong lead. And we were hoping that we didn't see that happen again here. We're hoping for more of a back and forth to kick things off, but that's not the case. You've got NIP getting off to an extremely strong T-side lead, and it looks like it's only going to build here in this round.
That's not a bad round, though, from Flamus whatsoever. Like, he really had to press the issue and really kind of force those fights, but he's done decent enough damage and passed the M4 off. The thing that sucks for Virtus.pro, outside of only having one M4, is the fact that, you know, Shush has already made his way into this A bomb site, so he's got the safety net to call the rest of his team over, and this round's done. No way to kind of convert any of the damage that had been done to Snappy or Wrinkle and maybe hope that you can turn this round on its head. NIP are just going to take 5.
Yep, 5-1. Continue to build this beautiful start they've got. M4 being saved for Electronic.
Sorry, Twitch chat is just so savage. Shout out to Teacup Strems. Imagine paying 1 mil for Electronic to lose to a random face-it stack with 59-year-old Snappy IGL. And the 59-year-old part is what kills me. That's great.
Poor Snappy.
Just taking strays for no reason. Calling it a brilliant game, using all 59 years of experience to get his team in the right position, and just getting trashed.
Bro, I just love how fickle and volatile the chat is, though, because I was looking at it during Dust 2, and they were like, every team Snappy joins, he destroys. And then it's like, when the comeback's happening, every team Electronic joins, he destroys. It's just like, where are we, guys?
What are we doing here?
What a journey. All right, buy is finally back for VP. They got money.
Let's see what they can do with it. Molotov down. Wrinkle wants to challenge, and he eats a nade on top of it. Layered utility. And we know Wrinkle loves those fights, and we know Wrinkle's very, very good at those fights, but this time, not even a chance, not even a glimpse at the fight he wanted. But Snappy might just actually get a little crazy. They could actually just pop into B off the back of this. They already have Ujerks in position over at the Beehive.
Oh, there's Ujerks. Flamus to fall. And the 4v4 established off the back of those kills, but it's so back and forth. Another kill, but a team kill comes in. Shush removing his own teammate. It's chaos inside of the B bomb site. And Shush has a 1v2 left in front of him. Doesn't have the info of where the second player is. He knows exactly where Fame is, but they're doubled up. And Shush gets that read now. Spots Icy. Back turn. Needed the kill. Now they double peek him, and Icy even wins it with a USP.
Oh, man, he had the exact fight. Shush does great work. I think maybe a little bit of trigger discipline, but I mean, in that situation, a tense situation, you're pulling that. Just misses the kill. If he finds Icy, would have been able to put something cool together. First time out for NIP. 5-2, a really nice attempt after losing the initial engagement on Wrinkle. A good follow-up play from Ujerks over towards the B bomb site, but NIP can't close it out. So Virtus.pro put a round on the board, but now they've got to build some momentum. They've got to build into this and string rounds together. You've got the op on Icy. You finally got a bunch of rifles, a bunch of utility, 3 kits. You got everything you need to get this half started.
It's just an unfortunate team kill there as well. And Flamus extremely happy with that one. All right, VP needed it. Not out of the woods just yet. Is MIP able to come back with another strong buy? And it's a simple call here from Snappy. It's a quick A play. Flamus needs to ready himself. He needs to steady his stance as they come in towards him. Waits in behind the tall box. No one's checked him. No one has checked his position, and Flamus unravels too. Nearly a third kill out of it as well. Gets a dink before going down to Arizdos. That's some huge impact coming in from him. We got NIP putting the bomb down, but Flit with the kill just after that. The planter not able to get back to safety, and Aristos, remember, got dinked earlier, so he's only got 10 HP as he fights on.
Oh, I can't believe he's got another one, though. Nice and quick. That's a good find to get into some safety. However, Electronic with the MP9, and you've got low HP, and you're not expecting Temple. You are now. Aristos goes down for free. It's all on Snappy, and they know exactly where he is, and Icy can block him off, and that's the kill. That's the round. Virtus.pro get 3.
Not bad at all. Great recovery. I mean, that is just not checking the tall box. Like one of the strongest positions from behind that box, and they just don't even look at it. Flamus is loving the fact he gets 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's one of the spots that the detail is gonna change. I mean, like when you go for a fast tactic like that, like the advantage you gain is the surprise and the speed of it, but the thing you lose is the kind of protocols of clearing all these corners and checking these details and throwing a Molotov into these positions. You just don't have the time for it. So good job from Flamus. Still quite a grind to win that round even after the double kill, but he does enough to make NIP uncomfortable. And now it's back down to a really haggard buy. Galil's and a MAC-10, but the MAC-10 works on Snappy. Because why the hell not? It doesn't make any sense, but we love it.
Yeah, that's what Snappy does, man. He's done it throughout his career. He's really good on the SMGs, just throws balls to the wall, runs out mid, gets himself 2 kills on it.
And it's so frustrating. Even, like, I mean, I have fun watching it, but I do in my head, I'm like, why is a MAC-10 working this well? Why is it only on Snappy's teams?
Well, it could still go the other way here.
It still go the other way.
Electronic's waiting for the donut player. He's not alone. He's got Flamus. He's teeing him up with a flashbang.
There's a 2-man stack in here, though.
Yeah, but do they? If they get the, oh, they don't. They don't take Ujerks down, and so yeah, the 2-man stack should be impossible to penetrate. And Electronic, in fact, doesn't want any of that. So he's going to fall away. We are looking at a 6th round win for NIP, and the MAC-10, it gets the job done.
And he's out there alone. He's the only one.
That strat is so hard to deal with, I think, for some, just like when it's thrown at you randomly.
Yeah.
It's like, the way if the flashes are trained properly.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying, like, Snappy's, like, style feels like it should be so good for CS2, because just, like, that's, like, throwing those random plays in with the MAC-10, like that random piece of aggression that you don't expect because it is insane. But you've got 4 Galils, very little utility, and Snappy's like, well, you know what? Let's throw this MAC-10 into the mix and let's see what works. And he's done it twice now on this map. That's his 2nd time he's been able to throw a MAC-10 into an aggressive situation. I think previously it was Ujerks or Aristos through Cave, one of the 2 of them who found an opening at the B-bomb site. Now you've got Snappy finding 2 of them in mid. So this kind of like switch up of when you're throwing that low risk weapon into the fire has worked out really well for him.
Wrinkle's turn to try and get involved in an early fight. He's lost half of his health from that grenade dropping in on him. Flit, though, gets the opening kill. And it's going to be a commitment through B, trying to get through this. Wrinkle throwing bodies at the problem here, but Electronic cleaning up. MP9 into the double kill. We're starting to get a real back and forth game to kick off Ancient now. No one being able to string rounds together. Icy coming around the back. Shush going down to the ground. And 2 rounds left in this half. VP have a chance to tie things up.
Especially, I think it's especially feeling scrappy because we've seen in this map more than anything, like Snappy's calling be this sort of scrappy style of with these low buys and with the kind of pace changes, more fast paced, more quicker pieces of aggression to open up rounds on this map. And I think his philosophy, I think, is that he can get under the skin of VP and maybe catch him off guard. Like this is Counter-Strike that in your head is kind of like not textbook, so it can be frustrating to deal with. It's got him 6 rounds so far, 2 remaining in this first half.
Wrinkle trying to make the MAC-10 work, but can't make it look as pretty as Snappy does, so
Look,
2 kills from Flit on the jump up.
He's pretty good, but he's not a miracle worker. It's not going to work every single time.
Pyjamas comes in, Electronic on the cleanup squad, and yeah, you have to buy. Doesn't work. Now we have nothing left, so it's going to be another weak force buy to round out the first half. So we're really looking at 6-6. Should be looking at that.
Should be in theory. Similar buy to what they had in the last round, though. Like, I mean, in terms of some weaker weapons, no MAC-10 on the board. They just upgraded pistols. Deagles and Tech-9s for NIP in this 12th and final round of the opening half. Virtus.pro looking to tie things up. And again, much like the first map of the series, it was like a very slow start for Virtus.pro, and then they kind of bring it back in the later stages of the first half. But much like Train as well, they're going to switch over to the T side. And if that falls flat, it's just like, what's the point?
Oof, grenade on Flit. He's down to 7 HP. Gonna send the util over the top into the B lane peak here for Faye. Sees the Deagle at the bottom of the double doors. But so far, so good for VP. They got the control outside of B that they want. They've got mid control. They really know that the only play that NIP have available is to go into A.
They're going to have to back off their mid positions after this smoke. It's the last one they've got for elbow. So you could see Flit fall all the way back with low HP. Fame is starting to get aggressive to give himself an escape route and control B lane. For NIP, they've had to sit back and be this passive because they don't have utility or the weapons to really take map control and to do this round in stages. They have maybe 1 execute with 2 smokes and 4 flashbangs. But you're not taking control against an AWP and M4s with just pistols with that kind of utility. So here's the first layer of it to give them mid control. 1 smoke and 2 flashes, you would imagine, for the A-bomb site as they try and work themselves. Oh, no. Gonna head towards the B site, so jumping up towards cave. So final play towards the B site with a smoke and a flash.
Fame just having a little jiggle, a little wiggle into the cave. He's going to spot them running towards him. He's going to pull out that AK.
As well.
Looks like he's a little stressed out trying to deal with the ramp play and the cave push coming in. So the Tech-9s erupt. And suddenly NIP with just enough time to put that bomb down. And we'll go through. A 3v2 is still in their favor, as they have some picked up weapons as well. Looking for a 7-5 half on the T side of Ancient.
I think they got it.
They dig in deep into the post plant. They've got a mid flank coming in as well.
Flit's got 7
with a
health.
peek from the site. Shoes gives 1 away. The last 2 players are pretty low. Snappy's flank on 69 HP. He's coming around the backside with a Tech-9. They're not reading this play. They're not reading the flank. Snappy's power position comes in with a kill on Flit, and it's all on Icy. Gets 1, taps the defuse, trying to draw Snappy into it, but he doesn't buy it. He doesn't believe it. And so he's just won it by not peeking, not giving him that stick, and that'll end up being a 7th round for NIP secured at the end with Tech-9s.
I mean, essentially 3 low buy round wins in this half for NIP. You had the MAC-10 through cave to start things off. You had Snappy's MAC-10 in middle, and now you have this kind of slow round, let VP burn their utility, and we're going to hit a cave attack essentially at the end of it, a split from B ramp and through cave with Tech-9s. And they just couldn't hold on. If Lemus even drops the Molotov over towards the ramp, but I think the problem is he has got too many opponents streaming out of cave behind him. His teammate had gone down and he felt like he had to get aggressive over the fire. That's a rough round to lose. And if you're VP and those are the 3 rounds, like you're thinking about those low buys, losing to those Mac 10s, losing to those Tech 9s, and you feel like this half could have been so much better. But now we switch over. And this is where they had the problems on the first map, was the T side, Virtus.pro on Train. Was T side just had absolutely no production, and that can't happen here in this deciding map. So let's see what Electronic has got his team prepared for here on Ancient. 38% win rate on the map for Virtus.pro. They have lost their last 4 outings on it. 9-13 against Spirit, 7-13 against Rare Atom, 7-13 against GamerLegion, all at PGL Bucharest, 10-13 against Liquid at IEM Melbourne. And for NIP, it's an upset on the cards for their opening map of PGL Astana. Now, if you're just joining us, we're in here for the pregame for the opening map coming into this series. A win here for NIP would move them up 12 places in the VRS. Good opening kill from Icy. A 5-on-4 advantage for VP.
Arizdos up next.
This is going to be tricky because Virtus.pro is going all the way back around through T-spawn back towards B. So depending on how Udrix decides to play this, he could just get caught. Yep.
That's exactly what happens. As soon as you say Udrix goes down, a minute left. Rotation coming over of Shush to try and just bolster that B bomb site defense. There's a pathway for VP to just bail out from B, completely go back into the A play, and they're going to do that now. Starting to move forward. They've got an empty A site confirmed to them by Flit, who is now running through.
Great calling from Electronic. Has given his team a really easy pistol round. You know, the opening pick and middle, you go back and you find the aggressive B player, and then you're like, they have to over-rotate. 3 versus 5. They have to respect this B bomb site and over-rotate, so let's just go and find the free one.
Molly goes into the donut. Here comes the close clearance. Icy's going to win that fight despite the advantage looked like it was in the hands of Shush, and they don't pick anybody up on that attempted retake. So 6 rounds for VP. They win the pistol. Well, the gap is just 1, which they should close in this round because there's no money really left here for NIP to see if they decide to go for a force buy or not. I imagine they won't.
Well, this makes things interesting for the second half now for VP. Good job from Icy. Impacting the pistol with that P250. There is a second round buy, or a 14th round buy, whichever way you want to look at it. MP9's on Wrinkle and Shush.
Oh my god, they run right by him. Oh my god, Shush gets away with a double. Is there more? There absolutely is. Shoots with a triple kill, and he just keeps going. Nearly 4 from 1 man, going aggressive into A main. VP run into the MP9.
Now, if you're okay, those are the kills you can't give up.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can't even. I don't even necessarily fault Snappy. That's a jiggle. That's a really nice shot from Flit. He's trying to keep information. Look at the position of Wrinkle. As long as he doesn't move and he's going to hear these footsteps, this round's done.
It's an absolute free kill here. No problem for Wrinkle. Oh my god.
Shush,
dude. I thought they might just eco this round. NIP force buy, and Shush gets so much done.
Let's see this again. How is there no trade? Do they split up? One goes straight, one goes left? No, they both come at him. They both just have utility. They're both just throwing flashes to put pressure or activate a really fast-paced rush, would force out some counter utility, whatever it was. It's exactly what Shush needed to ruin their day.
Go! I'm fucking beast, bro. Just too good for them.
Oh, just too good for him, huh? It's just too good for him, he says. I like that. That is a massive hurdle inside the server for Virtus.pro to overcome. It's a massive hurdle mentally for them to overcome.
And Shush just doesn't stop. Another multi-kill opener. Oh my god, Shush. Okay. Go and get all of them.
Yeah, he's too damn good for him, he said. He's just proven it.
Dude, what is it with Shush in the second half in this series, dude? Like, he has a 6 second half on Train, brilliant second half on Dust 2 that nearly allows the full comeback, and now he's doing this on Ancient. He's a second half player.
Yeah, he's... Yeah, he's having himself quite a day. Quite a day in the office for old Shush.
Now it's an eco.
Oh no, this is why I said it's a huge obstacle for them mentally. Like, third map, you lose the second round like that after winning the pistol. You're starting to close things up. You have the scoreline close like that. That's just so frustrating. So frustrating for a team that I think probably has some frustration built into it out of the gate.
Into the charge and into the meat grinder. As it is a comfortable close on a 10th round win here for NIP. Starting to see the end of the series, starting to get into a position where they might just 2-0 Virtus.pro today, 2-1 Virtus.pro today.
Well, and I think the problem now is going to be that NIP has so much money. Like, if you're Virtus.pro, what the past 2 rounds have been no players falling for the NIP side of things. So back-to-back rounds, 5 players surviving. Money is huge. 7,800 on Wrinkle on the Opper. He's not even upgrading just yet. I mean, this has to be a round winner. You need 4 kills if you're VP. Like, you need to limit this economy somehow. Playing the game on Nightmare mode, down 4.
It's quick into the attack. Flick going 1-for-1 with Snappy. Electronic making sure that it's quick work. And he's going to slip back into the smoke safely. So 4v3 for VP. They've got the advantage here in round 17.
Yeah, but look what all this aggression activated. It opened up the option for U-Jerks to make this kind of a play. And he had the courage to step through the smoke and see that it's clear. He can be a menace on this map. Now, it's unfortunate because he's so far away in this pushback at T-spawn, they can still kind of rotate back into where he just vacated. So actually, Wrinkle can't really leave the B bomb site or believe that it's clear. Making sure as the smoke fades that he's not going to get flanked out, but Virtus.pro's pacing on this has been too fast. They found the perfect gap. And Wrinkle, I think, is going to be surprised when he comes back. Still wins it, though.
Mollied back. His teammates so far away from this, but there's still time on that fuse. Wrinkle, grenade going around the corner. It's going to land on Icy. Important kill here for Fame to take 1. On his second. Okay, Fame has done it. He's held on to this round for his team.
U-Jerks makes that play for the big flank, and it just never comes to fruition. That's got to be so frustrating that you make a play like that that feels so perfect, and you've just taken yourself out of the chance to have impact for like a good 45 seconds of this round. Gotta be frustrating for U-Jerks. 10-7. Virtus.pro do win the round and start to put a dent in that economy that's been growing this whole time. I think, honestly, like, I think it's just maybe a miscommunication from NIP. If U-Jerks makes that kind of a push and play, it's almost like either he needs to stick around or Wrinkle needs to stick around at the B-bomb site.
Yeah, I would say something crazy.
All right, I just heard Snappy say he was going to say something crazy during this timeout.
Okay.
So that gets me excited.
Let's go. What's crazy on Snappy's metric?
I know. He said, timeout, boys, I'm going to say something crazy. So we're in for a treat, I feel, in this next round. Everyone go get your water and your popcorn right now. You got 10 seconds.
And your water fountains, make sure you get those as well. I'm just listening to a constant stream of water, guys. It's great.
I know. I do kind of have to pee thanks to this fountain.
Keeps us focused, keeps us in the edge of our seats.
The edge of 10-7. Here we go. What's Snappy got that's crazy?
Yeah, what has he got? It's so far pretty standard. As a push to the smoke coming in, mid push as they attack towards elbow. And Snappy's just moved out into B lane. So I guess this is the crazy play from him. And it's worked out. Well done, Snappy. Come out on top, looks down, finds Flamus, and a 5v4 off the back of the in-game leader's move.
And now you have complete B lane control as well. Like Snappy's even peeking towards the jump up. He's got 2 teammates over in middle who are saying mid's clear. So I mean, they pretty much know there's nothing going on. Molly towards elbow is going to activate Dose to get aggressive along with Wrinkle. He had to have heard the footstep in the flames. So the ult now in position and Wrinkle misses the opportunity. It was set up and orchestrated so nicely. But Snappy's there for 2 more. Because why the hell not? Triple kill for the IGL.
Now here comes the rush. It's going to be Udrix to drop Electronic, and it's all done. It's going to be 11 rounds to 7. NIP might just walk out of this round unscathed as well. They can keep all 5 players alive. Icy's walking out into the open. The AWP should bring him down, and in fact, that is the result. So 5 players up for NIP, building that money into the late stages of this 3rd and final map. It's going to start to feel quite similar to the T side on Train for VP, where they're not too much is working out for them at the moment. I like that move from Snappy though. You know, going through cave, getting in the smokes. It's a risky play, but
he said it was going to be crazy,
but it paid off.
I mean, I've always enjoyed Snappy as an IGL, I think, because part of it is like when I watch him play and when I've spoken to him in the past, like I feel like he's not an IGL that feels constrained whatsoever by like, I guess like the quote unquote right way to play Counter-Strike. Like he is willing to do some crazy things and he is willing to experiment and think outside the box. And I think that's been a feature of his IGLing, you know, for the last 5 years since he's kind of come up in Ents. And I think it makes sense when you think about his history of how long he's been playing and competing. As we mentioned, a couple of years ago in Dallas was his first S-tier trophy after like over 10 years of playing and competing in Counter-Strike. So I think as an IGL that's kind of never really had those accomplishments that are similar to the other Danish IGLs out there, he's probably had to get a little bit creative with the pieces he's had to work with and the ideas he's had.
Ooh, Flit walking right into Arizdos in middle, so that's going to be an opening kill here for NIP. And when you don't have much to work with, losing the opening kill feels pretty sad right now for VP. Well, they're going to go for a B execute. Might be able to get away with the bomb plan at most.
They got 3 Glocks. I would say a bomb plan is highly unlikely. But crazier things have happened, and with the smokes in play, they might actually just play retake. So plant, yeah, looking possible, but going to be challenged.
And bomb hasn't moved, though. Bomb is waiting at the bottom of the ramp, so I think their window of opportunity is shutting closed. Wrinkle with the no-scope. Udrix and Snappy coming in with a couple of kills, and they do get a bomb plant. So
just at the final moment.
At the most, it is in fact the bomb plant.
Yeah, a little extra cash in the bank. Let's see if it can actually do anything with it. Another chance for Virtus.pro's offense to get rolling. They won the pistol, lost the second. And then they won the 5th round of the half, a gun round, but that's it so far. 2 rounds in this second half. And NIP getting ever closer to closing out this series. Pushing Virtus.pro down to the 0-1 Swiss group. As NIP have come and showed up to this event in Astana looking to make a name for themselves. A long time for this team outside of Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Trying to gain the VRS points necessary for invites, trying to qualify for events, and looking to capitalize now that they finally accomplished that goal.
Yeah. And as we mentioned, they climbed 12 places, getting a win here, and they're damn close to doing it. 1 round away. Electronic going out over the top. It's Arizdos to take him off the top of heaven. Flit to go into the open. Wrinkle with him, a shot fully committed in middle, so he goes down. Oh, Flit on the follow-up.
Look at the flank, though. Snappy's already pushed out A main. He's been getting crazy the last few rounds, and they're going to get stuck. They're going to get bottlenecked in T mid. Snappy's got a great chance.
He doesn't take it. He goes a little further, realizes he has to take that kill. There was a timing for Flamus to look back, but now they know they've been flanked.
Oh my god. Oh my lord.
He just crossed with a flash.
Oh.
He just crossed with a flash in his hand. He gets away with one. He gets away with it. Under a minute left, as Fame moves forward, he's going to try and track him back into CT, but this time Udrix has his gun out, and this time Udrix is going to step up with a kill. So VP fall to 2 players, but he's given up the B bomb site.
Yeah, that's a footstep. That's why Flame tries to make that play. He's like, okay, I just heard footsteps run to the A bomb site. That was the B rotator. B bomb site's got to be wide open, and indeed it is. Snappy hasn't budged over from elbow. So once again, going to be a 2v3 post plant in the favor of NIP, but they've got to orchestrate how to cross all this ground. Smoke just goes up at the box. Snappy's got a flank, but he's on his own for quite some time. And NIP decide the retake, the play is all 3 players coming from the flank, and they should, you'd imagine, bait Erisdos.
NIP to close the series. Their opening game here at PGL Astana 2025, a 3v2 retake into the site, time ticking on the fuse. Icy's got a headshot, Erisdos goes down, UDDIK's burning, time is of the essence, and Snappy gets taken away by Icy, and we play on. VP not dead yet. And we'll move forward into another round victory on what has to be a stellar comeback.
Yeah, somehow they've made another round just work. 2 versus 3. They find the avenue to the B bomb site, completely relinquished by NIP by the rotation from UDDIK. Missed shot from Wrinkle, he'll be frustrated about. NIP, no cause for panic just yet. You've still got 4 more opportunities. But for VP, all celebration as they stay alive in this series. And look at the muddy. Look at the muddy on NIP. They got another bye after this round if they're to lose. It's going to be so hard for Virtus.pro to come back in this.
Snappy goes out into the open. It's another aggressive maneuver on the CT side that has given Snappy the player advantage to work with.
I can't believe he's going back for more. He's still kind of jiggling and challenging. Another smoke goes down, so spamming away. And now going to respect the fact that VP can slide through it and back off with low health. 3 players from VP outside of the B bomb site. Flitz, the solo player on the other side of the map, lurking towards elbow. He'll be there to cut off mid rotations or help provide them with an escape route if the B bomb site proves untenable.
No one in middle here for NIP, no one spotting it, so...
And no sound ticks on the Molotov just thrown. But no mobility, no movement, no rotation from NIP just yet.
Erisdos, here's them running towards Donut. Going to deploy that smoke, try and slow them down. But they've got to come through it. There's only 29 seconds left, so they blow it open. Here comes Flit. Oh!
Terrible setup. That is a terrible setup.
Yeah, they both just play in the open. Makes it easy for that A main player to come in. No strength in that whatsoever. And NIP into the save.
That's an unforced error, too. It's not like Virtus.pro did anything to force them into that setup. It's not like they took away options with utility. That is just kind of, I think, getting lost in the moment and then realizing you're in a situation, Erisdos, where he's blocked off Donut, and he feels like his only option is to just kind of sit there or get aggressive in A main, but he doesn't know numbers anywhere. So just kind of played himself. But with the money, NIP can afford to an extent a round like that where they just say, all right, well, back off, and we've got money to replenish Shush and Erisdos.
Terrorists win.
Well, UDDIK goes down at the end, but the AWP saved, and Snappy's rifle as well. But that's another round where NIP get an opening kill. You know, Snappy's aggressive play coming out, he gets that opening pick, and they had a real shot at closing out the map there. You're forcing them to come through a donut smoke in the final 25 seconds.
And here's a little bit of danger for NIP down the stretch of this, because you're just alluding to it, so I'll just build on top of it. I mean, you have 2 rounds late. The last 2 rounds, you've got the opening kill, and you're not able to close out the 5-on-4s. You've now had 2 rounds, 2 clutch rounds, where you've lost 3-on-2s as well at that B bomb site. So if you're NIP, you're just thinking about this. You're like, okay, we've got the opening kills, not able to convert them. We've put ourselves in man advantage post-plant situations twice. We're not able to win them. So yeah, you start getting a little bit frustrated that this map isn't over. This series isn't done just yet. 3 more chances. And thankfully for NIP, the money is their ally. They've got such a strong economy down the stretch that it's another really difficult buy to VP break down. Another difficult buy for VP to break down.
Now we all remember the comeback on Dust 2 from NIP. Got it for the final round of regulation. And then it got closed out. Flit, he's going to kill himself. Combined with the damage of Wrinkle. Erisdos aggressive off the top of the ledge. Catches Flammus. We're now looking at a 5v3. And NIP, you surely cannot let this one go.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. It's like, you know, we couldn't do the 5-on-4s, but the 5-on-3s should be just fine. And now make it a 5-on-2. As Electronic, a desperate play out of the smoke in middle. It's all down to Fame and Icy at B ramp, and they're going to try and force their way in, and they've done it.
There's no way. Surely. Fame is dragging them back into a competitive position again. plant coming in. Fame's going to make sure he dodges those bullets coming through the wood. And we've got a 2v3 post plant that they can actually win. We've seen them in a situation like this before.
This ain't a 2v3 post plant. This is a 2 versus 5 round. This should be impossible.
Fame was the hero in the post plan just a few rounds ago, but he's gone now. So it's all on Icy and a missed shot and a missed opportunity. It's going to be NIP coming in their opening game of the competition here at PGL Astana 2025. They've got a win versus Virtus.pro, a 2-1. And we talk about this team. We know the struggles they've had having to build a new roster in the VRS system of 2025. They've had so many weird scenarios, having to make Jax into the team, struggling to get enough qualification points to be invited to these big tournaments. But they've grinded their way to this point, and this is the area where they have to thrive in. They have to get some wins, and already they're increasing their scoreline by 12 points already.
Yeah, I mean, this is all about the VRS for NIP, and you could say the same thing of how critical it is for Virtus.pro to get some wins, because this is a team that has shown some good things, but everything has been flat, and we're starting to forget about the good things we saw towards the start of the year. So another really, really devastating, disappointing loss for Virtus.pro, while their counterparts on the other side have done exactly what they set out to do, which is show themselves to be a team that can challenge and fight for trophies. And NIP's now just like, we're here, and we've got to show you all this work that we've been doing while we've been trying to get back into the VRS, and that's a great start. 1-0 in the Swiss system for NIP, and a strong win over a dangerous Virtus.pro squad.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at this NIP roster in the context of recency, but if you even go further back, it's been an NIP team that is building for years, like trying to get back to being a big name and actually have a roster that can compete. And I think the squad is a really cool amalgamation of players. Like you get the 2 best pieces of that Sol roster that made the playoffs of Cologne last year. You bring in Snappy, who obviously had a great time at the end of CSGO. Struggled to start CS2 in the Falcons project, but you know what he's capable of. We've seen it before. And you bring in a young and exciting Opera and Wrinkle. This NIP team, it does have a lot of players that make you really excited about the possibility of the project.
Yeah, it's a cool constellation of players, to be honest with you, and I think Snappy as IGL is perfect for this, because I think he's always shown that he's really good at finding calls that he can make and finding plays that suit themselves to the players, not finding ways to get the players to adapt to his system. I think he's really good at activating individuals, and he's got a slew of really interesting ones here, but the big challenge that he's going to have together with Exist, because we saw a bunch of it today, is going to the guys like UJerks and Erasdos who have played, in a region not as strong in Counter-Strike, and teach them some of the fundamentals, like the mistake of peeking the B window in a 2v2 post plant. Like, those are things are mistakes, but you have to be the IGL that hammers that in to the point where making the right decision is a habit, not a decision they consciously make. It's just there. And I think that if they can do that with Erasdos and UJerks, we'll see a level step up from this NIP squad.
Now, we'll see how they play in this tournament. Luckily for the Ninjas, in the Swiss format, you get a lot of opportunities to play. And so we're going to actually get to see them show some real official practice in a top-level environment, which we haven't necessarily seen NIP in for a long time. And the other side of that coin is that VP can lose the opening game and still have plenty of chances to bounce back in the Swiss system. So, yeah, rough start to the tournament from Virtus.pro. I think they're going to have high expectations for themselves as time goes on. You kick off the year with getting a playoffs in Katowice.
Yeah.
Everyone starts to get really excited.
But
you brought in this
not
new
able
Flamus.
to play with your lineup, right?
Yeah. And then they just dropped off.
Yeah, and then it's been nothing. It's like we started getting all jacked up for this. We were pumped. We were seeing good signs, and now we're not so much. Yeah, they'll have some figuring out to do. Here's the schedule and the results over on the B stream that we've had throughout the day. Astralis beating ODDIK 2-1. MIBR beating G2. I think G2 actually ended up winning that game, correct? I believe that was that.
No, MIBR got the job done right.
Did they?
Yeah.
I thought G2 won that out.
Just dodged the overtime, Jason, in the final round.
I saw people pumping up snacks for his scoreline, so I was like, oh, G2 might have taken that one. That ended just as we woke up to start our shift, so forgive me. MIBR does win that 2-1. Obviously, NIP, we just watched them beat VP 2-1. And last up on the day, Pain taking on HOTU.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to that. I think the Brazilians have been struggling. Interested to see how this HOTU squad is going to go. I'm not familiar with most of the players. I haven't watched many of the games.
We'll forgive you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun game. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's the final game of the day here on the B stream.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, to PGL Astana 2025. We're getting into our next series of the day. It's the last one of the day here on the B stream. We got Pain Gaming up against HOTU, or HOTU, as we're excited for this one, Jason. We've got some Kazakh players here on the stage, or getting ready to try and play for a spot at the stage. It's very unlikely that we would see them get a win today, just based on the experience.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be one thing to it, obviously, and I think Pain is a team out of Brazil that people have some expectations for, but they haven't been meeting those. So on one hand, it's like, I don't expect them to win this, I don't expect to see them in the playoffs, but there might be some weakness in Pain they can maybe try and exploit. Maybe they can surprise us. Duke and Kato, obviously the two Kazakhstan, I don't know why I said obviously, the two Kazakhstani players, the rest obviously being Russian to fill that out. So yeah, we're going to see how this team goes up against the Brazilians, and who just had their own issues. I honestly, I don't know. Big Vincere has been an incredible IGL for Pain, and he's been one of the up and coming in Brazil, but the problem is, I think right now when you look around the Brazilian scene, it is just like it's hard to point at a team and say this is a team poised to be the next great one, because they're all struggling.
Yeah, there doesn't seem like there's one that's going to be great. There's just good teams. Whereas HOTU, a team here that are coming into this event, is one of just the local squads in a way, and I don't have too many expectations of this team. I don't think anybody really does, but those are the kind of teams that can come out of nowhere. You know?
Well, they're coming straight from the Misa Asian Masters as well, that I believe you were at as well. Yeah, correct? This was
I wasn't at the Asian Masters.
Okay,
I was at the Nomadic Masters.
The Nomadic Masters. Yeah. I didn't know there were two Masters events going on.
Everyone's a Master.
Both of them in Ulaanbaatar as well.
Yes, indeed.
That's crazy. Okay, so they were playing the other event going on that you weren't at, but they did make it to the finals. They placed second there. So, I mean, coming off a LAN tournament where they actually made a very deep run, ended up losing to Rare Adam in the grand finals, but that's got to be some positive feelings coming into this event for HOTU. So we have some. I feel like that has given me, I don't know what they are, but some level of expectations for how good this team can play.
Well, some expectations then. But for Big Vincere and his merry men, I think NQZ has been one of the best performing Brazilian operas, if not the best Brazilian opera so far. And I think that's just going to be too much to handle. If Big Vincere has a good game, if NQZ's fragging, Pain's ceiling is very high.
It is, but I think also you have to remember too, I think Big Vincere's calling style and his kind of role as an individual inside the server, it feels like it's changed from around the Paris major, where he really started blowing up around that qualification, and at the Copenhagen major, he was a one-man army. He's no longer that anymore. He's more focused on getting the rest of his team kind of activated and involved. So I don't really expect anymore these days to see the big Herculean Big Vincere performances anymore. I assume that he's going to be trying to make some space to create opportunities for his teammates, where you'd look towards NQZ with the op, you'd look towards the development of Snow, which hasn't quite been there yet. We're still waiting for him to pop off, and here we can see the map veto coming up. We're going to have Mirage and Nuke as our first two maps of the series.
And Anubis, if we need it as the third. I think looking at the veto, got a favor Pain. I think coming into the series overall, obviously we're favoring Pain, but I'm always open for...
Well, I mean, one more thing to throw it against there, because we haven't really mentioned it yet. Rix is going to be standing in as the coach of Pain, stepping in for DGT, who's got visa issues, wasn't able to make things quite yet. So another coach stand-in situation for Pain, which one more time just kind of goes back and opens that door for HOTU, where it's like, disappointing for Pain so far in 2025. Haven't had the results, haven't been hitting the level that we expect them to. Now you're also playing with the stand-in. So, I mean, look, we don't expect much out of HOTU, but the door's wide open for them to surprise us.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah, that definitely is something to look at for sure. Maybe, I think back in the day, maybe in earlier versions of CS or even in Go, when you would see even one of these top squads play with their coach, you would think, okay, we still should see them step up. But I think with these underdog teams, you know, you look at the upcoming teams, you always have these players you don't really know, and they're still able to frag out. They're still able to super, you know, impress everybody. And we see that. I think that's why the RMRs have been so interesting over the last few years, and why a lot of people were missing them, is because you would have this squad of players you're not massively familiar with, and they would come in and frag out and really create some upsets, surprises. And perhaps that's going to be what we see today. If there is a shot to beat Pain, it would be today with Rix on the roster. Now for HOTU, we'll see what their Mirage looks like. I'd imagine this is it. This is the sort of the trendsetter. We're going to see what HOTU can do on a map like this. If they are going to be pug gods, they'll display that ability of a server here in this map. And Duke is off to the races. He's got 2.
Well, the dualies over the smoke aren't connecting the way they'd like. Here's Big Uzera taking some shots just at a very small target, and that P2K cannot land. So Duke is going to stick around as he reloads with the bomb, which might have been ill-advised, but he's found his way up now, and it's just Snow against 4 at this B bomb site. NQZ and Big Uzera still far away from any assistance. And this feels like the pistol round for HOTU on the T side. Good entries coming up. Catwalk from Duke. I don't think there's a retake in store here. There's certainly no kits.
Locked out for the time being. Lampada able to follow up. Kato coming in, and a sharp pistol for HOTU. Kicks off with a juke double and closed by the Lampada double combined with Kato as 1. So now we get into the second round. No investment yet from Pain. Couple of coach stand-in situations at this event.
Yeah, and I mean, I was just looking it up because I was just kind of curious of Rick's, of like when was the last like matches he played. He played their 2 matches at IEM Melbourne, the 2-0 loss to Complexity, the 2-0 loss to FaZe. But then, I mean, before that, you got to go back to 2023 where he last stood in and played a game, and then you got to go back to 2020. He played 2 games in 2023 and 1 game in 2020. So, yeah, it's one of those coaches where the activity isn't there in recent times. So we'll see what he can do, what he can provide for the team. Good aggression from the CT side and
Bricks.
completely trapping HOTU.
Brick's got a double as well, Jason.
Yeah, there he is.
Off to the races. Kate up, going to try and burn them out into the open. And he's going to go down to Snow. So we have Pain going 1 for 1 straight away with a 4-spy response. We'll see if HOTU decide to go for 1 as well. They didn't get a plant, so you'd imagine they will invest into this, given that some players are in the double eco territory.
Okay, so just once again, like they go fast up catwalk, and not a single player has gone to boxes to prevent any kind of a push or to clear the aggression whatsoever. So HOTU just trying to hit him with the fast cat. Snow's getting in the mood. Snow's getting into the groove of things, putting a smile on his face.
Always nice to see Snow smile.
Well, he's going to defend here. He's alone. He might not be smiling for long. He's got everyone coming at him. He gets the first kill, able to get into cover as well and reload, and now his teammates are here.
Oh yeah, Snow with a double off the back of triple. Grenade's going to go over the top, sinks his 3rd kill. And his NQZ to grab that one with a grenade, actually. So 2-1. So we used to call him Davideus, right? Now we just kind of call him David, at least in the kill feed. It's always, there's always something
We're
different.
just sticking with David?
Yeah. But,
are we going to change it to David, or are we keeping the pronunciation as well?
David. David, Jason. We're
just
calling
get a new
David.
one every time he gets a kill.
Yeah, but Duke Fisura. He's going to drop the Fisura sometime. He's going to be Duke Fis.
Duke Fis.
The Juke. That would be pretty baller. But we got a technical issue. Not good.
Yeah, little pause in the action, so we'll get a relax.
Lampada's bought a scout, Jason.
He has.
Why has he done that? Well, this is Snow holding off the back of triple. They just try and run out with some speed off the back of some of these weaker weapons. And Snow handles business. Coming up to a year where we've seen Snow playing at the top level events.
Yeah. And I haven't gotten a good read at him just yet. I mean, I think the expectations around him in my head, I think, grew pretty unreasonable just because of the bidding war that there was in Brazil and how hard it is to get players under contract in Brazil. The fact there was a whole controversy, a bidding war between 2 different organizations, eventually got one out. But I feel like he hasn't hit that moment where he shows us what's made him kind of the desire of every Brazilian organization over the past couple years, right? We haven't seen that kind of pop off where the nature of his game changes and we see him, constantly being a force for this team. So still waiting on that moment.
I think it might just be one of those. It's just a product of the environment that we're in Counter-Strike, where everyone had Donk Mania last year, where, oh my God, there's a 17-year-old beast just appeared and he's like winning Katowice, his first tournament. And so everyone was trying to get their hands on the next up-and-coming 17-year-old phenom. And obviously, it's very rare to find a Donk.
Yeah, there's not too many of them. They don't grow in trees.
Let's see. Keisuke might be
the next coming.
Yeah, I mean, he's been hyped so much that I hope he has more hype than Donk did, which is crazy. Because Donk came into the scene and delivered, now everybody's like, okay, well, what's Kazuke gonna do?
Yeah. Although, I won't lie. I mean, for such a young kid, I think when I've read interviews of him and talking about the situation he's in contractually with Spirit in the academy and his kind of aspirations, obviously now out of that contract, but seemed like he's got a level head on his shoulders. So I'm not.
He seems very confident.
He seems like he'll be able to handle that pressure.
Yeah, he seems very confident. He actually said in one of the interviews recently that, it's not like he's when he gets an international team and he has to move, he's moving with his mother. So it's like he's going to have his family
taken home with him.
Yeah, exactly. So, in terms of adjusting into the scene, he's going to at least have that element. The family life still going to be there for him.
Well, as we're kind of chilling and during this tech pause and watching the players stretch, let's take a big picture view on the event overall of PGL Astana in the year of our Lord 2025. Obviously, some big names not here. We don't have MOUZ. We don't have Vitality. We don't have Falcons. We have Spirit. So, I mean, if you look at this kind of team list of the teams at this event, Spirit, hands down, going to be the favorite, the pick to win this event. Like, this is almost when you look at this and you see that Vitality's not here, you see that Falcon's on here, you're almost kind of like, Spirit, it's your event to lose.
It should be like a Spirit Navi final, maybe a Spirit Aurora final, or even MongolZ.
I don't know, because I don't think you can. I think that was going to be my next point about this event from a big picture perspective, is if you clump Navi, Aurora, which is Eternal Fire, former Eternal Fire, Navi, Aurora, and MongolZ together, you have teams that I think at certain points of this year, and certainly at certain points of last year, we would have been like, these are kind of like the next three teams. You'd pick like one of them to be in those finals to challenge for the trophy, but all of them have been disappointing recently. All of them have been like, the results, Navi not feeling like the same Navi we had last year. They don't have that same like trademark flair to them of that kind of system really working and really being effective. Aurora, we know their travel schedule was exhausted. They got burnt out. We don't know what they're going to look like after recovery. MongolZ have been grouped just as we start getting to a point where we feel like they're going to be making deep runs in playoffs. They still haven't shown they can handle the stage. So, I mean, this event is kind of crazy, especially when you think G2 is there and they're kind of trying to recover from the loss of MongolZ while they're also still recovering from the loss of Nico, Virtus.pro and their issues. HOOXi step into it. So, I mean, there's a lot of teams here where it's like, this is a cool first glimpse, but it's sort of like setting the barometer of what we're going to expect from them in the future. Especially when you get to a team like FURIA with Yakinder and MongolZ coming in. A lot of craziness right now.
It is a lot of craziness. It's almost like hard to
it's
believe.
Weird. It's weird having this much craziness like 2 weeks before the major, 3 weeks before the major.
Usually like silly season happens after the major, right? All the roster moves coming in, but everybody's desperately trying to get their team into a position where they can compete at the majors. So you're seeing all these squads who've struggled to kick off the year. They don't want to go into the major, fall flat. They want to make the move before. Now they've got the qualification points into the majors. So, yeah, interesting to see how it's going to all shake out. I think for the MongolZ, though, the idea that they could get into the playoffs and have the crowd likely heavily behind them, maybe bar the Spirit games, that could be a really fun prospect for the MongolZ.
Oh, sure.
I think that this is a team that I think could definitely make the final of this tournament. I don't think they have what it takes to win it, though.
Okay.
If Spirit make it into the final, yeah, I think no one's beating them, right?
Sure. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I think for me, it's like I think it'd be a cool thing to have Spirit go on and make it to the final and win this and look good and feel like we have a third competitor going into the major for that trophy, because you're gonna have Vitality and Falcons up there for sure at the major. But certainly, if Spirit can impress us here, I think they always have to be in the conversation. Depending on everything depends is your own personal view of what you think they're possible of or what this roster is. But I mean, if we're able to like come out of this event and be like, okay, Navi, Aurora, or the MongolZ, like those teams all clicking as well, all looking good, all look like they've solved some of their problems, all looking like they're a little bit revitalized and they're on the upswing heading into the major. I think if those three teams can show us, or like one of those teams or two of those teams show us they're dangerous, that'd be a really cool thing heading into the major as well, as being like, okay, they had their struggle, they hit their rock bottom in time to recover for the major, and now we get to just go into this brawl. But I think there's a lot of teams with a lot of things to prove. G2, VP, Astralis, FURIA need to prove that they're on the right path. Navi, Aurora, MongolZ need to prove that they've still got it. And Spirit need to prove that they can contend with Vitality, that they can handle the rest of the field and just look towards Vitality and Falcons. It was Big Uzera they were looking at his PC. Maybe it's his view model.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it's that middle.
Maybe
view
they're like,
model.
we've actually finally had enough of this disgusting view model. We're going to have to ask you to change
We've
it.
had enough complaints of bringing your POV up on the stream with his view model.
Well, we actually now have a lot of players switching to the middle view model, Jason. But the difference is theirs is low down, whereas his view model is like way up on the y-axis, I believe. And
okay,
it's
he's got it
like,
cranked up. It's right in, it's right in your face.
Really, it's not a good look. It really isn't. I switched to the middle view model. No, it's not breaking news.
Have you
but
switched back, or you've stuck with it?
No, I stuck with it. I like it. You should give it a go.
No, I did. I tried it. I think I switched to it in Bucharest, or no, before that. I think in Katowice, actually.
Yeah. All right.
It's got some cool things to it.
Yeah.
Pain haven't won a series since ESL Pro League Season 21. If you want me to throw a date on that, it'd be March 8th.
Ooh.
So it's been just about exactly 2 months since they last won a series. Yeah, it's been a rough run of form for Pain, which is why it's kind of like when you come in, you're like, yeah, they should be favorites. We don't really know anything about this team they're going up against. Yeah, but everything for them has been nightmare mode recently. So
By the odds, they're still favorites, though.
By the odds, they're definitely still favorites.
All right. Well, the admin working on Big Azera's PC right now.
He's taking a knee. He's got the phone out. ChatGPT. He's clicking it all in. Spirit GamerLegion still going on the other stream. If you guys are just chilling, waiting out this tech pause. First map of spoilers. A 13-11 victory for Team Spirit. Second map has just started. Very much in the early goings to throw that up onto a second monitor. What else we got going on? What else is going on around the Counter-Strike world these days, Dinko? What do you got for me?
Well, but there's a whole lot. There's a major coming up around the corner, and everyone's excited about that. It's going to be in the United States of America, Jason. So we've got all these players flying across the other side of the planet to come in for the World Championships. Sadly, not looking like Holzerk's going to make it. That's a little crazy. But maybe he's the first of many. Who knows?
Yeah, that one's painful, especially because he had some visa issues like last year or 2 years ago with complexity as well that I thought they'd resolved, but apparently not. That's a bummer.
Unfortunate there. I was getting someone from PGL enjoying the fact that you were flaming the admin. He's like, "Yeah, get him!"
Not flaming. It's all out of love. It's all out of jest.
This didn't sound like love. This sounded like
look. At the end of the day, I'm just very happy I don't have his job because I wouldn't know what the hell I was doing.
Feels like the admins travel more than anybody. Like I see the same group of people all every time. Hey guys,
quite a crew.
It's like just jet lagged all the time.
This is kind of cool news. Most people have probably seen this is from a few days ago, but obviously topical, seeing as how we're casting PGL Astana at the moment. But obviously a recent interview up on HLTV with Adren, founding an organization, stepping in as the coach and founding a Counter-Strike organization in Kazakhstan. So I think that's super cool for a player who's come out of that region to come back and try and create something for it. I think that's lovely.
Yeah, it's cool to see Adren. He's definitely become one of the big streamers out there doing some co-streams. Got to see him at an event a few months ago, like last year. So he's definitely killing it. There's a lot of pathways for the legendary players from our games after. I think it's cool to see that they stick around. We get to see Get Right around events. Olaf's still streaming. Dren's now become a co-streamer. At least there's sort of things to do after playing.
Our whole Counter-Strike community is growing. Everyone's moving on to the next thing.
Yeah, it's cool.
Except for me, I'm still casting.
That's fine. You did other things too. you live a variety of life, Jason.
I've done a couple other things.
Yeah, coaching, analyst work, casting.
Yeah.
Building water fountains.
I did build a mean water fountain. That was great. It didn't even come with an instruction manual. I put it together.
It didn't, but we did use ChatGPT.
Just by ingenuity. We did use that for one thing.
Yeah. And it was pretty useful. All right. It seems to be quite an extended issue right now, so not even ChatGPT is fixing this one.
Hooksy's back. He gets his first win with Astralis. What'd you think about that? I really like the Astralis picking up HOOXi play, and I think it's enough time before it's enough time to see the results. You know, it was enough. They had like 9-10 days, I think he said, of practice, which obviously isn't much. But I think it's enough time for him to start showing that he can get this team back on track.
Well, they played against ODDIK.
Yeah, they did.
That was a 2-1 game. But
yeah, but I mean, and a lot of people are going to point at that and kind of laugh at it and be like, Astralis dropping a map to ODDIK, like this should never happen, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you know, it's a new team. And HOOXi even referenced it to his interview, and I agree with him entirely. New team, the fact they get an extra map of play, yeah, you would have liked it to have been convincing. But, you know, an extra map, you can't really complain about it that at this point, if you're coming in with 9 days of practice, every map, even if it's an official, is going to be valuable to HOOXi and to Astralis.
Yeah, HOOXi, it's good to see him back. I mean, he's a player who has won a lot in Counter-Strike, a lot of great results. I think he kind of left G2 in a very unceremonious way. So I'm just very happy that he's found a project again. He's been sitting on the bench for way too long, especially in a time where a lot of teams need an IGL with experience that shows that they have the pedigree to win. You know, HOOXi's not going to be a fragging in-game leader. We know that. That's the biggest criticism he has. And when things aren't looking good inside of the team, when maybe some of the other individuals are underperforming, obviously you're going to look at HOOXi as that player. But I'm just intrigued to see how he's going to do with his team, because it's not like he's going into a project that's all sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah, a project that was like you're kind of stepping in and you're kind of just carrying the baton to the next stop. You've actually got to put some work in.
Is this team going to be a thing?
Yeah.
In the next month.
Well, they
or so.
got. I mean, look, they got the whole Astralis organization, the sale thing going on behind them, which has got to be in the back of your minds. But you have to find some way to push it out of thought, because you can't really do anything about it as a player. You're sort of just along for the ride and continuing to do your job. For HOOXi as well, he even mentioned in the interview, you know, technically for him, this is like he hasn't really thought about anything long term, because this is like a one-event deal. He's just hopping in.
Probably a good thing, though.
Astralis isn't doing the major, so it's player break for them. HOOXi's off to go relax as well. But certainly they need to find a path forward, and hopefully HOOXi can get something cool out of this. Or show us something that, you know, maybe he doesn't end on Astralis, but maybe he has a good run with them here, and someone else is like, you know what? HOOXi is a solid IGL.
Maybe we could do the ESA tag.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, bring him back?
No, he does the ESA tag, whereas, you know, you have a great event with
One
Astralis.
great event,
and then
sign the big contract.
Yeah, you play for like 5 different organizations after that. Yeah, you could do that. For HOOXi, though, it's like we heard a lot of his ex-teammates or coaches say that sometimes he doesn't have enough confidence in himself. And so maybe without the pressures of, you know, knowing that you are a full-time in-game leader for the Astralis project with all this long-term vision and expectations, and it is just one tournament, maybe that plays into a positive factor.
Yeah, maybe it does. But enough about that. You've obviously... Listeners and viewers at home, we've obviously switched into podcast mode as this extended tech break has gone on. So while this is still getting fixed up and we're all just chilling, I've got Twitch chat open. So why don't you just drop some questions in chat, and Dinko and I can have a little chit chat about the subjects that you want to hear us talk about.
Yeah, make some great questions though.
Really good ones.
Jason, I have a question for you. Do you know of the legendary figure of Tung Sahur?
I do not.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, we have some education for you, Jason.
Okay. Are you going to do it now, or are we saving this for later?
Your brain is not rotted enough, is what I would say. And someone in the chat, I'm sure, will ask you a question about it.
Now that you've brought it up?
Yeah. We've opened the floodgates.
I've had to really be careful about the brain rot content out there with a young wee child, an impressionable.
Yes, don't. Yeah, you avoid that at all costs.
We don't do. Okay, well, sorry, Twitch chat. I'm
the game's back.
The AMA is over. It was great. It was a good run. We had a lot of fun, and now we're gonna get back into the game.
Great questions, though. Keep them coming. All right, getting into this fourth round. Have to get my bearings of where we were in the game.
Yeah, you kind of forgotten.
Yeah. But we really should be looking at a 3-1 lead now for Pain. There's not much to work with here for HOTU. Kato with the P250, able to get 1 kill on Rix. Nice and clean so far. I mean, obviously one of the biggest advantages that Pain Gaming are going to have today is just their sheer experience on land.
Well,
how have they got a bomb plant?
I don't know, but it's a perfect timing for you to call out all that experience to allow them to let slip a bomb plant for no good reason.
So hold on a second. How are we here?
How is he having on this ball?
Well, that's some extra money for HOTU. That will make their buy here a lot
not
better.
the biggest deal. They were buying this round no matter what. So yeah, the extra cash helps, but it was always going to be an investment. 3-1. HOTU got the pistol, lost the second round, have lost 3 in a row, and first gun round underway. AK-47s across the board for HOTU's attack. Trying to think back of pistol round was basically a catwalk rush. Second round was a catwalk rush from HOTU as well. That got stopped by mid-aggression from Pain. Now really we have the first round to think about here with the rifles in hand. MQZ with his AWP over at the B-bomb site.
NQZ is about to see the elbow. Okay, a lot of damage being done. Kato low in HP with 12 left. NQZ going back to try and finish them off, but Mizu and Lampada have taken 2 CTs with him. Snow chiming in. Oh, NQZ gets caught looking the wrong way. Tries to get a sniper back down into the site. Goes to the Deagle instead as he marches backwards.
Yeah, it's unfortunate he had to give up that ground because you can see all of his teammates are now stuck in market with him as well, but he tried to stay out as long as he possibly could before it became just too dangerous. And how do you get back into this now?
You gotta hope for a hero.
You need to pass the op over to Davideus and have him play passive and the rifles push forward.
Well, that's not happening. NQZ is just going to let the rifles move forward despite the low HP on David. He's going to move out into the open. Lampada, Kato looking to combine. Yuka taking a headshot onto Snow, and NQZ is just going to save the sniper. So not enough done on that B hold, and HOTU able to pop out and close.
No, a couple really critical kills at the right moment. One with an aggressive push in middle from Pain. They stopped that cold. And then obviously the second kill coming from the B halls all the way towards Catwalk is the nice exit. Really well done from HOTU. Nothing too crazy, nothing complicated. Nice and simple. A split towards the B bomb site that never even really connects, but they still get the kills they need to get in and win the round. A second on the board.
Well, with that saved AWP, you still have that in play for Pain, and also a lot of money built up around it, so the rifles come out to support. AKs for HOTU. Mid-utility dropping. One to the window, one to the top mid area. Mizu and Kato walking through the underpass. And they'll slip their way out because Zera, over the top of the con smoke. It's going to be an opening kill for Mizu. Just going to hold, pause for a little while with that advantage.
Yeah, they want a reaction. Obviously, we can tell from the minimap that Pain's nowhere close to the reaction they're looking for, any kind of a push. A minute on the clock. Over to the B-bomb site we go, right at Coach Ricks. Jump spotting for information. He's got utility to drop. He's got Davideus here with him. Oh, they missed the timing, though.
This is so bad. Oh, he gets caught. Kato able to come through. It's only one.
Bro.
Oh, that's got to be that was poorly played, but it's got to be a save. And we've got a 3-3 score line.
Ooh. And actually, they might not even.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that save is going to happen either. Yeah, Lampada.
If he wraps around them towards ramp, that could be spicy. And QZ looking at the op. He needs to keep it, and good shot. Good kill. Holds it in his hands. They've got money to drop weapons over. NQZ can drop, what, like 3 rifles in the next round, so they're all good. Pain will be buying again. Unless Mizu takes these guns away for no good reason. He's over in T-spawn now. Got him boxed in, crouched into the fight. Missed shot from NQZ. Shouldn't go back for more. And it should be a stalemate. So 3-3, we're all tied up.
I was curious what Lampada meant.
Okay. What does
Looked it up. It's Italian for lamp.
Lamp.
I wonder why he's called himself that.
Terrorists win.
Well, he's not Italian, so it might have a different meaning in his language.
And he's a big fan of Italian lamps. 3-3, we're all tied up. Also, the brain rot is currently Italian, by the way.
Okay,
yeah.
So the new brain rot
is... Yeah, it is actually Italian, yeah.
It's the new export from Italy.
Yeah. Oh. Cappuccino. Well, let's go straight into round 7. somehow, some way, Pain still have money. It's like an infinite money glitch right now.
Yeah, they didn't. It was just NQZ. He had like 7K. So it's just like he's just a bank. He just dropped a bunch of M4s over to his teammates. Here we go. And HOTU is called for an A-hit. Pretty fast little pop. Smoke being put up. Nice execute coming in. Counter utility deployed by the Pain defense. And all the rotations and shifts starting to come in. As HOTU make their first move up a ramp.
They've blown open at the back of triple. A lot of damage being done inside of the site. Yoka able to get one. Lampada, there we go. Lights out, lights on. He's got two. As NQ's able to come back. It's not enough to put Pain in a competitive position. HOTU's Mirage looking good here. There's a rotation of Ricks coming through CT spawn, but not really backing him to get themselves into a winnable spot off of him.
No, Pain's getting cracked open right now. I mean, they had 3 players here. They had a solid defense. They knew what was coming. Just couldn't hang on to it. Really nice kills out of Lampada coming out of Palace. Rick's going to investigate an opportunity for a retake. If he can get one quick kill, maybe you can build on top of it, but that's a tough angle over the smoke. And HOTU take the lead. It's going to be 4-3.
Well, I know a lot of people are excited about the fact that the coach for HOTU is the major winning Mo. As part of that Gambit team in 2017 at the PGL event, PGL Krakow.
Yeah.
A very experienced individual.
Had some great games during that run as well. I think he put like peak device in his pocket during the semifinal series.
Kind of insane, yeah.
Like peak device and just dumpstered him. It was a great run.
That was just after the Astralis squad had won their first major in Atlanta as well earlier that year.
Yeah, it was. I think that was the last major Caribbean played for them. I think that was kind of like the point where that kind of lineup had felt like it run its course, and Caribbean made that move like towards the start of the next year.
I think Magis might have been in that.
It might have been in there. Yeah, it's very the timeline of
it was all
8
blurry.
years ago gets a little hazy. HOTU keeping this super simple again.
No, you were right. You were right. I was wrong.
Yeah.
No, Caribbean was in fact there. Got owned. Got owned.
It's all good. Here we go. Smoke walls up again. Pretty much the same exact execute with the same exact players running the same exact route and rolls. This time against 2 pistols on Snow and Ricks. And much slower pace in terms of their scaling behind the utility.
Well, getting peppered down from underneath the wood. A lot of damage being done. NQZ again getting one shot on the sniper. He's going to require a little bit more help from his friends, though, and that's exactly what he's got. Big Uzera, too. Snow picking up one. It's only Kato left, pinned at Tetris. There's no way he can build his way out of this round. He's stuck, slipping in front of Sandwich. He's got a little bit of ground here, but would take a miraculous moment from Kato to even get close to winning this one. Gets onto the stairs, player. Oh my god, not like this, not like this. Okay, he's got the knife kill. Steps up, looks down in Underwood, and would have taken something spectacular, almost Cadian-esque, to come out on top of that clutch. But
you can't win a 4th round like this.
You can't win round 4 like this. You can't win. You're opening camp PGL Astana.
Man, it's kind of a cool idea. I think, unfortunately for HOTU, like, they run that same execute, but this time the change up is they don't actually push and aggress. They kind of get that position over in Cubby and chill. And they want the follow-up peaks. And they want those follow-up peaks and they want to catch them completely off guard. But the only people who are going to peak were the pistols. And their philosophy is don't peek because my teammates with the rifles are here. So all of the fights that HOTU wanted that round just never came to them due to the fact that the weaponry was so weak. And then the utility fades and all the M4s and the Ops of Pain have a chance to get these lines of sights and find good fights.
Painter back.
Painter back. That was the round?
Yeah, that was
ignited them?
That was it. They were gone for a while, but they're back. You got to deal with the FURIA. The Duke makes his way out mid. His 2 teammates coming out through the lower tunnel. Oh, the underpass. And Duke, yep. Eat that, NQZ.
What up, Duke?
A mouthful of lead. And now he's dead.
That's actually a nasty shot over towards Catwalk. Oh, NQZ has to just be so bummed. 5-on-4 for HOTU.
The only B player is Rix. So the coach has to stand up here. He's got some help from Big Zero. Oh, Rix is coming through. I thought that was Big Zero for a second, but it was Rix up towards the apartments to take some Potta down.
Yeah, and that's half the attack. Now all you have is the Catwalk portion of this lurk over towards Khan. That's Mizu.
And David's actually rotated over as well, so Rix actually has some help. They're going to jump out. Drop with a shot. Rix knows he's in. So what? David goes down, so Rix needs to step up instead. And oh my god, he's got it. Rix doing a good job here at holding onto the B site. Yuka running in, trying to chase him down. They know the opposite side of the bomb site. Nice shot from Yuka. Is there anything else to offer up? Rix is still here, trying to be a problem. Missed shot from Yuka. And if he had connected that on the rotating snow, he would have had a 1v1 up against the coach.
Yeah, he actually almost pieced that together. He had a pretty decent read of the situation, knowing where the fights was going to come from. So, I mean, a good display of game sense as well, and almost a very admirable clutch attempt. But credit over to Rix for stepping up when they needed him most. As you mentioned, the only defender at this B bomb site grabs a pair of really critical kills. And Pang hang on. Yuka made this really interesting. I thought he was going to land that shot on Snow. 5-on-4.
Good job, Rix.
And pistols only for HOTU in this round.
I mean, Rix is... If he can do that, you know, pretty consistently, that'd be awesome. You know, if he just gets one and stays alive and don't become a massive liability. You'd imagine there was some kind of conversation for HOTU around, all right, if he's the B player, let's just test him.
Yeah, well, I think the hard part is, I think that is a philosophy that it feels like they've used to a certain extent, but the hard thing is you can't just hit like 5-mans through B halls every single time, or 4 players, right? They tried to mix in those splits up. Oh my god damn.
Oh no.
Bro, that's
poor
not,
Rix.
I just feel bad for him there. That's not even, he's just jump spotting, and that's a deagle.
Oh no. That's the bomb site. It's a 3v4. How has this happened? HOTU with the bomb planted, time taking, and Payne trying to get back in on this. They don't have a huge amount of utility. Snow's low, but he's got the kill on Duke for Sora. Now he's got to try and hop out of the window. There's a crossfire being held on either side. Snow with the headshot. Snow's doing everything. He melts away this post plant. Big Azera's got the final pick, and now the defuse stuck. So, fantastic round for HOTU to get that one pick to open up with a deagle, get the bomb down, but
yeah,
really important Payne recovery.
Fantastic round from Snow, I think, more than anything. The triple kill on that retake and salvaging the situation and making sure it's not just that painful. And poor Rix is just like, look, guys, I know I'm the coach, but you have to see the way I died in this round, you know? It's not my fault.
Watch it back into that middle. That's going to be the one he really reviews tonight.
Oh, just bang. What a shot from Cade. This is Payne's map pick as well to open up the series. And Snow's kept them in a lead, a 2-round lead, 6-4. Snow up at 13 kills, 3 deaths, leading the way inside the server.
Strong position for Kato, but he's going to walk through the smoke and give it right on over to Big Azera. So that play doesn't quite work out for him.
Davideus is going to miss the timing with his aggression on Catwalk, was just peering towards Khan, looking over the smoke, and just as he looks away, they slide in. But Big Azera off angle. They know he's here, and it's Duke again. And now Davideus has got to slide out the window and try and do something, but smoke in his face. And Payne is locked out of this bomb site.
Duke's got some sharp shots on him.
Yeah, he really does.
Oh, he's going to have to eat that one, swallow it. Payne drop back. Been seeing that Rix has been playing a lot of FACEIT games with the guys, you know?
Yeah, he's been grinding. Well, I mean, you know what? If I was a coach put in this situation, I would be in the server all day long.
Yeah.
I'd be like, please don't look like an idiot.
He's got nothing but W's, you know. All his it's a full sea of green right now as well.
His FACEIT stacks got W's. Those are going great.
Yeah.
The officials, however, the 10 series losing streak. On the other hand, that's not going well. That's not going well.
Yeah, 11 FACEIT wins though, Jason, in a row.
Does have 11 FACEIT. No one can take that away from him.
He's level 8 now.
6-5. A timeout called by HOTU, their second. Looking to tie this up at halftime.
Yeah, still a really good buy for both teams going into the last round of this first half.
For those of you just joining, see a couple questions popping up in chat from time to time. Coach Rick's subbing in for DGT due to visa issues. So Pain on this, 10-match losing streak, playing with their coach and encountering some resistance in HOTU, who's coming off of a grand final appearance at their previous event, which took place, just a few days ago, ending on April 1st, on March 9th, the MESA Asian Masters. MESA Asian Masters 2025. That was a long time ago. I thought that was going at the same time as you.
No, that would have been something.
That would have been something.
Yeah, 2 events at the same time. Duke Vasura in and around the top mid smoke. Look who's inside of it. It's Davideus. Davideus now coming through it. He's got to find himself that top mid player. It's Duke Vasura getting caught and cleaved away. Now 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Yuka's hit the red button. He's hit the pause button. He doesn't want to get caught from that continued push.
It's one of the few extremely rare disruptive plays we've seen Pain make on this CT side of Mirage. Most of this half has them been playing a pretty standard defense. I think more than anything, probably saying we don't know a lot about these guys. We don't know a lot of what to expect. We've probably haven't played against them a whole lot. Don't really know what they feel like inside the server. So let's just play standard and trust that our experience as individuals and as a team can find us the solutions to whatever we encounter. 5-on-4 right now, and I think the tough thing is any other day you might see Pain rotate that second player away from the B bomb site, but they're really trying to nurse Coach Ricks at this site, and at least in this round, it's not going to haunt them. A defense stands tall, everyone wins their individual battles, and it's a 5-on-2.
There's Lampada. He's come out. David Slights knocked out Yuka. Second kill of the round for the side of HOTU all of a sudden. A little bit of a foothold being carved out, but with Yuka going down, Lampada needed both kills. Wasn't too far off getting that transfer, but goes down, and Pain will leave the first half with a 7-5 lead.
7-5 lead, and yeah, I mean, I think you can tell from the faces. They're like, yeah, we're happy we have this lead, but that's nothing special. We don't think we played that half particularly great. So let's see what happens when they switch side. BiggyZera is going to take the helm of the calling on T-side. Mirage challenging into HOTU's defense. And, I mean, look, we haven't seen much out of HOTU. I kind of had these expectations coming in, so I might have been reading into things a little bit, but I think this is going to be a team where the aim is going to be really sharp. The game sense and the plans and the protocols might not be there to the same extent. So BiggyZera might have a chance to have a huge impact by just kind of outbraining an inexperienced team across the map, and we'll see what he can do. Snow's having a great game. 14-15 kills in that first half to lead the server.
I'd be mad at that play. You just chill behind the top mid boxes. Davideus just appears out of the smoke. Yeah, Snow loves that. Well, pistol round begins here at Pain now on the T side. Some utility for Snow. He's got a Molotov and smoke. And what a game he's having. 15-4 right now.
Dualies on balcony and 4 players to defend this. A lot of distraction to keep eyes away from the Dualies.
Mizu ready to go. Jumping out right in front of him, distracted by the players inside of the bomb site. Oh, God, it's only one. Kato able to get another, and then he goes down upon the peak. It's Yuka to actually fall in that fight. Juke off the top of the stairway. Oh, no. You may have had 4 plays in the right spot. You may have had the dual Berettas having opponents not even looking at him. but HOTU failed to take any of the advantages and opportunities that they had in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just nailed it. I mean, you had 4 players here. You had 3 players distracting for the dualies that only gets 1 kills, but you just don't get enough production from that defense, from that number of players at the point of attack. Not good enough. 8-5. Pain with a 3-round lead, and now they have the economic advantage in the first few rounds of this second half, and a chance to extend this lead. Good shooting from BigUzera coming out. He was the defended that follow-up peek from the stairs. Here's Mizu. Just couldn't track that second player. And BigUzera controls everything towards stairs and jungle. That's actually a lovely double kill in the pistol round for him.
Well, 4 MP9s for HOTU. They've decided to buy back into this round. And they've stacked the wrong side.
Hey, it happens. It happens. But I like the idea.
So we're looking at a save.
Yeah, all 5 players pushing to Palace after this. Just stay safe. Rinse and repeat. Try it again in the next round. So 9-5 for Pain. Let's see, what do we got in this event? Who we got? Let's look at these 1-0 groups that we're working with right now. 1-0 at the moment, before the matchups have been decided. Navi, NIP, Big, MongolZ, MIBR, Astralis, and then obviously the winner of this series between Pain and HOTU and Spirit GamerLegion is going on the other stream. Those 2 will join the 1-0 group. So that's a pretty solid group. I think obviously the surprises of the 0-1 group would be probably Virtus.pro getting upset, G2 losing their match earlier today to MIBR, although they did have Taz standing in. And obviously the loss from Aurora to Big Clan, 2-1. Puts another pretty dangerous team down in that 0-1 group.
If you're a fan out in Kazakhstan, you're really hoping that these teams figure out those visa problems during the event. Like you want G2 to be here at full strength. You want to see if they can make it into the playoffs. I mean, this is a region that very rarely gets Counter-Strike tournaments. And so to have some of the world's best teams and some of your fan favorites heading out into the possibility of playing in the arena in front of you, you definitely want that to happen. So kind of unfortunate that Hunter has had the visa issues and the Pain as well. DGT. 4 MP9s here for HOTU, just saved from that previous round. Let's see what they can do with this as they set up with a couple of players just as that Palace entrance. Kato up first. Duke is now leaving. In fact, they're both going to start dropping down that ladder and shifting the defense because Snow was selling that it was a B play. He's done a pretty good job at disrupting the defense, but the MP9 is still getting kills, and now they realize it was a fake, so they tried to barrel back in time. The bomb shifting away, does not want to run into the A side. It wasn't a clean entry.
Oh, this has turned into an absolute disaster if you're Pain. Okay, try and recover this one. 3-on-4. You have no one in position to do a whole lot. You catch an isolated duel out in the open. Duke with an MP9 fighting up towards top middle. And now you've got another one. HOTU just gets pulled towards middle, and Pain have found the release valve. Double kill, and just 1 player, excuse me, 2 players here.
Let's see what Yuka can do, though. His teammate, yes, coming back over Lampada, trying to arrive in time. Yuka, yet to be detected. They drop on him. There's another kill. There's an AK and a Molotov. NQZ getting 1 kill back through the wall bang, and Yuka's going to sprint into short. Thinking that they might, in fact, come through the underpass. He's got the right read on that, because that's exactly where NQZ is. He's freed up space for that bomb to eventually get down in the sight. BigUzera wanting to make sure his teammate's in the apartments and has the ability to trade if needed. Not going to commit into the plant just yet. Yuka going into the open, and NQZ's repositioned to the apartments pays off to close the round for Ping.
That's a tough round, though. That's a really weird round after how it opened up. Thankfully, they get those 2 kills in middle. This one as well. Kato just comes back. Good recovery, but these ones too easy for Pain to 5. And a 5-on-3 to give up those kills. Oh, I think it was a 4-on-3 at the time, but those ones too simple to give them the avenue back into the round.
A missed opportunity, a feeling of disappointment there for HOTU as they now look at Pain go to 10-5. AWPL for Yuka, and we're really getting to the end of the road in terms of opportunities here in this second half for HOTU, and this is only their first buy, so got to start winning rounds almost immediately. Pain Gaming getting ready to go in towards this A bomb site. It's going to be a simple direct call with BigUzera on the lurk. There's the smokes, flashes. Nice execute to look at. Will it be effective in terms of getting into the bomb site? Absolutely.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Everyone's backed off from the defensive side of things. Bomb plant going to go down. Big Uzera lurking over in middle. Finds a nice kill. Good job onto Mizu. 2 players back at CT steps. 1 at the stairs behind the smoke, but still this bomb not going down. Pain happy to let these smokes fade away and go from there. And they might wish they chose differently. They might wish they picked a different option.
Bruh, how did it go so badly in the end? Like, so badly for Pain all of a sudden. All of those kills come in immediately on the peak.
I don't know why the bomb never got planted while that smoke was up. Big Uzera gets that kill. There's no one in the bomb site. I don't know why the bomb isn't being planted at some point, and then they just choose to play the smoke fade. But when that smoke fades, it's not like anyone's out in the open. They've got cover. And Cade and Lampada just destroy them. Sorry, Kato.
Kato.
I keep forgetting that dang O.
Don't forget the O. Kato. Sounds like some sort of fighting game character.
Well, there was Kano in Mortal Kombat,
right,
which
that's
is probably what your
thinking,
brain is doing to you right now.
It's
Yeah,
figured that, hasn't it? The weird thing is I never even played that game.
It's a great one.
So it's kind of crazy that, that can happen without even playing. Marketing, man.
First video game with blood, I believe, the OG Mortal Kombat.
Damn, okay.
Yeah. I wasn't allowed to buy it.
Oh, fair enough. What age were you?
First grade, whatever that was.
Like what, 12, something like that?
Sure.
Yeah.
No, before that, I think. I don't know. Anyways, it had blood.
Minute and 5. We got plenty of blood here on the server. Soon.
10 to 6. Pain's going to rotate all the way back around to this A-bomb site. There's a defender inside the site. That's Kato. He's going to slide towards balcony. 2 players, Khan, setting up a crossfire with catwalk defender of Mizu. 45 seconds left.
$35. Yeah, not a lot of time here for Pain, and this could be another finish on the A-bomb site that goes the way of HOTU.
It's basically the same thing, but this time they're not throwing an execute. They have all the utility, but they're not throwing the smokes and flashes, but they're still doing this A-hit with Big Uzera lurking mid.
Well, Kato, off the top rope, has taken himself 1 killer before being traded out by NQZ, but it's still a 4v3, 15 seconds left. Bomb making his way into the site. Oh, juke for Sora. He's won it. That's the bomb. That's the round. We're looking at 10-7. NQZ just trying to hang on to the AWP.
I mean, in that 3v4, they're kind of in a desperate situation. They're trying to catch him off guard, but they had a smoke that whole time. They were kind of walking into the bomb site. Once they get that trade on balcony, they can actually smoke that cross and watch top stairs and get a bomb plant and see what happens from there. So yeah, I mean, Pain really not prioritizing the attempt to plant at the bomb site of A these past couple rounds. And they've slipped a couple. And now the money's an issue. You have the op on NQZ. I think he can just sell that back, but man, you don't have a whole lot to be happy about at the moment if you're Pain. And HOTU's starting to build up a bank. I mean, Duke's got 6,500. Lampada's got 5,000. 4,750 on Yuka. They've got money for this CT side, and it's starting to look pretty strong.
Everyone's laughing at me for thinking that first grade, you're 12 years old, Jason.
That seems.
I never made it to first grade.
I know. I was like, yeah. Wait a second. That sounds way too old.
You were held back a few years.
I was driving 4 years later.
Okay, good to know. But that is not. You're not 12. Duke starting to make his way up in towards top mid. NQZ peering over the top of the smoke into Khan. And it's a missed shot to the window. And it's Duke as that smoke fades away. Sharp on the headshot. Teammates need to be careful to not go down. And Duke is just farming. Looking bottom mid, now top. Just Big Uzera with a sniper trying to draw a juke in. He's got another kill. Ooh, Big Uzera around the corner. Could be another chance for him. Utility comes in and a grenade. Won't drop any chance of Big Uzera pulling off heroics.
Yeah, but they've pulled it within 2, and for a matchup that we came into this, and like even with the coach situation standing in for Pain, it still felt like the experience is going to be there for Pain to be able to overcome this. Well, This inexperienced guys showing that they can come back and keep up with you. This is now 3 in a row. This was 10-5 and felt like Pain was really just kind of marching towards shutting it down really quickly, but 3 straight has brought it right back for the HOTU side of things. Some money's going to come back for Pain, but they're running out of this lead. That has just dwindled.
Yeah, and if anything, they are likely to lose this round as well because you've got NQZ only on a Tech 9. You've got a Galil out as well. Very limited utility on a few players here. It is not the prettiest scenario for the Brazilians.
All right, well, this time nobody over at the A-bomb site. Focus in the early going is mid-control on this default. Rick's being the one to take all the risks. To let Snow follow up on whatever information he finds. Utility in mid and up catwalk we creep. A boost up over the smoke finds a kill on Mizu. The opening provided, and now Yuka's feeling very alone at the B-bomb site.
Well, Rick's stepping up here for Pain. A really important kill. Big Arrow through the window. Unleashes on Lampada. And we got Kato and Yuka stuck under the wood. So it's not looking good here for HOTU, or a real opportunity
I feel like that was
to
like
grab a 9th round.
That was like a 3 versus 5. It was like David, Big Arrow, and Snow. And then you had NQZ and Rick's almost just kind of like chilling. Or excuse me, NQZ and Snow just chilling with the bomb. Nice shooting from Pain, and good job. I mean, a lot of safe real estate they're able to gain and get in position to go for these frags and go for these fights. Perfectly done.
Yeah, Rick's is doing what you really need from him, right? He had a number of okay rounds in the B-bomb site on the CT side, and in this round gets the bottom stairs player.
Well, it's kind of like, I mean, you could see how they're utilizing on the T side as well, right? Like we saw him leading for Snow in that round, clearing all the angles, taking the risk of going first, of, risking whether there's going to be, an op or someone holding the angle. And then all of a sudden you're in a situation where it's like you get to now just go for kind of the cherry on top, which is like, all right, coach, make a play. Like we haven't seen anything. Now you just get to play the game. You don't have to be a sacrificial lamb. Hey, exec, here we go.
It's quite quick as well. Look at this. Davideus is all the way out. Applying pressures to stairs. Just gotta look at the jungle peak. A lot of damage done to the AWP, but grenade should finish him. Goodbye, Yuka. This is chaos, but it's all coming up Pain. No one from HOTU able to hit back and really gonna save call. It's a tough one to swallow, but it's one that's necessary. They're not winning this round, and they don't have a lot of money left over, so having that AWP into what needs to be a comeback into overtime is a must. So we're looking at 12-8 now for Pain. Map point on Mirage. And despite having their coach still doing a good job on Mirage, which I was a little hesitant about. I thought if there is a map that HOTU are going to be able to win, Mirage feels like it. If you got all these pug stars, these cracked aimers, Mirage is maybe one way they could bring some hurt to Pain. But up next is Nuke. Pain get one map under their belt before heading into their map pick. Well, the chances for a 2-0 are astronomically high.
Third and final timeout for HOTU as they try and find the recipe for this, but despite some of the good rounds and the things they've overcome in the rounds they've won, it seems like Pain on Mirage is just a little bit too much, too deep of a playbook, too many different options they can switch into. So one last chance for Mo to get involved, have the conversation, try and get the boys lined up. You can see him trying to coordinate, coordinating a couple of guys on how exactly he wants them to play the scenario, the situation. Timeout comes to a close. And freeze time heading into round 21. Pain with 4 chances to take map 1. Off the back of 17 kills on Davideus and Snow together.
Well, the closing of the map being teed up here for Pain. It's not going to be the quick burst into the A-bomb site that they had previously. It's going to be Big Azera going out middle, combining with his 2 teammates coming out through underpass.
Yeah, I think these last 2 rounds where they played like a more slow style of gaining some control. You know, they had that boost on Catwalk to get a pick over the smoke. They had kind of the play up con earlier. These slower rounds have been super effective, so no reason for them to change the pace.
Okay.
And I can't believe that.
Yeah, that works. Just walk through the window of smoke, boost it up, no pause, just keep going. And MongolZ walks over Juke. Pyjamas spams down Lampada inside of the site. Rick's now coming out of the apartments, not alone. He's got his teammates. And the B-bomb site under a lot of pressure is Mizu just hiding with a measly little FAMAS. Not the best map here, Mizu. Doesn't look like it's going to get any better for him. Rick's to dome it from the back of the bench. It's Yuka to give it a good go in the 1v4, but Pain Gaming have locked in the opening map of this best of 3. A team playing with their coach, who are... It's been a very long time since they've got a series win.
Yeah, and I mean, I think more than anything as well is that they had some. This wasn't like the easiest game in the world. It wasn't the most difficult either. They had some challenges though. HOTU put them on the back foot a couple times, put them in tense situations a couple times. So good to see Pain respond like this in kind, and with the coach grabbing that first map 1 victory, gotta feel good as they're starting to get acclimated and more adjusted to the coach being in that seat rather than DGT. But Pain have a map victory here on Mirage. 13-8, powered by Davideus and Snow, and some good calling from Biggie Zara down the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. Figured it out towards the end on the T side. A team now moving into Nuke as their map pick. They got rid of Mirage. That could have been the little dark horse map. But you see here, like arguments and conversations.
No, I think this is an inexperienced team talking about what they saw during the server. Like, hey man, this is what I was expecting of you. I mean, look, I don't speak the language. It could have been a little bit more intense than that, but it looks like he's showing like, this is what happened. This is how I saw it. This is how I need you to react, or this is how I think we should react, and this is what we didn't do and what we can do. So yeah. I mean, when you're in those situations as a team like HOTU with an opportunity like this, you have to take even the official matches that hurt so much to lose. They're all learning experiences. So good to see him actually communicating after the match is over and saying, let's fix this movie.
Not walking out in silence and just standing there ignoring each other.
Or ignoring something his teammate says and just chilling, or not giving a high five to someone.
No high fives. Well, I think for Pain Gaming, it does look like they're going to get their first series win in a long time today.
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I'm not entirely sold on them closing out this series. I think it's the most likely outcome, and obviously they're favorites. But I don't think HOTU showed that they're like completely lost. Like the aim is solid. The aim is good. We saw some mistakes out of Pain. I think HOTU, if they want to win the next map, and don't even have to go series yet, but I think it's going to require some of these round wins need to come at very timely points. Right, like have like some of these round wins being a reset round that breaks Pain, keep them out of economy for as many rounds as you possibly can. If the round wins come at the right time for HOTU, I think they can actually cause an upset. They need a little bit of favor in those round wins, though.
Here's a look at the scores on the doors. We had top of the charts, Davideus and Snow, as you mentioned, doing some great work. Big Zero even getting some real fragging input as well. Over on the HOTU side of things, I think Juke looks in particular pretty sharp in a few moments. He seems to be a player they're very willing to let go play on his own. He seems to be a bit of a lone wolf. Kato, top of the charts, so 16 kills for his team. That's just a reminder of what Pain are capable of when David, Snow, and Big Zero are all fragging. I think MongolZ had a number of rounds where he looked good, but I think there was also a lot of moments where he was missing some shots.
I think his AWP was a little bit off this game. He probably feels like that needs to get warmed up for the next one. I don't think he's going to be pleased in any sense about his AWPing. But yeah, it was fine overall. I also don't think HOTU is like the exact team to be able to punish those mistakes as emphatically as other teams will. So you can get away with a few more of those misses. Nuke obviously up next. Excuse me, I thought Mirage was Pain picks. Mirage, HOTU's pick. Nuke, Pain's pick.
Yes, which is why I feel like Pain should be able to round this out in a 2-0 fashion. Interested to see how that one is going to go down. Anubis is the third map if we need it. But I personally don't feel like we need it. We'll have to wait and see if HOTU are able to prove us wrong or prove me wrong as we get into this. So Pain Gaming in search of their first series win here at PGL Astana 2025.
HOTU are coming into PGL Astana as a team that qualified through the Asia region, and they've got a very established coach who was one of the best players in the world at one time. Mo sat here smiling away.
Hello everyone.
Hello, my friend. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Good. I'm feeling nice because it's like my hometown, you know?
Yeah.
I'm feeling amazing right now.
What does it feel like for you to have a big event like this in Kazakhstan, but also you qualify to take part in it?
Yeah, for me it's like much important, you know?
Yeah.
Like to be in hometown and if you qual to playoffs, maybe if you qual somehow, it's gonna be like so hype and so loud. Our crowd gonna be like so happy, you know.
Oh, it would be crazy. And I've heard very good things about the Kazakhstani community and how much they love Counter-Strike. So I'm sure they would love to see you there.
Of course, I hope so.
But talk to me about this team, because you come through the qualifier, right? You look very strong into it. But for a lot of these players, it's the first big event, first big chance. So what was the feeling for the team and for you when you found out you qualified, when you made it?
Like I said, for me, it's much important. And I said to my mates, teammates, I mean players, you're gonna qual. We have no chance to not qual because like my hometown, we should do it. And they just focus on, before qualifier, we focus like 2 months to practice a lot for this tournament. And we're ready for all teams because we analyze all Asian region, and we was strong team on this region because like we focus on this tournament and we analyze all. That's why.
And what has it been like in the development of your team? Because you're playing within the Asia region, but like when I look down the results you had before qualifying here, you would come close, but you couldn't get the win. You couldn't get the qualification.
Yeah.
What was the difference? What changed?
The Duke Visura.
Yeah.
Player. Yes, he's a captain because like before we playing with Reagan, it's our ex-player, and he was not a captain, you know.
Okay.
And it's hard, and I always have only 4 powers to tell them how to play, how they need to learn. But right now we have Duke Visura, and for me it's like it's good because I have 4 powers and it's much important. Last time it's like.
So he's
no captain.
He's a captain that can make a difference, the real leader for the team. And looking at how hard this event will be for them, how do you now prepare them for that? Like, how do you mentally get them ready to face some very good teams?
I just say, just take your time, just enjoy this tournament, because right now we have a lot of practice before this tournament. Like 2 weeks we practice 150 hours in game, and we practice a lot of teams here. So right now I just say, just enjoy this tournament, just enjoy tier 1 tournament, and I hope so they will enjoy on server. So
just looking at realistic though, right? Your goal is to get as much experience as possible, make playoffs, try and develop further as a team?
Yes, that's our goal. We just play game by game.
Yeah.
Like for us, it's new experience, skills, and we don't have goal to playoff. We just play, just game.
Yeah. How do you prepare? Like, how do you get ready with the team? Is there something special you do, like anti-stratting? You're the coach. Yes. Do you have analysts? Do you have other?
I'm all.
Just you?
I can.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I can be coach. I can be analyst. I can player if you need.
Yeah.
Right now I'm just only one, and actually I have Kitsura, so it's a good captain and a good leader, and I'm talking with him too much. You know.
That's good though. So you're all effort, all energy into trying to make this work. Well, I know this event means a lot to you. It's great to finally have an event this big in Kazakhstan as well. Good luck in the games, and thank you very much for your time, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I made amaze me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Astana 2025.
I don't have the talk back, so I was vibing to the music.
Yeah,
I didn't know we were coming back.
I thought we'd just leave it as like a nice candid opener.
My boy Teacups Strems just typed again in chat, and he had that funny joke earlier about Snappy being 59 years old. And Teacups, I want you to type something funny in chat for me.
He's still here.
He's still here. He's still around.
I always see Teacups
all
Strems
day.
in the chat.
Yeah, he's doing great.
He's a Counter-Strike chatter. He's everywhere. He's always on every event. I reckon.
1% commentator in Twitch chat.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, so keep your comments coming unless they devolve into
yeah
madness,
Just
and then
keep
we
him on
might
the right side of
have
the
to pull
line.
you aside. But other than that, great work. Well, we have got Nuke up next. That's what we've been all waiting for, really, is to see Payne's Nuke. Are they going to be able to 2-0 this series? This question we're about to find the answer out to.
Well, I think if you think about it in the context of what we just kind of saw, I think we saw a decent enough T side powered by a lot of the aim of HOTU. Nothing complicated, very simple, and they just relied on that aim, relied on their strength, which got them some good stuff. You get over the CT side, I think protocols, teamwork, shifting in different situations is an issue, which is going to be exacerbated exponentially on a map like Nuke, where you can really exploit vertical rotations, tough decisions to make at weird moments, have to be really good at moving around the map. Yeah, Payne might just run away with this one and just dominate Nuke.
Yeah, I think there's a real possibility of that. The odds certainly favoring them as well coming into this, as you would expect, especially after a map 1 win. And he's crumbling in the big spotlight, Jason.
Yeah, he really is.
Ramsey, he's crumbled. when the moment struck and he had to perform.
He's got to think of a joke. This is what our life is like. Cameras on, be funny. Go!
Do it. But yeah, apparently there's a Duke Fasura SoundCloud, so that'd be pretty cool.
Is there really?
That's what people are saying. I don't know if it's right to believe it. But apparently there's an Eminem in HOTU. Is everybody in the chat's loving the fact that there's an Eminem lookalike inside of HOTU?
Kazakh Marshall Mathers?
Yes, apparently so. So let me see who that could be.
Trying to find which one it is, aren't you?
I'd say it has to be Duke.
It's Duke. It actually is just Duke.
It's definitely Duke. So he's Kazakh Eminem. Good for him.
Yeah, really nice for him.
Well, he needs to stand up.
Win some cool lookalike contests.
Yeah, if there ever is one of those.
Slim Shady lookalike.
Slim Shady lookalike contest in Astana.
Yeah, there should be up on stage.
Well, now there's like Timothy Chalamet lookalikes, Jason.
Oh, sweet Lord.
Yeah, that was a big thing earlier this year. All right, here we go. Straight into the second map, into the pistol of Nuke. And we've got BiggerZero running out into the site, looking for a heaven shot. It's going to be BiggerZero taking 2, cleaving away the defense inside of the site.
This is what I mean. Like BiggerZero just charges out, chest open, takes open space duels, long range of the Glock, wins both of them. I think the conversation between maps for Payne had to have been, guys, like we played the first map really conservative because we didn't really know what to expect. We've seen what they've got now, and we can handle them without a problem. No one be afraid to press the issue. No one be afraid to go for a play. No one be afraid to take a fight. We can handle these guys.
I think that first map is going to sort of fill them up with confidence, and damn it, to close on the double headshot right at the end. So we got Payne, pistol round collected.
Nice, simple upper rush. So Nuke has started out very basic. Here's BiggerZero tucked into the corner. Yeah, just open space fights. Not scared of any of them. Wins both in good protocols for Payne once BiggerZero clears the bomb site. Check the flanks. Check mini. 1-0. And a stack outside for HOTU. 5 USPs. They're going to push it. Oh, there goes Snow. There goes another one, but NQZ able to farm up with the MAC-10. 3 kills in response, calls out information, and now's the move from the remaining Payne players. It's a 2v2, but this isn't not a close 2v2.
You have no way of getting back. What is that? All right, BiggerZero.
Hacky boy.
Yeah. Love that. Well, Lampada coming around the back. BiggerZero's got him locked in as well, so he's just going to back away, save the AK-47, and we see not a bad result there, considering what they had in the round for HOTU. So an AK-47, 3 kills. Not bad at all, but 2-0 lead here for Payne Gaming.
You know, I wonder if like, is it worth if you're Lampada right now with this AK-47 into the next round. If you just stay in spawn next round, like you don't even leave, just keep the AK.
Yeah, you don't leave. They're wondering where you are, but you've never actually left spawn. I have just one question, Jason. I've just noticed someone in the chat.
I know
someone in the chat has said, "Who has water in the background?" I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't either.
There's water in your headset.
That's the flush entity packet loss.
Yeah.
The old Counter-Strike error message. Just on repeat.
I hear water too. No idea where it's coming from.
2-0 for Pain. And around that AK-47, HOTU's gone for the buy. They've got an op on Yuka. With no investment in the previous round, they force it out here in round 3. Light on utility, but they've got strong weapons.
Pyjamas closing out on Duke. Advantage here for Pain Gaming. Oh, nearly followed up on Yuka, needed to get away. He misses the shot on the secret player, and he's sprinting back down towards Decon.
Yeah, remember, he's got no armor, so he needs the headshot angle to really make this a fair fight, even with the AWP. Now he's got Mizu, who's looking to come down vents, but he's already kind of said, I've given it up. It's not really worth coming down at this point because I can't do anything to help you. You're just going to be stuck in vents. And meanwhile, while all this is going on, this is what I meant by CT side protocols. HOTU's doing nothing to address the lower bomb site.
55 seconds. That's all he's got. Kato, in the meantime, he can see just over the shoulder shot. They're both missing each other. David has come back. Now he hears the steps.
And he just peeked into the bomb site and says it's clear.
Well, it's not.
Well, through mini comes one, but as soon as David peeks into the site,
he's going to see him again. Oh, but the view model blocks him. He sees him just there. And now he goes over to the ladder. It's a bold move from Kato to try and get up the ladder so quickly. And David Deus is the man to step up in this round for Pain.
And that's what I meant when I said the conversation for Pain had to have been like, don't be afraid to make a play. Big Uzera gets the kill onto Duke outside, and that entire part of the map is open, and David Deus just presses it, just never stops moving. He gets a really quick positioning up in heaven because he's unafraid, knowing that this is a team with inexperience, that they can exploit the rotations on Nuke. Very, very tough map to get a grip of as a younger, inexperienced underdog team. And this is going to be the issue they're going to contend with for the next 9 rounds, is Pain just running them ragged up and down to the different bomb sites.
Well, Lampada is about to ziv this AK again, so at least that's something. But yeah, I mean, this is Pain kind of owning them at the moment. Fist bumps in. And comfortable start here for Pain. This is the biggest Zero fight outside, confident to just fight them before the smokes go up.
Well, also, like, Duke should never be in that position at that moment either. There's that angle to it as well. Like, you just don't see that kind of a fight that often at Tier 1 Counter-Strike because players don't put themselves in that situation. So, a little bit of an easy gift for an opening kill over to Big Uzera. And then descends into a loss. 3-0. Op is back in the hands of Yuka. From his save, this time he's got armor.
Settling into a quiet and slow round. The outside smokes are deployed. No one's going to move in behind them. Snow's going to play close mini to try and get in towards the site with the rest of his teammates as they attack on a hut. But it's so far so good for Lampada and Juke. Yuka's op still waiting at the back of the site, and it's slowed down this Pain attack so much so that they've paused entirely.
Yeah, but they've given up door control. They've given up door control with that shift over. Mizu wanted to rotate over to be next contact after the AWP give away its position, and Big Uzera takes complete advantage, even with the bomb risk and everything. So now they can disappear back away in towards lobby, over towards ramp, where it's Kato.
Oh, well, Kato's only got an MP9, so what can he really do here? He's peeked up, he's got one.
Going for another here?
He's sticking around, he's taking the risk, and he nearly gets away with a second kill, but it's just damage. Will that damage prove enough? Big Uzera throws the bomb away, goes into the fight. Juke Vasura goes down. What a kill from Big Uzera. And now the site's taken. David Deus locking the plant in, and Yuka inside of the ladder. He's coming back in on a retake with an AWP. is not exactly the ideal situation here.
And this is why you don't take that second follow-up fight over on Ramp Room on that box with an MP9 against AK-47s. Just drop down and play the bomb site, and this is an impossible eventuality to have happen.
Well, Yuka up next. Here he comes. Smoke into the site, time ticking. He's got so many angles he has to worry about. It's just impossible to see a world in which he wins this, and he realizes time's too far gone.
Yeah, got given no gifts. Nobody peeking into him to give him a free kill to put him into a one-on-one, so has to bail out for the op. And Pain now inflicting it 4 rounds in a row. I think both of them died at the bomb blast, right?
If they get behind this box, nope. And there's no way that David can make it, but yeah, Big Ozera here ready to have the escape plan locked in. So 4-0 lead here for Pain. It's not like there's money issues entirely here for Pain. There has been a decent amount of damage done across these 4-round victories that has left them on the brink of collapse. So if HOTU can just win one, there might be a way to march back into the half here.
Okay, so we're at that point 4 rounds in, huh? If they can just win the one.
Yeah, but the one would make a big difference here. Look at this, Jason. If they win this round, and yeah, there's not a whole lot of money built
there's
up.
some economic implications. Wouldn't be a complete reset, but it would
try to find the positives.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I think it's fun.
Yeah, it's not a lot of positives going right now for HOTU. The name's pretty cool.
HOTU or the names of the players?
HOTU. It's fun to say.
Yeah.
HOTU.
What do you think it means in Italian?
Probably like hot tamales, like a short version of it.
A shortened version of hot tamales.
Yeah.
Italy known for their tamales.
Yeah. I don't know why that's the first thing that came to my head, but it works. Davide is now waiting inside of lobby. There might be a push towards him. I like it. Here we go, Yuka. You can try.
Get out.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
You can't hide. Let's see what he can do. Snow, as he makes his way outside, he's got great space here.
This lobby control is so good for HOTU, though. The fact the op is allowed to have his back up to squeaky door is such a luxury. Oh, Duke just missed the timing, the information. Now he spots it, and he's got the read on Snow.
Back. Oh, God.
That's got to make you feel so silly.
Oof. Kato, now up. If Snow won that fight, it might just be a disconnect from the server situation. But Yuka, here he goes inside of the smoke, going for no scopes, going for magic. Davideus goes, oh my God, they give it a chance. What?
No
way.
Like
Davideus is back in this again. And then Mizu appears out of nowhere to save it. But holy.
Oh, no. Okay, everyone settle down.
Well, that's the one round, Jason.
That's the one they needed. And boy, did they have to work for it. Actually, I mean, you have to say, good job taking lobby control. Duke even had a good read. That's an unfortunate fight and situation. This is just weird at the end of the day. But again, like, it's also... Like, I'm not... It's just like, you don't need to push in that smoke after that kill. Like, why? You've just actually put yourself in a position where you can't have information and you can't cover anything.
He's in the flow state. And here comes the... Oh, my God. Okay, Big Ozera, the battering ram.
Daddy's back.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, I don't know if he was spotted. It looked like he might have been. Now stuck behind the silo. Smoke is down, so Pain's going to go patient. 5-on-4, plenty of time left in the round. One thing they're missing is utility. They've got one smoke left. They have to actually come to this lower bomb site and just smoke off either windows or doors.
Here's Duke. And there he goes. They come back up, they fight him. Now that's another pathway open if they desire it.
Well, that's the smoke they used. So Duke was playing in front of it and thought they dropped down and tried to make the play. But I think the problem right now for Pain is with the lack of utility, they don't want to finish at the lower bomb site. But everything they've done in that round said they were going to end at the lower bomb site. But now it's about coming back up and just trading your way in and winning these fights. It's turned for Big Ozera to go on a hunt and investigate the lower site. Good kill from Mizu, but again, the lower bomb site is lost. Bomb is shifting over, and Big Ozera should be able to cut off rotations and provide safety for Davideus.
They drop down into the site. They're going to commit into the plant. 25 seconds. Here comes Yuka chasing after them. Smokes out on the left side to give himself a little corridor of cover to move with. And he's going to try and use it, the devastating effect down in the site. His teammate Mizu's connected on a headshot, leaving it all on Davideus. A clutch again needed. Continues moving forward. He's spotted. He can't win it. It's a cool move, but just too many targets.
I mean, really cool move. I don't think he never expected it in the world for the Alper to drop down in towards dark. Other than that, it could have been a really cool play, being quiet about it as well.
You'll never know the next move of HOTU.
Yeah, well, great retake, great recovery in the round for HOTU. That was what, like a 3v4 at one point? There was definitely a 4v5, but the fact they're able to bring it back and recover is really, really well done. Big Uzera with the opening kill, nice and easy for free, but Yuka's able to bring some back in his favor and able to close out the round at the end of the day as well. Just enough trades, just enough kills at the right moment to make this round doable, and HOTU starting to get into nuke.
It's Deagles and a Glock, and yeah, we have seen HOTU break away that money. Carving out the ice to reveal a beautiful sculpture of a comeback on the CT side. Forward 3 should be the scoreline in about a minute's time.
This would be a hard flick to hit. A really hard shot for Big Uzera to hit as well, and he just falls off with the peak. So now they know at least 2 outside. Hearing plenty of Deagles rattle off, and Duke is going to put one down. So this should be around HOTU has no issues having control of, and indeed it's looking that way down the stretch.
Have you seen anything funny in the chat yet for Is he reported back, or is he giving up?
He's gone AFK. I think he went to the bathroom.
Maybe he's thinking.
Maybe he is.
Maybe when he's in the bathroom, that's when he does his best creative thinking. We'll wait and see. We've got Rix on the dig. He's caught by Mizu. And we are now looking at that third round as expected. There he is, the Slim Shady haircut. Love it.
It does look great. Stylish. In style.
Yeah, it's really in style. He's bringing it back. Maybe in Kazakhstan it is.
All right. Well, let's see if HOTU, if this is just a flash in the pan these 3 rounds, or if this feels like they've kind of got things a little bit settled and starting to get more comfortable with the initial barrage that Payne brought out. Can they close the gap? Well, they closed the gap. Can they actually tie things up?
Kato. Waiting just on top of the ramp boxes. Here comes the push towards it. He's going to retreat further and further back into the B-bomb site. In the meantime, Snow's grabbed the opening kill of round 8.
Taking a lot of damage for it, but it's a nice find. That's Duke outside. So now the wrap towards heaven opens up. Options open up. 2 players have dropped down to defend this lower bomb site. Kato. Oh, I think he gave his position away. He definitely did. Oh, what a mistake. Yuka's going to chime in, but he's the only one here.
Here comes Yuka to try and come back in. Quick shot to the chest. Rick's gone. So a 2v2 set up off the back of that kill. And with 48 seconds left. It's not even a retake at this point, as the bomb is not planted. Gotta jump your way up through secret.
Oh, this is weird for Payne.
Yeah. It's an uncomfortable situation. At least they've got a little bit of time. Like 30 seconds is doable. You've got to go back and get this pick on Lampada, though. The plant is coming in. Lampada timing. Okay, comes around the backside. That bomb plant's locked in, and this time it's NQZ for the clutch. Can he win it? 1v2, he goes into the rafters.
Oh, this is a tough place to be. You know the other player was over by Mini, so it could go vents. You're not super worried about ramp room, but you don't have a whole lot of room after that first engagement. This better be a quick first kill if he wants a chance at transferring.
NQZ. He's been doing his best working the rifle in this series. There's the first kill, and no problem for NQZ as he sinks both kills as they run into the site.
Yeah, beautifully done. Good hold up in the corner. Bails them out because Payne was about to be really frustrated after this sequence of rounds. I think even some of the rounds that HOTU's won in this last stretch have been Payne putting themselves in advantage position. Once again, they do it. This is a 5-on-2. It almost gets recovered.
NQZ has to save them in the end. You hear Snow. The violent roar of Snow.
Yeah, coach loves that play too. He's like, ooh, that's nice. I remember when I could do that. Big Vincere in the squeaky smoke, hears the magazine running low and finds a great timing. And throughout this half, Big Vincere has just been more than willing to bully himself into every fight in every situation.
Outside fight not going well for Mr. Duke. And he goes down to David. 4v2, and his pain guaranteed. 6-3 here.
Duke's having a really rough time outside, and I'd like to see, instead of bringing reinforcements over towards like the lower bomb site, having 2 people doubled up there early, I'd love to see him get a little bit of support, either from Secret or a second player outside, maybe Yuka with the op. Do something, man, that tempers this kind of aggression and this confidence from Pain in the outer portions of the map. Like, have someone at Secret so they can't just kind of take control so quickly. Have someone harass them. Do some flash peeks so they have to consider that down the stretch. I say down the stretch, but we're pretty much at the end of the stretch. There's 2 rounds remaining in this first half.
I mean, it's already a really good T side. You have so much to work with going into that second half. Just on the output that you've been able to display here.
It's a really good T side that feels like there's no reason why it should get stopped here in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, true. Like yeah, there's a real opportunity for a 9-3 half, and at that point you're
especially against just up against pistols.
Yeah. So good chance here for Pain Gaming to their first series win since March.
And let's say this as well, like, for coming into this, for saying the strength of HOTU, like on Mirage, seeing themselves play to their strength of some of the individuals and the skills and the gunfighting, even that strength has kind of failed them on this map. And part of it, I would imagine, is, you know, less comfort on this map, especially with a team like Pain kind of running a T side against you that's really tough to handle, not finding yourself in comfortable positions for these fights, not able to read what's coming next. But, I mean, Big Vincere has been able to go 1-for-1 with pretty much anyone in the server on this map.
Taking the time as we head under a minute left on the clock in this round. Pain not wanting to walk into any stacks, any traps. Guarantee themselves the 7-round victory. Util clearing the back of the A bomb site. And we'll soon realize no one's here. Rehashing again, spoilers, so cover your ears. Earlier today, Spirit was playing GamerLegion. That game is gone and ended pretty quickly. It was a 2-0 victory for Spirit. It was 13-11, 13-11. So, you know, that's got to be pretty frustrating if you're GamerLegion getting it to every round of regulation and just not getting the job done.
Not getting the job done.
Donk played well, though.
Yeah.
So all the fantasy pickers enjoying that.
Yeah, they got to be happy. Got to be pleased.
There's Lampada. Nice deagle on the way out the door. But for Pain Gaming, it is the 7th round win. And the last hope to make something of this half now coming up for the CT side.
And a timeout taken, a second one to talk things over. Yeah, 2 rounds remaining, and they're going to want both of them. So this timeout is for rounds 4 and 5 if they can swing it. But I think really you have 2 things, I think, that are the biggest things if you're Mo that you're bringing up right now. One, I think you need to pull someone else outside. I just kind of highlighted that a round or 2 ago. Make sure they can't take outside quick. And you got to tell your upper defenders to be expecting some kind of a fast play from Big Vincere. Pretty much every time he's chosen to do an aggressive play into the upper bomb side, I think twice on gun rounds, once in the pistol, he's gotten kills. So, I mean, you have to just be able to say, guys, expect it. Expect it, and if it doesn't happen, it's great. But be ready for it, at the very least. There's too many rounds where they've just lost a player at the upper bomb site, lost Duke outside, and they've had to play a round, minute and 10 seconds with no map control, man down, and no information. Round 11, utility outside. It's going to be Yuka. They bring the op over. They tell Duke to go elsewhere and put the op at the deep angles, but blocked off by smoke.
Big Vincere leading the charge down Secret. Not much of a charge, more of a slow walk of full control as he's about to reach Mizu.
Kato can be here to help out quickly.
Nice
good dink, and actually a good decision to back off as well. Now here's the X factor. Pain on that initial crossover to Secret also got a player over in Big Garage. That's Snow, and he's going to start making his move shortly, I think, to start wrapping around Heaven. And again, this time HOTU hasn't lost a player. They're playing 5-on-5, but they are playing without information. And you can see on the minimap in the X-ray, the defender in that upper bomb site playing silos staring straight up at Heaven, because they do not have the defense in store to stop this play.
A quick kill for Snow. He's going to keep walking, though, and I think Duke being boosted on the boxes is guaranteed trade kill.
And that should have let him know the final play is downstairs. If Snow's trying to connect with his teammates, if he's trying to go ramp room, he's trying to connect to go to the lower bomb site. 4-on-4. Uzi's still here and gets a little bit lost as the peek comes in. And there goes Duke.
Yep, off he goes. Out of the picture, Lampada and Yuka. This is after a timeout as HOTU was searching for a round that could get them into this half, but they're locked out of the vent. Cool flash, but not gonna.
Cool flash.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be better than that. I thought it was like some sick lineup that was going to land down the vent. It didn't really do that.
Hey, if
either.
it landed, that would have been sweet.
Yeah. Well,
Save
not much to be happy about if you're HOTU at the moment.
No, nothing really. 8-3 is going to be the scoreline in the favor of Pain as the bomb goes off, and there's money in the bank, so you can even hunt down this AWP if you want it, even though you're the lone man. Let's see, NQZ, go get it. Inside the smoke, Yuka's going to just try and survive as NQZ runs past him. Final round of the first half.
I just see
reminiscing on the flashbang.
Yeah, everyone's reacting to the flashbangs. I'm glad everybody thought it was cool as well. All right, round 12. Last round of the first half. We've got the AWP out for Yuka. Really doing a lot of hard work to save that in the last round, hiding in the smokes. And we got Duke. He's had a tough time outside. Looks like it's not going to get any easier for him. He's going to burn slightly and then get blasted away by Davideus. Shot from Yuka, and P9 tees them up and drives them home. It's 2 kills from Kato as he'll switch out to the AK, and we got a chance to watch HOTU go to 4 rounds at the end of this half.
It's nice well, not there yet, but it's nice that they're in a position to have a 4th round, at least something to work with moving forward, but they have to close out this 3-on-2. Kato's low, Yuka's at about half HP, Snow himself on 17, so a lot of this is going to fall to NQZ. They do have the bomb in hand, which is great, and there's no one at the upper bomb site. HOTU with these rotations choosing to play outside in Big Garage, now in Yard. And you have to imagine Kato's going to be able to just jiggle for information in the upper bomb site. But Pain heading towards ramp. They have 2 smokes and a Molotov. And this position from Lampada is checkmate.
Lampada gets one and done. NQZ, can he clutch again? Can he clutch up once more here for Pain? Kato's so low inside of the site. But he's going to go for the commitment to the plant immediately, and that's going to cost him. So a 4th round taken right at the end of the half here for HOTU. It's not enough to feel good about things, but it's better than 9-3.
No, it's not enough to be positive at all. But I mean, all you can do is switch sides and see what you can work with. And again, it's a question of the experience. We know the round by round meme that always comes into play, but I mean, it is true. You have to start with pistol round and just focus on that and see what comes from it and go from there. Big Uzera's got to be extremely pleased with how his team has played that half with the lead that they've gotten, and also considering his individual level on this map as well has been excellent for Pain. It's Davideus with 13. It's Big Uzera with 12. And Big Uzera was 5-0 in opening duels in that first half.
5-0. All right, well, yeah, you can see why he got a big smile on his face when he was talking to his teammates there. Looking to try and get the job done here. A pistol round win, convert that. And it's not going to be too far off. Been a weird time for Pain Gaming, where finding their 5th player took some time, and then now obviously
The
visa
visa
issues. It's a very frustrating time. I feel like you're just kind of spinning your wheels in this first half of the season, and you're going into the major around the corner. And,
I think that's kind of a key to phrasing it as well, is like the spinning of the wheels, where you feel like you can't build upon any of the progress you think you've made, and you just feel like you're just kind of stuck. It's a tough feeling, and once it sets in, it's hard to get rid of it.
Oh, good start to the pistol here for PGL. I make that 6-0 at opening duels, Jason.
Yeah, and he also, I mean, yeah, great opening duels. He also had a double kill on the T-side pistol, so pistol rounds on Nuke so far going really well for him.
Okay.
And QZ, and Snow, and Rix, and Pain. It's 9-4, and that feels like the red carpet just got rolled out.
Yeah, over HOTU. And they're getting stomped on as they walk over the top of them.
Yeah, just adding salt into it. You have to get to be here to get stepped on. Good shot from BiggyZera.
Bang. Oh, so many clean shots in this
I know.
pistol.
And it's a terrible feeling when you're on the receiving end of all of those clean shots. You just kind of look around and you're like, oh, well, we got deleted. Look at that bromance building and developing.
That's so good. Well, here we go. Quick play to the top site. HOTU just charging in. 1-for-1. Lampada's done a decent job here. Kato coming in as well. Not bad for the P250. 2v2 off the back of all of these early skirmishes.
Yeah, but haven't been able to pick up or salvage any weapons whatsoever. That's going to help him close this out. Finally, an MP9, but you've got Rix. Okay, he's called out the drop. Here's the footsteps. So now a 2v2 retake into the lower bomb site we go. Yuka's going to try and get some space towards ramp room to be in their face with the Tech 9.
Rix up close. MP9 going to work out wonders as PGL comes in on the follow-up. And we are now looking at the pistol round collected in the start of the second half here and converted.
Yeah, good job from Rix as well. Just understanding too, like there's a bomb being planted, so as long as I like pretty much bum rush this as fast as possible, we kind of have a 2-on-1 here. And a clean victory for Pain at the end of the day. So, 10-4. 3 rounds away, a little bit of a scare provided by HOTU with the upper bus with a low buy. With the kills and the bomb plant, you have to buy here if you're HOTU. You have to look at this like this is the only opportunity you're going to have. Reset this economy, try and close the gap while you have them on low buys, and just see what comes from it. But you have to invest.
For HOTU. 2 Galils, an AK, Scout, and Tech 9. As you said, you have to invest. It's not pretty.
It's a lack of smokes after this wall, right? There's not a second wall to set up. If they want secret, they have to cross on this timing.
Well, they better make it work. They better make the wall work as they cross on over. It's going to be Davideus waiting inside of main. They charge in towards him. He keeps it clean on the first, then extends into the open, loses his life to Juke. PGL up next, and it's another kill for PGL. P250 switch to.
Go get it.
Run for it, and he does. PGL is having a game. He's confident. 11 rounds just around the corner.
Yeah, that's why I told you that conversation between these maps. I feel like PGL coming into this map just like, I own these guys. Like we just played the first map. I know what to expect. They're not nearly as good as we don't need to respect them nearly as much as we did on Mirage. He came into this with an attitude. 18 kills, 7 deaths for the IGL, the captain of Pain.
And the last timeout for HOTU. Not a lot of money. Not a lot of hope. But Mo flicks down the mic, and he'll have his say. But it needs a miracle and more to come back.
I like that jacket Mo is wearing.
Yeah, it's pretty
looking
cool.
For positives of HOTU, I think that's a cool branded jacket.
I think Duke's wearing it too. Look, he's got the jacket on while he's playing.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to drop a little freestyle to the team, getting them right back in the mood.
I don't know. I think all the freestyle has pretty much been shot out of him outside on this map. I think he's...
outside he's been free.
Yeah.
Well, HOTU with Galils on 4 and AK on 1. And a last-ditch effort to try and get through ramp. Smoked.
I think if you have the idea of going through ramp, you're going through
Ricks.
this as well.
This is the big moment. The Ricks.
Oh, he got caught between two ideas. He was going to push to get behind the smoke.
And it doesn't work out for him. Luckily, he's got snow.
And that just stops him cold. They're like, oh, actually, I don't want to be the next guy to challenge that.
Pada up next to the window. And he will go down to David, who gets traded by Mizu. But look at that little ratty play from Bigazera. Hangs around CT spawn, catches Duke walking past him.
I mean, Duke has to be sitting there thinking, like, why is he still here? Like, why is he just now leaving this box?
Well, 1 HP for Mizu. 100 minute left. And despite getting the opening pick towards ramp, really quick rotation from Snow. Bigazera playing in CT spawn, it's...
Oh, the sound cue.
It's worked out, yeah. I mean, even with the sound cue, it's...
Yeah, he's got 1 HP. He's not winning this, but, you know, the sound cue sucks.
Yeah, just confirms that it's over.
It is just kind of the worst.
All right, well, we're just a mere moment away from closing out the first day here of PGL Astana 2025.
And this will be Payne's first series victory since March 8th against GamerLegion. They have lost 9 in a row since that win back at Pro League. And finally, they've changed their fortunes over HOTU.
It took a game against HOTU, but they did get their win. Here comes Kato, trying to fight Snow, but Snow lands on top and Kato's gone. So 5v4.
That's what I mean, man. Like, as this half has gone on and as this lead has just grown and ballooned to where it is now, like, look at Snow, just like rushing HUT and swinging, wide swinging for 1 kill and then running away. Like, they're playing with no fear at the moment. They know this game is in the bag. 4 versus 5. No smokes remaining. Good drop down from Lampada. Good flashbang from Mizu as well. That was over from Secret. So a little bit of positivity, but shut down quickly.
Oh, okay. A couple of kills followed up, and it's just Yuka and Duke left alone. HOTU have come into this event with hopes that are high, but it does not look like they're going to take the first step here against Payne today. It is going to be a 2-0 win for the South American mix of players, and with playing with a coach as well, I think it's a good result for Payne to get kicking things off early, not really breaking too much of a sweat throughout the series today.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's a good result for them, and they're going to be happy, and obviously ending that streak of 9 straight losses is critically important. So finally you get this feeling of a victory again for the first time in 2 months, but it doesn't tell us anything about this team. As you mentioned, the coach stand-in situation, it doesn't give us anything new. It's HOTU as well, which is a team towards the bottom of the seedings that obviously we don't see a whole lot as well. So this hasn't given us any new sense of what Payne can be or how good they can be. It's just congratulations, you handled business today.
Yes, you got the job done. You beat the team that you should have, that was lying in front of you. The real difficulties in the tournament are going to come up later on, and we're going to see what the limits are for Payne playing with Ricks. You would imagine the ceiling isn't too high for them in this tournament.
No, maybe not, but maybe they get a fortunate draw in the next round. They're obviously, I mean, the group draw that you'd want to be in as 1-0, but I mean, Navi, Nip, Big, MongolZ, Spirit, MIBR, Astralis are all the teams. Oh, and Payne as the 8th and final team in that 1-0 group. So I don't know if I'm going to tell you that there's an easy draw in there, but I think if you're Payne, you're probably hoping you get MIBR. You're probably hoping you get Big. You don't want to face off against any of the
maybe
big
Astralis.
guys. Yeah, maybe. But, you know, Spirit, MongolZ, Navi is not something you want to mess with. So, yeah, for them, it's all about the draw. I think for HOTU as well, just Mo's going to have some conversations with them today. I think Nuke was a map they got pulled apart on. Mirage is a map they very much could have won, but I think it's pretty clear from watching them on 2 maps of very different kinds. They're going to want to lean more towards those skill maps of the Mirage. The Dust 2 obviously is going to be a big one. Those maps in the pool are going to be valuable for them.
Yeah, I'd say they're probably the weakest team here at the tournament. So, you know, going into the 0-1 game, there's a lot of decent teams in there as well.
Bet Anubis would be solid for them as well.
Yeah, well, we'll wait and see what the rest of the tournament looks like for HOTU. They obviously got here
through the Asian qualifier.
For the Asian qualifier, the Chinggis Warriors, so that's not bad. That's a team attending the major who made it to the playoffs of that previous tournament last week in Mongolia. So, yeah, I mean, this is a team that we're not really expecting too much of, so anything they do in the tournament is going to be a nice surprise. We'll see how they go in the 0-1 bracket.
Also think of it this way. Well, like, yeah, this is a bummer finish, and obviously would have liked it to be closer. You know, they did just come off an event that they got second place in just back in March, just a couple months back. They qualified to this one. So I mean, they had to qualify through 2 close qualifiers to get here, which they won both of them. So what I'm getting at essentially is that at least they've got something to go on. They've got some positive. Like they've got like, oh, hey, we got second at this event. We've now qualified to get to this big event. We're on the right track. We're headed in the right direction. They just can't forget that everything is a learning experience from here.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's a look at the scoreboard. BigZero going 20-7.
That ain't bad.
Yeah, that ain't bad at all. He realized, I can kind of own these guys. So he goes Super Saiyan. Over on that second map, we got Davidesh just coming in behind him, 16-12. So really strong performance in the in-game leader of BigZero. We know he can have a game like that here and there. We know he's a fragging in-game leader. And when he's not really tested too much in the calling department, he's freed up in a big old way. So Nuke 13-4, Mirage 13-8. Anubis not even close to being needed. And the job done today for Pain.
Yeah, and HOTU going to go back and kind of assess things. I guess if I look at kind of how the results of the day, trying to see what the kind of biggest losses or biggest disappointments would be, I think Aurora losing to Big 2-1 is going to be a huge thing for them to talk about. That's probably a devastating loss. MIBR beating G2, even with Taz standing in. I know there's that kind of asterisk caveat to it, but I think that's still a pretty rough loss for G2 to take. Outside of that, everything was kind of by the books. NIP beating Virtus.pro was a very small upset, but probably equally painful for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I would say Virtus.pro, a team that have had a lot of experience at Tier 1 events this year. They've been trying to build momentum at these tournaments in the first half of the season, and NIP, a team that have been playing with inconsistent rosters through all these qualifiers, trying to just get enough VRS points to come to this tournament. So yeah, that is a disappointing result for VP to kick things off.
Sure. Yeah, they'll go back to the drawing board down in that 0-1 group, and then obviously with the Swiss system, we'll get the draws at some point and show the schedule for the next day, what kind of matches we got, because I'm pumped to see how this is going to play out. I think this is a really cool event with Vitality, Mouse, and Falcons all missing. It's kind of like the rest of the field. Which one of you is going to step up and grab that spot of like kind of the best of the rest?
Yeah, and I think obviously his favorite in there is going to be Spirit. So the story of the tournament becomes who's going to beat them.
Yeah,
and Na'Vi are a team that have been. Well, it was the #1 team of last year. They definitely are nowhere near that level this year. So it's kind of interesting to see how they're going to shake out. Maybe they can pick up some momentum, some form heading into the Austin Major. But that's all yet to be seen from Na'Vi. I think for this event overall, though, the team I want to see, hopefully Hunter can get the visa sorted, because I want to see what G2 can do.
That'd be great. Well, let's see what the schedule can do. This is going to be over on the A stream. MongolZ taking on MIBR to start things off. Astralis Pain. So Pain didn't get like the best draw they might have hoped for, but
it's
they
not the worst though.
With a brand new IGL coming into it and a team that's struggling. Na'Vi versus Big and Team Spirit against NIP to round out the day on the A stream.
Yeah, the Spirit and NIP game, that's going to be a lot of fun. The MongolZ MIBR.
I think Na'Vi Big and Astralis. No. Actually, with the coach stand-in for Pain, that doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. I think the big match is going to be a huge. Is going to be a fun one. Yeah, B stream Virtus.pro M80 to start things. GamerLegion taking on FURIA, Aurora versus HOTU, and G2 versus ODDIK.
Dude, that's got to feel like a great game for G2, right? To try and bounce back against ODDIK. So I'll see if G2 can do that later on tomorrow.
Yeah.
HOTU, Aurora.
I mean, these are must-win games for Aurora and G2. Let's just put it that way. Like, I don't care. You know, Aurora, that one's self-explanatory against HOTU. But G2, I don't care that Taz is standing in. Like, ODDIK's a team you should be able to beat. It's not like Taz is like, you know, a negative impact inside the server. He's still going to get kills. He's still going to throw you. Like, he's still a presence there. Yeah, those are must-win games, and losing those, I think, is going to be devastating for both those squads.
For me, banger of a game, GamerLegion FURIA, got to be the best one tomorrow.
Oh yeah, especially with the roster changes. Yeah. And I think Yakinder had a decent game earlier today, starting to see some flashes that we were getting towards the end of his time in Liquid. So he's still on a path to recovery. I'm still holding out hope because I like Yakinder's game a lot, and I think it can be really valuable in CS2. He's just got to get there.
Yeah, well, Fallen definitely had a lot of nice things to say about him. Well, all the action continues tomorrow and day 2 of PGL Astana 2025. It's been a fantastic day to open things up, and the Counter-Strike's just getting started here in Kazakhstan.